Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 215, Chapter 263, Hogyoku. As a fellow user of Ryujin Jaka, how could Kaiser not know what its Bankai was? Once used, it truly possessed power that could severely impact the outside world, even to the point of bringing destruction to the entire Soul Society. Hyaritmaru, the strongest ice/snow-type Zanpakuto, could already manipulate celestial phenomena. Ryujin Jaka, as the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, only revealed its true might after Bankai, so powerful it could damage the whole Soul Society. Thus, unless faced with an especially dire situation, even if his own life were threatened, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto would not lightly use his Bankai. What a shame. It seems I won't get to witness the Captain Commander's full power here. Kaiser did feel some regret, but not disappointment. After all, this situation had long been within his expectations, hadn't it? Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto mustered the last of his strength, swaying as he stood, his wrinkled eyes fixed dead on Kaiser, his voice still heavy and forceful. Don't get so full of yourself, brat. I was a Shinigami long before you even existed. Ryatsu like fire rose from Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto once more. If you think you can provoke me with mere words, you're 2,000 years too early. He used Shuinpa, suddenly appearing before Kaiser. Boom. Ryujin Jaka struck the countless swords circling Kaiser, unleashing surging flames that blew everything around them sky high. Explosive flames spread like waves, blackening the ground. But within the inferno, Kaiser remained unharmed, not suffering the slightest injury. It's not over yet. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's eyes widened, and just as he was about to act again, a hand broke through the sea of flames, seemingly slow, yet actually swift, and pressed against him. Divide. The next second, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto heard a voice that seemed to echo from within Kaiser's body. In the instant the voice rang out, the Ryatsu around him, the Ryoryoku inside him, and even the flames of Ryujin Jaka were halved, as if forcibly shaved away, instantly weakening. What? The sudden sense of frailty caused his expression to change drastically. Undoubtedly, this was the ability of divine dividing, halving. Just like in his fight with Yoruchi Shihoin, Kaiser had borrowed a portion of the power of divine dividing from within himself and activated its halving ability. Of course, he could only do it once. Without using the sacred gear itself, Kaiser could at most borrow a small portion of its power and couldn't unleash its full strength. Just like now, without summoning divine dividing, he could only activate the halving effect once, couldn't apply it a second time on the same target, and couldn't absorb the half power to strengthen himself. The same went for boosted gear. Without using it, Kaiser could only activate its doubling ability once, couldn't use it again on the same object, and couldn't transfer the doubled power to others. Naturally, whether it was Ballast Breaker or Juggernaut Drive, without summoning the sacred gear itself, they couldn't be used at all. Without the actual sacred gear summoned, even if Kaiser could borrow a portion of their power, he could only activate a single use of halving or doubling, no different than using the lower grade twice critical or dragon wing. The rest of the sacred weapons were the same, without their actual form, only a small fraction of power could be accessed. Still, it was enough. Even a single halving was enough. When someone's power is suddenly cut in half, even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's strength dropped drastically, no longer what it once was. Shup. 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 At the same time, the Zanpakuto floating around Kaiser all flew toward Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Each one was a long weapon. Before he could react, they passed through his armpits, behind his knees, even brushing past his temples, pinning him in place. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto finally reacted, just as he was about to struggle. Suddenly, a gravity force descended from nowhere, crushing him, bending his waist. Ugh! Muscles bulged across Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's entire body, veins throbbing even on his forehead, as he strained with all his might to break free. But with only half his power left, he couldn't free himself from the Zanpakuto pinning him or the gravity weighing him down. I win, Captain Commander. Kaiser slowly lowered Crown of Heavens, looking at the struggling Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto before him. Now, can you listen to what I have to say? Brat. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto glared, fuming with rage. At that moment, the observing Shinigami arrived on scene, and seeing the Captain Commander restrained before Kaiser, they were all stunned. The Captain Commander, lost. Old man. Sensei. Grandmaster. This can't be. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. You all. Kaiser turned his head, looking toward the surrounding Shinigami. Just as he was about to speak. Buzz. A wave of Ryuryoku suddenly spread from the space itself, like a net, linking to everyone present. All the Shinigami reacted instantly, too strongly. What is this? Ichigo Kurosaki looked completely lost, clearly not understanding the phenomenon. This is. But Kaiser's heart stirred, he understood. And in that instant, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's mind. All captains, lieutenants, division representatives of the Godai 13, and fellow Ryoka, please listen calmly. It was a woman's voice. Urgent and anxious, it was obvious something major had happened. This is. Tentikura. Many recognized the source of this effect. Tentikura, Bakudo number 77, a Kido that uses Ryatsu to search for multiple targets and transmits a message upon locking on. Someone had used this Kido to send a message to all the captains, lieutenants, division reps, and even the Ryoka who had invaded Siri-Idi. I am Kotetsu Aisane, lieutenant of Division 4. She stated her identity, and Kaiser immediately pictured her appearance. She was very tall, over 185 centimeters, with a slender and graceful figure. Her face and build were elegant, her silver-gray short hair slightly messy, braided in parts, and she wore red rectangular earrings as a pair. Kotetsu Aisane, lieutenant of Division 4, subordinate to Retsu Unohana. Like Unohana, she rarely appeared on the front lines, working in logistics and medical support, usually stationed at the General Relief Station. Within the Godai 13, she was fairly well known. Her impression was also memorable, not just due to her appearance, but because her speech often gave off a boyish feel. But in truth, she was timid and indecisive, only showing boldness during battle. This contrast, along with her polite and humble attitude, made her quite distinctive to Kaiser. But now, her voice was stern and hurried. Under Captain Unohana's orders, I hereby announce an emergency. It concerns the previously declared dead captain of Division 5, Sosuke Aizen. Please remain calm. Under Captain Unohana's detailed examination, we have determined that the body found in the Division 5 quarters was in fact another individual, disguised. That was not the real Sosuke Aizen. Sosuke Aizen is not dead. At those words, whether they already knew, suspected, or were completely unaware, everyone's expressions changed. And not dead. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto froze, momentarily unable to process the weight of the news. Kotetsu Aisane's voice continued. After confirming that Aizen was alive, Captain Unohana and I secretly investigated the recent anomalies, ultimately locating the chambers of Central 46. There, we found all 40 sages and 6 judges slaughtered. Furthermore, their time of death dates back to before Rukia Kuchiki was brought back to Soul Society. In other words, every order and verdict the Godai 13 has received from Central 46 during this period, was issued by the murderer. Everyone, we've been deceived. These words made every listener widen their eyes. No way. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto also widened his eyes, and suddenly turned toward Kaiser, seeing the calm and cold expression on his face. He finally understood why Kaiser had done everything up to this point. And most likely, the one who orchestrated it all from the shadows was Sosuke Aizen. Kotetsu Aisane's voice rang out, clear and firm. We have strong reason to believe this man is the mastermind. Yes. This man was the true culprit. Unfortunately. It's already too late. That voice came from a secluded street near Sokayaku Hill. It was the main path leading to the execution grounds, and now, several figures lay in pools of blood. 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in modern clothing, clearly out of place in Siri-Idi or Soul Society. If Ichigo Kurosaki were here, he would have recognized them immediately. Orihime Inoue. Yuryu Ishida. Yasutora Sado. These were the Ryoka who had come to Soul Society alongside Ichigo. And in their midst, stood a figure wearing a captain's haori, holding someone by the neck. Aizen. Captain. The one in his hand, Rukia, uttered a pained groan. Sosuke Aizen grasped her throat, looking at the girl who had almost been executed, his face bearing a gentle smile, yet his eyes glinted with cruelty. What a pity. In the end, you couldn't die under the Sokayaku. Aizen said calmly, should I call it luck? Or misfortune? Probably misfortune. After all, you know nothing, understand nothing, just used unilaterally by Kisukirahara. Rukia struggled in discomfort, seemingly unable to hear Aizen's words. But Aizen continued speaking to himself. After all that effort, so many performances, it was all for nothing. Luckily, I anticipated this outcome. Which means, my backup plan wasn't in vain. As he spoke, Aizen drew out an item from his robes. A spiritual anomaly extraction medium, an artifact created by Kisukirahara, capable of extracting foreign substances from a soul, Shinigami or not. Aizen activated the device, praising sincerely. No wonder he, like me, could create miracles that defy Shinigami limits. In all of Soul Society, only he surpasses me in intellect. As the device activated, thick thorn-like columns sprouted around him, and the hand holding it transformed into a grotesque green mass. I found this after poring through all of Urahara's research. Let's hope it doesn't disappoint. With that, his mutated hand shot forward, piercing through Rukia's chest. Her eyes widened, pupils trembling. But Aizen never once looked at her, his gaze remained calm as he withdrew his hand, pulling something from within her body. Quickly, a bluish-black gem encased in multifaceted crystal walls was in his grasp. Aizen tossed aside the now useless Rukia and stared at the gem in his hand, eyes flashing. At last, I have you. Hogyoku. Chapter 216, Chapter 264, The Assailants from that day. What was happening with Sosuke Aizen was naturally unknown to Kaiser and the others on his side. Not only were they unaware, but just after Kotetsu Aizen exposed the full truth, Kaiser and his group suddenly encountered a change. Bankai. Right at the end of Kotetsu Aizen's Tentikura, such a low voice immediately rang out. Suzumushi Suishiki, Enma Kurogi. As that voice sounded, among the surrounding Shinigami spectators, someone's Zanpakuto released a terrifying Ryatsu. That Ryatsu instantly turned black and began spreading outward. And that person, Kanami Tozen, held his Zanpakuto, Suzumushi, whose ring-shaped ornament detached from the blade, spinning and expanding, splitting into several parts and expanding together with the black Ryatsu. Ultimately, it formed a massive ellipsoid barrier that enveloped everyone present. In that moment, everything disappeared from the vision of those inside the barrier. The view before their eyes vanished. The sounds in their ears vanished. Even the faint sense of scorched air and blood in the air disappeared completely, not a trace remained. The Shinigami within the barrier immediately fell into a state of panic. Some screamed, others ran around blindly, thrown into chaos. Kaiser, however, stood still in place. But his eyes could no longer see, his ears could no longer hear anything, and even the Ryatsu that had filled the surroundings became completely undetectable. He was now totally blind and deaf, severed from all awareness of the outside world, like falling into an abyss, like sinking into a swamp, as if devoured by boundless darkness. Tozen has activated Bankai. Kaiser didn't lose his composure. He grasped the current situation. As someone familiar with the original story, he naturally knew, this was Enma Kurogi, the Bankai of Kanami Tozen Suzumushi. Its ability was to eliminate all visual, auditory, olfactory, and spiritual sensory input within the barrier for everyone enveloped by it, leaving only touch so that one might feel pain at the mercy of Tozen. Within this barrier, only the person touching the hilt of Suzumushi would be unaffected by Enma Kurogi's ability. And Kaiser, of course, was not among them. Kaiser wasn't the only one who figured this out, those who knew of Tozen's Bankai, and those who had seen him release it, also understood what was happening now. Tozen. What are you doing? Sajin Komamura shouted furiously toward the surroundings, but no one could hear him, not even himself. Why did Captain Tozen release Bankai? What is he trying to do? Captain Tozen. Others also began to call out one after another, especially the Lieutenant of Division 9, Shuhei Hisagi. As Tozen's subordinate, he was desperately calling out to him. But they didn't know, in Tozen's eyes, they did not exist. No, Tozen couldn't see to begin with. He had no vision, so he couldn't see anyone's panic or questioning. There was only one person who, at this moment, had their hand on the hilt of Suzumushi and could move freely within Enma Kurogi's barrier. Bankai. Jin Ichimaru squinted his eyes in a smile, one hand holding the hilt of Suzumushi in Tozen's hand, and the other already gripping his own Zanpakuto. Like Tozen, he too activated Bankai without hesitation, causing the blade of his Zanpakuto to instantly shrink into a dagger-like form. But this short dagger possessed a power that even Kaiser had to regard with caution. Now, Jin Ichimaru aimed the dangerous blade at Kaiser. Kamishini no Yari. The ultimate blade light bloomed from Jin Ichimaru's hand. Zing! The crisp ring of the sword sang through the air, though none could hear it, as that bright and dazzling blade light instantly pierced space, striking directly at Kaiser with terrifying speed. Buzz. Kaiser didn't react to this, but the Zanpakuto circling around him suddenly solidified. Bang! One Zanpakuto was struck by the blade light and instantly shattered. Yet more Zanpakuto continued to stand in the blade light's path, intercepting Kamishini no Yari. Bang. 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 The sounds of shattering continued as the Zanpakuto in front of Kamishini no Yari broke one after another. But in the end, the blade light created by Kamishini no Yari failed to penetrate the protection of the blade array matrix and struck the Kaiser encircled within the sword formation. Failed, huh? Jin Ichimaru didn't show any regret. Still squinting with a smile, he retracted the blade of Kamishini no Yari in less than 1,000th of a second. Crown of heavens, the power of that Zanpakuto is too overwhelming. Even more exaggerated than the Captain Commander's Ryujin Jaka. We can't do anything to him. Jin Ichimaru frankly stated this fact. Just as Lord Aizen said, Kaiser, this man's threat level may surpass anyone within the Godai 13. Tozen spoke calmly. His usual hatred for evil hadn't changed, and he acted now as if what he was doing was a righteous judgment, which sent chills down the spine. No helping it. Captain Kaiser is a genius, even Captain Aizen had to acknowledge his talent. People like us clearly can't handle him. Jin Ichimaru said with a smile, only Captain Aizen can deal with him, no one else can. Let's go. Captain Aizen should be finished by now. It's time for us to leave the Soul Society. Upon hearing this, Tozen nodded silently and was about to leave with Jin Ichimaru. Just then. Boom. Kaiser, who had been motionless, suddenly erupted with golden Ryatsu and unleashed a massive, overwhelming slash in the direction of the two. The slash soared toward Jin Ichimaru and Tozen, its true form a sword pressure imbued with the majority of Kaiser's Ryatsu. That sword pressure surged forward like a flood, shattering the earth and burning the atmosphere. Jin Ichimaru and Tozen's expressions changed drastically. Shup. Shup. With no time to exchange words, the two used Shuinpa to flee from the spot, narrowly evading the devastating sword pressure. Boom. The slash continued on, colliding with the barrier of Enma-Kurogi, causing the pitch-black ellipsoid barrier to tremble violently before being easily torn apart and destroyed on the spot. It's back. Enma-Kurogi was broken. We can see again. The Shinigami discovered their sight, hearing, and smell had returned, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Trying to escape. Kaiser shifted his gaze toward one direction. You think you can get away? With that, Kaiser stepped forward using Shuinpa, and with a few flashes, he caught up to Jin Ichimaru and Tozen. Boom. The crown of heavens, bearing the power of all Zanpakuto in existence, slashed down violently, unleashing a terrifying torrent of power that sent both Jin Ichimaru and Tozen flying, despite them raising their blades to block. It was like they had been struck by a hurricane, their bodies launched downward, crashing into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. What terrifying power. Jin Ichimaru's body became ragged and torn, while Tozen coughed blood from the corner of his mouth. They staggered up from the crater in the ground, clearly seriously injured. Why, how did you know where we were? Tozen couldn't understand how Kaiser could launch a precise sword pressure attack in the midst of Enma-Kurogi's barrier. To this, Kaiser, descending from midair, offered just one sentence. I couldn't see or hear, but the crown of heavens told me where my enemies were. Relying on the instinctive mastery of his weapons granted by his authority, Kaiser had long since learned to fight by shutting down his five senses and letting instinct drive his body. Tozen's Enma-Kurogi, which was a serious threat to others, had no effect on him at all. Did you forget? Kaiser narrowed his eyes, smiling slightly. Back in the Division 5 barracks, even when I couldn't see you, I still responded to your attacks. At those words, Jin Ichimaru and Tozen's expressions tightened. So you knew it was us who attacked you back then? Jin Ichimaru's smile remained, but his tone was full of deeper meaning. Previously, in the Division 5 barracks, while Kaiser was confronting Sosuke Aizen, he was attacked by a mysterious force. Even though Sosuke Aizen hadn't lifted a hand, Kaiser was slashed twice. The first time, he blocked with his Zanpakuto. The second time, he dodged with Shuinpa. And the ones who had attacked him then were Jin Ichimaru and Tozen. Using the power of Sosuke Aizen's Zanpakuto, they had concealed themselves, making it appear they weren't present. But in fact, they had been there all along and heard the full conversation between Kaiser and Sosuke Aizen. Back then, both Jin and Tozen had been surprised by Kaiser's ability to handle their attacks. But due to the circumstances, neither pursued the matter. Now, once again, their concealment had been inexplicably pierced by Kaiser. Well, if even Captain Aizen's Zanpakuto couldn't fully fool you, then of course Captain Tozen's Enma-Kurogi wouldn't affect you either. We didn't think this through. Jin Ichimaru admitted his misjudgment, yet no one on site sympathized with him. May I ask what exactly you're doing right now, Captain Ichimaru? Toshiro Hitsugaya coldly questioned him. Jin. In the distance, Ranjika Matsumoto looked on with trembling eyes. Tozen. Sajin Komamura shouted at Tozen, furiously demanding, why did you suddenly use Bankai? Were you planning to do something to us? All the captains stared at Jin Ichimaru and Tozen with stern expressions. Perhaps they were already faintly aware of something. Only Ichigo Kurosaki stood there like an outsider, completely confused. The blades of suspicion now turned toward Jin Ichimaru and Tozen, with some even ready to draw their Zanpakuto. Until, someone's voice arrived. You ask why they did this? The reason is quite simple. Because, both of them are mine. It was a familiar, gentle tone. The voice of one thought to be dead. Wearing the Haori of Division 5 and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, that person appeared just as he did when he first intruded upon Sokayaku Hill, ordinary and calm. Aizen. Captain Aizen. Aizen. You. Seeing Sosuke Aizen's approaching figure, many people clenched their zanpakuto. If some still doubted what Kotetsu Aizen had said moments earlier, seeing Sosuke Aizen reappear unscathed left no more room for doubt. Sosuke Aizen, this man was not dead. He faked his death and slandered Kaiser, causing nearly the entire Gotei 13 to turn against him. Rukia Kuchiki's execution was orchestrated by him. The entire event was manipulated behind the scenes by him. He even killed all the members of Central 46, committing a heinous, treasonous act. Aizen. Having learned the truth from Kaiser, and realizing who had plotted to harm Rukia, Renji Abarai shouted in rage, his face full of fury and hatred. So you've finally chosen to appear, Aizen. Only Kaiser remained calm, watching Sosuke Aizen approach. Did I disappoint you, Captain Kaiser? Sosuke Aizen ignored the other's anger and looked only at Kaiser, still smiling gently. Did you, for a moment, wish I had really died that day? I think I'm not the only one who wanted you dead, Kaiser said calmly. The one who wants you dead the most is probably in the world of the living right now. This statement made Sosuke Aizen glance to the side. Aizen. There, Yoruichi Shihoin stood beside Sui Feng, her body covered in strange butterfly markings, staring at Sosuke Aizen with eyes full of killing intent. If one were to ask who Sosuke Aizen had persecuted the most, it would undoubtedly be those who, over a century ago, were falsely accused and forced to flee the Soul Society. Whether it was Kisuke Urahara, or the former captains and lieutenants subjected to his holification experiments, they were all the ones who wanted Sosuke Aizen dead the most. Yoruichi Shihoin herself may not have been directly persecuted by Aizen, but in order to save Urahara and the others, she had been forced to defect. Thus, in terms of grudges, Yoruichi was definitely among those with the deepest vendetta against Sosuke Aizen. But unfortunately, in Aizen's eyes, she didn't exist, or rather, he didn't consider her a threat. Yoruichi Shihoin. I didn't expect you to be the one to come this time. Sosuke Aizen smiled. I thought Kisuke Urahara would be the most anxious to stop me from taking the Hogyoku. And yet, he didn't come. What a pity. The arrogant words of Sosuke Aizen filled the entire scene with killing intent. Chapter 217, Chapter 265, The Limits of a Shinigami. Among those present, which one wasn't a seasoned being who had lived for over 100 years? They were either captains or lieutenants, even Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't be considered truly slow. How could they not have noticed the undisguised superiority and contempt in Sosuke Aizen's tone? He gazed down at everyone equally, even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami of the past 1,000 years, seemed beneath his notice. Only Kaiser drew some of his attention, and, at that moment, the name he mentioned, Kisuke Urahara. In other words, apart from those two, Sosuke Aizen, through his attitude, told everyone else that he didn't consider them worth his notice. How could they not respond with killing intent? Tell me, Aizen. Joshiro Yukitake rarely wore such a cold expression as he addressed Sosuke Aizen. What exactly have you done? And what are you planning to do? Central 46, did you really kill them, just as Lieutenant Kotetsu claimed? Shuinsue Kairaku pressed down on his straw hat and said, you also staged a fake death and plotted the execution of Rukia Kuchiki. I'd really like to know what your reason was for doing all this. And you? Tozen. Sajin Komamura roared toward Kanami Tozen, unable to contain himself. Are you really with Aizen? Are you his accomplice? So all these crimes, were you also involved in them? What happened to your so-called justice? The beliefs you held to? Is this what you call justice? Answer me. Tozen. Sajin Kamamura's furious questioning echoed throughout the area, letting everyone hear the grief and indignation in his heart. Unfortunately, Kanami Tozen seemed to have turned into a puppet, standing silently behind Sosuke Aizen along with the ever-smiling Jin Ichimaru, one to the left and one to the right, saying nothing at all, giving no indication they intended to respond. Hey! At this moment, Sui Feng no longer acted willfully. She came to Kaiser's side, looked at him with a solemn expression, and spoke seriously. You've known the truth about Aizen all along. You knew about the Central 46 being killed. That's why you said those words in the captain's meeting and attacked Kaiser at the Division 5 barracks, isn't it? Sui Feng stared directly at Kaiser, asking word by word. Now you can tell us, what exactly do you know? With that sentence, all eyes turned to Kaiser. Even Sosuke Aizen. I'd like to know too, just how much does Captain Kaiser understand about me? Sosuke Aizen said with apparent interest. Back then, in the Division 5 barracks, you revealed many things I had done that were hidden from others. Now, I'd like to ask you, do you know why I did all of this? Sosuke Aizen seemed genuinely curious, how much did Kaiser truly know about him? To this, Kaiser naturally responded without reservation. As everyone knows, the 4 basic combat techniques of a Shinigami are Zan, Ken, So, and Ki. Kaiser began calmly. Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Kido, these are the means by which Shinigami express their power. Though fundamental, they encompass all aspects of being a Shinigami. However, no matter which of these techniques you pursue, each has its limits. If you follow them step by step, sooner or later, a Shinigami will encounter these limits, and find themselves unable to grow further. This is the limit brought on by the soul's inherent strength. It is a wall of strength that every Shinigami must face. Once you hit that wall, it means your capabilities as a Shinigami have reached their endpoint. This was something Kaiser had already experienced himself. Setting aside Zanjutsu and Hakuda, he had never properly trained in the former, relying entirely on authority to operate at full proficiency. The latter he never paid serious attention to, practicing it only occasionally to ensure he didn't have any major weaknesses, so of course he couldn't be said to have reached any extreme level there. But in Shuinpa and Kido, Kaiser had indeed encountered the so-called wall of strength. His mastery of Shuinpa and Kido had reached such a peak that for a long time, he had made no further progress. That was the limit, the bottleneck caused by the soul's inherent strength. You always say I'm a genius, but in truth, when it comes to the power of a Shinigami, I'm far from having reached the end. Kaiser wasn't being modest, he was simply stating the truth. He had never trained in Zanjutsu, nor put effort into Hakuda. As for Shuinpa and Kido, while he had perfected them, the reason he was able to achieve such accomplishments in just a few decades wasn't because of exceptional talent, but because he already had a foundation laid. Ordinary Shinigami draw their power from Ryatsu. The stronger their Ryatsu, the stronger their overall abilities and combat prowess. When Ryatsu reaches a certain level, even a casual slash can exceed the speed of sound, cut through steel, and when others attack them with sacred weapons, the overwhelming Ryatsu can prevent a single wound from being inflicted. But excluding Ryatsu, the physical strength of Shinigami themselves wasn't particularly impressive. In the original series, Ranjika Matsumoto once fought Izuru Kira, and this battle revealed that truth. Izuru Kira's Zanpakudo, Wabisuk, had a unique ability. It doubled the weight of whatever it cut. One strike made it twice as heavy. 2 strikes doubled it again to 4 times. 3 strikes made it 8 times, and so on. The more strikes landed, the heavier the opponent's weapon became, until eventually they collapsed under the weight and were forced to bow their head, like an apology, left vulnerable to a final strike. Relying on that ability, Kira landed several hits on Ranjika Matsumoto's Zanpakudo, increasing its weight to over 100 kilograms. And Ranjika Matsumoto could no longer lift her own Zanpakudo. From that, it was clear that as a lieutenant-class Shinigami, her physical strength was quite average. More than 100 kilograms, Kaiser could casually lift such weight back when he was still a student at Seidoken Academy, let alone now. Other Shinigami were the same. Without using Shuinpa, their running speed wasn't much higher than ordinary humans. If they didn't use spirit particles beneath their feet to create footholds, they couldn't jump very high. In terms of physical prowess, Shinigami weren't particularly extraordinary. But Kaiser's physical strength was very high. In the world of High School DxD, he could already rival a top-tier devil in combat using only his body and some battle aura, and not just any top-tier devil, but a 10-winged one only a step below the Mao class. To put it bluntly, by strength alone, he could go toe-to-toe with a captain-class Shinigami. Combined with overwhelming Ryatsu, Kaiser could defeat captain-level Shinigami even without releasing his Zanpakudo. This had been proven time and again over the past several decades. Precisely because of that physical strength, Kaiser had a natural advantage when learning high-speed techniques like Shuinpa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first among his peers to master it, nor would he have surpassed the Flash goddess Yoruichi Shihoin in just a few decades. Or rather, the reason his Shuinpa was so fast was that his physical speed was also greatly enhanced by his strength, giving his techniques the potential to push beyond a Shinigami's limits. The same was true for Kido. In order to fully control his power, Kaiser had deliberately refined his skill in that area. His excellent Ryu-Ryoku control, combined with the immense Ryu-Ryoku converted by his second authority, allowed him to master all kinds of Kido techniques with ease. He had never encountered difficulty. With these foundations in place, Kaiser was able to perfect Shuinpa and Kido, not through talent, but through conditions. As for Zanpakudo, if not for his authority, who knew how long it would have taken him to master Shirkai and Bankai? In summary, Kaiser never considered himself a true genius. But Sosuke Aizen was different. Sosuke Aizen, ever since the moment he was born, he was destined to be extraordinary. Over 100 years ago, when he was still the lieutenant of Division 5, he had already elevated all his abilities to their limit. His Ryatsu was several times stronger than an ordinary captain. He reached the soul's wall of strength early on and was no longer capable of growing. So, he began seeking ways to break through the limits of a Shinigami, to transcend the very concept of a Shinigami and reach a new realm. To that end, he conducted countless trials and experiments, ultimately creating a substance capable of making that possibility real by combining hundreds of souls that possessed Shinigami powers. Kaiser's gaze focused on Sosuke Aizen's chest. His authority flickered slightly, golden script appearing faintly, indicating that an extremely powerful item resided there. That substance is called the Hogyoku. It can hollowify Shinigami, granting them hollow powers. It can also Shinigamify hollows, granting them Shinigami powers. Shinigami and hollows are two entirely opposite beings. If a balance, or even a fusion, between them could be achieved, it would be possible to break through the limits of either and reach a new height. That is what Sosuke Aizen seeks. Kaiser's words caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Hollowifying Shinigami. Shinigamifying hollows. This. The assembled Shinigami couldn't help but recall what had happened over 100 years ago, the Visored incident, where several captains and lieutenants had nearly turned into hollows during an experiment. And decades ago, Kaiser's class at the academy had encountered a hollow that could hide its Ryatsu. Wasn't that also a mutated being with powers beyond that of a typical hollow? Even the mysterious disappearance of the former Division 10 captain, Isshin Shiba, was later confirmed to involve a strange hollow. Could all of this have been the product of Sosuke Aizen's attempts to surpass the limits of the Shinigami? Chapter 218, Chapter 266, A Completely Opposite Existence. Clap, clap, clap. A series of unhurried applause suddenly echoed in this silent space. Sosuke Aizen then smiled and began applauding, as if feeling admiration, or perhaps a sense of peculiarity, as he spoke to Kaiser. Correct, all answers are correct. Sosuke Aizen calmly admitted his goals, and also admitted everything he had done. That's right, everything I did was to break through the limits of the Shinigami, to reach a new height, a new boundary. For that, I went to great lengths, trying all sorts of methods, and ultimately created the Hogyoku. The hollowification of Shinigami, the Shinigamification of hollow, this is the conclusion I reached in surpassing boundaries. Sosuke Aizen was still the same as before, with a gentle smile, yet he made people feel unfamiliar, made people feel a chill down their spine. Unexpectedly, you understand so much about me, just where did you learn all of this? Sosuke Aizen looked at Kaiser with deep, profound eyes. But he then shifted his tone and made a correction. However, Captain Kaiser said one thing wrong, or perhaps not clearly enough. That is, the Hogyoku I created is actually incomplete. Even though I poured hundreds of souls possessing Shinigami power into the Hogyoku, it still could not satisfy the Hogyoku's demands, causing it to remain in an incomplete state. Upon hearing this, before the others could respond, Yoruichi Shihoin stepped forward. So, you set your eyes on Kisuke's Hogyoku, didn't you? As these words fell, everyone was shocked. You're saying, Kisuke Urahara also created a Hogyoku? Shunsue Kairaku opened his mouth in astonishment. The one who answered this question was not Yoruichi Shihoin, but Sosuke Aizen. That's right, Kisuke Urahara also created a Hogyoku, and by a method completely opposite to mine. Sosuke Aizen spoke with a smile. To form the Hogyoku, I poured in Shinigami souls. Kisuke Urahara, to form the Hogyoku, poured in hollow souls. But coincidentally, my Hogyoku is incomplete, and so is Kisuke Urahara's. This is also inevitable. If the Hogyoku is meant to allow Shinigami or hollow to transcend their boundaries, and the method is to hollowify Shinigami or Shinigamify hollow, then, with me only pouring in Shinigami souls, and him only hollow souls, neither of us completed the fundamental structure of the Hogyoku. Only by simultaneously possessing both Shinigami and hollow, two completely opposite existences, within the soul can the Hogyoku be complete, and become the ultimate material that allows Shinigami to hollowify and hollow to Shinigamify. For this reason, Sosuke Aizen devised everything. In order to obtain the Hogyoku created by Kisuke Urahara and merge it with the one I created to complete it, I instructed Jin to act in secret with me, framing Shinji Hirako and his group, causing them to trigger hollowification. Shinji Hirako was the former captain of Division 5, also once the captain whom Sosuke Aizen served under, and one of the victims of the hollowification experiment. Hirako's group naturally referred to the captains and lieutenants who fell into the hollowification experiment more than 100 years ago. Just as I expected, seeing this situation, Kisuke Urahara took action. To save Shinji Hirako and the others who had fallen into the hollowification experiment and nearly became hollows, he had to use the Hogyoku to strengthen their Shinigami side. Unfortunately, he was unable to obtain the Hogyoku on site, and thus could not get the Hogyoku from Kisuke Urahara's hands, so he had to manipulate Central 46 into sentencing Kisuke Urahara to capital punishment. But due to Yoruichi Shihoin breaking into the trial chamber and rescuing Kisuke Urahara disappeared from Soul Society with the Hogyoku and went to the world of the living. I also once used Shinigami souls to create powerful modified Minos Grande and sent them to attack the stationed Shinigami in the world of the living, intending to test Shinigami hollowification and force Kisuke Urahara and the others to act and reveal their location. But the one who responded instead was Isshin Shiba. Sosuke Aizen's words confirmed that he was the main cause behind Isshin Shiba's disappearance. Perhaps, Isshin Shiba had already died in the world of the living, who could say? At that thought, Ranjika Matsumoto and Toshiro Hitsugaya, once Isshin Shiba's lieutenant and subordinate, both had dim expressions, while Kurosaki Ichigo, who hadn't caught up with the situation, was dumbfounded. Isshin. That name was far too familiar to him. His old man was named Isshin Kurosaki. Was it another person with the same name? Kurosaki Ichigo blankly thought so. During this time, Sosuke Aizen was practically giving a speech, revealing the hidden purpose behind every incident that had occurred recently. I thoroughly investigated Kasuke Urahara's past and movements, and ultimately discovered that in order to hide the existence of the Hogyoku, he had concealed it inside Rukia Kachiki. So, after Rukia Kachiki was brought back to Soul Society, in order to extract the Hogyoku inside her, I killed all the members of Central 46, took control from behind the scenes, and deliberately fabricated Rukia Kachiki's execution order, planning to use the destructive force of the Sokaiku to completely evaporate her soul and expose the Hogyoku inside her. Unfortunately, this method met with complications, and I had to investigate Kasuke Urahara's past again, study his research, and find a way to extract foreign objects from a soul. Fortunately, this time, I succeeded. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had previously not kept up, immediately reacted intensely. What did you do to Rukia? Kurosaki Ichigo finally realized that something may have happened to Rukia and his companions. Her. Sosuke Aizen smiled as if unaware of Kurosaki Ichigo's feelings and said, I don't know, really. Given the urgent situation, I wasn't sure if the medium for extracting foreign objects from a soul would harm the soul itself, so I just tossed her aside. Perhaps she's already lying in a pool of blood like those fugitives who escaped with her, lifeless, who knows. These words made Kurosaki Ichigo's mind go completely blank. Lying in a pool of blood. Lifeless, who? Those fugitives who escaped with her. Snap. A string in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind suddenly snapped. Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo lost all reason and let out the most furious roar he had ever made. Bankai. All the Ryatsu within Kurosaki Ichigo instantly erupted, forming a storm that swept across the entire field. What? He said. Bankai. That fugitive actually learned Bankai. Impossible. Many cried out in shock. Indeed, with the help of the special tools developed by Yoruichi Shihoin and Kasuke Urahara, the greatest minds, Kurosaki Ichigo had successfully learned Bankai in just 3 days. At this moment, he activated Bankai without hesitation, causing his Ryatsu to soar. The surging Ryatsu split into 2 parts, one transformed into a black outer garment with red lining, no longer resembling a kimono but a trench coat like Shihakusho that he wore, the other condensed into a highly dense black blade with a cross-shaped guard and a short iron chain attached to the hilt. This was Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai. Compared to regular Bankai, its transformation was minor, but its power was extraordinary. The special Shihakusho allowed him to perform ultra-high-speed movement and strikes, and the extremely light, thin, and fine Zanpakuto could release extremely destructive slashes without hindering his movement and strikes, a very outstanding Bankai. Its name was Tensa Zangetsu. Aizen. Having released Bankai, Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a blur, charging towards Sosuke Aizen at incredible speed. That speed had faintly surpassed even Yoruichi Shihoin, known as the Flash Goddess. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't the only one whose rage had overtaken him. Bankai. Renji Abarai also roared in fury and activated Bankai, summoning a skeletal serpent from a storm of Ryatsu that charged at Sosuke Aizen with a roar, making a stunning display. Bankai. Next to act was Byakuya Kachiki. He stared fixedly at Sosuke Aizen, his eyes burning with unprecedented rage. His Zanpakuto sank into the ground and transformed into countless massive blades, which then scattered into endless cherry blossoms, surging at Sosuke Aizen like a tidal wave. Bankai. Bankai. In the next instant, Sajin Komamura and Toshiro Hitsugaya both unleashed their Ryatsu and activated Bankai. Kakujo Tengen Myo. Behind Sajin Komamura appeared a giant black-armored warrior holding a massive long blade, swinging it down hard towards Sosuke Aizen. Daiguren Hyorin Maru. Toshiro Hitsugaya grew icy wings from his back, ice claws at his feet, and his hand gripping his Zanpakuto was encased in an ice dragon. The dragon's mouth opened to reveal the hand holding the Zanpakuto. The tail also emerged, forming 12 ice flowers on the wings. A burst of terrifying cold surged forth, transforming into a sky-filling blizzard that struck Sosuke Aizen. Then, Kenpachi Zaraki ripped off his eye patch, unleashing all his hidden Ryatsu and swung his blade at Sosuke Aizen. Suifeng released her 2-hit kill Suzumabachi and charged out with Yoruichi Shihoin. Shuinsue Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake also simultaneously released their Zanpakuto and, with Kaiten Kayakatsu and Sojio no Kotowari, launched an assault on Sosuke Aizen. In an instant, all captain-level Shinigami present launched attacks on Sosuke Aizen, the mastermind behind everything, shaking the field with overwhelming Ryatsu and force. And all of this happened in less than a second, so fast that the lieutenants hadn't even reacted yet and were blown away by the terrifying pressure and momentum. A total of 10 captain-level individuals either unleashed Bankai or Shurkai, launching the greatest attacks they could muster on short notice, all focusing on Sosuke Aizen. Such a terrifying onslaught could not be ignored. Yet just as this onslaught was unleashed, Kaiser's voice rang out. Stop. The one you're attacking isn't Aizen. Just as Kaiser's voice echoed, Sosuke Aizen raised his head. A strange smile surfaced on his face. Chapter 219, Chapter 267, Kyoka Soijetsu. The strange smile on Sosuke Aizen's face, no one could see it. Not only could they not see that smile, but even Kaiser's shout of, "You're not attacking Aizen," went unheard by everyone. They still pressed forward with their attacks, ultimately triggering a large-scale tragedy. Boom. Renji Aburai's baboon King Zabimaru fiercely struck Sosuke Aizen, but what came flying out of the dust and rubble were several lieutenants, all screaming as they were smashed into distant ruins. Kenpachi Zaraki swung his sword at Sosuke Aizen, but only cut through a false illusion. Then, he was surrounded by countless cherry blossoms like a crashing tide, his body bursting with blood as he collapsed. Sajin Kamamura's Kakujo Ting and Myowo didn't strike Sosuke Aizen either, but instead hit Suifeng and Yoruchi Shihoin who had rushed forward. The blizzard released by Toshiro Hitsugaya froze Shuinsue Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake. Then came Byakuya Kuchiki, Renji Aburai, Sajin Komamura, and Toshiro Hitsugaya from the rear. The first two were struck by Jin Ikamaru's Shinso, one was stabbed in the abdomen, the other slashed across the chest with a massive wound. The latter two were pierced by countless blades released by Kanami Tozen and instantly turned into hedgehogs. The attacks released by the 9 captain-level Shinigami ultimately fell on their own comrades and failed to inflict any harm on Sosuke Aizen. Only Kurosaki Ichigo alone charged straight at Sosuke Aizen without deviation, unleashing a high-speed slash. But... ding! At the instant the thin black blade was swung, a single finger blocked it. Wah! Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened. Almost forgot, you weren't hypnotized. Sosuke Aizen blocked Ichigo's sword with one hand and, at some unknown point, drew his own Zanpakuto with the other, smiling as he said, "But it doesn't matter. This won't pose much trouble for me. After all, ants can only kill an elephant when they swarm together. When it's just one ant, it's smaller and weaker than anything else." As he spoke, Sosuke Aizen moved his Zanpakuto. Zing! A flash of the blade flickered through the air, cold as a blade of ice, bright as the light of the moon. Splurt! Blood instantly burst from Kurosaki Ichigo's waist, spraying out in great volume as he sustained serious injury on the spot. Kurosaki Ichigo's widened eyes slowly narrowed as he collapsed to the ground. Blood spread beneath him, quickly forming a pool, blinding and gory. One strike. With just one strike, Sosuke Aizen instantly killed Kurosaki Ichigo who had achieved Bankai. No, within mere seconds of the captain-level Shinigami launching their coordinated attack, including Kurosaki Ichigo, all of them had been dealt with by Sosuke Aizen. And the most bizarre part was that despite so many lieutenants watching nearby, not a single one saw how the captain-level Shinigami were defeated. They only saw the captains charging toward Sosuke Aizen, and the next moment, these captains either inexplicably collapsed or were struck down by their own allies, losing the ability to fight on the spot. Even Kaiser was no exception. So it really ended up like this. Though his vision matched that of the others and he too couldn't see the truth, Kaiser seemed to have already predicted this outcome. He clenched the crown of heavens in his hand tightly. Next, Kaiser grasped one of the many Zanpakuto floating around him and suddenly turned. Clang! A slash, cold and clear like moonlight, fell without warning upon the Zanpakuto he raised, grinding out a burst of sparks. Sosuke Aizen's figure silently appeared there, watching Kaiser block the attack. His eyes narrowed slightly behind his black-rimmed glasses. As expected, you weren't completely fooled by Kyoka Soijetsu's power. Sosuke Aizen spoke with utter certainty. Kyoka Soijetsu, Sosuke Aizen's Zanpakuto, had been released once before Kaiser decades ago. At that time, Aizen had claimed its power lay in confusing the enemy through chaotic refractions of mist and water, causing them to turn on each other. However, that was a lie. Your Kyoka Soijetsu is an illusion-type Zanpakuto. Its true power is complete hypnosis. Kaiser stared coldly at Sosuke Aizen and spoke. Anyone who has seen Kyoka Soijetsu's Shirkai, from the moment they witness its release, becomes a prisoner of Kyoka Soijetsu. Their 5 senses are manipulated by Kyoka Soijetsu, making them misinterpret a target's stance, appearance, texture, touch, and even taste. They might see a fly as a dragon, or a swamp as a field of flowers. No matter when or where, as long as Kyoka Soijetsu is released, you as its wielder can make those prisoners see, hear, smell, and feel anything you want them to. That is the true power of your Zanpakuto. This was precisely why Kaiser, despite knowing Sosuke Aizen was the true mastermind, had always selectively ignored him, neither exposing him nor revealing the truth to anyone. Because all the captains, lieutenants, and key figures of the Godai 13 had, over the past 100 years, each witnessed Kyoka Soijetsu's Shirkai at some point, becoming its prisoners. Even Kaiser had witnessed Sosuke Aizen deliberately releasing his Zanpakuto during that incident decades ago. From that moment onward, they had all been prisoners of Kyoka Suigetsu. Whatever they saw, heard, smelled, or felt might have been illusions created through Sosuke Aizen's complete hypnosis. For more than a decade, the sense of being watched and the sense of dissonance Kaiser had constantly felt was the result of Sosuke Aizen using Kyoka Suigetsu's power to conceal himself and observe Kaiser's actions. When Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen attacked him in the Division 5 barracks, their presence too had gone unnoticed by Kaiser because of Kyoka Suigetsu, or rather, he saw them but mistook them for something else entirely. Even the corpse that Kaiser thought he killed, Sosuke Aizen's, was in fact something else, made to appear as Aizen's body through Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis. That was why everyone believed Kaiser had killed Sosuke Aizen. The captain-level Shinigami thought they were attacking Aizen, but their five senses had long since been confused by Kyoka Suigetsu, and what they struck was not Aizen, but their comrades. Only Kurosaki Ichigo, a teenager who had lived in the world of the living until now and was entering the Soul Society, Siri-Itii, and seeing Aizen for the first time, had never seen Kyoka Suigetsu's Shirkai. Thus, he was the only one not hypnotized, able to locate and attack the real Sosuke Aizen. Unfortunately, against Aizen, who had reached the limits of a Shinigami over 100 years ago and whose abilities in every regard far surpassed those of regular captains, Kurosaki Ichigo, this self-taught Shinigami, was still far too weak. Even though he had now achieved Bankai and possessed captain-level power, in front of Aizen, he couldn't withstand even a single move. And when Kaiser revealed the true ability of his Zanpakuto to Aizen's face, Sosuke Aizen showed no surprise at all. After all, Kaiser had already demonstrated multiple times that even under Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis, he wouldn't simply bow his head and wait for death like the others. Though he still didn't know why Kaiser understood him so well, Sosuke Aizen never placed hope in others to solve his mysteries. He would find the answers in his own way. Only the truths he uncovered himself were real. What others said could never be trusted. For example, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't break through Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. You're just relying on something beyond the five senses to evade its illusions, right? Sosuke Aizen smiled leisurely. You've partially sealed off your five senses, discarded the information they convey to you, and fight by relying on a vague sixth sense or something akin to instinct. As he spoke, the smile on Sosuke Aizen's face once again turned eerie. I must admit, this method is indeed impressive. It's the first time I've seen someone escape Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis in such a way. But that doesn't mean you're unaffected by Kyoka Suigetsu. You're merely using that intangible sixth sense or instinct to respond to external attacks and immerse yourself in battle. In other words, while you don't ignore attacks and can still determine where to strike to hit your enemy, you don't know who is attacking you, nor do you know who you're hitting. At this point, Sosuke Aizen's voice and appearance transformed into another person. Am I right, Captain Kaiser? Jin Ichimaru smiled at Kaiser like a venomous snake, and Kaiser's pupils suddenly shrank. Clang. At that very moment, a slash struck from behind, hitting the Zanpakuto circling around Kaiser. Boom. Kaiser swung the crown of heavens backward, unleashing an explosive force that shattered the area behind him. Cricket second movement, crimson flying locusts. Kanami Tozen appeared midair, waving bell bug and releasing countless blades that fell like a torrential rain upon Kaiser. But just like the previous slash, they only clashed with the Zanpakuto circling around him, producing a storm of metallic clashes. None could touch him. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin Ichimaru also released his Zanpakuto, the blade bursting out like light toward Kaiser. But again, the swords around Kaiser blocked it. Kaiser sharply realized that what he was seeing and what was actually hitting him didn't match. Kanami Tozen's storm of blades hadn't struck the blades above his head, but those at his sides. Jin Ichimaru's Shinso, which seemed to come from the front, had actually hit a blade behind him, sending sparks flying. So, he ignored the visuals, shut his eyes, completely sealed his five senses, and poured his entire mind and soul into the crown of heavens. As the golden patterns on his body pulsed, his body moved instinctively. Clang. With his eyes closed, Kaiser charged forward and slashed at a large rock, striking it with a crisp clang. Clang, 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 clang. Kaiser relentlessly attacked the rock. The crown of heavens unleashed countless slashes, rapid, heavy, and forceful. Each slash carried immense power, almost enough to shatter the ground, yet the rock did not break. It was as if he were clashing with an invisible blade, the sound of battle constant. Boom. The ground beneath the rock eventually collapsed under the overwhelming force. Sosuke Aizen's figure darted out, retreating while speaking with a hint of awe. So this is your Zanpakuto's power. It's indeed powerful. It was necessary for me to investigate your methods earlier. Unfortunately, you've been cautious from the start. I learned nothing. Thankfully, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto forced you to use your Shirkai. Otherwise, I really might have been caught off guard. Sosuke Aizen's words didn't reach Kaiser at all. Having completely sealed his five senses, he now fought solely by the instinct of wielding a weapon. He could hear nothing from the outside world, nor see any of it. Kaiser continued charging blindly at Sosuke Aizen. In response, Sosuke Aizen's voice began chanting in a low tone. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. As the chant sounded, deep darkness emerged around Kaiser. The darkness transformed into pitch-black walls of light, rising from all four directions, front, back, left, and right, connecting to form a massive black coffin that sealed Kaiser inside. The next moment, countless shadow blades erupted within the coffin, becoming omnipresent slashes aimed at Kaiser. Clang, 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 clang. Fierce metallic clashes erupted once more from the swords circling around Kaiser, sending a shower of sparks flying. The omnipresent slashes were blocked by the Zanpakuto protecting every corner of Kaiser's body, completely unable to breach the blade array matrix. Bang. With a single slash, Kaiser shattered the Kuro Hitsuji, the incredible power gathered in the crown of heavens reducing it to fragments. Even though the unchanged antied version of Kuro Hitsuji only has a third of its full power, for you to break through Heido number 90 so easily, your Zanpakuto's power really is outrageous, Captain Kaiser. Sosuke Aizen, having retreated a safe distance, finally lost his smile. Even he could now do nothing against Kaiser. Chapter 220, Chapter 268, Concern for Kaiser. In Sosuke Aizen's eyes, Kaiser had always been someone special. Although Kaiser never claimed to be the true genius, in Sosuke Aizen's view, in terms of talent, Kaiser was undoubtedly above himself. He had begun paying attention to Kaiser when he was still an academy student at the Shino Academy, even when he had just been assessed as having second-class spiritual pressure, and had always regarded him as a key observation subject, believing that he would surely hold a high position within the Godai 13 in the future and come to his side. In other words, the other party had the potential to affect him, even to affect his plans. This caused Sosuke Aizen to develop a deep interest in Kaiser, to the point that during his first inspection of the Shino Academy, he personally made contact with Kaiser and even prepared a trial for him to further observe him. Originally, his observation subjects also included Rinji Abarai, Momo Hinamori, Izuru Kira, Shuhei Hiseiji, and others. After all, these people were also talented individuals with the potential to become lieutenant level in the future, and thus had value for use. But compared to Kaiser, these people were undoubtedly far inferior. This was confirmed during that incident. Kaiser, who had been enrolled for only half a year, not only managed to release his Zanpakuto shortly after obtaining it, but also slew an Ajuchas class Minos Grande with a single slash without even releasing his Zanpakuto. Later, he even defeated Kenpachi Zaraki in battle, becoming the second Shinigami in history to become a captain without having mastered Bankai. Later, his Zanpakuto displayed miraculous qualities, making Sosuke Aizen realize that this man possessed abilities yet to be revealed. Thus, he began appearing frequently around Kaiser, using Kyoka Suigetsu's power to deceive everyone while silently gathering information on him. As time passed, Sosuke Aizen confirmed several things. Although he's young, he seems to have an excessive understanding of the Soul Society, and knows many things others do not. He should have already sensed abnormalities around him and has taken precautions against me. Kyoka Suigetsu most likely cannot completely hypnotize this person. In the future, he will be a major threat to my plan. From this, it was clear, Sosuke Aizen was indeed a person with great intellect, deep scheming, and immeasurable cunning. Kaiser believed he had hidden himself very well, confident that even if someone was secretly watching, they would discover nothing. Little did he know, for Sosuke Aizen, discovering nothing was in itself the greatest discovery. Sosuke Aizen had discerned from Kaiser's behavior that he had noticed the abnormality in his surroundings. He also realized that Kaiser knew many things and may have already seen through part of his own goals. This was only natural. The fact that Kaiser had Momo Hinamori keep an eye on Rukia Kachiki and monitor her movements, so long as Sosuke Aizen noticed that, then with his intellect, he would naturally connect many dots. Because of this, Sosuke Aizen had secretly set many traps for Kaiser, some in Central 46, others within the Repentant Cell. He believed that if Kaiser truly had discovered his objective, then to expose him, those were the places he would surely go. But who would have thought, Kaiser had already anticipated that and didn't go to either place at all. Instead, he charged straight into the Division 5 barracks and confronted him directly. He knows me better than I expected. He won't fall into my trap at all. Having realized this, Sosuke Aizen temporarily chose to retreat and predicted that Rukia Kachiki's execution might not go as planned. So he made a second preparation. Now, both sides had laid their cards on the table, but Kaiser was even more difficult to deal with than Sosuke Aizen had imagined. His understanding of Sosuke Aizen was also deeper. That mysterious Zanpakuto had revealed its true face, yet Sosuke Aizen had no method for overcoming it for now. To be able to gather the power of all Zanpakuto in the world into one, deliver slashes of terrifying might, turn offense into defense, shield its user under the protection of all Zanpakuto, and even summon the shadows of Zanpakuto to launch wide-scale attacks, that was a Zanpakuto embodying single-target offense, area attacks, defense, and power. The king among Zanpakuto, crown of heavens. This Zanpakuto was definitely more terrifying than Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. In a certain sense, it was not something that Kyoka Soijetsu could be compared with. Fortunately, Kyoka Soijetsu was an illusion-type Zanpakuto, not a combat-type Zanpakuto. Otherwise, Sosuke Aizen really wouldn't be confident in defeating Kaiser in a direct confrontation. Looks like today ends here. Sosuke Aizen made a decisive decision. It's time to retreat. As he said this, Jin Ichimaru had already arrived by his side. Only Kanami Tozen remained in the front line holding off Kaiser. Of course, with Kanami Tozen's power, he was no obstacle to Kaiser, who had already released his Zanpakuto. So Sosuke Aizen had been using Kyoka Soijetsu to assist him, allowing him to briefly stall the five senses blocked, judgment-impaired Kaiser. Retreat already. Jin Ichimaru stood just behind Sosuke Aizen's side like he did when he was his lieutenant, smiling as he said, "I thought Captain Aizen would eliminate Captain Kaiser, such a threat, before withdrawing from the Soul Society. At present, there's no one among the Shinigami who can break through that sword barrier and injure him." Sosuke Aizen said without shame, "Even Ryujin Jaka couldn't break through that layer of swords. I'm even less likely to do so." Oh my. Jin Ichimaru looked a little surprised. Is Captain Aizen admitting he's inferior to Captain Commander Yamamoto? It's just a difference in focus, Jin. Sosuke Aizen smiled. Kyoka Soijetsu is powerful, but its strength lies in its ability and deception. It doesn't have much advantage in raw attack power. Ryujin Jaka, however, is recognized as the most powerful Zanpakuto in terms of attack power, at least it was, before Captain Kaiser's Crown of Heavens appeared. If Ryujin Jaka can't break through that sword defense, then Kyoka Soijetsu, which lacks a clear offensive advantage, naturally can't either. Pretty sad, isn't it? This is the limit of a Shinigami. Sosuke Aizen admitted all this calmly, yet he was unwilling to compromise. To eliminate this threat, it would require catching him before his Zanpakuto is released, or otherwise, someone from the royal palace would have to act. As for himself, Sosuke Aizen touched the object within his chest, the lenses behind his black-rimmed glasses flickering slightly. Fine. Let him witness this miracle before he disappears. That's the minimum respect due to the greatest genius in history. Come back, Kanami. Prepare for retreat. Just as he finished speaking, Sosuke Aizen seemed to sense something and, together with Jin Ichimaru, swiftly retreated backward. Boom. A surging blaze suddenly fell without warning, like a firestorm from the heavens, instantly igniting the ground for hundreds of meters around. Where do you think you're retreating to, Sosuke Aizen? Holding Ryujin Jaka, his entire body engulfed in flames, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto finally appeared. He glared at Sosuke Aizen, and pillars of fire erupted around him. The ground beneath began to show signs of melting into magma. Unforgivable wretch, you're going nowhere today. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto growled lowly. Even if I must offer this old, decrepit body, I will keep you here forever. His fury was greater than ever before, like the flames surrounding him. But, Sosuke Aizen smiled. You can no longer stop me, Captain Commander. Sosuke Aizen calmly declared, the battle with Captain Kaiser affected you more than I expected. You now have little stamina left, and even your strength has greatly diminished. Otherwise, you wouldn't make such an obviously bluffed attack. With that, Sosuke Aizen lifted his head and looked to the sky. The time has come. It's here. As soon as he spoke, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Two massive hands reached out as if from another world, tearing through space itself. They pried open the sky and ripped it apart. A gigantic garganta appeared in the sky, from which emerged enormous figures letting out hollow cries. Minos Grande. All the still conscious Shinigami, whether still standing or already downed, looked at the massive figures emerging from the garganta, and their faces changed dramatically. The next second, 3 golden beams of light shot out from the garganta like celestial walls of light, landing respectively on Sosuke Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Kanami Tozen. Boom. Kaiser had just slashed toward the golden light wall, producing only a loud roar. He was unable to reach the Kanami Tozen inside, causing the 5 senses blocked Kaiser to instantly snap back to awareness. This is negation. With his senses restored, Kaiser saw everything and instantly recognized the nature of the light. Negation, beams used by Minos Grande to rescue their kin. It is a barrier that completely separates the inside from the outside world. Once enveloped by this light, the inside and outside are like 2 separate realms. The person within is as if placed in another dimension, making it impossible for anyone outside to reach them. The ground beneath Sosuke Aizen and the other 2 cracked and rose into rocky platforms, carrying them skyward. Seeing this, everyone, including Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, wore grim expressions. They knew, now that negation had arrived, there was no way they could stop Sosuke Aizen's escape. To think you've fallen to consorting with hollows, Sosuke Aizen. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's face was full of wrath. Kaiser, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and pressed it against the light wall of the negation. Chapter 221, Chapter 269, Challenging the Vacant Throne. At this moment, the negation that Kaiser was pressing on was not the one originally in front of him enveloping Kanami Tozen, but the one enveloping Sosuke Aizen. Divide. The voice imbued with power rang out from within him. The dragon force that no one in this world could comprehend immediately turned into a ripple that spread across the negation encasing Sosuke Aizen. Under the interference of this dragon force, the negation enveloping Sosuke Aizen rapidly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its size suddenly shrank by half. What? Standing on the rocky platform, about to rise into the Garganta, Sosuke Aizen's expression changed upon seeing this. At that moment, the second voice sounded from within Kaiser. Boost. A force similar yet completely opposite in nature to the previous one burst out from within Kaiser, instantly doubling his power. Boom. Golden spiritual pressure erupted from Kaiser's body, instantly shattering the ground, evaporating the air, and sweeping across the field like a storm. The storm-like overwhelming spiritual pressure was like an invisible sky crashing down upon the earth. In the instant it swept across the field, it caused an earth-shattering impact. The space violently trembled, the heavens and earth quaked, reishi surged like boiling water, and all the Shinigami present were as if struck by an invisible meteor, collapsing to the ground on the spot. All the lieutenant-level Shinigami lost consciousness on the spot. The captain-level Shinigami barely maintained their awareness, but all of them were stunned as if their minds had gone blank from the shock, unable to react for a long time. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto was forced to one knee by the terrifying spiritual pressure, his eyes suddenly widening as he looked at Kaiser. At this moment, Kaiser's spiritual pressure level officially surpassed the limit, stepping into the realm of first-class spiritual pressure, even above the peak of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. This spiritual pressure. Inside the negation, Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen both showed drastic changes in expression, and even Sosuke Aizen's pupils contracted. Under such circumstances, Kaiser's figure suddenly rose into the air, and the countless Zanpakuto surrounding him shattered with a boom, transforming into immense spiritual pressure and injecting into the crown of heavens in his hand. Trying to retreat, Aizen. Bathed in terrifying spiritual pressure, Kaiser's voice echoed throughout the entire Ser-Veresta. Then at least take this blow before you go. This was the strongest attack released after sacrificing the power of numerous Zanpakuto, abandoning defense, and converting the shadows of all Zanpakuto in this world into pure spiritual pressure. Blade Matrix Annihilation. On the crown of heavens in Kaiser's hand, countless Zanpakuto flickered in and out of illusion, rendering the erupting golden spiritual pressure into a blazing gilded glow. That golden brilliance, that radiance, that intensity, it was as if it could erase all the colors of the world, leaving only this one field of golden light. Boom. The dazzling golden Zanpakuto cleaved downward with a roar, shaking the heavens and earth. As if it could obliterate the entire world, the golden slash tore through heaven and earth and flashed through the entire Ser-Veresta. And then, the entire Ser-Veresta broke. The circular-shaped Ser-Veresta, in that instant when the golden slash that pierced the heavens and earth flashed by, was like a cake, it was forcibly cleaved apart. A bottomless abyss appeared in the center of Ser-Veresta, splitting it in two, while countless dust clouds burst forth from the ground. And that halved negation was likewise suddenly severed under the slicing of this golden slash. Within the split negation, Sosuke Aizen, standing on the rocky platform, had pupils that shrank to the size of needle tips. Swish. Bathed entirely in golden spiritual pressure, Kaiser used a single Shuinpa to dash in front of Sosuke Aizen. It's over, Aizen. Without hesitation, Kaiser slashed out with the crown of heavens in his hand, aiming for Sosuke Aizen's head. This slash, though no longer as powerful as the one delivered with the force of all the Shinigami in the world, under the boosted spiritual pressure from Kaiser's amplification, its edge instantly broke the sound barrier, landing before Sosuke Aizen even before the sound of slicing reached the air. Just as Sosuke Aizen was about to be decapitated in one strike. Captain. A familiar voice called out before Kaiser. What stood there, originally Sosuke Aizen on the rocky platform, had somehow become a girl with a bun, his lieutenant, Momo Hinamori. Kaiser's expression instantly changed, and he halted instinctively. But the moment he stopped, he immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. Clang. Sure enough, Momo Hinamori before him suddenly drew her blade and slashed. A heavy blow struck the crown of heavens Kaiser had raised, producing a bell-like metallic clang and sending Kaiser flying. Swish. Momo Hinamori's figure flickered as she shunped into the Garganta, landing on the hand of one of the Minos Grande. Her figure rippled like a moon reflected on water and transformed into the form of Sosuke Aizen. I am truly astonished, Kaiser-kun. Sosuke Aizen looked down from above at Kaiser, who had steadied himself midair. His face now lacked all composure and smiles, there was only solemnity. To break even a negation that separates worlds. I might be just as shocked as when I discovered the truth of the Soul King. The look in Sosuke Aizen's eyes toward Kaiser had completely changed. That gaze was no longer that of a man looking at a Shinigami, but more like a man staring at an unknown creature. Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen beside Sosuke Aizen were the same. The former's eyes were wide open and filled with shock, while the latter's face bore only wariness, and even a faint trace of fear. TCH. Kaiser clicked his tongue obviously as he looked at the three on the hands of the Minos Grande and the Garganta. So this is all you have left, Aizen. Kaiser's cold voice was met with Sosuke Aizen's deep response. In the end, I was still confined by the limits of being a Shinigami. Reaching this level is about the extent of my capabilities. Sosuke Aizen reached out and took off his black-rimmed glasses, crushing them. But that only applies to today. This is my final moment of weakness, the last time I will appear before you as a Shinigami. When I break through the boundary and reach new heights. Sosuke Aizen slicked back his hair, his once gentle image turning domineering and aggressive. I will challenge the vacant throne and ascend toward the heavens. Then, I'll once again test your power. Kaiser. As his words ended, the Garganta in the sky slowly closed. Ah. Ah. The hollow cries of countless Minos Grande gradually faded into the distance, causing the Garganta to slowly vanish from the sky. When the Garganta had completely disappeared, the once-torn sky returned to its original state, as if no rupture had ever existed. Kaiser stared at this scene and, after a long while, finally exhaled. Challenge the vacant throne. Huh. Kaiser muttered to himself. Do you think that throne is something good? No, you should know the truth very well, shouldn't you? That's why you want to sit on it yourself, to change everything, isn't that right? No one could hear Kaiser's words. But it didn't matter. At the very least, he clearly understood Sosuke Aizen's ultimate goal. Hogyoku. Recalling that blue-black gem, Kaiser's eyes flickered slightly. Captain Kaiser. Captain Kaiser. Just then, a chorus of voices called out from the ground, pulling Kaiser's thoughts back as he looked below. There, all the captains had successively stood up. Even the seriously wounded ones were rising with the support of others, no longer collapsing. They were all looking at Kaiser, looking at this man who understood everything and nearly created a miracle, with complex expressions. Kaiser remained silent for a moment, then descended from midair to the ground. In front of him, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stared at him silently for a long time without speaking. On the battlefield of ruins, all the Shinigami fell into silence. This storm that had swept across the entire Ser-Veresta, plunging the Godii 13 into chaos and annihilating the entire Central 46, had finally calmed. Afterward, the Soul Society became more bustling and noisy than any day before. Though the storm that had swept across all of Ser-Veresta and the Godii 13 had passed, the Soul Society did not return to calm. Instead, it grew ever more riotous as all sorts of news spread. The incident had become so widespread that even the residents of Rakangai had more or less learned about its causes, leading to a great deal of discussion among the people. Whether on the main streets or back alleys, as long as there were people, the most talked about topic in recent days was this incident in Ser-Veresta. And if even Rakangai was like this, the situation in Ser-Veresta, the heart of the storm, was naturally even worse. One after another, Shinigami moved throughout the area, some busy with various tasks, others discussing events, giving the impression of a disaster site after a great storm. Many Shinigami, upon passing the center of Ser-Veresta and seeing a deep chasm like an abyss, wore expressions of profound awe. Did you hear? That was supposedly cut by Captain Kaiser of Division 3. I've heard about that too, but is it really possible? How could anyone cut all of Ser-Veresta in two? Is Captain Kaiser really that strong? That's terrifying. This was the topic people discussed the most, showing just how shocked they truly were. In the face of this, even the fact that Sosuke Aizen had defected seemed less important, so much so that for a time, very few expressed opinions on that matter. However, while ordinary Shinigami could forget, the captains of the Godii 13 could not. Thus, on the third day after the incident ended, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto convened another captains' meeting. Chapter 222, Chapter 270, Sosuke Aizen's Ultimate Goal. Division 1, Captains' Meeting Room. Under the summons of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the captains of each division had gathered here. Some still had bandages wrapped around their bodies, some looked weak, and others still had blood oozing from their wounds, clearly not fully healed, causing the entire captains' meeting room to appear as if filled with the injured. You all should rest a while longer. Retsu Unohana seemed dissatisfied with the situation, sighing there, but no one responded to her. There was no helping it. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had attended wrapped in bandages. How could they, the younger captains, be absent from this post-battle meeting? Even Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who had shut himself in his division headquarters during the battle, was present, and the frail Jushiro Yukitake had also dragged his weakened body to attend, causing Retsu Unohana's brows to remain tightly knit from beginning to end. Fortunately, someone was still attending this meeting completely unscathed. That person was, of course, Kaiser, seated between Suifeng and Retsu Unohana. At this moment, Kaiser was looking at Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, who stood at the head of the room wrapped in bandages, with a somewhat awkward expression. Everyone else present had been wounded by the chaos caused under Sosuke Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu hypnosis, but the captain commander's injuries were all inflicted by Kaiser alone. That wasn't my fault, right? Kaiser muttered inwardly and received a glance from Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Thump. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto struck his wooden staff forcefully, making a loud sound against the floor and drawing everyone's attention to him. This meeting has only one agenda, Sosuke Aizen. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto said sternly to everyone. At this point, there's no need to elaborate further. Sosuke Aizen is the mastermind behind all anomalies of the past 100+ years. The holification experiment involving numerous captains, lieutenants, shinigami, and even ordinary Rakangai citizens, he was the true orchestrator. Decades ago, he launched a terrorist attack on 6th-year and 1st-year students of Shino Academy, releasing multiple modified hollows. That was also Sosuke Aizen. Former Division 10 Captain Isshin Shiba was likely killed in the world of the living. The culprit was again Sosuke Aizen. Even many hollow-related incidents involving strange abilities over the past century can be traced back to one person, Sosuke Aizen. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto slammed his staff again, the motion filled with clear anger. Such a criminal has no right to call himself a captain of the Godai 13, nor do his accomplices Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen. Upon hearing this, Sajin Komamura lowered his head, his expression turning somber. Kanami Tozen had always been his closest friend, someone he believed to share his ideals. Now, that person had betrayed the Soul Society, betrayed the Godai 13, and become an accomplice to the true culprit. Sajin Komamura felt sorrow, and also anger. Old man Yama, Shunsue Kaiaraka sighed and said, "What's the situation with Central 46 now?" "Its operations have completely ceased," Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto said after calming slightly. "Central 46 is effectively defunct. Until the great noble clans choose new sages and adjudicators, the Soul Society will have no supreme judicial authority. Until Central 46 is reformed, all affairs will be solely handled and decided by the Godai 13. This might actually be a good thing. At the very least, the Godai 13 would no longer be restrained from above, and their freedom would greatly increase." Sensei, Joshiro Yukite couldn't help but ask, "What about Rukia Kuchiki's crime?" Byakuya Kuchiki immediately looked up at Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. But Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto ignored him and turned to Retsu Unohana. "What is Rukia Kuchiki's current condition?" he asked. "And the Ryoka?" "They're all safe," Retsu Unohana smiled slightly. Including Ichigo Kurosaki, all individuals related to the world of the living were recovered by Division 4 and received timely treatment. Sosuke Aizen only wanted the object inside the Kuchiki division member, he had no concern for their lives. That's why they were lucky enough to survive. Upon hearing this, several captains visibly relaxed. Kaiser was one of them. He knew that if anything had really happened to those people, Ichigo Kurosaki, the original protagonist, would have gone berserk. At that point, things might have spiraled into disaster. In that case, let's leave it for now. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto seemed unwilling to pursue the Ryoka's invasion of Siriiti any further. After a brief pause, he said, "The sentencing of Rukia Kuchiki was orchestrated behind the scenes by Sosuke Aizen. Now that we know this, there is no reason to go along with it. Her crimes shall be put on hold for the time being." Joshiro Yukite immediately showed visible joy, and even the normally stoic Byakuya Kuchiki's expression softened noticeably. Compared to his earlier cold and ruthless demeanor, it was like night and day. "The main issue is still Sosuke Aizen, right?" Suifeng crossed her arms. Blood still seeped slightly from her neck, yet her expression remained cold. Even the holification incident 100 years ago was orchestrated by him. Lady Yoruchi was completely innocent. Shouldn't we clear her name? Kaiser immediately turned to glance at Suifeng. This woman seemed to have reconciled with Yoruchi Shihoin. So now she was eager to speak out for her. Ugh, that look, so cheap. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto selectively ignored Suifeng's words and said, "Sosuke Aizen has indeed committed unforgivable crimes, but he has already achieved his objective and acquired what he desired. The one who reacted to this wasn't anyone else, it was Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The Hogyoku, right?" Mayuri Kuratsuchi's face darkened as he bit his finger, cursing with an expression of bitterness never seen before. That damn Urahara Kasuke, to have secretly created such a thing, he's just as unforgivable. It's because of his research that so many incidents occurred, not to mention that the product of that research overlaps heavily with what Sosuke Aizen developed. Those two might even be co-conspirators. Even if they aren't, they're still sinners who crossed the forbidden line. I propose we sentence Urahara Kasuke to death immediately and let me personally go to the world of the living to arrest him. Upon hearing this, many people's mouths twitched. This guy is clearly just jealous of Urahara Kasuke, right? Kaiser also looked at Mayuri Kuratsuchi. His resentful face struck Kaiser as particularly grotesque. The Hogyoku, such a miraculous creation, Mayuri Kuratsuchi obviously coveted it, but since he couldn't make it himself, and it had been created by his longtime rival Urahara Kasuke, how could he possibly stay calm? This bastard had clearly lost it. Whatever with Urahara Kasuke. Kenpachi Zaraki spoke bluntly. I just want to know, what action is the Godai 13 going to take against the fleeing Sosuke Aizen? That bastard already got his hands on that whatever it's called Hogyoku, right? His goal's been achieved, so then. The rest of the sentence didn't come out. Because Kaiser finally spoke. I have something to say. Kaiser suddenly spoke. Obtaining the Hogyoku, this was only one of Sosuke Aizen's goals. He actually has another. And that is to replace the Soul King, to sit upon the throne of the three worlds. The moment those words left Kaiser's mouth, the expressions of everyone present changed. The Soul King. The captains all looked at one another, each with expressions of unease and doubt. His goal is actually the Soul King. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's face turned grim. In Soul Society, there had always been a legend. God created the world, then abandoned it. But a human world without divine governance would descend into chaos. Demons would proliferate, evil spirits would devour the weak-willed, turning them into puppets of destruction. After a long era of chaos and darkness, God could no longer stand by and created a new world, Soul Society, to manage the human realm. The arbiters of gods and spirits guided souls to their rightful worlds, dispersed evil spirits, and allowed good souls to reincarnate. Thus, the world of the living shifted from chaos to balance. The god referenced here was the Soul King, who created the three worlds, the world of the living, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. The arbiters of gods and spirits naturally referred to Shinigami. Shinigami were the managers of Soul Society, guardians of the world of the living, and emissaries of the Soul King, subjects under his reign. However, the Soul King did not reside within Soul Society, not in Siriidii nor anywhere in Rakongai. He resided within the Soul King Palace, protected by the royal guard known as the Zero Division, beyond 72 barriers separating it from Soul Society. For countless years, he had never interfered with Soul Society or the world of the living, not even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, who had lived for over 2,000 years, had ever seen him. It was said that the four great noble clans of modern Soul Society were once close retainers of the Soul King, now serving as his representatives in managing Soul Society. When Sosuke Aizen spoke of the heavens above, he meant the Soul King Palace. When he spoke of the throne, he meant the Soul King. Once he uses the Hogyoku to surpass the limits of a Shinigami, he'll likely find a way to attack Soul Society and head for the Soul King Palace. That is his ultimate goal. Kaiser's revelation made the entire captain's meeting room fall into utter silence. End of chapter. Author's note, sorry for the delay. Support the book with some Power Stones. I'll do Power Stone goals on reset tomorrow. Chapter 223, Chapter 271, Urgent Action. Why would Kaiser know so much? This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of the captains. But the moment they recalled Kaiser's figure surrounded by countless Zanpakuto, the ease with which he suppressed Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, and how even Sosuke Aizen, who had manipulated everyone like pawns, could do nothing against him, failing to even block his retreat using negation, they all suppressed their doubts. No matter why Kaiser knew so much, or how he saw through Sosuke Aizen's schemes, he was currently an ally on the same side. In that case, there was no need to pursue those matters too deeply. Otherwise, it would only cause division and negatively affect the future confrontation with Sosuke Aizen. More importantly, Kaiser was too powerful. Stronger than even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the captain commander. None of them wanted to force him into becoming an enemy. That would be far too terrifying. Completely unnecessary. If Aizen's target is the Soul King, then he must be thinking of a way to reach the Soul King Palace, right? Shunsue Kairaku was the first to speak, drawing everyone's attention to this matter. Trying to reach the Soul King Palace is no easy task. Jushiro Yukitake, seemingly reminded of something, wore a complicated expression in his eyes. To reach the Soul King Palace, one must first obtain the Oken. Retsu Unohana stated this in a calm tone. The Oken refers to the key used to open the Soul King Palace. There are 72 barriers between the Soul King Palace and Siriidii, which almost no one can force their way through. Only by using the Oken can one break through the countless barriers and reach the Soul King Palace. In that case, for Sosuke Aizen to reach the Soul King Palace, he must first obtain the Oken. Then Aizen's next move should be figuring out how to create the Oken, right? Mayuri Kuratsuchi, seemingly interested in the topic, revealed the side of a mad scientist. So, what's needed to create that so-called Oken? Kenpachi Zaraki frowned and asked this question. The one who answered was Byakuya Kachiki. To create the Oken, one needs 100,000 souls, as well as a concentrated spirit zone with a 1 spiritual re, Byakuya Kachiki suddenly said. This is a condition recorded in an ancient text passed down by the Kachiki clan. The 4 great noble clans were close retainers of the Soul King and had once assisted him. It's only natural they had records related to the Oken needed to reach the Soul King Palace. It actually requires the use of a concentrated spirit zone. Sajin Kamamura's face changed on the spot. Concentrated spirit zones refer to spiritually significant areas or special locations in the human world. These spiritually significant places shift over time and are the most likely places in the human world to attract spiritual phenomena and possess high levels of reishi. To create the Oken, one must not only use the concentrated spirit zone as the ritual site, but also require a full 100,000 souls. These 100,000 souls, naturally, would serve as sacrifices for the ritual and as material for creating the Oken. If Sosuke Aizen wants to create the Oken, then what he needs to do next is to locate a concentrated spirit zone in the human world and gather 100,000 souls to use as sacrifices. This is undoubtedly a great atrocity, and one that could very well disrupt the balance of the 3 worlds. The very existence of a concentrated spirit zone is closely tied to the order of the human world. If anything goes wrong in such a place, the human world may undergo upheaval, which would in turn affect the stability of the Soul Society. And once the Soul Society becomes unstable, if Sosuke Aizen attacks, it would make things much easier for him. At that point, even if the Godai 13 wanted to stop Sosuke Aizen from heading to the Soul King Palace, it would become much more difficult. This was a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Concentrated Spirit Zone. Not knowing what she recalled, Sui Feng began muttering to herself. What is it, Captain Sui Feng? Shunsui Kairaku keenly picked up on this and immediately asked. Sui Feng glanced at him, hesitated a moment, then voiced what she had just thought of. Those Ryoka all came from a city called Karakura Town, which seems to be the current concentrated spirit zone. At these words, everyone fell silent. Looks like Aizen doesn't even need to gather 100,000 souls, Kaiser said indifferently. The concentrated spirit zone he needs is already a city full of living people. 100,000 souls, he can just gather them on the spot. This was simply a natural advantage. However, for the Godai 13, this was an enormous piece of bad news. Moreover, Kaiser knew that Sui Feng hadn't told the others one more thing. That is, besides being the residence of Ichigo Kurosaki and others, Karakura Town was also the long-time base in the human world for Kasuke Urahara and Yorichi Shihoin. Even those captains and lieutenants involved in the holification experiment over 100 years ago were now hiding in Karakura Town. Even more, the long-missing Isshin Shiba had also concealed himself there. Over 20 years ago, Isshin Shiba was ambushed by Sosuke Aizen in the human world. By a twist of fate, he was saved, and also lost his Shinigami powers, later changing his name to Isshin Kurosaki and fathering Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist of the original story, in Karakura Town. One could say that Karakura Town had already become a very special place, and it would only become more so from here. Bang. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto heavily struck his wooden staff and declared with an unquestionable tone. Aizen must not be allowed to succeed. This was no longer just about betraying the Godai 13, scheming against various important individuals, and participating in forbidden experiments. It was now a matter of threatening the balance of the 3 worlds, the Soul Society, and even the Soul King himself in the Soul King Palace. If Sosuke Aizen succeeded, it would be a disaster for the 3 worlds. The operation to eliminate Sosuke Aizen must commence immediately. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto listed this as the highest priority. The problem was, how should we eliminate and stop Aizen? Jushiro Yukitake said gravely. He's neither in the Soul Society nor in the human world right now, he's in Hueco Mundo, right? As the name implies, this is the place where hollows reside. It lies in the space between the human world and the Soul Society, the final realm of the 3 worlds beyond the human world and Soul Society. Its environment differs greatly from the Soul Society, with no streets or buildings like in the human world, only a barren white desert-like land with quartz-like withered trees scattered about. It is eternally night, and even the moon is in the opposite position from the human world. Due to its harsh environment and unique location, the Soul Society cannot monitor activities in Hueco Mundo. If a Shinigami enters, they will most likely lose contact and it will be very difficult for the Soul Society to rescue them. That's exactly why Aizen chose to take refuge there, fleeing to Hueco Mundo, right? Sajin Komamura said this as he clenched his fists. No, I don't think Aizen is using Hueco Mundo just as a retreat. Shunsui Kairaku recalled what happened that day and shook his head. He was rescued by Minos Grande using a negation, which means he has deep ties with the Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo. Perhaps Hueco Mundo is Aizen's actual base, and the Soul Society was merely the stage he used to carry out his goals. Hearing this, the captains all grew serious. No wonder Aizen was able to stay hidden for so many years. His Zanpakuto. While Kyoka Suigetsu's ability to manipulate perception allowed him to hide his true face, the fact that he didn't leave any trace or flaws likely owes much to using Hueco Mundo as his base. So, most of the shady and risky things he did, were they all carried out in Hueco Mundo? Clearly, that's a logical guess. Otherwise, where else could he get so many hollows to experiment on? The experiment to hollowify Shinigami could be done in the Soul Society, but to Shinigamify hollows, the reverse, could only be done in Hueco Mundo, right? What a man. Aizen. The captains began discussing heatedly. The more clearly they understood Sosuke Aizen's true nature, the more fearful and hateful they became of him. So, we're going to attack Hueco Mundo next, right? Kenpachi Zaraki locked onto the key point, grinned, and revealed his fierce battle intent. He didn't care about all the subtleties, he just wanted a fight. An assault on Hueco Mundo was without a doubt something that thrilled Kenpachi Zaraki and made his blood boil. That place was the habitat of almost all hollows. Regular hollows were everywhere, and Minos Grande were abundant. Jillian were as common as dogs, Ajuchas roamed everywhere, and even the terrifying Vasto Lord, stronger than captain-level Shinigami and capable of destroying the entire Soul Society with just 10 of them, frequented the area. Just thinking about this made Kenpachi Zaraki eager to charge into battle. Hueco Mundo. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's aged eyes gleamed as he said solemnly. Even if we must march to Hueco Mundo, we cannot deploy en masse. The Soul Society and human world still need to be guarded and protected. We cannot give Aizen any opportunity to exploit. We must discuss the specific course of action here and now. We must devise a concrete strategy as quickly as possible. Otherwise, each day of delay will hand Sosuke Aizen that much more of an advantage. Time is not on the side of the Goti I-13. It's on Aizen's. Once he fuses with the Hogyoku, ascends to an even higher realm, and fully prepares to create the Oken, the Soul Society will be put in an extremely passive position. Even Kaiser didn't want to give Sosuke Aizen too much preparation time. There was no choice. That man's intellect and cunning were simply too terrifying. The more time he had, the more terrifying his schemes could become. At the very least, he would definitely target Kaiser. If given too much time, Kaiser might very well fall into one of his traps and die. And so, the captains began intense discussions, and a course of action gradually began to take shape. Chapter 224, Chapter 272, Don't Let Me Down. A single meeting lasted from morning until dusk, only ending after receiving permission from Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, one captain after another exited the captain's meeting room, some returned to their division barracks, others headed to the general relief station to continue receiving treatment. After all, they were still injured. Until those injuries were fully healed, no important operations could be launched. Therefore, under the strict order of Retsu Unohana, the most heavily wounded captains had no choice but to return to the general relief station for continued treatment, including Kenpachi Zaraki, whose excitement had caused his wounds to reopen and his entire body to start gushing blood. As for Kaiser, among all the captains, aside from Retsu Unohana and Mayuri Kuratsuchi, he was the only one without any injuries. However, he didn't leave the Division 1 barracks immediately. Instead, he was retained by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Please enjoy. Inside the Captain Commander's office of Division 1, Chojiro Sasakaibe sat beside the low tea table, respectfully pouring tea for Kaiser and Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto who sat opposite each other. Looking at the properly seated Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto on the left, and Kaiser, who sat cross-legged directly on the floor in a casual manner, Chojiro Sasakaibe was briefly reminded of the scene from when Kaiser was about to assume the position of Division 3 captain. At that time, Kaiser had also sat like this, very casually, across from Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Even though he had only just graduated from the Shino Academy, having studied there for merely half a year, and even though his total age, before and after death, had yet to reach 18, this young man had shown no nervousness or formality whatsoever when facing the strongest and oldest Shinigami in the current Soul Society. His etiquette had been so lax that even Chojiro Sasakaibe had furrowed his brows back then. Now, decades had passed. This amount of time might be long for a human, but for a Shinigami, it wasn't much. For some long-lived captain-class Shinigami, it could even be considered short. Chojiro Sasakaibe was precisely the kind of Shinigami who would think so. Because he had been by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's side for a full 2,000 years. Yes, 2,000 years ago, Chojiro Sasakaibe had already been following Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. His experience as a Shinigami even exceeded that of any current captain. In his eyes, a few decades was far too short, not even equal to a single year in human terms. Yet it was in such a short span of time that someone stronger than the captain commander he had followed, respected, and revered all these years had emerged. This young and powerful Shinigami once again sat cross-legged before Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, and Chojiro Sasakaibe could no longer even entertain the thought of impropriety. Instead, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto himself behaved as if nothing unusual had happened, his demeanor completely unchanged. I plan to appoint Toshiro Hitsugaya as the captain of Division 10. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto opened with the statement, prompting Kaiser to raise an eyebrow. Lieutenant Hitsugaya indeed qualifies to become a captain, Kaiser acknowledged first, then said, but this isn't something you need to consult me about, is it? The methods for becoming a captain had already been explained, there were only 3. And based on Toshiro Hitsugaya's strength, no matter which method he chose, he could successfully become a captain. As long as Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had no objections, the inauguration ceremony could even be scheduled for just a few days later. Though Kaiser was the captain of Division 3, he was only the captain of Division 3, not the captain commander, and certainly not Toshiro Hitsugaya's superior. There was no reason to come consult him just because Toshiro Hitsugaya was becoming a captain, right? While Kaiser was thinking this, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto calmly said. Though he is not your subordinate, he did grow under your guidance, so I want to know your stance. At this, Kaiser couldn't help but chuckle. That's too much. Though I've guided him before, it's not enough to say he grew up under my guidance. Strictly speaking, Kaiser had only guided Toshiro Hitsugaya twice. The first time was when Hitsugaya was still enrolled in the Shino Academy. Back then, it was Momo Hinamori who pulled Kaiser along to watch Hitsugaya. When Kaiser saw him trying to master Shirkai, he casually gave him some pointers. The second time was when Hitsugaya lost to Jin Ichimaru and was trying to better control Hyarinmaru's power. That time, Kaiser simply sparred with him, demonstrated the proper use of Hyarinmaru, and gave him a direction afterward, suggesting he try communicating with Hyarinmaru. So, while Kaiser had indeed guided Hitsugaya, it was far from being a case of nurturing him. Surely Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto knew this. Or perhaps, he knew it full well but was hinting at something for another reason. Like, discovering that Kaiser also possessed a Hyarinmaru. Kaiser couldn't help but fall into thought. So you have no objection to Toshiro Hitsugaya becoming the captain of Division 10? Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto lifted his eyes and asked. Of course. Seeing that Genryusai didn't seem to have discovered anything, Kaiser nodded and said, though Lieutenant Hitsugaya is still young. At those words, Kaiser noticed that both Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto and Chojiro Sasakabe showed subtle expressions. This made him twitch his lips slightly and cough. Let's not talk about my age, just say whether or not he's young. At this, although Genryusai and Sasakabe still wore strange expressions, they both nodded. Excluding Kaiser, the anomaly, Toshiro Hitsugaya was indeed among the very young generation of Shinigami. At just over 100 years old, for Shinigami who often lived several centuries or even millennia, he was, like his appearance, undoubtedly still a child. As long as one didn't compare him to Kaiser, not only was Hitsugaya young compared to captain-class Shinigami, even when compared to ordinary Shinigami, he was excessively young. Young as he may be, Lieutenant Hitsugaya's strength is quite impressive. Compared to before, he's also achieved deeper control over his Bankai. Recalling the scene where Hitsugaya attacked Sosuke Aizen with his Bankai, Kaiser nodded to himself. Though Hitsugaya had been swiftly defeated by Sosuke Aizen, that was because Aizen was too strong, not because Hitsugaya was too weak. At the very least, Kaiser had noticed that Hitsugaya's control over Hyarinmaru had risen to another level, and his use of Bankai had begun to mature. Previously, if he used Bankai, Hitsugaya would definitely charge in with his sword. But now, he opened with an ice/snow type attack. To be honest, watching Hitsugaya using his Bankai just to rush in and slash people always made Kaiser lose composure a bit. As the strongest ice/snow type Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru's ability was clear, manipulating weather and freezing moisture in the air. From any angle, Hyarinmaru was a ranged, spell-based weapon, but Hitsugaya had forced it into close-range white blade combat. It was like making the Giant of Light use a happy-type form to break horns off. Hitsugaya seemed to have slowly realized this too, and was gradually changing his combat style. That was a good thing. Though he's still a little inexperienced, he's definitely a genuine captain-level Shinigami now. Letting him become a captain earlier is a good move. By contrast, Renji Abarai didn't quite measure up. His Bankai was still incomplete, and his strength was insufficient. Without using Bankai, he was still at lieutenant level. Unless something special happened, it was still too early for him to become a captain. Clearly, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto thought the same, since he hadn't even mentioned Renji Abarai, despite him having achieved Bankai. Evidently, he still felt Renji wasn't ready for the responsibilities of a captain. In that case, before launching the operation against Sosuke Aizen, let Toshiro Hitsugaya officially take the position of captain of Division 10. After finalizing this matter, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto finally looked at Kaiser with a solemn expression. When did you first suspect Aizen? So this was the real topic for today. Kaiser thought so and didn't hide anything. From the beginning. Holding his hot tea, Kaiser took a sip and said, ever since I met him, I knew, this man was no ordinary person. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto immediately recalled the matter of Kaiser being able to partially see through the hypnosis of Kyokusuigetsu, and suddenly realized something. He had assumed that Kaiser had only noticed Aizen's problem after uncovering the hypnosis of Kyokusuigetsu. Little did he know, Kaiser had the advantage of foreknowledge. He already knew Aizen's true face before even arriving in this world. This time, it was our misstep. Genryusai looked at Kaiser and said, though what you did may have been a bit extreme, it was all correct. I wish to apologize for previously misunderstanding you. With those words, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto actually bowed his head and apologized to Kaiser. Genryusai-sama. Chojiro Sasakai was instantly shocked. Even Kaiser hadn't expected Genryusai to do that. After a moment of surprise, he finally said, "You really didn't have to do that." To this, Genryusai simply shook his head. "I'm already old. Sooner or later, this soul society must be entrusted to your generation, to be protected by you." Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto said, "You are someone I hold in special regard. Everything you've shown in this incident far exceeded my expectations. I'm truly gratified. Perhaps it's time for me to step aside and make way for the younger generation. I hope you don't let me down." Extra Chapter Goal, 100 Power Stones. Chapter 225, Chapter 273, How Could I Possibly Disdain the Weak? The sky gradually darkened, letting night descend upon Ser-Veresta, casting it into darkness. This time, there were no Ryoka rampaging through Ser-Veresta, nor were there Shinigami holding torches wandering everywhere searching for people. So tonight's Ser-Veresta was not bright. Even though some buildings gave off light from within, that light was not especially bright, making the stars in the night sky appear all the more brilliant. Walking out from the Captain Commander's office, Kaiser walked forward while hesitantly muttering to himself. What did the Captain Commander mean by those words? What did he mean by saying it's time to make way for the younger generation? What did he mean by saying don't let him down? Could it be, he's planning to retire? Kaiser had that sort of feeling. Well, speaking of age, the Captain Commander really should consider retiring. As the oldest living Shinigami in the current Soul Society, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had been active on the stage since over 2,000 years ago. No matter how powerful and long-lived he was, now he already looked like an old man nearing the end of his life. He really should consider retirement. The GoDi 13 was founded by him, and his tenure had been the longest. The other captains and even lieutenants of various divisions had retired in batches, such as the former captain of Division 6, and the former Lieutenant Chikane Iba. Their ages were far younger than Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, yet he, who was much older than them, had remained in office all this time. It truly seemed somewhat improper. Yet Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had never shown any intention of retiring. On the contrary, he carried the momentum of being ready to fight for another 1,000 years for the Soul Society. No one had ever believed he would retire. Even in the original story, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto never showed the slightest inclination to retire. It wasn't until his death in battle that Shunsue Kairaka succeeded him as Captain Commander. But now, he had suddenly expressed such thoughts. What could that mean? Could it be because of me? Kaiser began to wonder if it was because he had defeated Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto in an open battle that the old man had started to feel he was truly too old and should step down. In fact, in that fight with Kaiser, if Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had just a bit more stamina, and if Kaiser hadn't used abilities from Crown of Heavens or other exclusive weapons against him, the result might not have been so easily decided. With the defense of Blade Array Matrix, Kaiser naturally wasn't afraid of Ryujin Jaka. No matter how long they fought, he was confident he wouldn't lose. But to defeat a full-strength Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto without borrowing the power of other exclusive weapons would definitely require time and effort. If Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had dared to go all out and use his Bankai, then with the power of Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, even Blade Array Matrix might have been broken. So, Kaiser didn't know what others thought, but he himself felt that Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, aside from a lack of stamina, was still at his peak in every other aspect. Even if he couldn't do another 1,000 years, staying as Captain Commander for another 200 or 300 years would still be a breeze. Forget it. This isn't something I can control anyway. Thinking this, Kaiser shook his head and pushed the matter aside. Whether or not Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto retired, whether or not he planned to step down, none of that had anything to do with him. As long as the person who took over his position wasn't an archrival who would hinder him, Kaiser didn't care. It's not like they're going to push me into the Captain Commander seat, right? Kaiser muttered. I'm the youngest in the entire GoDi 13, the literal baby of the Corps. Even that kid-looking Toshiro Hitsugaya was older than him, in age. How could he possibly become Captain Commander and lead the entire GoDi 13? Not to mention, his age alone was a hard flaw to overcome. It would be difficult to win people's support. Of course, if going by strength alone, Kaiser didn't feel unqualified. Captain. While Kaiser was walking forward and letting his thoughts run wild, a familiar voice pulled him back. Momo. Kaiser came back to his senses and looked at Momo Hinamori, who was jogging toward him, and couldn't help but smile. "You're finally out, Captain." Momo Hinamori let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "I thought something had happened." "What could have happened?" Kaiser smiled and continued walking forward. "It was just a chat with the Captain Commander." "What could have happened?" "But were you waiting here the whole time?" "I think I told you, if it takes too long, you can go back to the division barracks first, right?" When Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto summoned all the captains to the meeting, not only did all the captains attend, some even brought their lieutenants. Of course, there weren't many who brought their lieutenants. Only Kaiser, Retsu Unohana, and Mayuri Kuratsuchi brought theirs. The other captains didn't bring any. There was no helping it. In the previous encounter with Sosuke Aizen, the vice-captains of each division had mostly been present. Whether they had participated directly or were caught in the crossfire, they had all been severely wounded. Especially Rinji Abarai, he was clearly just a lieutenant, yet he joined the captains in battle. As a result, he got completely wrecked and was the most heavily injured. If he hadn't activated his Bankai and boosted his Ryatsu to endure a lot of the damage, he might have been killed on the spot. Naturally, such lieutenants couldn't attend the meeting. They were all recovering in the general relief station. Only Momo Hinamori, Isen Kotetsu, and Nimue Kuratsuchi had escaped unscathed and were able to accompany their captains to Division 1. Isen Kotetsu had been with Retsu Unohana at the time and hadn't been on site. Nimue, like the reclusive Mayuri Kuratsuchi, had stayed in Division 12's barracks. Momo Hinamori had been present, but whether Sosuke Aizen had done so intentionally or not, Momo Hinamori had barely been harmed. Thinking back on what happened after breaking the negation that day, Kaiser had reason to suspect that Sosuke Aizen had deliberately avoided touching Momo Hinamori in preparation for an emergency fallback. Because, in the original story, Sosuke Aizen had used Momo Hinamori more than once, causing Toshiro Hitsugaya, under the hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu, to nearly kill Momo Hinamori, completely breaking his spirit and opening him to a devastating mental blow. Thinking about that, Kaiser had every reason to suspect that Sosuke Aizen intended to use the same method against him. Unaware of what Kaiser was thinking, Momo Hinamori followed behind him, looking at the figure draped in the Haori marked with 3, and softly said, "I don't want to wait for you in the barracks anymore." Hearing this, Kaiser's steps paused slightly. "Captain." Momo Hinamori stopped as well and said faintly, "Why did you leave me alone in the barracks that day?" "Why else?" Kaiser continued walking and said as he walked, "I was going to confront Aizen. How could I possibly bring you with me? Was it because you were afraid I'd hold you back?" Momo Hinamori hurried to catch up, her expression dimming. "I know Captain Aizen is a terrifying person. It's normal not to want to bring a burden in that situation. But I. Recalling how she had woken up in the barracks only to receive news that Kaiser had been declared a fugitive, surrounded by the captains of the Godai 13, and even Division 3 was under surveillance, Momo Hinamori felt an indescribable frustration. If only she had been stronger. "If only I were stronger, maybe I could have kept up with you and acted together," Kaiser suddenly said. "Isn't that what you were thinking?" Momo Hinamori froze, as if she hadn't expected her innermost thoughts to be exposed. In that moment, Kaiser continued walking and spoke without looking back. "Let me make it clear, no matter how strong you were, in that situation, I would never have brought you along." Kaiser's tone was calm as he spoke. "Kyoka Suigetsu's ability is terrifying. Even I was affected by it. Let alone you. Unless you could completely avoid Kyoka Suigetsu's influence, only then would I consider bringing you. Otherwise, the result of bringing you might be me striking Aizen, only to have my blade land on you. Or worse, you, trying to help me, might pierce my heart with your Zanpakuto, letting me die in your arms. Is that what you want to see?" Upon hearing that, Momo Hinamori shuddered violently. A chill ran up her spine. Just imagining herself piercing Kaiser's heart and causing him to die in her arms filled her with dread. "Now do you understand?" Kaiser sighed and said, "So this has nothing to do with your strength. In order to avoid being toyed with by Aizen, and to prevent such a horrifying outcome, I had to go alone. If you start pitying yourself over this, then I'll really be disappointed in you, you know." Momo Hinamori immediately lowered her head in shame. "I'm sorry, Captain. I thought it was because you disliked how weak I was." Momo Hinamori was ashamed of her own immaturity. "If I looked down on people for their strength, I doubt anyone in the Godai 13 would escape my disdain." Kaiser said with a wry smile, "Besides, I climbed up from weakness myself, how could I possibly disdain the weak?" "You, don't overthink things, all right?" Kaiser's words dispelled the shame and self-doubt in Momo Hinamori's heart. "Yes, Captain." Momo Hinamori replied in a small voice, then smiled silently. She reached out and grasped the edge of Kaiser's uniform, catching up to his pace. Feeling the gentle tug from behind, Kaiser smiled silently too, and kept walking forward. Within Ser-Veresta, the darkness lingered, but it wasn't cold. On the contrary, there was a faint sense of warmth. Extra Chapter Chapter 226, Chapter 274, The Men Marked with a Number. In the time that followed, the GODI-13 did not immediately launch a large-scale operation but instead focused on organizing the affairs within Ser-Veresta. The Central 46 had been completely wiped out. The 40 sages and 6 adjudicators all needed to be reselect, but this was a matter for the noble clans, it had nothing to do with the GODI-13. What the GODI-13 needed to do was handle the various troubles caused by the vacancy of the Central 46, and at the same time carry out repairs within Ser-Veresta. Due to this catastrophe, many buildings in Ser-Veresta had been damaged. The Sokayaku had completely collapsed, and not to mention that in order to break the negation, Kaiser had cleaved all of Ser-Veresta into 2 halves, these all needed to be rebuilt. Many areas had even turned into complete ruins. Even if they weren't rebuilt, the ruins would at least have to be cleared away, otherwise, they would affect the environment and the operation of Ser-Veresta. Of course, these were all minor matters. Once the captains and lieutenants of each division were discharged after recovering from their injuries, with their direct involvement, the work would surely progress smoothly. The real trouble was the rift cleaved by Kaiser, it was unfathomably deep, like an abyss, and the crack was so wide that it was nearly impossible to fill. With no other choice, the GODI-13 could only repair the outer walls of Ser-Veresta, and as for the abyss that split Ser-Veresta in 2, they simply left it as it was, building bridges across the chasm to reconnect the divided Ser-Veresta. This made many Shinigami gain a deeper sense of Kaiser's power, and private discussions about him became even more frequent. Some gossipmongers even revealed that he had defeated Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, causing Kaiser's reputation to grow to an unprecedented height during this period. Under such circumstances, the title of the oldest Shinigami within the GODI-13 still belonged to Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, but the title of strongest Shinigami had silently shifted to Kaiser. After hearing of this, many captains realized that Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto might be deliberately fanning the flames behind the scenes, allowing the rumors to spread. This made all of them start speculating wildly. As the central figure of all the talk, Kaiser also experienced significant changes in his surroundings. First, he noticed that wherever he went, people looked at him with admiration and awe, and the respect shown to him had risen by at least 2 levels compared to before. Second, the members of Division 3 walked outside with a newfound sense of pride and confidence, holding their heads high, feeling honored, no matter where they went, they were the center of attention. Even students in the Shin'o Academy began proclaiming that they wanted to join Division 3 after graduation. The Academy's headmaster even replaced his statue with a larger, more luxurious one and had his deeds written into books to be used as teaching materials. As for the Division 1 members, whenever they saw him, they showed a mix of resentment and awe, their expressions were extremely complicated. In short, he became more eye-catching than before and more awe-inspiring than before. Even the once arrogant noble clans bowed their heads low upon seeing him, as if they wanted to bury their faces in the ground, even members of the 4 great noble clans behaved this way. The Kido Corps, after hearing he could cast Heido number 91 without an incantation, sent people to approach him more than once, hoping he would come teach in the Corps. The Anmitsukido no longer dared to wander around him or openly monitor him, knowing full well that his Shuinpa exceeded even that of their commander. Like this, changes happened silently, and they happened quickly, so quickly that even Kaiser felt as though he was on the verge of dominating the entire Soul Society. However, Kaiser did not change anything because of these developments. What he was before, he remained now. He went to the General Relief Station to visit Renji Abarai, Izuru Kira, and others, and even went to check on Rukia. Unexpectedly, he found that Byakuya Kuchiki had also gone to visit Rukia. The two seemed to have had a long conversation, and afterward, their relationship visibly improved, as if only now did they truly become siblings. That ice face must have told her the truth, right? Kaiser quickly figured out what had happened. Byakuya Kuchiki had always hidden one thing, that Rukia was actually the younger sister of his deceased wife. He had claimed he took Rukia as his adoptive sister because she resembled his late wife. But in truth, the reason he adopted her was because of his wife's final wish. When Rukia was young, due to the harshness of life, her sister had abandoned her. Only after marrying into the Kuchiki clan did she begin searching for Rukia, but she died of illness before finding her. She entrusted that wish to her husband and asked him to fulfill it on her behalf. So, when Byakuya Kuchiki discovered Rukia in the Shin'o Academy, who looked nearly identical to his late wife, he immediately realized her identity and decided to adopt her. Naturally, this stirred immense dissatisfaction within the Kuchiki clan. As the leader of the 4 great noble clans, the status of the Kuchiki clan needed no elaboration. And as the most outstanding heir in the clan's history, Byakuya Kuchiki had no reason to marry or adopt anyone from the Rakangai slums. Yet for the sake of his wife and her abandoned sister, Byakuya Kuchiki defied the family rules twice, marrying Rukia's sister and adopting Rukia. The repercussions of this were easy to imagine. Therefore, Byakuya Kuchiki once swore to his grandfather that he would never again violate the rules, that he would become a proper head of the Kuchiki clan and a model for all Shinigami. Only then did he suppress the numerous objections and dissent. This was why Byakuya Kuchiki did not plead for Rukia this time. He no longer dared to break the rules or go against order. Even if it pained him, he had to follow the judgment of the Central 46 and allow Rukia to be sentenced to death. Now that the truth was revealed, that everything had been orchestrated by Sosuke Aizen, Rukia naturally had no reason to be executed. So Byakuya Kuchiki finally explained everything and told her the truth. You should have done that from the beginning. After leaving behind such a comment, Kaiser turned and walked away. As for Rukia, Renji Abarai and Byakuya Kuchiki could concern themselves with her. He didn't want to spoil the moment. Later, he took some time to check on Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends, but he didn't stay long, nor did he try to form a close relationship. After a few words of concern, he left. He wasn't close with Ichigo Kurosaki, they had merely fought once. He wasn't particularly familiar with Ichigo's father either, so there was no need to pretend otherwise. Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions would soon leave the Soul Society and return to the world of the living, which might trigger a new wave of unrest. Kaiser had no interest in meddling with Ichigo's affairs. He just wanted to wait until Sosuke Aizen returned or until the Godai 13 recovered enough to officially launch their assault on Hueco Mundo and Aizen. Later on, Toshiro Hitsugaya officially assumed the position of captain of Division 10, and Ranjika Matsumoto resumed her role as lieutenant, filling the vacancy left by Jin Ikamaru's betrayal of the Soul Society and stabilizing the situation in Division 10. As for Division 5 and Division 9, their captain seats remained vacant. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had wanted to quickly fill those two posts so that the Godai 13 could return to full strength to face Sosuke Aizen, but without suitable candidates, there was nothing he could do. Renji Abarai had achieved an incomplete Bankai, but his strength still fell short of true captain level. The rest of the Shinigami were even less qualified to take on the role, unless someone deliberately hiding their strength stepped forward to expose themselves. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto would rather leave the seats empty than appoint the unworthy. Thus, in the end, the captain positions for Division 5 and Division 9 remained vacant. Even after Ichigo Kurosaki and the others returned to the world of the living and some time had passed, no suitable candidates had been found. Just as the Soul Society was busy with preparations, the situation finally changed. World of the living, Karakura Town. This was a modern town, not too big, but not too small either. It couldn't be called prosperous, as there weren't skyscrapers everywhere, but it couldn't be considered backward either. It was filled with residences and seemed livelier than the Soul Society. Unfortunately, the people living here were unaware that their town had already become the center of a massive storm. In recent times, the Soul Society had been paying close attention to this town, even secretly stationing many powerful Shinigami here in case of any incoming chaos. On this day, in a corner of Karakura Town, space was torn open. A Garganta appeared, and several figures slowly stepped out from within. So this is Karakura Town. A man with a wildly arrogant demeanor and immeasurable pride was the first to speak. He had spiky light blue hair and sky blue eyes, several bangs hanging over his forehead, teal eyeshadow markings on his face, a strong build, a jagged fragment of a hollow mask on his right cheek, and a black hollow hole in his abdomen. On the lower right of his back, the number 6 was tattooed. His appearance was rather intimidating. Doesn't look like much. Is this really the concentrated spirit zone Lord Aizen chose? A large, dark-skinned man with black hair, four oddly shaped protrusions on his head, symmetrical red markings on both cheeks, and a jawbone-shaped mask on his chin grunted disdainfully. He had a black hollow hole in the center of his chest and the number 10 tattooed on his left shoulder. Begin the operation. A man with short black spiky hair and green eyes, pale skin, and distinctive green tear-like markings on his face spoke coldly. The number 4 was tattooed on his left chest, and the left half of his head wore a horned helmet-like mask. His body was slim and slight, but his presence was chilling. Powerful Ryatsu surged around them, each one was captain class or beyond. A new calamity emerged at this very moment. Another extra chapter, smiley face. We're reaching the volume's end soon. So keep donating Power Stones and I just might release all the remaining chapters if we reach top 20. Chapter 227, Chapter 275, Arankar. Soul Society, Siriiti. Inside the Division 3 barracks, in the captain's office, a figure suddenly appeared before Kaiser. Captain Kaiser. Emergency dispatch order. The person knelt on one knee before Kaiser and delivered this line with an urgent tone. Messenger from the 5th subdivision of the Onmitsukido, the Internal Affairs Division. Kaiser, seated at his desk and still holding a report, wasn't surprised at all by this person's arrival. The other party moved swiftly and entered without a sound. Even Momo Hinamori outside the door hadn't noticed his presence. His concealment skills were clearly impressive, one glance and it was obvious he was from the Onmitsukido. But with Kaiser's Ryatsu sensing ability, he had already sensed the other's Ryatsu the moment they approached. Speak. What happened? Kaiser set the report down and asked aloud. The Internal Affairs Division of the 5th Subdivision of the Onmitsukido was the message delivery unit, responsible for communicating urgent situations to members of each division. Their delivery speed surpassed even that of the Hell Butterflies. His arrival could only mean one thing: something major had occurred. This is a report from the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The messenger immediately relayed the situation. 15 minutes ago, the Radio Wave Measurement Research Division of the Institute detected abnormal Ryatsu activity in the world of the living, specifically in Karakura Town. At the same time, the Shinigami station there came into contact with the intruders and suffered large-scale casualties. Upon verification, the enemies were confirmed to be individuals calling themselves Arankar, originating from Hueco Mundo. Their suspected objective is reconnaissance of the concentrated spirit zone, Karakura Town, and possibly targeting the substitute Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki. Hearing this, Kaiser narrowed his eyes. So that guy Aizen is finally making his move. The Soul Society's side had fallen one step behind. Before they could launch their offensive against Hueco Mundo, they were preempted by the enemy's operation against the concentrated spirit zone. Sosuke Aizen, his ability to read the situation and seize the timing was indeed formidable, acting just before the Soul Society could initiate their large-scale mobilization. Just yesterday, Retsu Unohana had informed all divisions that in 2 days, all captains and lieutenants undergoing medical evaluation would make a full recovery. Yet today, Sosuke Aizen had begun his operation, 1 day ahead of the Soul Society. To call this a coincidence would be unconvincing. Captain. Momo Hinamori walked in from outside, her expression stern, with a zanpakuto fastened at her waist. After Toshiro Hitsugaya officially assumed the position of captain of Division 10, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto issued a directive allowing all Shinigami of every division to carry their zanpakuto and be on standby at all times. Following behind Momo Hinamori, also wearing his zanpakuto, was Chojiro Sasakaibe. Captain Kaiser, Chojiro Sasakaibe said seriously, the captain commander has issued orders, the concentrated spirit zone must not be lost. He hopes Captain Kaiser can personally head to the world of the living and resolve the matter. Kaiser nodded, equally unsurprised by the order. With the captains and lieutenants still requiring 1 more day of hospitalization, the number of captains who could freely deploy from the Godii 13 was limited. Assigning this mission to him was perfectly natural. Of course, Kaiser's own strength was more than enough to reassure Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. With the concentrated spirit zone being of utmost importance, the captain commander didn't hesitate to deploy his trump card. Prepare the Senkaman. I'll depart immediately. Fully equipped, Kaiser walked directly toward the exit. Yes, sir. Chojiro Sasakaibe also promptly left. Captain. I. Momo Hinamori quickly followed Kaiser, her eyes showing a hint of expectation. Kaiser naturally knew what Momo Hinamori meant. Want to come? Kaiser thought for a moment, then finally nodded. Then come along. Momo Hinamori immediately revealed a beaming smile. Yes. This was Kaiser's second time passing through the Senkaman to the world of the living. The last time was decades ago, when Kaiser was still a student at the Shino Academy. Back then, the Senkaman used was temporary, in the form of a traditional Japanese sliding door. But this time, Kaiser used a grand mountain gate-style Senkaman, with 2 towering square wooden pillars standing at the entrance. It was immensely imposing. This was the largest and most formal Senkaman in Soul Society. It was typically used when Shinigami were dispatched to perform missions in the world of the living. Only under special circumstances would temporary Senkaman be used, like when Kaiser participated in training during his time at the Shino Academy. Normally, noble clans had their own exclusive Senkaman, but those were facilities under special privilege. The Senkaman most frequently used by Shinigami was this tall structure, even Ichigo Kurosaki and the others used it when returning to the world of the living. Kaiser and Momo Hinamori arrived together and passed through the Senkaman immediately. Zheng. As they passed through, a burst of spiritual light fell upon them, forming a golden calendula-shaped seal at their collarbones. At the moment the seal was formed, both Kaiser and Momo Hinamori felt a tremendous restriction imposed on their Ryatsu. So this is the Ryatsu limiter seal. Kaiser looked at the calendula-shaped mark on his collarbone. As the name implies, the Ryatsu limiter seal was a seal that suppressed spiritual pressure. Because the Ryatsu of Captain and Lieutenant class Shinigami was far too overwhelming, with vast disparity compared to ordinary beings, they were generally forbidden from releasing their full Ryatsu in the world of the living. When the gap in Ryatsu was too large, spirit bodies could collapse outright. For ordinary people, a captain or lieutenant's Ryatsu was a life-threatening catastrophe. Therefore, whenever a captain or lieutenant of the Godii 13 had to go to the world of the living on a mission, the Senkaman would automatically apply a limiter seal marked with their division's insignia, drastically suppressing their Ryatsu. The limitation was extreme, up to 80%. In other words, while operating in the world of the living, a captain or lieutenant could only use 1/5 of their normal power. This seal was extremely powerful. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto himself could not break it. Kaiser tested it and confirmed that he too couldn't forcibly break the Ryatsu limiter seal. However, if he used Divine Dividing's ability, he could weaken and eventually shatter the limiter. He could also use Ser-Veresta. Its power was enough to burn away the limiter and render it invalid. Furthermore, if he activated the balance breaker of True Longinus and unleashed its sacred power, that should also erase the limiter. In short, while the Ryatsu limiter seal did affect Kaiser, it wasn't by much. How are you feeling? Can you manage? While running through the Dangai, Kaiser asked Momo Hinamori beside him. It's manageable. Although I can only use 1/5 of my Ryatsu, I should still be able to handle enemies at seated officer level. Momo Hinamori followed closely behind Kaiser and responded truthfully. That's not enough. Kaiser shook his head. He knew what an Arrancar was, and he knew how powerful one had to become an Arrancar. With Momo Hinamori's strength, she could handle an ordinary Arrancar, as long as she could fight at full power. Only being able to use 1/5 of her strength, that really would impact her capabilities. Send a message to Soul Society using a Hell Butterfly. Kaiser made a prompt decision. I can manage. In a densely populated place like Karakura Town, it's true that I shouldn't release my full Ryatsu. But if you can't fight at full strength, the consequences will be worse than the damage to the world of the living. Have them prepare authorization for limiter release. If the situation demands it, break the seal. After all, the limiter was imposed by Soul Society. As long as they gave permission, it could be removed at any time. Understood. Momo Hinamori didn't try to act tough. She summoned a Hell Butterfly and transmitted the message to Soul Society. She didn't want to be a burden to Kaiser. So she refused to allow herself to be in a situation where she couldn't fight at full strength. World of the Living, Karakura Town. As the doors of the Senkamen opened silently in midair, Kaiser and Momo Hinamori leapt out together. The moment they arrived in Karakura Town, even Momo Hinamori's expression changed as she suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. What strong Ryatsu! Ryatsu far too powerful to exist in the world of the living. Several such auras were present in the direction she was staring. That's Ichigo Kurosaki's Ryatsu. Kaiser naturally sensed the Ryatsu as well, and identified one of them as Ichigo Kurosaki's. Without hesitation, Kaiser activated Shuinpa and vanished from where he stood. Shup. 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 With just a few flickers of movement, Kaiser crossed a distance measured in kilometers and arrived at the scene. When he arrived, he immediately saw Ichigo Kurosaki. Huff, huff. Ichigo Kurosaki gripped his sword with both hands, seemingly in pain, as he faced off against a burly man. He had already activated his Bankai, and his entire Ryatsu had turned black, swirling like a storm across the ground. However, for some reason, Ichigo Kurosaki's Ryatsu was erratic and unstable. This made him both pained and unable to use his full strength, allowing the burly man to suppress him completely. What's wrong? Weren't you acting all arrogant just a moment ago? The burly man attacked Ichigo Kurosaki while laughing wildly. So that's the legendary Bankai. I thought it'd be something impressive. What a disappointment. Amidst his laughter, the burly man smashed his fists against Ichigo Kurosaki's sword, the impact like a meteor strike, sending Ichigo Kurosaki flying. Boom. Ichigo Kurosaki crashed into a building and shattered it on the spot. This isn't looking good. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, but didn't go down to support Ichigo Kurosaki. Because, before him, another person appeared. Another one looking to die. With hands in his pockets and a wild, arrogant expression, the man grinned wickedly at Kaiser. Tell me, Shinigami. The man spoke. How do you want to die? End of chapter. Chapter 228, Chapter 276, Espada. How do you want to die? As this sentence was uttered by that arrogant man, a terrifying Ryatsu surged out like a tidal wave, enveloping Kaiser. It was a chaotic, disorderly, muddled Ryatsu, vastly different from a Shinigami's. This was definitely not the Ryatsu of a Shinigami, nor that of an ordinary spirit body. This was hollow Ryatsu. Only a hollow could have such chaotic, impure, and murky Ryatsu, so much so that at the very moment it was felt, one could immediately sense the ominousness and evil within it. Arrancar. Bathed in that ominous Ryatsu, Kaiser's expression remained calm, though his eyes flickered slightly. Arrancar, this was the term used to refer to a special group of hollows. When a hollow, under certain circumstances, obtained the powers of a Shinigami and comprehended Shinigami abilities, the mask that once signified their hollow nature would break, and they would evolve into a form resembling a Shinigami. Such hollows were known as Arrancar, in other words, hollows that had become Shinigami. The man before him was one of them, an Arrancar, a hollow that had obtained Shinigami power and taken on a Shinigami form. The broken mask on his face and the hollow hole in his body proved his hollow identity, while his human male appearance and the Zanpakuto at his waist signified his Shinigami traits. These were all marks of an Aaronkar. Kaiser then glanced toward the man's lower back and saw the number 6. So that meant, you're the Sexta Espada, ranked 6th among the Aaronkar army under Sosuke Aizen. Kaiser's calm words made the men freeze slightly. You actually know me? You even know I'm one of the Espada? The arrogant man seemed somewhat surprised. Of course I know. Kaiser replied indifferently. Sosuke Aizen, in order to study hollow power and create Shinigami-like hollows, ventured into Hueco Mundo long ago and conquered many of its denizens. He united a large group of powerful hollows and used the Hogyoku to make them undergo the Aaronkar transformation, granting them the powers and forms of Shinigami. These hollows, now wielding Shinigami abilities and forms, work under his command, forming what is known as the Aaronkar army. Most Aaronkar in that army bore numbers engraved on some part of their bodies. These numbers typically indicated the order in which they had undergone the transformation. Only the top 10 Aaronkar had numbers ranked by combat ability. In other words, Aaronkar with numbers less than 10 were among the 10 strongest in the entire army. These 10 were known as the Espada. Their strength was on another level compared to the rest of the Aaronkar. They also had authority over all those numbered below them and were followed by fraction, akin to how division captains were ranked in the Godai 13. The men before him bore the number 6, proving that he was the Sexta Espada, the 6th strongest member of the Aaronkar army. As for the one fighting Ichigo Kurosaki, the number 10 was engraved on his arm, undoubtedly the Decima Espada. So Aizen sent you guys to the world of the living. Kaiser looked at the arrogant men and asked. Isn't he worried you'll die here, costing him 2 fairly decent subordinates? At these words, the man's eyes instantly widened, and he released a terrifying killing intent. You think you can kill us? He grinned savagely. Just you. Just me, Kaiser nodded. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I'm Kaiser, captain of Division 3 of the Godai 13. Nice to meet you, Aaronkar. Upon hearing that, the man's grin froze, and his pupils shrank. I see. So you're Kaiser. The man's attitude instantly changed dramatically. If earlier he had looked at Kaiser like he was sizing up a juicy piece of meat or easy prey walking into a trap, now he was looking at him as a legitimate enemy. You actually know who I am. Kaiser mirrored the man's earlier reaction, feigning surprise. Except his expression clearly looked intentional, like he was faking it. This made the men furious, his killing intent spiking once more. Of course I know you. After all, Lord Aizen specifically warned us to be cautious of you. The men sized Kaiser up, then scoffed. Now that I've seen you, you don't seem like much. Your Ryatsu is strong, I'll give you that, but compared to that kid down there, you're not much stronger. With that level of strength, I don't understand why Lord Aizen was so concerned. He wasn't trying to act disdainful, he genuinely didn't see Kaiser as a threat. Compared to the Shinigami stationed earlier in Karakura town, the Shinigami wearing a white Haori was certainly stronger, his Ryatsu surpassed even many lower-ranked Aaronkar. But compared to a true Espada like himself, there was still a wide gap. The Espada were the strongest Aaronkar, even before their transformation, they had already been fearsome hollows. Take him, for example, before becoming an Aaronkar, he had been among the top Ajuchas level Minos Grande, second only to the highest class Vasto Lord. Even back then, his power was already on par with captain-level Shinigami. After becoming an Aaronkar and gaining Shinigami powers, he only grew stronger. To someone like him, ordinary captain-class Shinigami were nothing. Ichigo Kurosaki, for instance. The Shinigami in front of him and the brat getting pummeled below had similar Ryatsu, how could they possibly threaten him? If the Decima Espada could beat someone like that so easily, then for him, the Sexta Espada, taking this one down would be effortless. What the men didn't know was that Ichigo Kurosaki was currently unstable due to internal issues. And the Shinigami before him, whose Ryatsu only seemed comparable to Ichigo's, was actually being suppressed by 80%. You sure talk big, Kaiser said with a half-smile. Hard to believe someone who talks that big is only ranked 6th. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were number 1. Wouldn't you agree? Number 6. The arrogant man's eye twitched. Then let's see if a number 6 like me has the right to talk big. The arrogant man pulled his hands from his pockets and spoke. Remember my name, Shinigami. I am Grimmjow. Sexta Espada, Grimmjow Jaeger Jaquez. With that declaration, the man named Grimmjow suddenly vanished. Boom. With a sound like space being pierced, his figure left behind only a puff of white smoke as he appeared in front of Kaiser in an instant. Bang. The dull thud of impact followed a second later, with a shockwave bursting through midair. Grimmjow, who had suddenly appeared in front of Kaiser, launched a lightning-fast strike toward his chest, only for Kaiser to intercept it with a sudden punch. Palm and fist collided in a fierce clash. The two of them were pushed back in the shockwave, gliding smoothly through the air as if walking on solid ground. Ha! Not bad. Grimmjow grinned in excitement after his attack failed. Catching my claws barehanded, your body's toughness really isn't like that of a Shinigami. Hearing this, Kaiser remained unfazed, casting a glance at the hand Grimmjow had just used to strike him. When their attacks collided, it had felt like slamming into steel rather than flesh. If not for his own tough body, his fist might have split open on the spot. That must be the Arrancar's Hierro, huh? An Arrancar's outer skin had extremely high hardness, known as Hierro. Hierro was effectively armor for an Arrancar. Breaking through that layer was difficult, even most Shinigami couldn't do it, even with released Zanpakuto. And that movement technique he just used to appear in front of me, that's Sonido, isn't it? Sonido, a high-speed movement technique only available to hollows. It was similar to Shuinpa, but fundamentally different in nature. Shuinpa was just high-speed footwork. Sonido, on the other hand, was more akin to spatial movement. In terms of burst speed and movement, it generally outperformed Shuinpa and was extremely hard to track. Typically, only higher-ranked Minos Grande could use Sonido. Some powerful ones still struggled to master it. But judging from Grimmjow's movements, he used Sonido with ease. Boom. While Kaiser was thinking this, Grimmjow again vanished as if piercing space, reappearing instantly in front of him. This time, taste my blade, Shinigami. Grimmjow drew the sword at his waist. Undoubtedly, it was a Zanpakuto. Once hollows gained Shinigami powers, they could seal their strength into cores, forming Zanpakuto and wielding them like Shinigami. Grimmjow's swordsmanship wasn't exactly refined, but he was strong. When he swung his blade, the air itself was cleaved, currents twisting along the edge and producing a piercing whistle. Bakuto number 39, and Kozen. Kaiser raised his palm and cast Bakuto, forming a spiritual shield in front of him. Clang. Grimmjow's strike crashed into the round shield, sparks flying wildly from the clash. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. Kaiser raised his palm again toward Grimmjow, spiritual energy surging. Boom. A blast of blue fire erupted, shattering the round shield and detonating at point-blank range on Grimmjow, engulfing him entirely. The temperature in the air spiked like billowing smoke, lingering without dissipating. Author's note, I'll release the extra chapters. Keep voting guys, let's go to top 10. Chapter 229, Chapter 277, Nothing Remarkable. In the sky above Karakura town, blue flames spread and surged, as if burning across the ground, causing the surrounding air currents to evaporate. Many humans heard the deafening explosions, but they could not see the Shinigami, could not see spiritual beings, and certainly could not see hollows, so they had no idea that a fierce battle was raging above Karakura town. Only Ichigo Kurosaki and the burly men who had been beating him sensed the commotion on the other side. That's the one from Division 3. Ichigo Kurosaki, breathing heavily and covered in injuries, looked at Kaiser, who had appeared at some point, both shocked and relieved. Another Shinigami? The burly men didn't care much. The Shinigami previously stationed in Karakura town had all rushed over due to the noise, and every one of them was pathetically weak. Some were blown away by him, others were swallowed whole, bones and all. Now another one had shown up. What was the big deal? As he thought that, the burly man suddenly realized Grimmjow was nowhere to be seen. No, that's not right. He had been attacked. What's going on, Grimmjow? The burly man didn't worry about his companion. Instead, he seemed irritated. You can't even deal with a single Shinigami? Want me to give you a hand? Just as his words fell, Grimmjow's annoyed response came through. Don't meddle in my business. Grimmjow slowly emerged from the blue flames, completely unharmed. On the other hand, you're dealing with a substitute Shinigami who's barely trained. Why is he so hard for you to handle? Grimmjow looked down on the burly men from above and said, if you can't deal with him, hand it over to me. I'll kill him instantly. He didn't seem to be joking, because the killing intent he released made even Kaiser raise his eyebrows in amazement. You, before becoming an Arrancar, must have been the kind of beast that bites anything that moves. Otherwise, he wouldn't exude such intense killing intent, constantly flaring outward, more intimidating than even his Ryatsu. Don't talk big, Grimmjow. The burly man let out a heavy snort. This guy might look weak, but he's actually hard to deal with. There's something strange about him. Looking at this guy, I feel like I'm looking at one of my own kind. Damn it, what the hell's going on? As he spoke, the burly man lifted his chin and looked down at Ichigo Kurosaki with disdain. Hey, Shinigami, what the hell are you? Ichigo Kurosaki didn't respond. He was in tremendous pain. Inside him, a savage consciousness was awakening, fighting him for control over his body. He felt like he might lose himself at any moment and become someone or something else. What's happening to me? Ichigo Kurosaki had no idea what was going on within him, and panic began to well up. The burly man, however, thought Ichigo was deliberately hiding something and grew visibly annoyed. Forget it. Whatever you are, if you're a Shinigami, that means what I have to do doesn't change. The burly man stepped forward with heavy, thunderous steps, his voice booming as he approached Ichigo Kurosaki. I'll at least let you know who's about to kill you. I'm Yami, Diaz Espada, Yami Largo. Remember that well, Shinigami. His fists, each the size of a boulder, came crashing down with overwhelming force toward Ichigo Kurosaki. Damn it. Ichigo Kurosaki could only curse under his breath as he raised his black sword and clashed with Yami once more. Watching this, Kaiser frowned slightly, then suddenly noticed something, and his frown relaxed. He had already sensed it, his lieutenant had concealed her Ryatsu and arrived at the scene. She hadn't revealed herself, probably because she was assessing the situation. She had likely sensed that the Ryatsu of Grimmjow and Yami far surpassed her own and was waiting for the limiter release authorization so she could fight at full power. Given how dire Ichigo Kurosaki's situation looked, she was likely focusing on that battlefield. As for this side, it didn't warrant backup. That move just now wasn't bad, Shinigami. Grimmjow, completely unscathed, sneered in front of Kaiser. Too bad, it doesn't work on me. Grimmjow activated Sonido, leaving a trail of white smoke in place and appearing in front of Kaiser in an instant, slashing down. Clang. Kaiser abruptly drew his sword, deflecting the incoming strike, sparks flying. Ha ha ha. Grimmjow seemed to enter a frenzy, or perhaps a bloodthirsty state, as he laughed wildly and swung his blade repeatedly. His attacks were chaotic and lacked form or technique, relying purely on brute strength. Rather than wielding a sword, it looked more like he was swinging a club. But his power was indeed terrifying. Each strike carried immense force, and every blow against Kaiser's Zanpakuto sparked violently, causing the air itself to tremble. If it had been someone else, under 80% Ryatsu suppression, defending against Grimmjow's attacks would have been nearly impossible. But this wasn't just anyone, it was Kaiser, whose raw physical strength alone could rival average captain-class Shinigami. So Grimmjow was destined not to overpower him. The Ryatsu limiter had no effect on physical strength. So even with 80% of his Ryatsu sealed, the remaining 20%, combined with his body's strength, was enough for Kaiser to deal with an Espada-level Arrancar. As a result, Grimmjow's powerful strikes were all precisely deflected by Kaiser. And not only that, Kaiser occasionally closed the distance and landed his own slashes on Grimmjow. Splurt. Kaiser's elegant and regal Zanpakuto sliced through the air like a cold arc, slashing across Grimmjow's face and leaving a wound on his cheek. Grimmjow's laughter stopped abruptly. His eyes widened slightly, then he unleashed a slash full of killing intent straight at Kaiser's face. Clang. Kaiser casually knocked the blade aside with a swing, stepped forward, and slashed again from another angle. Splurt. Instantly, a cut appeared on Grimmjow's chest. The famed He arrow of the Arrancar might have offered resistance, but it could not fully defend against Kaiser's slashes. You bastard. Grimmjow roared in anger, clenching his empty hand tightly. Buzz. A powerful Ryatsu gathered in Grimmjow's clenched hand, instantly condensing into a dense spiritual mass, glowing with dangerous red light and vibrating the air. Zero. Grimmjow thrust his hand forward, unleashing a red flash of destruction like a river of light, seemingly capable of vaporizing, flattening, and destroying everything in its path, as it shot toward Kaiser. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Kaiser didn't retreat, nor did he dodge. Instead, he advanced and recited a defensive Bakudo. Boom. The red beam struck the transparent wall that suddenly appeared in front of Kaiser and exploded, lighting up the sky with a blinding blast. The shockwave was massive, flattening the flowers, grass, and trees below. Shup. Kaiser stepped out with Shuinpa, instantly appearing in front of Grimmjow, who had just fired the Zero. In Grimmjow's shrinking pupils, Kaiser silently and coldly raised his Zanpakuto and slashed down. Splurt. A sharp blade of light dragged from Grimmjow's shoulder to his side, and blood burst from his chest. A deeper and more grievous wound than any before now marked Grimmjow's body, a diagonal slash across his torso. In that strike, Kaiser had poured in all the Ryatsu he could currently muster, combined with his physical strength, doubling the force and making the blow devastating. Grimmjow's He arrow failed to provide even the slightest defense. The attack broke through instantly and left him severely wounded. Grah. Grimmjow screamed, or perhaps roared in fury, as he swung his blade at Kaiser despite the blood pouring from his body. Shup. Kaiser vanished with Shuinpa and reappeared high above Grimmjow, looking down with a smile. Looks like you were right, I really am nothing remarkable. Not worth being cautious of at all, Kaiser said in mock helplessness. Otherwise, that last strike would have sliced you clean in half. Ugh. Grimmjow didn't reply. Covering his chest, blood dripping through his fingers, he hunched forward involuntarily. Grimmjow. Yami saw what happened and, stunned, stopped his attack on Ichigo Kurosaki and looked up in shock. Opportunity. Momo Hinamori seized the moment and flashed into action without hesitation. O ruler. Mask of flesh and blood, all creation, fluttering wings, he who bears the crown. Carve twin lotuses upon the wall of blue flame, await the abyss of blazing fire in the far heavens. In less than a second, Momo Hinamori completed her incantation and extended her hand toward Yami. The calendula-like mark at her collarbone was fading, allowing her Ryatsu to erupt fully. Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. With a cry, Momo Hinamori released a fully chanted Heido number 73. Twin blue fire lotuses roared forth and slammed into Yami. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been holding back, also seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance and swung his sword. Getsuga Tensho. The jet-black crescent shot forth like a blade, slicing through the air and striking Yami alongside the twin blue fire lotuses. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted on the ground, shattering the earth. Chapter 230, Chapter 278, You Think You Can Escape? Yami. In the sky, Grimjow, bleeding profusely, lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the explosion below, clenching his teeth hard. That idiot is still as oblivious as ever, getting distracted during a fight, he deserved to be killed. Grimjow seemed completely unconcerned about Yami's life or death. After glancing at the explosion on the ground, he turned his furious gaze toward Kaiser. Don't look at me like that, and don't mock your comrade. After all, you're birds of a feather. Kaiser walked forward with his sword, as if descending an invisible staircase, one step at a time until he stood face to face with Grimjow. If you had been more serious, you wouldn't have ended up like this so quickly. At the very least, you could have stalled longer and tangled with me a bit more. But from the very beginning, you regarded me as no different than that substitute Shinigami over there. You even scoffed at Aizen's warning, thinking I was all name and no substance. Your arrogance hurt you. Your underestimation of me also hurt you. It made you unable to properly assess the situation, and that's what led to your downfall. Otherwise, with Grimjow being the Sexta Espada, he shouldn't have lost so quickly. Even before becoming an Arrancar, he was among the elite of the Ajuchas, possessing strength on par with a captain-level Shinigami. After becoming an Arrancar, his power should have been indisputably top-tier even among captains. In the original story, Ichigo Kurosaki and Bankai couldn't even defeat Grimjow. That's proof enough. At that time, Ichigo Kurosaki wasn't like he is now, with internal problems, he was genuinely at captain level. And Grimjow. He hadn't even released his Zanpakuto, barely even drew his blade, yet still defeated Ichigo Kurosaki and Bankai. This shows Grimjow's strength was indeed extraordinary. If Kaiser hadn't possessed overwhelming physical strength, highly refined Shunpa techniques, and masterful swordsmanship, fighting with only 1/5 of his Ryatsu, he might not have been able to win. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Kaiser's Ryatsu may have been sealed, but his physical strength and movement skills were unaffected, more than enough to handle a Sexta Espada who underestimated him. Of course, Grimjow was already too furious to listen to any of this. So what if you landed one hit? You think that means you've won? Letting the blood flow from his chest, Grimjow gripped his Zanpakuto tightly and, like a frenzied beast, charged at Kaiser. Don't look down on me. Facing Grimjow's fierce assault, Kaiser remained remarkably calm. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. He extended a finger, pointed at Grimjow, and instantly cast a high-level Bakudo. 6 rods of light flew from all directions and locked around Grimjow's waist like shackles. What? Grimjow was forced to a halt. Looking down at the restraints around his waist, his expression shifted. Then he saw Kaiser's finger turn into an open palm, aimed straight at him. From that palm, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to gather. Damn. Grimjow realized the danger too late. There was no time left to react. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. The massive spiritual energy in Kaiser's palm instantly transformed into a gigantic beam of light and blasted forth. That beam was as thick as a pillar, dazzling like lightning, deadly like a laser, and similar to the Siro that Grimjow had fired earlier. Even before it touched him, Grimjow could already feel its terrifying power. Heido number 88, one of the highest tier offensive Kido, second only to forbidden spells. Among Kido under number 90, it was top tier in power, on par with a Hollow Siro, if not stronger. Even without the incantation, at less than half the full power, it was still a serious threat to Grimjow. This strike, there was no way to dodge it. Thud. At the critical moment, a slender figure appeared via Sonido, piercing space with a strange sound, and arrived in front of Grimjow. Boom. He swung his arm forcefully, like a steel wall, and struck the massive beam, deflecting the Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho with a loud, dull impact. The thick beam shot skyward, piercing the clouds above and dispersing them completely. The newcomer kept one hand in his pocket while the other maintained the pose of deflecting the Kido. For a brief moment, his eyes turned toward his arm. SSS. With a sizzling sound, the back of that hand was thoroughly scorched, black smoke rising from it. Impressive attack. The man expressionlessly gave his assessment. As expected from the person Aizen-sama specially warned us to be wary of, Captain of Division 3, Kaiser. Upon hearing this, Kaiser showed not a hint of pride or joy. He simply stared calmly at the cold-faced man, sighing silently in his heart. So even he came, huh? It wasn't just Kaiser. On the ground, Momo Hinamori and Ichigo Kurosaki, who had just completed their coordinated strike against Yami, also saw the man. Who is he? Momo Hinamori found her voice trembling uncontrollably. What, is this Ryatsu? Ichigo Kurosaki seemed as if he had been hit by something shocking. His entire body trembled, and he gasped heavily, chest heaving. No one could blame them. Even though the men hadn't released any Ryatsu, anyone with even a modest sense for spiritual pressure could clearly feel, it was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Kaiser instinctively glanced at the 4 marked on the man's body. Quarta Espada. That muttered phrase seemed to reach the man's ears. Okiura cipher. The men calmly reported his name. He was Quarta Espada, the highest-ranked Arankar to come to the world of the living this time. Although he was only ranked 4th, just 2 above Grimmjow, everyone present, Kaiser, Momo Hinamori, and Ichigo Kurosaki, could tell that this man who called himself Okiura was on an entirely different level. This gap wasn't just in strength, it was in hollow classification. The legendary top-class Minos Grande, stronger than even captain-level Shinigami. Vasto Lord. Kaiser smiled faintly and said those words. Today, I finally get to see one. Upon hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki, who didn't know much about hollow classification, had little reaction, but Momo Hinamori was shocked. He's a Vasto Lord. A top-class Minos Grande. Momo Hinamori's gaze toward Okiura carried unmistakable fear. The rumors said that even in Hueco Mundo, Vasto Lords were extremely rare. Just 10 of them could destroy all of Soul Society. And this man in front of them was one. Her hand gripping her Zanpakuto began to tremble. Okiura, however, ignored all this. He merely glanced at Grimmjow behind him. You were too careless, Grimmjow, Okiura said coldly. Even though Aizen-sama gave clear instructions, you still underestimated him despite knowing who he was. That's disgraceful. Grimmjow showed no gratitude for being saved. Instead, his expression darkened. Bang. He broke free from the Rikujikoro binding himself, causing blood to spurt anew from his chest. Shut up, Okiura. Grimmjow swatted away the light shards of the Bakuto and snarled. I was just about to finish him off. I didn't need you interfering. Okiura mercilessly replied. Impossible. You can't beat him. The blunt statement made Grimmjow whip his head around and glare at Okiura. You looking down on me? Grimmjow radiated the aura of a beast ready to devour. Just stating facts. Okiura remained indifferent, pointing at Kaiser. See the mark on his chest? That's called a Ryatsu limiter, used to suppress the spiritual pressure of captains and lieutenants of the Godai 13. With that on, he can only use 1/5 of his full power. Hearing that, Grimmjow's entire body trembled. 1/5. Grimmjow said in disbelief. You're saying he's never even gone all out this whole time? That's right, Okiura said flatly. If the limiter is removed, his Ryatsu will be 5 times what it is now. You can't even defeat him like this, don't even think about defeating him at full power. Besides, you haven't released your Resurrection, and he hasn't even used Shurkai or Bankai. So, with your level, there's no way you can beat him. Okiura's cruel words stabbed straight through Grimmjow's heart like blades. His arrogance, his disdain, at this moment, they made him look like a pathetic clown. His face twisted. Okiura left Grimmjow behind and disappeared for an instant in Sonido, only to reappear holding the wounded Yami. So fast. Momo Hinamori and Ichigo Kurosaki both froze in shock. They hadn't even seen Okiura's movement, let alone realized Yami had been taken. It's time to return. Okiura remained as aloof as ever, his tone icy. As per Aizen-sama's orders, if we encounter Kaiser, we are permitted to withdraw unconditionally. As he spoke, Okiura pointed, tearing open space. A garganta opened, and Okiura stepped into it with Yami, not giving Grimmjow any chance to protest. Wait. Ichigo Kurosaki instinctively tried to stop them. But Kaiser moved faster than him. You think you can escape? Chapter 231, Chapter 279, Infiltration. Total mayhem. At this moment, already inside the garganta, Okiura suddenly sensed something, and abruptly drew the Zanpakuto at his waist, slashing toward the space beyond the garganta. Whoosh! There, a figure appeared as if via teleportation, so fast it was terrifying. Clang! Ulquiorra's slashing Zanpakuto was heavily deflected by another resplendent and noble Zanpakuto, causing sparks to light up the inside of the Garganta slightly. After deflecting Ulquiorra's strike, Kaiser darted directly into the Garganta and landed in front of the three Arrancar. The distance between both sides was less than 2 meters. Captain! Hey! Momo Hinamori and Ichigo Kurosaki's cries followed, reaching into the Garganta. But by then, the Garganta had already begun closing, and the entrance was rapidly shrinking. At that moment, the Arrancar moved. Die! Grimjow acted first, like an enraged panther. He clenched his hand, forming a red Siro, and at such a close range, pressed it toward Kaiser. Get the hell out! Covered in injuries, barely clinging to life, Yami wore a face full of rage, as if venting all the fury over his condition on Kaiser. His massive fist clenched, crackling with red electricity. His Ryatsu formed a sphere that enveloped his fist and then fired out as a red energy shot. This was a bala. Like the Siro, it was a hollow-exclusive attack technique, essentially Ryatsu condensed and fired at the enemy. It lacked the Siro's power but was 20 times faster. Grimjow and Yami launched their respective bala and Siro in tandem, attacking the very close Kaiser. However. Whoosh! Kaiser's figure suddenly flickered, his body becoming an afterimage, as if vanishing from the spot. Both the Siro and bala passed through him, piercing through the shrinking gap of the Garganta and shooting outward. Then, Kaiser silently reappeared in front of Grimjow and Yami via Shuinpa. His Zanpakuto was already sheathed. Both hands struck out, grabbing each of their faces before they could react. Next, Kaiser surged forward, using Grimjow and Yami as shields, charging straight at Ulquiorra. Of course, Ulquiorra didn't just stand idle. He immediately sheathed his Zanpakuto and stretched out both hands, pressing against the backs of the charging Grimjow and Yami. But in terms of raw strength, how could Ulquiorra possibly compete with Kaiser, who could match ordinary captains with just his physical might? And so, under Kaiser's forceful push, the four of them shot toward the opposite end of the Garganta. Before long, the four burst out of the Garganta and arrived in another world. Hueco Mundo. Just as described before, it was a barren wasteland. At a glance, one saw nothing but white desert-like ground and quartz-like withered trees scattered about, an extremely desolate, eerily silent land. Here, it was night all day. There was no daytime, nor stars, only a moon hung overhead, positioned opposite the direction of the world of the living. Strange and grotesque hollows occasionally wandered the land, letting out hollow howls. With the bleak scenery, it was terrifying. If hollows were spirits that devoured souls and tormented the living, then this place was undoubtedly hell. Compared to the world of the living and soul society, the only advantage of Hueco Mundo was the high concentration of reishi in the air. Even lesser hollows could gain sufficient energy just by breathing. They didn't need to feed on souls constantly, unlike in the world of the living, where they starved perpetually. In such an environment, whether hollow, shinigami, or other spiritual beings, their abilities would significantly increase. High above this land, the sky was suddenly torn open, and several figures shot out from within. Boom. 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 3 figures crashed uncontrollably into the ground, kicking up clouds of white sand. Whoosh! Another figure, with ease and control, landed softly. His white Haori fluttered as he stood looking unshaken and rather stylish. So this is Hueco Mundo. Having arrived in the third of the 3 worlds alongside the world of the living and soul society, Kaiser first looked around curiously. Then he noticed something unusual in the air. The concentration of reishi is this high. No wonder Aizen chose to make this desolate place his base. Kaiser clicked his tongue in wonder, as if no one else was present. Until, from the 3 craters ahead, 3 figures stood up one after another. You bastard, you actually followed us into Hueco Mundo. Grimjow's expression was both ugly and incredulous. Are you an idiot? Yami's forehead bulged with veins as he cursed and mocked. This is Hueco Mundo, the Hollow's main base. And you, a Shinigami, dared to charge in here alone. In Yami's eyes, Kaiser was as good as dead. Truly unexpected. Even Ulquiorra gazed at Kaiser. The usually emotionless eyes now showed a faint glimmer of feeling. No one had expected Kaiser to charge into the Garganta alone, just to not let 3 Arrancar escape, and end up in Hueco Mundo. Wasn't that the same as walking into a trap? Of course, in Kaiser's mind, entering Hueco Mundo was actually a good thing. At the very least, in a place like this, I don't have to hold back anymore. Kaiser gently wiped across the golden flower-shaped seal on his collarbone. HSS. With a sudden wave of intense heat, a purple-black slash flashed out, striking something and making the Ryatsu-limiting seal emit a sizzling sound as if it were melting. Amidst the heat, the limiter glowed red, then gradually burned away. When the entire limiter had disintegrated, Kaiser felt it, his previously suppressed Ryatsu had completely vanished. Boom. Terrifying Ryatsu exploded from Kaiser. Golden Ryatsu surged like a storm across the white desert. Grimmjow and Yami were visibly shocked. Even Ulquiorra's pupils contracted. Oi oi oi. Are you kidding me? Cold sweat formed on Yami's bulging forehead. This Ryatsu. Grimmjow's face twisted. What terrifying Ryatsu, Ulquiorra said solemnly. This Ryatsu already surpasses mine. No, even the top 3 can't compare. This was an alarming realization. From Ulquiorra upward, the top 4 Espada were all originally Vasto Lords, the highest-ranking class of Minos Grande. In other words, even before becoming Arrancar, they possessed power above captain level. After becoming Arrancar, their strength rose even higher. One among the 4 had even been the former king of Hueco Mundo, ruler of nearly all hollows. His status in Hueco Mundo, though perhaps not equal to the Soul King, could rival Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto as captain commander of the Godii 13. Even if his strength didn't match Yamamoto's, he certainly wasn't someone ordinary captains could compete with. But now, the Ryatsu Kaiser had released was even stronger than his. In a place like this, I can finally fight without restraints, right? Surging with golden Ryatsu, Kaiser exuded the aura of a military juggernaut. He smiled at the 3 Arrancar. Aizen is in this world too, right? Perfect. While I'm here, let's stir things up. And I'll start, with the 3 of you. Saying that, Kaiser raised his Zanpakuto high. Heaven's throne, supreme virtue. 33 realms, crowned sovereign. Kaiser's voice echoed across the white desert sky. Crown of heavens. From the Zanpakuto raised high, golden Ryatsu identical to Kaiser's radiated outward. As if calling out, countless swords descended from the distant heavens. The swords came in all shapes and sizes, like loyal retainers, surrounding the crown of heavens, appearing and disappearing with a dreamlike shimmer. Be careful. Upon seeing this, Ulquiorra immediately warned. That is the Zanpakuto even Aizen-sama values. It possesses the strongest power in Soul Society, king among all Zanpakuto. According to intelligence, that Zanpakuto's power equals the combined strength of all other Zanpakuto in existence. The one who releases that sword, becomes the strongest Shinigami today. The strongest Shinigami. Upon hearing this, Yami had no particular reaction, but Grimmjow laughed. In that case, once I kill him, no other Shinigami in this world will be a match for me, right? Grimmjow's eyes gleamed fiercely, as if overtaken by madness. Perfect. If I'm going to kill, might as well kill the strongest. Grimmjow drew his Zanpakuto. ZHHNG. His blade began to glow. Wait. Grimmjow. Ulquiorra seemed about to say something more, but Grimmjow cut him off. Grind, Pantera. Grimmjow's Zanpakuto turned into pure Ryatsu and instantly released. Boom. A storm immediately surged around Grimmjow, lifting layers of sand into a massive dust whirlwind. When the dust settled, Grimmjow's form had changed completely. He had transformed into a sleek panther-like beastman. His body resembled a white panther, his eye markings extended to his temples, his ears had become panther ears, his hair now long and flowing to his waist, even his mask had moved to his forehead. His body was clad in tight white armor, and a segmented black-tipped tail extended behind him. His limbs had darkened, and thick fur and claws had grown from them. His fangs were sharp, he truly looked like a feral beast. Roar. With Grimmjow's bellow, a shockwave exploded, loud and powerful. This was Grimmjow's true form. Chapter 232, Chapter 280, Return this move. Unlike Shinigami, the Arrancar's Zanpakuto are actually cores formed by sealing away their original power. When an Arrancar releases their Zanpakuto, they are actually removing that core's seal, restoring themselves to their original form. This process is called Resurrection. Although it's performed the same way as a Shinigami Shurikai, by calling the name of the Zanpakuto, the enhancement gained from Resurrection far surpasses an ordinary Shurikai. Especially the power boost, which can fully be called a Hollow's version of Bankai. At this moment, Grimmjow had performed his Resurrection, released his Zanpakuto, returned to his original form, and unleashed an astonishing power. At this moment, the Ryatsu erupting from his body even exceeded that of Ulquiorra beside him, who had yet to release his own Zanpakuto. The surging power stirred up a storm, raising endless clouds of dust. The violent winds even lashed against Kaiser, causing his Shihakusho and Captain's Haori to flap intensely. Feeling Grimmjow's power, Kaiser remained expressionless, even revealing a faint smile. Blade Array Matrix. The countless spectral swords surrounding the crown of heavens immediately flew to Kaiser's side, circling around him repeatedly, rising and falling. Pantera Hook. At the same time, Grimmjow raised his arm, bent his elbow, and from his elbow joint popped out 5 emerald-green scale-like spikes. Like bullets, he fired them out. The spikes sliced through the air, whistling as they shot violently toward Kaiser. Bang. 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 The next second, the scale-like spikes struck the Zanpakuto circling around Kaiser, actually piercing through, breaking, and shattering them one after another. These small shards didn't look like much at first glance, yet they erupted with enough force to shatter Zanpakuto. Anyone witnessing this would surely be shocked. Unfortunately, 5 emerald scale spikes were clearly insufficient to break through the blade array matrix. Even if several Zanpakuto were destroyed, there were still several thousand more waiting in line. Without the power to destroy all of them in one blow, the protection of the blade array matrix could not be breached, and Kaiser took the wave of attack completely unscathed. Boom. Right as Grimjow's attack ended, Kaiser suddenly swung his sword, slashing the ground. A terrifying shockwave erupted, striking the area where Grimjow and the others were. The white gravel was instantly blasted skyward by the forceful torrent, and that region exploded in a rumble, forming a deep crater. Pantera Claw. Grimjow shot out from the midst of it, agile and swift, like a hunting leopard sprinting through the air. While hurtling through the sky toward Kaiser, his twin claws lashed out. From the tips of the claws stretched 2 giant translucent blue claw lights, like glass, slashing toward Kaiser with a savage flurry. Boom. The claw lights crashed fiercely onto the countless Zanpakuto circling Kaiser, stirring a thunderous boom, as if trying to blow Kaiser away and tear him to pieces. The strike released terrifying sharpness and force. But Kaiser did not dodge nor retreat. He withstood the blow head-on, even charging forward into the massive blue claw lights and shattered them like breaking glass. What? Grimjow was stunned by this scene. His charging motion stalled for an instant, pausing midair. At that moment, Kaiser pounced in front of Grimjow. Slash. The noble and resplendent Zanpakuto flashed, Kaiser's crown of heavens instantly sliced through Grimjow's tight armor, carving a vicious wound across his body. You bastard. Grimjow roared in rage, both hands lashing out with twin claws. A barrage of long claw lights tore through the air, raking down on Kaiser. Clang 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 clang. The long claw lights collided with the blade array matrix, sparks scattering amid a series of intense clashes. The raging claw strikes Grimjow unleashed in fury were all completely blocked by the blade array matrix. As for Kaiser, he completely abandoned defense, or rather, he placed full trust in the blade array matrix's defensive capability, and while ignoring Grimjow's strikes, he retaliated with dozens of sword slashes, each one cutting into Grimjow's body. Slash. 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 In an instant, Grimjow's lithe, leopard-like body was effortlessly torn open by the flurry of strikes, leaving gashes everywhere as blood gushed out in torrents. Gaha. Grimjow could no longer suppress his cry of pain. His assault's frequency suddenly slowed. Trading injuries with me? Are you sure your brain's working? Kaiser sneered, then slashed Grimjow's abdomen with one strike, unleashing a burst of force that sent him flying. The airborne Grimjow crashed into a giant dead tree, as large as a mountain, which shattered on impact, reduced to countless fragments that rained down on the white land. Thud. Thud. Just then, with 2 spatial distortions, Ulquiorra and Yami appeared on Kaiser's left and right. Zero. Ulquiorra extended his finger, a concentrated mass of Ryatsu glowing with emerald light at the tip, transforming into a beam that surged toward Kaiser like a torrent. Take this. Bala. Yami roared. Red lightning burst from both his hands, and he fired Bala like mad, unleashing red orbs that could vaporize the air, bombarding Kaiser like a crimson downpour. However, whether Ulquiorra's Zero or Yami's incessant Bala, they were all blocked by the countless Zanpakuto encircling Kaiser. Zero burst like waves crashing on rocks, and the Bala exploded one after another. None reached Kaiser within the blade array matrix. Blade array annihilation. After withstanding the assault from 2 Espada, Kaiser raised his head, lifted crown of heavens high, and the Zanpakuto surrounding him moved as if materialized, launching like arrows toward the 2 Espada. Ulquiorra's expression changed slightly. He vanished into the void, dodging the incoming barrage. Yami wasn't so lucky. Slash. 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 As sounds of flesh being torn apart rang out, Yami's hulking body was pierced through by a barrage of Zanpakuto. His He arrow, his physical defense, proved fragile before these attacking Zanpakuto and was easily penetrated. Duh. Amen. Bleeding all over, Yami choked out bloodied words as he plummeted toward the ground. Boom. Kaiser released a sword pressure attack resembling Getsuga Tensho. A golden blade of Ryatsu descended from the sky and struck Yami's body, completely obliterating him. The 10th Espada, Yami Largo, dead. Buzz. Suddenly, from the far side of the White Desert, an intense Ryatsu disturbance reached Kaiser, who had just finished off Yami. Kaiser turned his head and looked over. There, Grimjow knelt on one knee, one hand stretched forward toward Kaiser, the other clenching the outstretched arm. A fierce Ryatsu gathered at his hand. The blood gushing from Grimjow's body was mixing into the Ryatsu, turning it bluish-green. That bluish-green Ryatsu formed a sawtooth glowing orb aimed at Kaiser, illuminating Grimmjow's blood-stained face. This is a special Siro only Espada can use. Its power exceeds a normal Siro by several times or even dozens. Grimmjow growled viciously. With just one blast, even space itself can be distorted. That's why it's strictly forbidden under normal circumstances. Clearly, Grimmjow no longer cared about such rules. This power mixed with Espada blood, taste it well. Grimmjow bellowed. Take this. Gran Ray Siro. The jagged Ryatsu orb in his palm blasted forth, stirring a violent tempest and thunderous boom. As it traveled, just as Grimmjow said, space itself was visibly distorted. Kaiser could feel the terror of this strike. In terms of sheer power, this Gran Ray Siro already surpassed even the scorching flames released from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's Ryujin Jaka. In all his decades in this world, the strongest attack Kaiser had ever faced was this moment. So, though I doubt this strike can breach the blade array matrix, as a sign of respect, let me return the favor with this move. The countless Zanpakuto circling Kaiser shattered. The shattered blades turned into pure Ryatsu, converging onto Crown of Heavens in Kaiser's hand. Blade array erasure. A slash infused with the power of every Zanpakuto in existence burst forth at this moment. Boom. As the golden slash cleaved forth like mountains splitting and seas parting, the white desert was sliced in half. Tidal waves of white sand erupted skyward. Even the Gran Ray Siro that distorted space was instantly severed, erased into nothing. Grimmjow hadn't even reacted. Still kneeling with one hand outstretched, he was cleaved through by the golden slash. The desert before and behind him was sliced open. Grimmjow's body froze, never moving again. PFF. After a moment, blood burst from Grimmjow's chest, and his body split cleanly in two, falling to either side. The sixth Espada, Grimmjow Jaeger-Jaquez, dead. End of chapter. Author's note, 10 chapters till volume end. Chapter 233, Chapter 281, Immaculate Morning Star. On the desolate white desert, the earth-shaking upheaval gradually subsided, restoring everything to silence once more. A massive rift, like a bottomless abyss, sat in the middle of the land, splitting the white desert in two, strikingly conspicuous. Swish. With a flash of Shuinpa, Kaiser appeared on the ground as if teleporting, stepping onto the white sand. Within his perception, the Ryatsu of Grimmjow and Yami had indeed vanished, and even Okuyura's Ryatsu had disappeared without a trace. Escaped, huh? Sensing that Okuyura's Ryatsu was also gone, Kaiser curled his lips slightly. Escaped pretty fast. As expected of a Vasto Lord-class Arankar. Sensing the situation was turning dire, decisively abandoning his companions to retreat, this was precisely what one would expect of a Hollow. Truly very much in line with Hollow nature. Unfortunately, unless you completely retreat, leave Hueco Mundo, or abandon Sosuke Aizen, the result won't change. Kaiser released the Shirkai of Crown of Heavens and sheathed it once more. Then, he surprisingly absorbed Crown of Heavens back into his body instead of keeping it sheathed at his waist. Swish. As Crown of Heavens was reabsorbed into his body, a pair of transparent blue wings with white skeletal frames burst open from behind Kaiser. Boom. With a single beat of the wings, a burst of force exploded beneath his feet, blasting away countless grains of sand as his figure shot toward the sky, soaring into midair. It's been a long time since I've felt this blood boiling. Hovering in midair, Kaiser suddenly smiled. Then, the Ryoryoku within his body erupted like a tidal wave, transforming into pure white aura that exploded outward from his form. Balance breaker. On the wings of divine dividing behind him, a hazy light suddenly blossomed. Within that light, Kaiser's figure was gradually wrapped in the pure white aura, piece by piece being covered in white armor. Blue jewels were embedded on parts of his body, a metallic dragon tail extended from his back, his outline took on the form of a pure, flawless white dragon, his wings spread wide, flowing with an overwhelming dragonic force. Balance breaker of divine dividing, white dragon emperor's armor. After several decades, Kaiser once again assumed this form. Are you ready, Sosuke Aizen? With a distorted smile and feeling the explosive surge of power throughout his body, the immaculate white dragon began to fly. A long trail of light streaked through the sky of Hueco Mundo, flying at incredible speed in a single direction. This day, Hueco Mundo was destined to undergo an earth-shaking upheaval. Las Noches. In Hueco Mundo, a barren wasteland, this was perhaps the only existing structure. Its appearance resembled a celestial pillar, but inside, it was a vast and complex labyrinth-like fortress. It originally belonged to the king who ruled all of Hueco Mundo, but after Sosuke Aizen arrived and conquered nearly all of the Hollows, it became Aizen's base. Using his own technology, Sosuke Aizen created another world within this place, making the interior of Las Noches appear to possess a blue sky and white clouds, something that did not exist in Hueco Mundo. The Espada all had their own palaces here, and even Arrancar who were not Espada had residences assigned according to rank, giving the entire place a sense of order. Inside and outside Las Noches were numerous detection and defense systems. Once an intruder broke in, their every move would be discovered, making it nearly impossible for any invader to remain unseen. On this day, atop Las Noches' highest level, Sosuke Aizen appeared. He no longer wore his shihakusho and white haori but a white long coat with black trimming and hakama, tied at the waist with a dark red sash. On that sash hung the dreaded Kyoka Suigetsu. Compared to his appearance in Soul Society, he now seemed even more imposing and regal. Indeed, Hueco Mundo had practically become Sosuke Aizen's domain. The Shinigami had become ruler over the hollows and master of Hueco Mundo, leaving many hollows with complicated feelings. Even now, many Arrancar harbored rebellious thoughts towards Sosuke Aizen, but none dared voice them. Grimmjow, for instance, had always kept his fangs hidden, biding his time, ready to sink his teeth into Aizen's throat and kill the false king who had invaded Hueco Mundo. Sosuke Aizen was well aware of this yet paid it no mind. On the contrary, he considered it a form of entertainment, curious to see when Grimmjow would rebel, and how. This same amusement was something he also applied to Jin Ichimaru. Our dear Captain Kaiser seems to have arrived in Hueco Mundo, Jin. Seated upon the throne, Sosuke Aizen looked down at the standing Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen. After a moment, he smiled and addressed Jin. Well. Want to go greet him? At this, Jin Ichimaru, as always, wore his smiling expression, impossible to read. Please spare me, Captain Aizen. Jin spread his hands with feigned helplessness. If I showed up in front of Captain Kaiser again, he'd probably cut me down without a word, wouldn't he? He had no doubt Kaiser had both the power and the will to do so. Seems Grimmjow and Yamis Ryatsu have disappeared, Kanami Tozen said gravely. It appears they've already been killed by Kaiser. What a pity, Grimmjow and Yami, Jin said in mock sorrow. They still didn't know the real reason Captain Aizen sent them to the world of the living wasn't to scout Karakura Town, but to serve as bait. The fact that Aizen had sent Arrancar to Karakura Town the day before the Godai 13 captains fully recovered clearly showed he had excellent intelligence on Soul Society's current state. Thus, he also knew that if he dispatched someone to Karakura Town, the one sent to the world of the living would most likely be Kaiser, strong and uninjured. Luring Captain Kaiser into Hueco Mundo by sending out bait, Captain Aizen's plan succeeded beautifully, Jin said with unclear sincerity. As long as no one opens a Garganta for Kaiser, he won't be able to return to Soul Society or interfere with the world of the living. Without Captain Kaiser, whether it's using Karakura Town as the ritual site to forge the Oaken, or invading Soul Society to open the path to the Royal Palace, everything becomes much easier. We've essentially eliminated a powerful enemy, someone even harder to deal with than Captain Commander Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Jin smiled slyly. As expected of Captain Aizen, flawless as ever. These slightly sarcastic remarks made Kanami Tozen frown. But Sosuke Aizen remained completely unfazed. The Hogyoku has already begun its fusion, but Soul Society clearly doesn't intend to wait for it to complete, Aizen said with a smile. With Kisuke Urahara secretly maneuvering, they surely have a good idea of its fusion progress and timeline. To prevent the Hogyoku's full completion, they'll likely act as soon as they recover their strength. In that case, we cannot sit idle, we must first remove the most troublesome enemy. Sosuke Aizen never expected to defeat Kaiser here in Hueco Mundo. That was unrealistic. Even if Hueco Mundo was his domain, even if his Espada army was stronger than the Godai 13, he didn't believe he could take down Kaiser. Crown of Heavens, that Zanpakuto was far too powerful. Not only was its power overwhelming, its protective capabilities were exceptional. So even with Kaiser alone, Sosuke Aizen didn't believe they could defeat him. What Aizen wanted was simple, to trap Kaiser. As long as Kaiser was trapped, aside from Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto, who in the Godai 13 could threaten him. Even for Yamamoto, Aizen had already prepared a surprise specifically to deal with him. As long as we can keep Captain Kaiser in Hueco Mundo, then the only remaining threats to my plan would be Ichigo Kurosaki and Kisuke Urahara. Sosuke Aizen continued. But Kurosaki isn't mature yet, and Urahara wouldn't dare act openly, fearing my countermeasures. Therefore, now is the best time to move. Invade Soul Society or forge the Oaken, let us start with one of these goals. With that, Aizen stood from his throne and slowly walked down. Let's complete the Oaken first. Notify the remaining Espada. Tell them to prepare to head to the world of the living. There's no need to leave anyone in Las Noches. I've already turned this place into a prison. Once he arrives, it will be his place of sealing. Yet just as flawlessly as Aizen had arranged everything, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What is this? Jin and Tozen also seemed to sense something. They suddenly looked up, faces full of doubt. What is this? Aizen murmured with a frown. It's not Ryatsu, nor does it contain any Ryuryoku, yet it's clearly a powerful force rapidly approaching. What kind of power is this? Why do I have such a foreboding feeling? Aizen couldn't finish his sentence. Because in that moment, the immaculate morning star descended. Boom. The ceiling of Las Noches suddenly exploded, scattering into countless fragments. White light poured down from the sky, illuminating all of Las Noches. Chapter 234, Chapter 282, The White Light That Pierces the Darkness. WMMM. That was the sound of the entire Hueco Mundo brimming with activity, as Reishi surged when the radiant white light illuminated the world. That sound resembled cheering, yet also resembled praise, like a salute, or a reverent worship, as if welcoming, as if adoring, as the light resembling the morning star slowly descended from the heavens, falling toward Las Noches. The white light spread outward from it, slicing through all the darkness of Hueco Mundo, causing everyone who looked up to the sky to fix their gaze upon it. Including Sosuke Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Kaname Tozen. What is that? It was a natural question to arise. A reflexive shock. But when the figure within the white light suddenly unfurled its translucent wings of light, appearing as if born from the radiance, all of their confusion and astonishment was instantly replaced by another emotion. That emotion was called awe. Zing! Brilliant wings of light shone radiantly, causing the figure against the dark sky to glow resplendently, without a trace of shadow. Not a speck of dullness could be found on the flawless white armor. The entire body was adorned with sapphire-like gems, radiating such a holy brilliance that all who gazed upon him either felt ashamed by comparison or were moved to tears. Was this what one called beauty? Was this what one called immaculate? Holy, dazzling, magnificent, glorious. Every word of praise that could exist in the world seemed applicable to him in this moment. Tremble. The body could not stop trembling. At least, Jin Ichimaru and Kaname Tozen were like that, like they'd been struck by something immense, terrifying, yet too beautiful to comprehend, causing their souls to be seized, their bodies unable to move. Even Sosuke Aizen found himself deeply captivated by the white figure glowing with mysterious light. But he did not lose himself to it. Rather, an increasingly thick sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Thump. 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 Then, amidst a series of spatial distortions, one figure after another arrived beside Aizen, Jin, and Tozen, carried by Sonido. Lord Aizen. Lord Aizen. What is that? Are you all right, Lord Aizen? Some of them immediately gathered around Aizen, others turned their gaze to the white figure in the sky, expressions stunned or shaken. Each of them bore a number engraved upon their bodies, revealing their identities. Bearing the number 1, the Primera Espada, Coyote Stark. Bearing the number 2, the Segunda Espada, Barragan Luzenbairn. Bearing the number 3, the Tercera Espada, Tyr Harabel. Bearing the number 5, the Quinta Espada, Neutra Gilga. Bearing the number 7, the Septima Espada, Zamari Ruros. Bearing the number 8, the Octava Espada, Salaporo Grands. Bearing the number 9, the Novena Espada, Aranero Araruri. Aside from Ulquiorra, Grimjow, and Yami, the rest of the Espada had all gathered. Is that a hollow? Stark, who had the appearance of a middle-aged man and was accompanied by a little girl, stared at the white figure in the sky and muttered uncertainly. He actually did that to my Las Noches. The massive, elderly-looking Barragan, whose head was adorned with a crown-like crest, looked furious. I don't sense any Ryatsu, what is going on? Tyr Harabel, with her tanned skin, emerald eyes, generous chest, and golden hair braided into 3 long plaits, frowned with concern. Truly, beautiful. Zamari, a tall and muscular man with thick lips and golden eyes, resembling a black man, trembled slightly, seemingly moved by the holiness of that white figure. Did that thing attack Las Noches? Dressed in a full-body white cloak, white gloves, and a long vertical slit mask on his head, Aranero spoke with a voice that seemed to come from 2 people, clearly 2 distinct tones. No Ryatsu, not even Ryuryoku, are we sure that's a living being? Could it be some kind of machine? Salaporo, with glasses-shaped mask fragments, short pink hair, golden eyes, and the appearance of a scientist, pushed his glasses and looked up with curiosity at the white figure. TCH, that high and mighty posture is disgusting. Neutra, with a circular collar, tall and lanky frame, single eye patch, black middle-parted medium hair, and wielding a scythe composed of 2 crescent blades joined with a chain to his waist, clicked his tongue in displeasure. Hey! Neutra took a step forward and shouted up at the white figure in the sky with murderous intent. I'll give you one chance, get down from there and... He never got to finish the word now. Because, the moment he stepped forward and issued his threat, the immaculate white dragon in the sky immediately dashed forward with a streak of light, appearing behind Neutra at unbelievable speed and grabbing one of his arms. Rip. The sound of flesh being torn rang out, and blood sprayed gloriously into the air. The immaculate white dragon forcibly tore off Neutra's arm, causing blood to gush from the stump. Ayah! Neutra screamed in agony, clutching his severed arm, stumbling back as blood spilled everywhere. Everyone present instantly had their pupils contract and their expressions change drastically, hurriedly retreating from the white figure that had suddenly appeared at their side. My hand. Neutra howled in pain, bordering on hysteria. You dare rip off my hand. He was on the verge of going berserk. The rest of them looked on, faces shifting again and again, either in astonishment or in alarm at the white figure before them. So fast. That wasn't a hollow sonido, nor a Shinigami Shuinpa, it was pure speed. I couldn't see a thing. Some of the Espada had grim expressions, others broke into cold sweat. Every Arrancar present was one of the top beings in Hueco Mundo. Each had been a Minos Grande before, and aside from one exception, all were previously either a Juches or Vasto Lord class. After becoming Arrancar, their strength was easily at or above captain level, they were no small fry. They were a force strong enough to wage war against all of Soul Society, a group so strong that even the entire Goti I-13 might not be able to defeat them without risk of loss. Yet none of them had been able to react in time to the white figure. By the time it tore off Neutra's arm, they had only just realized it had appeared. How could they not be shaken or wary? Even Aizen, Jin, and Tozen each showed a different reaction. This is getting a bit troublesome. Jin's smile vanished from his face. How could this be? Tozen reflexively gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto, posture fully alert. Even the expression Sasuke Aizen wore, that ever-confident, in-control look, had disappeared. In its place was a deep and penetrating gaze, fixed on the immaculate figure, as if trying to see through it. In this atmosphere, the figure finally spoke. The price for speaking rudely is this. You must pay something to understand what sort of attitude is appropriate when facing an unfamiliar power. A distorted voice echoed from within the dragon-shaped helm. Though distorted, all the Arrancar could hear the mocking undertone. Besides, you're a mantis. You've got plenty of arms. Losing one isn't a big deal, is it? Hearing this, Neutra lost all reason. Die. Driven by rage, Neutra raised his massive scythe and charged at the white figure. Stop. Be careful. Stark and Harabel both cried out in shock, trying to stop Neutra. But the white figure moved faster than they did. Divide. Accompanied by a heavy voice emitted from the blue jewel, the white figure extended one hand toward Neutra, releasing a ripple of dragonic power. In that instant, Neutra's charging speed sharply dropped, and even his Ryatsu and aura were halved. Divide. 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 As the voice echoed again and again, Neutra's Ryatsu, aura, and speed were repeatedly halved, until they weakened below that of an average hollow, only then did it stop. What? Neutra's eyes widened in disbelief. The others, even Sasuke Aizen, all changed expression. The white figure finally began to rise slowly. My name is Albion. A voice rang out across the entire area. My sacred gear, divine dividing, its power is to have the strength of any being I come into contact with and turn it into nourishment for myself. Those words caused the Arrancar to change expressions once more. Have their power? What the hell? What's a sacred gear? The Espada exclaimed in confusion, visibly rattled. The white figure clad in the White Dragon Emperor's armor, Kaiser, looked at the scene and smiled faintly. If you want to defeat me, you'd best hurry. Otherwise, I'll just keep growing stronger, while you keep getting weaker. Until, you can't even defeat a human. Chapter 235, Chapter 283, then it belongs to me. Can't even defeat a human. This was an extremely insulting statement to any hollow. To hollows, humans were originally just food, and to the Minos Grande in particular, the souls of weak humans tasted so bad that they generally weren't even worth hunting. The targets hunted by Minos Grande were no longer ordinary humans, but rather Shinigami with high Ryoryoku or fellow hollows. Especially among hollows, in Hueco Mundo, if a Minos wanted to evolve, to ascend, there was only one path: devour their own kind, the stronger the better. The souls of weak humans, unless born with incredibly high spiritual power, were only coveted by lesser hollows, not even Minos. Only mindless Jillians would devour them out of instinct. In other words, to Minos Grande, humans were unquestionably trash. Even the more gentle Minos didn't treat humans as trash, nor would they wish to fall to a state where they couldn't even defeat one. Yet now, someone had just told them that if they didn't defeat him, they'd end up unable to even beat a human. How could they tolerate that? At the very least, Zamari, Sailaporo, and Aranyero could not. Thus, these three Espada drew their Zanpakuto without hesitation. Pacify, Brujeria. Drink deep, Fornicaras. Devour him, Glotoneria. All three activated Resurrection at once, releasing their Zanpakuto and unleashing terrible Ryatsu from their bodies. However. Divide. The ripple of dragonic power stirred once more. The halving ability of the divine dividing wings activated again. Zamari, Sailaporo, and Araniero all revealed looks of horror as they discovered their power had suddenly dropped by half, just like Neutra before them. Why? Didn't it only activate on those he touched? He didn't even touch us. The three shouted in panicked disbelief. No, he touched you. Among the three remaining top-ranked Espada who hadn't yet moved, the Soul Woman, Harabel, spoke. When he attacked Neutra just now, he already made contact with you. The speed of that immaculate figure was simply too fast, so fast that no one had been able to react. But even if they hadn't reacted, that didn't stop the more perceptive from figuring out what had happened. Since his ability had activated, it proved he had already touched Zamari and the others. And the only chance for him to have done so was that very moment when he flew in and tore off Neutra's arm. In that flash, when none could respond, he had already touched all three, it was just that they didn't realize it. Impossible. The three clearly didn't want to accept it. But as the divine dividing wings activated several more times, their power was halved again and again, until they were reduced to the same level as Neutra, weaker than even a human. Their resurrection was cancelled mid-transformation, forcing them to believe they'd already become lambs on the chopping block. In contrast, the figure soaring once again through the skies released a terrifyingly strong presence, growing stronger by the second. How boring. Kaiser's distorted voice echoed again. I thought we could have a bit more fun. In the end, the so-called Espada are only this level. Then, let's end it. As his words fell, the immaculate figure in the sky streaked forward with a longer, brighter trail of light than before. Boom. 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 With three explosive sounds, the three powerless Espada were instantly reduced to pieces of flesh. They were punched to death by Kaiser's fists. In less than a tenth of a second, Kaiser shot forward in light form and appeared before each of the three, one punch per person, blasting them apart. As Kaiser finished off the Septima, Octava, and Novena Espada, the top three Espada, Primera, Segunda, and Tercera, finally made their move. Ciro. The three Vasto Lord-class Arankar seized the perfect moment and released Ciro the instant Kaiser reappeared. Boom. Three differently colored beams of light simultaneously blasted toward Kaiser, engulfing the immaculate figure. Divide. 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 In the next second, the blue jewels embedded across Kaiser's body echoed the command again, and the Ciro that had struck him were weakened as if absorbed, visibly shrinking in power. He can even weaken enemy attacks on contact. Stark, Barragan, and Harabel all grew grim. No more holding back. Barragan shouted in a booming voice. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all be wiped out. He pulled out a massive battle axe. That was his Zanpakuto. Lord Aizen. Harabel unsheathed her sword as she turned to look at Aizen. Beside her, Stark did the same, placing his hand on the head of the little girl always by his side as he glanced at Sosuke Aizen. They were seeking permission from Aizen. Because all Espada ranked 4 and above were Vasto Lord before becoming Arankar, stronger than captain-level Shinigami, their Ryatsu was too great, so different from the lower Espada they were practically a separate category. Thus, the resurrection of the top 4 Espada, like the Forbidden Grand Rey Ciro, was banned within Las Noches to prevent massive destruction. That order had naturally come from Aizen, ruler of Hueco Mundo. So, if they wanted to go all out here, they had to get Aizen's permission. You may. Aizen gave a small nod, showing no concern for the deaths of the lower-ranked Espada, his attention still on the immaculate figure. With permission granted, the 3 top Espada activated their resurrection without hesitation. Hunt him down, Los Lobos. Stark uttered his release chant, and the little girl at his side vanished into spiritual energy, merging with him. Rot, arrogant. Barragan raised his axe high as black energy erupted from him. Strike him down, Tiburon. Harabel wielded her wide-bladed short sword, and as she released her resurrection, it triggered a massive wave of water. You think I'm just going to stand here and watch? Watching this unfold, Kaiser's wings pulsed and he prepared to launch himself like before. Shoot to kill, Kamishini no Yari. Just then, a voice like a lurking serpent whispered. Zing! A gleam of silvery white light burst forth at what seemed to be the speed of light, even faster than Kaiser in this state. Clang! The light crashed into Kaiser, striking his immaculate armor and sending him flying as sparks scattered brilliantly. Jin Ichimaru had made his move, and he used his Bankai right from the start, activating Kamishini no Yari. Final form, Enma Kurogi. Tozen reacted reflexively, immediately activating his Bankai, releasing a pitch-black barrier that engulfed all of Las Noches' uppermost level. Divide. 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 But a moment later, that spell-like voice echoed within the darkness, and the expanding dome seemed to shrink, rapidly collapsing in size. Kaiser, now airborne, burst from the shrinking dome as a beam of white light, shooting straight toward Kanami Tozen. If you're so eager to die, then I'll deal with you first. A devastating punch landed squarely on Tozen's chest, exploding with tremendous force. Boom. The blow blasted apart his chest, leaving a mangled, bloody ruin. Gah. Tozen spat blood violently, his body hurtling like a cannonball as it smashed through the walls of Las Noches, sent flying outside, his life or death unknown. Kamishi. Jin's eyes, normally narrowed, snapped wide open as he pointed his Zanpakuto toward the approaching white figure. But before he could activate Kamishini no Yari again, the immaculate figure blurred like teleportation, appearing right in front of him. That blade's ability really isn't bad. Even in this state, if I'm not careful, I'd be hit. The white armored hand pressed down on the dagger-length Kamishini no Yari. Jin's widened pupils shrank to pinpoints. It belongs to me now. The distorted voice entered Jin's ears. In return, I'll overlook that little sneak attack earlier. Golden patterns extended from Kaiser's hand onto the Zanpakuto. Jin clearly felt his sword tremble violently, then, as if submitting, break its connection with him. Swish. Kamishini no Yari disappeared from Jin's hand. Boom. Kaiser threw a punch, blasting Jin away and slamming him into Aizen's throne, shattering it to pieces. The rubble buried Jin's body, rendering him completely out of sight. Two captains who had followed Aizen in betraying Soul Society had now fallen. WMMM. At the same time, three terrifying Ryatsu erupted and flooded all of Las Noches. The three Espada who had completed their resurrection now revealed their new forms in a surge of overwhelming power. Chapter 236, Chapter 284, Far Too Naive. Boom. Inside the shattered roof of Las Noches, the fully released Ryatsu of the three Vasto Lord-class Arankar descended like a natural disaster, blowing away the entire upper level of Las Noches. Flapping his divine dividing wings, Kaiser flew upward while gazing down, taking in the new forms of the three Vasto Lord-class Arankar after their resurrection. The Primera Espada, Coyote Stark, resembled a hunter of wolves after releasing, clad in a fur-lined cloak, wielding two firearms in his hands. His overall aura was now reclusive and distant, a far cry from his previous appearance as an unremarkable middle-aged man, truly a transformation. The Segunda Espada, Barragan Lozenbairn, had undergone the most drastic change, his entire form transformed into a skeleton. He wore a multi-tiered crown atop his head, curled boots on his feet, and a regal purple-black robe, bearing a striking resemblance to the traditional European image of a Grim Reaper. Even his battle axe had changed, resembling bat-like wings, exuding a soul-reaping aura. The Tercera Espada, Tyr Harabel, had short hair now, with deep blue lightning-shaped markings on her cheeks. The tattoo had vanished. Her attire became a short-skirted swimsuit-like outfit, with some areas armored in white. In her hand she held a massive, fishfin-shaped greatsword, its surface inorganic and dull. To an outsider, it might have looked like a shell, not a weapon. Let's go, the two of you. Stark shouldered his guns and spoke first. Don't think you can order me. I know what needs to be done. Barragan's voice had lost all trace of humanity, it was ghostly. Be careful of his ability. Avoid direct contact, Harabel offered rational advice. At that, all three used Sonido simultaneously, appearing in the sky and forming a triangle formation, completely surrounding Kaiser. Their Ryatsu was strong enough to distort space. Their aura was mighty enough to overturn the heavens and earth. An ordinary captain-level Shinigami would be like an ant before them, especially with all three working together. In such pressure and presence, even a nearby Minos Grande would be obliterated on the spot, their soul collapsing. Yet facing these three Arankar, the immaculate white being was utterly fearless. Come. With his divine dividing wings fully spread behind him, Kaiser smiled as he released all the power he'd absorbed. Thus, the three Vasto Lord-class Arankar launched their assault. Infinite Ammo Zero. Stark raised his guns and pulled the triggers, releasing bullets like a storm. These weren't ordinary bullets, they were blasts of Zero. Countless Zero erupted from Stark's guns, covering the sky as they rained down on Kaiser. Dense, endless, terrifying. Respira. Barragan exhaled a long sigh of deathly breath, spreading forward like black mist toward Kaiser. It was true death breath, anything it touched would rapidly decay, rot, and wither into death. The air touched by it vanished silently, and the stench of rot filled the entire space. Cascada. Harabel raised her fishfin-shaped inorganic greatsword, and from gill-like slits along its blade, a massive torrent of water burst forth. It was like a waterfall, the sheer size of it made Harabel seem tiny beside it. The enormous wave surged toward Kaiser, so powerful that one might believe even a mountain would collapse beneath it. There was no doubt, these three were truly worthy of being Vasto Lord-class Arankar, their power far from ordinary. Their attacks, post-resurrection, could instantly eliminate a captain. Most of the Godii 13's captains wouldn't last even a single exchange. To Kaiser's view, among all Shinigami, only Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto had the sheer power to dominate the three. Unfortunately. Useless. Kaiser allowed the 3 attacks to land on him and then activated his ability. Divide. 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 White light from dragonic power flashed over his body, and with every flash, the 3 attacks were halved in strength. After several repetitions, the devastating attacks were weakened to a level even an ordinary Shinigami could handle. They didn't even crack Kaiser's armor. So it's still not enough. Stark, Barragan, and Harabel's faces darkened. They felt the situation was spiraling. Close combat risked getting touched and losing power. Ranged attacks would just be weakened and absorbed upon contact. Unless they didn't fight and focused solely on dodging, no matter the tactic, they'd only feed him more power. Adding to that his terrifying speed, the outcome was inevitable. They couldn't run, and any attempt to fight would only make him stronger. They had no way in. His ability is too dangerous, we have to find a way to counter it. The same thought arose in all 3 of them as they recalled the moment Kaiser was struck by Jin Ikamaru's Kamishini no Yari. Keeping distance while launching solid physical attacks, this might be the only way. Surely he couldn't absorb or have things like blades. Thinking this, the 3 Vasto Lord-class Espada charged forth. Boom. Harabel appeared above Kaiser using Sonido, raising her inorganic greatsword and slashing down. Boom. Kaiser raised his armored hand to block, but instead of touching the sword directly, he contacted a surge of water that sprayed from the blade. Gran Kada. Barragan teleported behind Kaiser, pulling the chains on his massive axe to swing it down. Deathly energy poured from the blade, chilling to the core. Swish. With his back to Barragan, Kaiser flared his wings and shot upward like a rising star. You're not escaping. Stark, seeing this, raised his twin guns and released his technique. Next moment, luminous wolves materialized around him, vicious and radiant, forming a pack. This technique divided Stark's soul into many fragments. Each fragment became a wolf, functioning as an independent weapon. They would explode upon biting their target. Against physical attacks, they would pass through like fire. They were, essentially, wolf-shaped missiles, with Stark himself as the warhead. This was a costly ability to use. Now, facing the extraordinary power and frightening abilities of Kaiser, Stark held nothing back. The wolves howled and charged at Kaiser. Too naive. Facing the wolves, Kaiser gave this assessment. Half dimension. In the next moment, Kaiser's wings unfurled, releasing an invisible dragonic wave that spread over the wolves. Within this wave, even space warped. The wolves froze, then, one by one, they compressed, flattened, vanishing. What? Stark's face changed. Swish. Kaiser flared his wings again, his light trail slicing through the air as he shot toward Stark. Boom. Stark had no time to react, the immaculate white dragon slammed into him, sending him flying. Cough. Blood spurted from his mouth, but that couldn't stop what came next. Divide. 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 The incantation rang out again and again as Stark's immense Ryatsu, once unmatched in Hueco Mundo, was halved repeatedly, weakening him into frailty. Boom. Flames of energy stronger than ever flared around Kaiser as he instantly appeared above Stark, swung his dragon tail, and slammed him into the ground, burying him in the desert, vanishing from sight. You bastard. Harabel seized the opening and appeared behind Kaiser, her inorganic greatsword glowing with golden misty Ryatsu as she slashed at high speed. I told you, you're far too naive. Kaiser didn't dodge. He turned and punched, his blazing fist meeting the oncoming blade. Boom. A deafening clash erupted. Golden mist and white flame burst forth like shockwaves, generating overwhelming turbulence. The outcome was clear. Kaiser, who had absorbed the strength of multiple Espada, easily overpowered Harabel, shattering her weapon with a single punch. Boom. Before she could react, Kaiser followed with a whip-like kick, sending her flying. Harabel shot through the air like a cannonball, breaking the sound barrier, slamming into the desert below. Sand exploded skyward in a spectacular plume. Die. Barragan's eye sockets glinted with killing intent. He swung his black great axe like a guillotine, cleaving downward toward Kaiser's head. But the strike missed. What a pity. The immaculate white figure vanished from Barragan's view and reappeared behind him like a streak of light. Seems that even Vasto Lord-class Arankar can only reach this level. With that, Kaiser placed a hand on Barragan's skull. Half dimension. Dragonic power enveloped Barragan. His skeletal body began to shrink. Moments later, his entire form was compressed into nothing, completely erased from existence. Chapter 237, Chapter 285, You really thought I had no way. Las Noches, top floor. This place was already completely destroyed. Whether it was the ceiling or the surrounding walls, all had turned into rubble, either scattered across the ground or fallen outside Las Noches, leaving only a vast, floor-only emptiness. Moonlight shone upon it, as though illuminating a ruined wasteland, bringing a desolate feeling to the scene. Zheng. The immaculate white light, just like when it first descended, slowly drifted down from midair. When it landed on the floor, the radiance dissipated, revealing the flawless white dragon with divine dividing wings, bathed in moonlight. That figure, even more sacred and sublime than before. Come out. The distorted voice rang from within the dragon-shaped helmet, filled with indifferent emotion. At this point, surely you're not still planning to keep watching, are you, Sosuke Aizen? As this voice echoed across the space, someone walked over from another direction. The espada I personally created have truly been disappointingly useless. They couldn't even cause you a bit more trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have used the Hogyoku's power on them. Sosuke Aizen walked forward slowly with his zanpakuto at his waist, wearing his usual smile, speaking to the immaculate figure bathed in moonlight. Your power is even greater, even more fascinating, and even more mysterious than I originally predicted. How many times now have you displayed power that exceeded my expectations? Kaiser-kun. At these words, Kaiser's brow beneath the helmet twitched slightly. So I've been exposed already. Kaiser's question was met with Aizen's light chuckle. It's far too coincidental, isn't it? Kaiser had just arrived in Hueco Mundo, and immediately such a mysterious being appeared, displaying such overwhelming strength. How could that be a coincidence? Furthermore, Aizen considered his control over Hueco Mundo fairly absolute. If such a powerful and unknown entity had existed, there was no way he wouldn't have had even a shred of intel. Coupled with his observations during the battle just now, Sosuke Aizen had concluded that the so-called Albion before him was in fact Kaiser. Divine dividing, huh? Aizen's gaze lingered on the wings behind Kaiser, his eyes filled with desire for knowledge. Something I've never heard of before. It's neither like a zanpakuto, nor like any of the Shihoin clan's armaments, it's something completely outside of my understanding. And you, Kaiser-kun, your Ryatsu and Riryoku suddenly vanished entirely, replaced by a power I don't recognize. Although not a scientist like Kisuke Urahara or Mayuri Kuratsuchi, as someone who had researched the Hogyoku, modified hollows, and created Arrancar, Aizen was deeply intrigued. If possible, I'd truly like you to explain it to me, Aizen said with regret. But of course, Kaiser-kun probably won't comply, right? You have some self-awareness, Kaiser said flatly. But only some, not much. Otherwise, after he had utterly crushed the espada, how could Aizen still casually appear before him? Could it be that the Hogyoku is complete? Kaiser looked at Aizen and said, you've already evolved, transcended the limits of a Shinigami, and believe you won't lose to me, so you stayed here with such confidence. Now, what could it be? Aizen didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled with closed eyes, as if playing a riddle. Maybe it's because I don't believe you can stop me. Hearing this, Kaiser's expression remained blank. I suspect, the one standing before me now isn't really you, Aizen. Kaiser suddenly said this and darted forward, his wings flaring as he shot to Aizen's front. Boom. A flash of pure white fist slammed out, striking the Aizen in front of him and shattering his entire body. The broken form quickly changed appearance, becoming someone who wasn't even originally present here. Ulquiorra cipher. Kaiser said this without surprise. So it was you. Yes. The one who had appeared as Sosuke Aizen was in fact Ulquiorra, who had fled from Kaiser not long ago. Here to die in his place. Kaiser gave him no time to speak. With one foot, he stomped on Ulquiorra's fallen head. What surprised Kaiser was that when the head was crushed, its appearance shifted again. It wasn't Ulquiorra at all, but the already defeated Neutra. Seal it. Ulquiorra's empty voice rang out behind Kaiser. Segunda etapa. In an instant, a burst of black Ryatsu exploded, becoming black rain that poured over the area. Ulquiorra, now appearing behind Kaiser, unfurled a pair of massive black wings that seemed to blot out the sky. He wore a long white robe, a helmet with two horns, elongated claws on his hands, longer hair, and darkened tear streaks down his cheeks. Lanza del Relampago. In his hand formed a weapon of light made from reishi. Though called a lance, it resembled a spear more than a sword. Boom. As Ulquiorra thrust it without hesitation, an explosion resounded. But. Bang. A hand clad in immaculate white armor suddenly struck, shattering the lance capable of demolishing a building. If you'd already escaped, why come back? Amid the shattering reishi, the same armored hand seized Ulquiorra by the neck and lifted him into the air. Divide. The voice from the blue gem activated, causing the gem on Kaiser's hand to flash. In that instant, Ulquiorra's resistance collapsed, his strength swiftly fading. Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra no longer resisted. He choked out that name midair. At the same time, a dazed look appeared on Kaiser's face beneath his helmet. For in his eyes, the Ulquiorra suspended by the throat changed appearance again. Into Momo Hinamori. Captain. The girl's face was filled with pain, tears falling from the corners of her eyes as she looked at Kaiser. Kaiser's expression instantly turned terrifyingly cold. Crash. Suddenly, the armor on Kaiser shattered. His wings vanished as well. He flung aside the Ulquiorra turned Hinamori and spoke without emotion. You really thought I had no way to counter Kyoka Soijetsu, Aizen? In Kaiser's hand, a spear radiating divine waves appeared from thin air. The divine wave it emitted was even more dazzling and radiant than when he'd entered Divine Dividing's balance breaker state. O Lance. True holy spear that pierces even the divine. A sacred and solemn incantation flowed from Kaiser without hesitation. Draw upon the tyrant's ideal slumbering within me, open the gap between blessing and destruction. Thou, declare the will, and shine forth as light. The light-formed spearhead on the spear in Kaiser's hand opened silently, expanding to its limit, and the divine wave surged explosively. Truth idea. The divine wave expanded in pulses like tides, spreading to engulf the entire space. At that moment, illusions shattered, truth revealed, and the false world dissolved. What? Sitting atop a throne that hadn't been destroyed at all, Aizen's previously composed smile froze completely. In his hand, the Zanpakuto Kyoka Soijetsu was sealed by divine power, just like how Cao Cao's sacred gear had once been sealed by truth idea. Pa. A hand seized Aizen's sword-wielding arm, and in the reflection of Aizen's shrinking pupils, its owner suddenly appeared before him. Got you. With that. Splurt. The true Longinus pierced through Aizen's body. The spearhead jutted out his back, trailing a flood of blood. You. Aizen's twisted face spasmed, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Divide. The voice sounded within Kaiser's body, having Aizen's power like it had the Espada. Buzz. Not only that, the golden markings glowing on Kaiser's hand extended across Kyoka Soijetsu's blade, stripping Aizen of his control and ownership. Kyoka Soijetsu's power is indeed formidable. No wonder you could fool the entire Soul Society. Kaiser's voice was ice cold. But no matter how powerful an ability is, you still need to be able to activate it. Aizen vomited a large mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Kaiser as he choked out words with blood and fury. If you had this kind of power, why didn't you use it earlier? If he had known Kaiser had such power, he would never have used Kyoka Soijetsu against him. Kaiser responded coolly. Because I didn't know what kind of attitude the Soul King, seated in the heavens, would show toward me once I revealed this power. The Soul King. So, he had been wary of the Soul King. Yes. Kaiser seemed to read Aizen's thoughts. I've been somewhat cautious of him. After all, the exclusive weapons in his hands, these powers, they didn't belong to the world created by the Soul King. Chapter 238, Chapter 286 to 288, Volume 3 End. Chapter 286, Shatter. As someone who knew the original work well, Kaiser naturally understood the truth of this world better than most. It was said that countless years ago, the world was nothing but chaos where life and death did not exist, there was no advancement, nor regression. Even becoming a hollow was simply a part of the Reishi cycle, rather than what it is now, where only evil spirits become hollows. But gradually, hollows began devouring humans, and this Reishi cycle was forcibly interrupted, causing the world to lose its balance. If this trend were to continue, all humans would surely be devoured by hollows, and as hollows devoured each other, they would eventually become one unified entity, resulting in all souls in the world becoming a single, massive hollow, plunging the world into complete stasis. It was under such circumstances that the Soul King was born. He was a being brought forth by the world itself to reject chaotic development. Born with power equal to that of a god, omniscient and omnipotent, his very existence was for the purpose of solving the problems caused by the world's chaotic evolution. Thus, he used his power to eliminate the hollows and restored the cycle of the world. However, the founders of the 5 great noble clans, who were created as his close attendants, did not accept this version of the world. Their motives varied, but their goal was the same, to divide the world into 3 realms, allowing each to perform its function and establishing order and balance. To achieve this, they sealed the Soul King, using his omnipotent power as a wedge to split the chaotic world into 3, a world of Reishi, a world of matter, and the desert world into which hollows, born of the other 2, would be cast. That became Soul Society, the world of the living, and Hueco Mundo, the current 3 worlds. And the Soul King, who used himself as a wedge, whose omnipotent power formed the basis of the 3 worlds, was placed in the Soul King Palace, guarded by the Royal Guard, while the 5 great noble clans remained in Soul Society to maintain the balance and order of the 3 worlds. Such a state of affairs lasted for at least 1,000,000 years. Over such a long time, the 5 great noble clans became 4, and Soul Society experienced many upheavals, eventually forming into its current structure. Yet no one knew that the Soul King, sealed and fashioned into a living stake, had already foreseen all of this with his omniscience. He knew what would happen to him and did not resist. Instead, he chose self-sacrifice. Though sealed and turned into a living stake, the Soul King continued to use his power through the flow of time to guide the world's development. He was born for the purpose of solving problems caused by the world's chaos, and his very existence was destined to offer everything, his self, his life, and his power, for the world. If such a being discovered Kaiser, a presence from beyond this world, and witnessed the emergence of various powers that were never meant to exist here, what attitude would he take toward Kaiser? What action would he choose? It was truly unpredictable. At first, Kaiser hadn't considered this. But as he grew, as he gradually deepened his understanding of the power system of this world, he had no choice but to think more carefully. There was no helping it. This world was built on a very fragile balance. Any interference using powers not of this world could easily cause serious consequences. For example, if Kaiser were to kill Hollows using his sacred gears, would that be a good thing? It would not. Because while Hollows are evil spirits, the Shinigami do not destroy them merely to protect humans or maintain soul society and the world of the living. They do so to purify them. When Hollows are slain by Zanpakuto, they are not erased, they are purified into plus souls. If Hollows are killed using powers foreign to this world, they are truly destroyed. They cannot be purified, and this would disrupt the operations of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. And as for souls in Soul Society, when they die, they decompose into Reishi and merge back into the realm. Reishi is the basic unit of all spiritual beings and materials. Any spiritual entity, creature, or object with a soul will typically break down into Reishi upon death, becoming part of the spiritual world. The main substance of Soul Society is Reishi. Therefore, souls who die in Soul Society become Reishi used for constructing buildings. Even many small Hollows in Hueco Mundo survive just by breathing in the Reishi in the air. If Kaiser used his sacred gears to kill these souls, would they still turn into Reishi to serve as the foundation of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, or even the world of the living? That was uncertain. In the original work, the Quincy tribe was hated by the Shinigami precisely because they eradicated Hollows without purifying them. This prevented the rebirth of souls and blocked Soul Society's ability to replenish its Reishi reserves. That's what led to the irreconcilable conflict with the Shinigami, culminating in large-scale war, until the Quincy's were defeated and faded from history. With that precedent, Kaiser naturally had to be more cautious, doing his best to avoid upsetting the world's balance, lest he draw the Soul King's attention and become the enemy of all three worlds. For that reason, when living in Soul Society, closest to the Soul King, Kaiser was extremely restrained. Otherwise, with the power of his many sacred gears, he had no need to fear Sosuke Aizen at all. That last time in Soul Society, he let Aizen escape precisely because of this concern. This time, after arriving in Hueco Mundo, he finally decided to let loose a little. Hollows are a very special kind of existence. They existed before the Soul King was born, and they nearly drove the primordial chaotic world to a standstill. The Soul King's very reason for being was to eliminate Hollows, proving that to some extent, Hollows are also his enemies. So Hueco Mundo should be the most unique of the three worlds. In this world, Reishi is most abundant and most active. Yet the Soul King's ability to interfere here might be the lowest. With these considerations in mind, Kaiser felt he could finally act more freely. Otherwise, if he kept holding back, when would he ever be able to deal with Aizen? He definitely didn't want a repeat of what happened last time, when Aizen escaped in Soul Society due to his restraint. This is also a test, Kaiser said to himself, a test to see if the Soul King will respond to me, and take action. If not, then all the better. If so, then at least he'd be prepared. Worst case scenario, they'd go head to head. Even if the opponent was the god who created the three worlds, so what? It's not like he hadn't fought gods before. With the True Longinus in hand, Balance Breaker activated, and the power of god-slaying unleashed, there was no being he couldn't slay. After all, this time in Hueco Mundo, he wasn't going to let the cunning Sosuke Aizen keep living comfortably. The longer things dragged out, the more likely Aizen was to hatch some grand scheme. So the best way to deal with him was a swift, decisive strike. Don't give him time, and certainly don't give him a chance to set the board. Otherwise, even Kaiser might get played to death. Running into me. That's your misfortune, Aizen. Kaiser said this to the Sosuke Aizen standing within arm's reach. Of course, even if it weren't me, someone else would have stopped you. For example, Kasuke Urahara. Or Kurosaki Ichigo. Both were people who could bring Aizen to ruin. Cough cough. Aizen could no longer speak. Coughing up blood, he reached out and tightly gripped the spear that had pierced through his abdomen. You think, you've already won. Blood had stained Aizen's chin red, and his face twisted for the first time, revealing madness and obsession. I haven't lost yet. Shouting this, Aizen pulled something from his robe. It was the Hogyoku. The crystalline shell had already been removed. It now appeared as it truly was, completely transparent on the outside, with a flowing dark blue light inside. As long as I have the Hogyoku, I still have hope. Without giving Kaiser time to react, Aizen thrust the Hogyoku into his own chest. Blood spurted, and the Hogyoku was pushed deep into his body. though it's incomplete. Hogyoku, grant my wish. Aizen roared while vomiting blood, the Hogyoku embedded in his chest glowing brightly. And yet, Aizen failed to notice that at that moment, Kaiser was looking at him with pity. Shatter. Kaiser's calm voice drifted into Aizen's ears. Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu, now entirely inscribed with golden patterns, released its true form at that moment, silently and completely. Crack. As if an invisible mirror shattered, the entire world shed its illusion. What? Aizen's face, twisted with obsession and madness, froze. His eyes widened slowly. Looking closely, the chest he thought he had pierced, there was no Hogyoku there. Even the spear Aizen had supposedly been clutching had vanished without a trace. Kaiser, at some point, had already pulled away, holding a Zanpakuto in one hand and a gemstone in the other. The Zanpakuto had a pale green hilt and a leaf-shaped guard. It was Kyoka Suigetsu. The gemstone was transparent with blue-black inner light. It was the Hogyoku. You fooled others with Kyoka Suigetsu for so long, it's about time you were fooled by it once. Kaiser said with perfect calm. After all, no one's seen Kyoka Suigetsu's Shirkai more times than you, right? Hearing this, Aizen's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. After a moment, drenched in blood, Sosuke Aizen slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 287, The Legend of Soul Society. Soul Society, Ser-Veresta. It had already been a month since the incident of Sosuke Aizen's betrayal. After a month's time, Ser-Veresta had basically returned to its original appearance. Except for the abyss that split Ser-Veresta in two still existing, and the Sokayaku Hill having completely disappeared, now there was hardly a trace of the previous chaos to be seen. The three worlds had also largely returned to peace, because the culprits, Sosuke Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Kanami Tozen, had all been apprehended and brought back to Soul Society by the Godai 13. Although the incident had passed for some time, the Shinigami living within Ser-Veresta were still enthusiastically discussing it. Truly unexpected. Captain Kaiser actually charged into Hueco Mundo all on his own. Not only did he crush that so-called Arrancar army and defeat all those Espada stronger than most captain-class Shinigami, but he even brought back the three of them, Aizen and the others, and escorted them back to Soul Society. Still feels unbelievable. Is this really something one person could accomplish? I also think it's unbelievable, but it's Captain Kaiser we're talking about. That's right, the very same Captain Kaiser who even defeated the Captain Commander. He split Ser-Veresta in two. Compared to that, invading Hueco Mundo is nothing. Well, even so, our captain was still sighing about it recently. Our captain too. You guys as well. The Shinigami across Ser-Veresta conversed like this, and though their wording may differ, their topic was nearly identical. Many Shinigami still remembered vividly how, at the time, the entire Godai 13 had been thrown into disorder due to Kaiser's solo incursion into Hueco Mundo. The Captain Commander had even urgently convened a captain's meeting, urging the captains to leave the hospital and assemble in front of the Senkamen, preparing to storm Hueco Mundo as backup. But before the captains even set out, Kaiser returned from Hueco Mundo alone, bringing back Sosuke Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Kanami Tozen, shocking the entire Godai 13 with the news. Later, during another captain's meeting, Kaiser briefly explained the situation. He told everyone that the crisis had been resolved. Not only had he brought the three back alive, but he had also slain more than half of the Espada, leaving only a few survivors, greatly weakening Hueco Mundo's forces. The Shinigami all remembered the dazed expressions on the captains' faces when they emerged from that meeting, like they couldn't believe they weren't dreaming. It was rather comical. Given all this, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, the Shinigami had no choice but to acknowledge the monumental feat Kaiser had accomplished. He had conquered all of Hueco Mundo single-handedly, brought judgment upon three heinous criminals, brought great glory and reputation to Soul Society and the Godai 13, and even resolved a crisis that could have affected all three worlds, even the Soul King. It was an extraordinary achievement. Now, discussions about this legendary captain could be heard across all of Soul Society, including in Rakangai. No one dared say they didn't know the captain of Division 3, Kaiser. Kaiser's fame had soared to its peak, surpassing even that of Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. The four great noble clans gave him official commendations on behalf of the nobility, and the newly reconstituted Central 46 also publicly praised his accomplishments. It could be said that Kaiser was now recognized as the strongest, youngest, and most prestigious Shinigami in Soul Society. Many believed that when Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto eventually retired, the one to inherit the mantle of Division 1 captain, and captain commander of the Godai 13, would undoubtedly be this young, already legendary captain, Kaiser. Thanks to all this, whenever Kaiser walked the streets, it was like a global superstar showing up to meet his fans. He received universal attention. Captain Kaiser. Captain Kaiser. While walking on the road toward the Division 3 barracks, Kaiser was greeted with salutes and cheers from countless Shinigami. Numerous reverent and admiring gazes fell upon him, and the entire street cleared to both sides, creating a wide path for him to pass through. Kaiser had long grown accustomed to all this. He walked confidently down the path others made for him, his lavish zanpakuto hanging at his waist, his haori draped over his shoulders. He looked no different than before. No one could imagine that not long ago he had been using powers that didn't even belong to this world in Hueco Mundo. Momo Hinamori followed behind Kaiser, watching the scene unfold with a sense of shared honor, and also cast a gaze full of admiration at him. However, she did not forget the matter she had just been reporting to Kaiser. In any case, the fact that you brought back Captain Ichimaru alive, Ranjika-san is really grateful. She kept asking me to thank you on her behalf. That was what Momo had just informed Kaiser of. And also Captain Komamura and Lieutenant Hiseiji, they're very thankful that you brought Tozen back alive. They specifically asked me to tell you that, when they have time, they'll come personally to thank you. It had to be said, Aizen and the other two were truly lucky. Even after suffering such heavy blows, none of them actually died. They barely managed to cling to life. After Kaiser brought them back, the three were immediately imprisoned, with layers upon layers of seals and prohibitions placed upon them. They were no longer capable of stirring up any trouble. Central 46 sentenced each of the three, but not to death. Rather, their punishments were tantamount to life imprisonment, and they were sent to different, isolated locations. Among them, Sosuke Aizen received the harshest sentence, 20,000 years of incarceration, locked away in the deepest prison beneath Division 1, the 8th level, Muken, where he would never see the light again. Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen's punishments weren't as severe, but they too were sent to extremely harsh environments. Matsumoto Ranjiku, Sajin Komamura, and Shuhei Hiseiji had already visited them. After long conversations, each seemed to have found some measure of closure, which was why they asked Momo to express their thanks to Kaiser. To this, Kaiser responded rather indifferently. I didn't deliberately spare them. They just happened to still be alive and incapacitated. That's the only reason I didn't finish them off. It was the truth, not some act of false humility. At the time, he had not held back. His strikes were aimed directly at vital points with lethal intent. The fact that the three survived and made it back to Soul Society to face judgment was simply because they were tenacious enough. If their injuries had been slightly worse, or if they had struggled a little harder, they absolutely would have died. There would have been no chance of returning alive. But Ranjika-san really is grateful. She even prepared a gift for you. Momo cautiously asked, will you accept it, Captain? I'll accept the gift, Kaiser said decisively. But they don't need to come in person. After all, he had nearly beaten their childhood friends, beloved companions, or revered captains to death, and now those very people were supposed to visit and thank him. Wouldn't that be a little strange? Kaiser certainly thought so, so he'd rather avoid it. But rumor has it you met Kasuke Urahara in the world of the living. Is that true? Kaiser was referring to events that occurred after he entered Hueco Mundo. Momo had apparently been so worried that she nearly lost her mind after he went missing. After passing the news to Soul Society, she had immediately prepared to return, trying to find a way to assist Kaiser. But before she left, she encountered someone that even Kaiser hadn't met yet. That person was Kasuke Urahara, who, like Kurosaki Ichigo, lived in Karakura town and had been hiding behind the scenes all this time. I only found out afterward that he was the former captain of Division 12, Kasuke Urahara. Momo seemed a bit confused as she spoke of this. He wasn't actually coming for me, he was there for Kurosaki-san. Kurosaki-san's body seemed to be having some issues. After you left, Captain, he almost lost control. That was when the rumored Kasuke Urahara appeared and took Kurosaki-san away. It seems he has a way to help him. Hearing this, Kaiser nodded while silently thinking to himself. So, Kurosaki Ichigo has already begun touching upon hollow powers. Kurosaki Ichigo was a child born from a union between a human and a Shinigami, his father being Isshin Kurosaki. However, since his mother, Masaki Kurosaki, had been attacked by a hollow before giving birth, it triggered hollowification. As a result, hollow power also existed within Ichigo's body. Sosuke Aizen once said that the way to surpass the limits of a Shinigami was through hollowification. A hollow becoming more like a Shinigami, and a Shinigami hollowifying, those were the two methods for transcending limits. Aizen had pursued the former. Ichigo, on the other hand, was born with both Shinigami and hollow powers. His potential was extraordinary. After activating his Shinigami powers and becoming a Shinigami, the hollow within him had already started awakening and merging with his Shinigami powers, forming a ticking time bomb. This time, during his battle with the hollowified enemies in the world of the living, it seemed to have stimulated that power, and the hollow within tried to take control, nearly causing him to go berserk. During his fight with Yami, his pain and unusual behavior were likely due to the chaos caused by his inner hollow. Kasuke Urahara, being fully aware of this, was now undoubtedly helping Ichigo learn to control hollowification. Unfortunately, Aizen has already been dealt with, so this original protagonist has lost his stage. With such thoughts, Kaiser returned to the Division 3 barracks and entered the captain's office. Momo excused herself, leaving Kaiser alone, sitting on the tatami mat. Once alone, Kaiser closed his eyes. Zheng. From within his body, a gemstone radiated a faint glow, quietly reshaping his body. Chapter 288, Getting Stronger Just by Lying Down. You have reached a critical node of this fantasy world. Life experience stage complete. The librarian may choose to return to the fantasy library to settle this life experience. After Kaiser defeated Sosuke Aizen and obtained the Hogyoku, such a thought suddenly descended upon him, received by his mind and transformed into a familiar message. Having stayed in this world for several decades, Kaiser had finally arrived at an important node in this fantasy world, completing the life experience, and now had the option to return to the fantasy library. But Kaiser didn't choose to return immediately. Instead, he first brought the three of them, Sosuke Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Kanami Tozen, back to Soul Society. Because he was waiting for the completion of the Hogyoku. After obtaining the Hogyoku developed by Urahara Kasuke and merging it with the Hogyoku he created himself, signs of fusion had already begun to appear. However, these were only signs. For the Hogyoku to fully merge, it still needed more time. Aizen Sosuke's original plan was to wait until the Hogyoku was completely perfected before proceeding. Unfortunately, due to Kaiser's intervention, Sosuke Aizen didn't live to see that day. In Kaiser's explosive outbreak after abandoning concealment, Sosuke Aizen failed before his ambitions could be realized, defeated by the True Longinus and his own Kyoka Soijetsu, and was rewarded with a 20,000-year sentence. In that situation, the Hogyoku also fell into Kaiser's hands as his spoils of war. And, as I expected, the Hogyoku is also a type of armament and can be bound by my authority. Kaiser's authority was the ultimate authority over weapons. Any entity that possessed the concept of weaponry could be affected. Whether it was a weapon, armor, or even an item, as long as it carried the concept of armament and provided benefits to the wielder, it was subject to Kaiser's authority. The Hogyoku, as an item that allows Shinigami and Hollows to break through their limits, naturally fell under Kaiser's jurisdiction. So Kaiser immediately bound the Hogyoku, turning it into his exclusive weapon. At the same time, through his authority's complete control, he accelerated its fusion. Now, the Hogyoku was finally complete. Swish. With a flick of his hand, the Hogyoku that originally resided in his body was summoned into his palm. Unlike when he first obtained it, the Hogyoku now, while still appearing as a transparent gem, had its inner blue-black glow replaced by a radiant golden hue. This, of course, was not the Hogyoku's original appearance, it only looked like this after being bound and empowered by Kaiser's authority. Holding this new Hogyoku, Kaiser could clearly sense the will within it. That's right, the Hogyoku was also an item with a will of its own. Kaiser didn't know whether it originally possessed consciousness or developed it after fusing two Hogyoku together, but it didn't matter to him. The Hogyoku's will was absolutely loyal to him, completely subservient. Through communication with it, Kaiser also learned its true power. Aizen created the Hogyoku to surpass the limits of Shinigami. Kasuke Urahara believed the Hogyoku he developed was meant to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow. But in truth, the Hogyoku's power is far from that simple. After acquiring and binding the Hogyoku, Kaiser confirmed, it was absolutely not something that could be created merely by infusing hundreds of Shinigami and Hollow souls. The true core of the Hogyoku is actually a fragment of the Soul King. The Soul King, who had been made into a linchpin, had fragments of his body scattered into the lower realms, becoming various substances. The Hogyoku's core material was one of those very fragments left behind by the Soul King. The hundreds of Shinigami and Hollow souls were merely nourishment for it. Sosuke Aizen and Kasuke Urahara created their Hogyoku only after acquiring these Soul King fragments. In Aizen's case, the fragment was extracted from Ranjika Matsumoto's body, nearly killing her when she was a child. Jin Ikimaru's reason for entering the Shin'o Academy, joining the 5th Division, and siding with Aizen was to take revenge for Ranjiku and retrieve what had been stolen from her. But, once again, due to Kaiser, Jin lost his chance to appear. His grudge, his century-long patience, could only end in failure. So, the Hogyoku's true power is actually the power of the Soul King. Breaking the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami? That was merely the result Aizen and Urahara desired. In reality, the Hogyoku's power is to absorb the hearts of things around it and manifest them, to realize the scenery people wish to see in their hearts, and let things develop as desired. Aizen hoped to transcend the limits of Shinigami, the Hogyoku enabled him to do so. Urahara wanted to break the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami, the Hogyoku developed that ability. As long as the wielder had the strength or potential to realize a wish, the Hogyoku would fulfill it, allowing them to evolve continuously. It could protect the host's body from death. When the host reached a limit or faced fatal danger, it would evolve the host to the next stage. That was the true power of the Hogyoku. Of course, this evolution was relative, it merely guided potential. If the host had limited talent and potential, the evolution would eventually stop. In other words, the Hogyoku couldn't allow infinite evolution. At the very least, it couldn't make one evolve to the level of the Soul King. After all, it was merely a material formed from the Soul King's fragments. How could it let someone evolve to his level? However, that limitation doesn't apply to me. Kaiser smiled. Because the Hogyoku was now bound by his authority. It had become a personal weapon that could grow and evolve with him. As long as Kaiser grew stronger, the Hogyoku would grow stronger. The stronger the Hogyoku, the more evolution it could provide, and the greater Kaiser's potential would become. Through such a cycle, both Kaiser and the Hogyoku effectively gained infinite future and limitless potential. Swish. Kaiser absorbed the Hogyoku back into his body, letting it reconstruct him. Under its transformation, Kaiser already sensed notable changes in himself. First, his Ryatsu had broken through, stepping into the realm of true first-class spiritual pressure. Now, in terms of Ryatsu alone, even without using the boosted gear to multiply it, he was no weaker than Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Secondly, Kaiser discovered that he had gained powers he previously didn't have. For example, Buzz. Spinning Ryatsu condensed at his fingertip, forming a crimson orb of light, bathing the area in a red glow. If anyone had seen it, they'd be shocked. Because, that was a Zero. A Zero only Minos Grande and above could use. Boom. Kaiser's figure suddenly disappeared, like slipping into a twisted space, reappearing in a different location. That was Sonido. ZZZZT. Kaiser clenched his fist, red electricity crackling around it. That was Bala. Undoubtedly, with the Hogyoku's assistance, Kaiser now possessed hollow powers. Though he hadn't tested it, Kaiser knew he definitely had Hierro now, and likely even high-speed regeneration. What's more, even the legendary Gran Ray Zero, said to be a space-warping move that only Espada-level hollows could use, was within his grasp. And this is just the beginning. As the Hogyoku stabilizes, it will continue reshaping my body, drawing out my potential, making me stronger, evolving me. From now on, even if I do nothing, as long as I retain the will to grow stronger, I'll continue to grow, just by lying down. At this thought, even Kaiser couldn't help feeling genuinely delighted. Originally, the Hogyoku's power to manifest hearts came with a flaw. If the wielder's heart wavered, its power could temporarily vanish. After all, it was materialized will. If the will faltered, its power would fail. However, that probably didn't apply to Kaiser. No matter his emotional state, as long as he gave the command, the bound Hogyoku would carry it out with 100% loyalty. Its power would not falter due to his hesitation. This was a wishing machine. Though it only granted wishes for Kaiser himself, allowing him evolution and guidance, it wasn't a device for summoning dragons and making wild wishes. Even without any weapons, I probably already have the power to fight demon kings. Kaiser touched his chest, sensing the Hogyoku embedded within, and couldn't help but smile. And this is just for now. The Hogyoku is still drawing out my potential, evolving me. I'll keep growing, until I'm invincible. The very thing Aizen had been chasing had now become a gift to Kaiser. Wonder how Kasuke Urahara and the Captain Commander will react. Those who knew about the Hogyoku probably already suspected it was now with Kaiser. Would the noble clans know too? What about Central 46? Would they covet it? Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Kaiser silently removed his captain's Hayori, even changed out of his Shihakusho, and dressed in modern civilian clothes. He even retracted his Zanpakuto into his body. The Hogyoku is complete. I have no more reason to remain in this world. Now, it was time to return to the fantasy library. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get this time. Something to look forward to. Author's note, this volume ends. Next one is Campione. Have a nice weekend everyone and drop some power stones if you'd like, smiley face. Chapter 239, Chapter 289 to 290, Volume 4, Campione. Chapter 289, My Adoptive Father. Is me. Fantasy Library, in front of the bookshelf. From the book whose cover read Bleach, Kaiser's figure materialized from illusion into substance, slowly walking out. Finally back. Looking at the library, unchanged from what he remembered, Kaiser couldn't help but smile. This was the third time he had completed a life experience in a fantasy world and returned to the fantasy library. But this time, the duration he spent in the fantasy world was far longer than the previous two. In the Asterisk War world, I only stayed for a few months. In the High School DxD world, I also only stayed for a few months. The two life experiences combined didn't even total a year. How could they compare to this time, decades? Recalling those decades of experience, Kaiser couldn't help but sigh. Decades, an ordinary human might only have one or two in a lifetime. Before entering the Bleach world, Kaiser was just a young man not yet 30. And now, the time he had spent in the Bleach world was already longer than his entire life up to that point. If it weren't for the fact that his mentality and spirit had long since solidified, and his appearance had broken free from age-based changes, he wouldn't be just sighing, he might well be reminiscing for a long, long time. Thankfully, this life experience has been quite fruitful. He had obtained his own Zanpakuto, seized both Kyoka Suigetsu and Shinso from Sosuke Aizen and Jin Ichimaru, and, in addition, obtained the Hogyoku, the most broken artifact in the early canon. This time's harvest wasn't any less than the last two. In fact, it far exceeded what he got in the Asterisk War world. If he hadn't obtained 2 God-class sacred gears in the High School DxD world, even that experience might not have surpassed this one. Kyoka Suigetsu and Shinso were unexpected bonuses. The true grand prize was still the Hogyoku. With it, Kaiser now had limitless potential, his foundation wasn't inferior to any protagonist from the original works. Of course, the rewards for this journey aren't over yet. Kaiser raised his head and looked toward the fantasy library. Buzz. Suddenly, a formless thought descended upon him, settling on his body. Librarian detected returning. Commencing life experience settlement. Based on the brilliance of this life experience and the realism of the world, the library will issue an additional reward to the librarian according to their authority. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Commencing reward distribution. As Kaiser received this wave of thought, one book after another on the shelves began to glow. One book shone brighter than all the others, flying out and arriving before him. And from that book, an item flew out, entering Kaiser's vision. This is. Kaiser focused his gaze and revealed a slightly surprised expression. Because this time, the reward was different from the previous 2. The last 2 times, the rewards were weapons. But this time, the reward was an artifact. It was a large disc, carved with a totem resembling a dragon's head on the surface, and surrounded by 8 sword-shaped markings. The disc appeared ancient, heavy, and mysterious, like a relic passed down from a distant era. Though its appearance was unremarkable, it still commanded attention. Kaiser could sense an extremely ancient aura from the disc, as if it wasn't a real-world object but a mythological one. The moment Kaiser reached out and touched the disc, a message entered his mind. Circle of Usurpation, Divine Artifact. A tool capable of seizing the powers and authority of dead gods, enabling humans to remanifest the divine attributes of the sword gods. It can only be activated by killing a god with one's own strength. Once a slain god is offered as a sacrifice, the ring will activate. What? Kaiser was instantly shocked, his eyes even widening slightly. This thing. There is a world where such a race of great beings exists. They existed even before the human race emerged, born with immense power, nameless, formless, and without any concept of species. Each one was a unique existence, sacred and mighty. Humans didn't know when they first appeared. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of their figure across the vast sky or land, witnessing their divine powers, recognizing their greatness. While threatening humankind with their power, they also occasionally granted blessings, bringing the 2 sides into contact. To humans, they were great yet dangerous, mighty and unrestrained, disasters in the form of life. Every appearance could herald catastrophe. Thus, ancient sages, to prevent these great beings from constantly threatening mankind with their overwhelming might, invented a ritual known as mythology. They gave these beings names and created stories to worship them, elevating them as omniscient and eternal, granting them the concept of kinship, and naming them collectively, gods. And so, countless deities like stars in the sky were born. They remained powerful, remained mighty, but with the bestowal of names and myths, they were no longer unbound. The god of fire could only bring flame. The god of rain could only call rain. Whether granting blessings or punishment, they were bound to their domain and title, unable to act beyond their appointed station, even unable to descend freely to the human world, existing only within myths, within the undying realm. Humans finally had the means to respond to divine threats and blessings, even to influence the gods themselves. However, sometimes, certain gods would suddenly break free from myth and appear in the world. They would revert to the form they had before being myth-bound, contradicting the narratives humans had created, wandering the earth, bringing calamity. If the sun god descended, the world would burn. If the sea god descended, the world would drown. If the underworld god descended, plague would spread to every corner. If the god of judgment descended, people would suffer divine punishment. Simply passing through the world would create immense impact. Intervening in reality with their personal whims, these disaster-bringing gods were called heretic gods. The power of a god is unfathomable. Their authority is unmatched. A human could go insane just by making eye contact with one. No weapon forged by men could harm them in the slightest. Even if one trained to death, studied to madness, and tortured themselves to achieve new heights, none of it could ever threaten a god. Even uniting all of mankind's power and wisdom wouldn't reach a fraction of a god's. Just as humanity cannot resist natural disasters, such as the might of the heretic gods. But if, by a series of unbelievable miracles and inconceivable luck, someone managed to kill a heretic god, then the goddess who bestows all blessings upon gods and men, Pandora, would appear with the circle of usurpation to perform a Black Christmas ritual for the miracle maker. By offering the slain god as sacrifice, the god's power and authority would be bestowed upon that person. Thus, the god slayer is born. They are warriors. They are kings. While still human, they are also monsters, beings beyond common sense. Not born of talent, not forged by effort, not chosen by lineage, but born from victory, demon kings capable of slaying gods. Wielding powers beyond reason, defying the impossible, those who can kill gods. These are god slayers. Now, Kaiser had received the very artifact used to create a god slayer, the divine ritual tool used in the Black Christmas, used to seize divine power and authority, the circle of usurpation. Damn, my adoptive mother, adoptive father is actually me. Since all god slayers were created by Pandora, she was effectively the adoptive mother of every god slayer, referring to them as her children and asking them to call her mama. Unfortunately, now that Kaiser had obtained the circle of usurpation, he could create god slayers himself, without needing Pandora at all. Buzz. Without hesitation, Kaiser activated his authority and bound the disc to himself. The circle of usurpation immediately resonated with the book that had flown to Kaiser's side, both glowing intermittently. Open the book to enter the fantasy world recorded within and trigger a randomly drawn life experience. Note, the librarian currently holds a critical component of this fantasy world. If this book is opened, the draw will be narrowed to align with the component's theme, leading to a life background more closely tied to it. The librarian may also store the critical component to continue a full random draw without narrowing the range. As the familiar thought descended, Kaiser didn't hesitate. He reached out and opened the book before him. The pages within began to flip on their own, separating and fluttering around him. To avoid drawing a strange life background, Kaiser stored the circle of usurpation, and the pages swirling around him slowly decreased. When only one page remained, the cover of the book before him finally revealed its title, Campione, God Slayer. The final page of life experience flew into Kaiser's mind. Then, as he touched a blank book, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 290, A Disastrous Opening. Chirp chirp chirp. It was the crisp chirping of birds. The sound was pleasant to the ear and refreshing to the mind, making Kaiser feel that he had arrived in a rather nice place even before opening his eyes. His eyes still shut, the corners of his lips had already curved up slightly. When he finally opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, Kaiser confirmed his earlier premonition. He had indeed arrived in a decent place. At the very least, the environment here was acceptable. At this moment, he was at the end of a long stone staircase. Before him was a flight of steps extending downward, beneath his feet was paved brick ground, and surrounding him were trees forming a grove, not quite as dense as a forest, but still lush and peaceful. The environment nestled among the verdant trees calmed the mind, as if even one's spirit had been cleansed. Is this a shrine? Kaiser noticed the torii on either side of where he stood. He was standing directly beneath a red torii gate, and behind him was a shrine. The shrine wasn't large in scale, but Kaiser could faintly see figures in white robes moving about within, proving this wasn't some desolate shrine abandoned by people, but one that enjoyed a certain degree of recognition and offerings. At this moment, he himself was dressed in white, holding a broom, like some kind of trainee shrine worker. Was he sweeping? What kind of opening is this? Kaiser couldn't help but complain. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd held a broom or done such chores. Not to mention the last two worlds he experienced, even just the Bleach world alone, he had become a GOTY I-13 captain within half a year, one rank just below the captain commander, someone even nobles dared not offend or speak rudely to. His room was always cleaned by his lieutenant, Momo Hinamori, and that was of her own volition. Normally, a lieutenant wouldn't be doing such chores, let alone the captain himself. He hadn't done any kind of menial work for decades. And now? Starting off as a cleaner. Where the hell even is this? This question had just formed when background information about this life experience entered Kaiser's mind. According to the setting, he wasn't even a shrine worker here, just a temporary hire. His ancestors came from another region, perhaps even from abroad. After settling here, they soon disappeared due to water and climate issues, leaving only him behind. With the help of kind neighbors, he did odd jobs to earn a small income and sustain himself. Today, he had come to this shrine as one of those temporary jobs. So I'm not even a low-level employee, huh? Kaiser felt like he had encountered a truly disastrous opening. Of course, compared to the previous world, maybe this opening was acceptable. After all, in the Bleach world, he had started off already dead, reduced to just a soul, and only entered soul society after getting tapped on the head by some unreasonable Shinigami. Worse yet, he'd been sent to the 80th district of North Rakangai, a place where you had to fight over bread, and draw blades over a sip of water. And in the High School DxD world, he was nearly operated on like a lab rat at the very beginning, later forced to wander the world before finally settling in Kuo Town. So with that in mind, this opening wasn't so bad. Alright, it's not important. After all, he never expected to start off as the world's fated protagonist. Backgrounds were just settings, no need to fuss over them. What Kaiser truly cared about was the fact that he was currently in the Kanto region. The shrine before him was called Nanagami Shrine. Isn't this? Just as Kaiser recalled where this place was, and who exactly lived in this world, a figure slowly walked out from the shrine. She was a girl with extremely delicate features and finely shaped facial contours. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a white kosode and crimson hakama, with long, light brown straight hair cascading naturally down her back. The strands on either side of her face were tied with white hair pieces, giving her a look of beauty and gentleness. From her attire, she was unmistakably a Miko. From her age, she was unmistakably a high school student. But when this young Miko walked out of the shrine, all the shrine attendants, both old and young, automatically stepped aside, bowing to her as they made way, with attitudes full of respect and reverence. This clearly indicated that though this Miko was young, her status and identity were extraordinary. Kaiser knew her name. Yuri Maria. Recalling her name from memory, Kaiser couldn't help but exhale softly. Never thought I'd run into one of the original heroines just as I arrived. Was this opening good or bad? Kaiser couldn't say. Probably good. After all, he had immediately encountered a spiritual user who lived apart from society, and made contact with the supernatural world. From that perspective, perhaps it could be called lucky. Thinking that, Kaiser suddenly smiled, held his broom, and stepped aside like the other shrine staff. But wanting not to attract attention was impossible. Because someone had come here specifically for him. Yuri Maria was feeling restless today. The unease had come without warning or reason, it simply appeared, compelling her to leave the shrine's inner sanctum and come outside just as she was about to begin her duties. Did something happen? Though she had no evidence or explanation, Yuri was certain that something significant had changed around her. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel so disturbed, so distracted that she couldn't even focus on her usual assignments. If someone unaware of Yuri's background knew her current thoughts, they'd probably think she was just being overly sensitive. But anyone who knew her true identity, knew what she was capable of, would not dismiss her intuition so easily. For no other reason than that this girl was the High Miko of Musashino, one of the highest-ranking members among Kanto's spiritual user circles. The title Haim was usually reserved for the highest-ranking Mikas. In the world of spirit users and magic, a Haim Miko was like a princess. Japan had always passed down jutsu and spiritual traditions, and Yuri was one of those inheritors. And her specialty was precisely spiritual sensing and perception. Therefore, her sudden restlessness likely signified some shift or occurrence, some sign received by her Miko senses. In this almost revelatory state, even without knowing exactly what had happened, Yuri still felt compelled, still felt concerned. Following that sense, Yuri stepped outside the shrine. She had no destination in mind, just wandered aimlessly. She wasn't intentionally looking for anything, just letting her thoughts drift as her steps moved naturally forward. And in that moment, she saw him. Ah. When she saw the figure holding a broom, preparing to leave, Yuri instinctively understood. That boy, he was the one she had been looking for. Wait a moment. Before she even realized it, Yuri had already called out to him. Kaiser, who had been about to leave, stopped and looked toward Yuri. And as he did, his brows rose slightly. Because he keenly noticed that Yuri's gaze was momentarily hollow. She wasn't looking at him, but rather at something incredibly distant. Yet even so, Kaiser felt as if he had been found by her. Spiritual vision, huh? Kaiser pondered. Hello. At that moment, Yuri came back to herself, bowed slightly, and greeted him with a bit of nervousness. Hello, Miss Maria, Kaiser nodded. May I help you? Hearing that, the first thing Yuri felt was disbelief. She couldn't help it, Kaiser's demeanor was too natural. His expression showed no surprise at being addressed out of the blue. His gaze met hers calmly, frankly and serenely. Since she was often treated with politeness or even reverence both at the shrine and at school, Yuri couldn't remember the last time someone had looked at her so normally, so casually. Even though she was the most respected figure in this shrine, and this boy seemed to be just a hired cleaner, the contrast in their statuses was stark. Yet Yuri felt as though it was her honor to be treated so equally by him. It was very strange. You are. Yuri decided to first ask his name. Me. Kaiser narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. My name is Kaiser. No longer the captain of Division 3 of the Godai 13, nor the legendary genius of the Shino Academy. Now, he was merely someone just beginning a new journey, about to embark on a new adventure. For now, he was just a humble temp worker. But even that identity was only temporary. Because soon, he would shake the world. As long as he could successfully slay a god. And just as Kaiser gave his name and his heart surged with resolve, Yuri Maria trembled all over. Her eyes, once again, turned hollow. End of chapter. Author's note, new volume guys. Show some support and I'll upload more extra chapters. Chapter 240, Chapter 291, Meteor and Storm. In the world of magic and spiritual power users, there exists a very rare type of talent known as spirit visionary. They possess an innate special spiritual sight, capable of suddenly receiving inspiration in certain situations and seeing some mysterious visions. Clairvoyance, precognition, future sight, past sight, the eyes of a spirit visionary are given all sorts of names. Just like when a god in the heavens suddenly has a whim and grants divine revelation to a chosen one, spirit vision is the ability used to receive such revelations. Maria Yuri became the highest-ranking High Miko at a young age precisely because of her innate spirit vision. Her level of spirit vision was extremely high. Other spirit visionaries had highly unstable abilities, sometimes effective, sometimes not, and some might only trigger a few times in their entire lives, but Maria Yuri's spirit vision was exceptionally easy to activate. As long as she came into slight contact with something special, or if something extraordinary was about to happen nearby, she would more or less receive some inspiration and produce some premonitions. At this moment, Maria Yuri's spirit vision had been triggered to its maximum extent, allowing her to see something that would only occur in the future. In a hazy field of vision, an unprecedented catastrophe was occurring. Meteors were streaking across the sky. Ghosts were rampaging on the ground. A mighty being, wielding a spear made from a tree branch, clad in golden armor, and wearing a war helmet, rode a divine and majestic Pegasus, advancing and trampling amidst a storm. Tsunami surged behind it, wind and rain devoured living beings before it. And ahead of it, was a city full of people fleeing in panic. Ah! The spirit vision ended, and Maria Yuri let out a cry. That cry sounded pained, and filled with fear. What's wrong with you? Kaiser saw Maria Yuri's eyes suddenly become hollow, then she let out a terrified scream, which nearly startled him. In the distant shrine, quite a few shrine attendants seemed to have heard Maria Yuri's cry as well and were rushing over in haste. I am fine. Maria Yuri came back to herself, her small hand covering her mouth, but her face was deathly pale, and even her voice was trembling. Sorry, I have to leave now. Leaving behind those words, Maria Yuri fled in a panic, stumbling as she ran, as if she had been immensely frightened. She must have seen something. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, Kaiser was certain of that. Even in the original story, Maria Yuri's spirit vision ability was nearly unmatched. Now that she had encountered him, perhaps she had been inspired and seen something that shouldn't have been seen yet. Poor girl, there are some things in this world that aren't meant to be seen. Kaiser shook his head as he left with broom in hand. He didn't know that Maria Yuri, who had left earlier, was already nervously speaking to the shrine attendants who had rushed over. Please notify the History Compilation Committee immediately. Tell them, a god is about to descend upon this country. A heretic god is going to appear in this nation. Disaster is coming. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. A few minutes later, all of Japan was thrown into chaos. At least, everyone involved in the occult was. Kaiser didn't know that the High Miko Maria Yuri had already foreseen the arrival of a heretic god. He was merely strolling through the grove near the shrine, admiring the beautiful scenery while activating the second authority, converting all his spiritual power into magical power. Magical power, known as Qi in the East and Mana in the West, is the origin of all mystical forces. All mystic systems in this world, be it magic, sorcery, or the special powers of spiritualists, are powered by magical power, including the authorities used by the gods. This seems to be just a pure fuel. After some perception, Kaiser discovered that magical power was different from all the power systems he had previously possessed. Prana could enhance offensive and defensive power, helping in combat. Spiritual pressure, needless to say, was directly linked to combat strength, influencing all aspects of ability execution and battle techniques. But only this world's magical power seemed to be just an energy source, a type of fuel. No, it still has some unique traits. Reportedly, magicians whose magical power reached the purest realm could reverse aging of the body. Those famous witches could stay youthful just by relying on their magical power, despite being over 100 years old, they appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. Campiones carry hundreds of times the magical power of ordinary magicians. As long as they circulate the flow of magical power in their bodies, they can nullify external magic, rendering almost all magic ineffective. This shows that while magical power in its weak state is merely a fuel, as it grows stronger, its special traits gradually emerge. I wonder what level my magical power is at now. Can it compare to a Campione? Or even a god? Kaiser was a bit curious, but without any reference point to compare against, he had no idea how much magical power he had. His first authority only worked on weapons, it allowed him to fully master the abilities of any weapon, but had no effect on his own power system. So to understand the peculiarities of magical power, Kaiser could only explore it slowly himself. Of course, using it posed no issue. When switching power systems, his mastery and application of those powers would convert accordingly. There was no issue with being unable to use a new power system smoothly. Unfortunately, magical power can't replace spiritual power to activate Kido. He had already tested this. Spiritual power originates from the soul, while magical power is generated within the physical body. Their roots and sources are different, so their incompatibility is natural. Not to mention Kido, even abilities like Siro and Bala couldn't be used. Because without spiritual pressure, he couldn't release highly condensed spiritual pressure to form a Siro, let alone launch a Bala composed of spiritual pressure bursts. Under these circumstances, Kaiser could basically confirm it. Weapons acknowledged by my first authority, no matter if I switch power systems using the second authority, can still be used without issue. But magic, sorcery, Kido, and techniques that rely on my own mastery of a power system don't work the same. Unless the two worlds' power systems are similar and interchangeable, otherwise they won't be usable. Of course, this didn't have much of an impact. After all, Kaiser could switch power systems at will. If he wanted to use something, he could just switch back to a compatible system. What truly made him powerful were the various exclusive weapons. Techniques like Kido were just functional or supplementary battle tools. They didn't matter much. The rest doesn't seem affected. Kaiser took a step, and in an instant, his figure appeared hundreds of meters away as if he had teleported. His form twisted again and suddenly appeared in another direction, elusive and ghost-like. Shuanpa is just a high-speed movement technique. Sonido is also a skill involving spatial manipulation. These two abilities don't heavily rely on the user's power system, so they should work normally no matter the world. Then there was Hi-Arrow and high-speed regeneration, abilities that originated from the body itself, unrelated to power systems, so they weren't affected. As he continually checked his abilities, Kaiser quickly reacquainted himself with everything. Well then, it's about time to get to business. Saying this, Kaiser stopped walking, and a pair of light wings unfolded behind him. Boom. Like a meteor soaring into the sky, a loud bang rang out, and a fierce gale erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kaiser's figure rapidly flew into the air, then transformed into a long streak of light, shooting toward the direction of the sea. When gods manifest on Earth, the phenomena they bring are terrifying. They are natural disasters themselves. Simply by appearing on Earth, they change the color of the skies and bring about unknown calamities. They are disasters incarnate. To fight such beings, setting aside whether one can win, the battlefield must not be in a populated area. At the very least, Kaiser didn't want to become someone who slaughtered innocents for no reason, so he decided to take the battle to the sea. Fortunately, the flight speed of Divine Dividing was very fast. It only took Kaiser about half an hour to fly from the Kanto region to the open seas where even the archipelago of Japan was no longer visible. This place should do, right? Hovering above the sea, Kaiser looked around and, after confirming no ships were nearby, summoned the True Longinus. How does one summon a god? Kaiser had already thought this through. According to the original story, gods are immortal. Even if they lose their lives and bodies, their existence continues. Their existence resides in the realm of immortality, in myths. If a certain trigger occurs, they will liberate their divinity from myth, incarnate in the world, and manifest. At this time, they become heretic gods. Because they've broken away from myth, and the established rules, they gradually become affected by madness, turning violent and battle-hungry. If one wants to summon a heretic god from the realm of immortality using human means, the conditions are extraordinarily harsh. Maria Yuri was once forced by a tyrannical Campione, along with many high Miko, witches, and priests, to participate in a summoning ritual for a heretic god. As a result, nearly everyone went mad afterward. Only a rare few, including Maria Yuri, survived by sheer luck. Because of that, Maria Yuri harbors an excessive fear toward Campiones, and a deep-seated fear and awe toward heretic gods. Of course, in this world, there is no one who doesn't fear Campiones and gods. Chapter 241, Chapter 292, The One-Eyed King. Descent. Actually, when it comes to the summoning of a heretic god, it could be said to be difficult, but also easy. If it is carried out through a ritual, then the requirements are naturally extremely stringent. However, even without relying on rituals, gods may still descend upon the earth due to some trigger and become heretic gods. This trigger is uncertain and must take into account various factors. For example, when powerful dragons or serpents appear on Earth, heroes from myths who specialize in slaying such creatures may descend due to this trigger and manifest on Earth. Or, in places that share an unusual connection with certain deities, gods with ties to such locations may suddenly descend there. Some divine tools passed down from ancient times may attract gods with their power. Some spiritual lands, if their ley lines are disrupted, may likewise cause the manifestation of a deity. Therefore, I don't need to perform any demanding descent ritual. As long as I provide a trigger that can prompt a god to descend, I might be able to summon one. Now, that was exactly what Kaiser intended to do. What he relied on was the True Longinus in his hand. The Holy Spear was a divine artifact personally crafted by a god, its prototype being the very famous ancient relic, Spear of Longinus. This spear can slay gods. This spear houses the will of a god. As long as he activated Truth Idea to unleash a miracle, Kaiser believed that a god would definitely be drawn to him. O spear! The true holy spear that pierces the divine. Draw forth the ideal of the overlord slumbering within me, carve open the gap between blessing and destruction. Thou, proclaim thy will and become radiance. Kaiser then raised the holy spear high, letting its tip expand to the limit. Truth Idea. A sacred surge instantly erupted from the wide-open tip of the spear, surging like fiercely burning golden flames, continuously rising toward the heavens. Divine power gushed forth like a fountain, erupting toward the sky and transforming into a golden aura visible to the naked eye, soaring straight into the clouds. At this moment, magical societies, occult organizations, and unofficial sorcery structures around the world detected the emergence of an enormous power. Especially in nearby Japan, the History Compilation Committee, which had just received Maria Yuri's report, immediately realized what was happening and rushed into action. The sacred surge expanded between heaven and earth, dyeing the sea beneath the spear-raising Kaiser in brilliant gold. Boom. At last, with a thunderous roar, the world underwent a change. A tremendous amount of magical power descended as if from a domain beyond the heavens, or perhaps pierced through from another world altogether, suddenly crossing layers of space and arriving in the skies above this sea region. That magical power gathered together as if it possessed life, gradually forming flesh and creating life, allowing a great and supreme being to descend into this world. It worked. Kaiser smiled as he watched this scene. Not long after, that immense magical power fully converged into a single body, allowing the great and supreme being to enter Kaiser's view. Is it you? It was a very serious and dignified voice. The one who dares to provoke the realm of immortality, to challenge the myths where we dwell, is it you? The being who spoke such words was an old man with a single white eye and long white beard, appearing over 50 years old. He had a tall frame, wore golden armor, an eagle helmet on his head, golden rings on his hands, and a deep, piercing eye that saw through the mysteries of life and death. The spear he held in his hand emitted a mysterious and radiant glow, sacred and beautiful. He rode a majestic Pegasus with 8 legs and fur whiter than snow. The moment this 8-legged steed appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to dim, clouds gathered densely, the sea surged, and a storm subtly began to form. Looking at the old man, Kaiser was initially stunned, then cried out in surprise. A one-eyed old god, wielding a spear made from a tree branch, wearing golden rings, and riding an 8-legged horse. There was only one god with such an image in Kaiser's memory. You're Odin. The king of the Aesir from Norse mythology, king of the gods, ruler of prophecy, royalty, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death, father of the god of thunder Thor, and sworn brother to the god of fire Loki, Odin. He had actually summoned him. I see. While Kaiser was astonished by this, the ancient god king flying in the air atop the 8-legged horse had already seen through the entire situation. You did not target a specific god, nor a particular myth, but issued a challenge indiscriminately toward the entire domain of the gods. As the god who governs foresight, Odin could partially see through the future. He had once offered one of his eyes to the well of wisdom in exchange for a sip of its water and the knowledge it held. Thus, he easily saw through everything, even Kaiser's intentions. To become a Campione, you actually summoned a god proactively, provoked the divine, and issued a challenge to the gods. Human, has anyone ever told you, you are arrogant? Has anyone ever told you that your actions are utterly presumptuous? Odin's voice, gaze, and expression were filled with terrifying pressure and might, enough that ordinary humans would suffer mental collapse and death just from hearing his voice, seeing him, or receiving a glance from him. Unfortunately, Kaiser was no ordinary human. Isn't it the gods who are arrogant? Kaiser smiled calmly. Since you've already accepted this so-called challenge, then why pass judgment before the fight begins and assume the challenger is overestimating himself? Maybe I simply have confidence in myself. Or is it that, in the presence of a great god, humans are not even allowed the courage to face divinity head-on? Saying this, Kaiser raised the holy spear in his hand. That spear. Odin's gaze flashed as he looked at the True Longinus. So this is the weapon you rely on to face a god. Odin naturally could perceive the extraordinary nature of the True Longinus and even discern some of its background. Why don't you try it and find out? Kaiser smiled as his gaze shifted toward the spear in Odin's hand. Use your spear, let's see whether mine can truly slay a god. The being before him, no, the god before him, if he was the god king of Norse mythology, then the identity of the spear in his hand required no guessing. It was one of the most famous mythological weapons in the world, the Gungnir, the eternal spear, forged by dwarves from the branches of Yggdrasil. People on Earth called it lightning and others called it meteor. This spear was sacred. In terms of fame, it was not beneath even the prototype of the True Longinus, the Spear of Longinus. But clearly, Odin had no intention of using it. You are neither from the Vanir nor a giant. You are not yet worthy for me to wield Gungnir. The eight-legged horse beneath Odin let out a shrill neigh. My servants, the fierce wolves Jerry and Freki, obey my command and devour the enemy. At Odin's summon, two savage giant wolves appeared at his feet. Awoe! Awoe! The giant wolves howled to the heavens. Though their magical power was not as vast as Odin's, it still shook the atmosphere. They were definitely not ordinary beasts or magical beasts, they were genuine divine beasts. One was named Jerry, the other Freki. These were the divine wolves from mythology who guarded Odin and served as his sentinels. They rode the wind and charged, so fast they were like two missiles, causing Kaiser's eyes to narrow slightly. So I'm really being underestimated, huh? Muttering this, Kaiser's body suddenly transformed into a streak of light. With a flap of his light wings, he shot toward Odin at a speed even faster than the divine wolves. Odin's single eye narrowed. With a squeeze of his legs, the eight-legged horse beneath him retreated at astonishing speed, almost like teleportation. That was Sleipnir, the divine steed and Odin's exclusive mount, capable of galloping across the sky and even entering the underworld, a divine beast as well. Norsemen often believed that storms signaled Odin riding Sleipnir across the earth, gathering the souls of the dead. Thus, if a traveler suffered misfortune during a storm, it was said that they had been summoned by Odin, and if they followed the storm reverently, they might even receive a blessing. Now, Odin rode Sleipnir across the sky, and the storm over the sea finally took shape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Without warning, the storm surged across the sea, surrounding Odin and concealing his figure within wind and rain. Oh holy spear! Kaiser sensed a vast amount of magical power within the storm. Suspecting a trap if he charged in, he raised the holy spear and chanted softly, causing its tip to emit a brilliant glow. Magical power poured into the spear like flowing water, once again generating immense sacred waves at its tip. Boom! The sacred wave exploded into aura and struck the storm, dispersing the sizable tempest with a blast. Odin's figure was revealed. A magnificent power. For a mere mortal to wield a sacred artifact equal in divinity to my Gungnir. Mortal, I recognize you as an exceptional warrior. Odin's single eye gleamed with brilliance as he shouted loudly. In that case, allow me to show you the warriors of the Einherjar whom I have gathered. Saying this, Odin held his spear with both hands and raised it horizontally. Fallen warriors. Heroes who have sacrificed. Be guided by the Valkyries and ascend to paradise. This was a Kotodama, a sacred chant used to raise and manipulate magical power and activate an authority. As king of the Aesir, I command you, come to my side. Twilight has come, and the gate to Valgrind shall soon open. Under the gaze of shining Gladsheim, reveal yourselves. The vast magical power turned into a gate, and one after another, radiant warriors descended. To fight a single human, the God King summoned an army, he summoned death. Author's note, give some stones, smiley face. Chapter 242, Chapter 293, Spear of Destiny. In Norse mythology, the God King Odin once learned through prophecy of the existence of Ragnarok. To prepare for the potential arrival of Ragnarok in the future, Odin decided to amass military strength, guiding fallen warriors, heroes, and even kings to his palace to make them into Einherjar. He sent out his daughters, a group of demigoddesses known as Valkyries. The duty of the Valkyries was to collect the souls of the fallen on the battlefield, guide them to the Hall of the Slain, and make them warriors under Odin's command. At this moment, Odin activated that authority and summoned forth the Einherjar under his command. Go forth. Stalwart warriors. Tear apart the enemy who stands before you. Bring me glory. As Odin raised his eternal spear and pointed it at Kaiser, the countless Einherjar instantly launched their charge. Their momentum was massive, their aura astonishing. Though they didn't shout, their morale and magical power increased more and more as they charged. Even before reaching Kaiser, they had already stirred a thunderous roar. They were not ordinary underlings. In life, they had all been heroes and champions. They may have slain dragons, or perhaps completed some kind of epic legendary feats. In the times they lived, they were undoubtedly the most dazzling figures, tide-turners of their eras. But today, here, such beings were so numerous they resembled foot soldiers, forming an entire army. Under the charge of such a legion, even a god would retreat 3 steps. However, Kaiser only curled his lips and charged forward without dodging. Boom. A sacred surge appeared like a storm, like a sun suddenly blooming in the midst of the Einherjar, blasting them flying one after another. Kaiser swung his holy spear, releasing sacred surges that sent the Einherjar charging at him flying, while defeating the ones attacking him head-on, piercing them one by one with the tip of the spear. PSHK. 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 The spear light rained down, the shining tip of the radiant holy spear piercing through one Einherjar after another, sending them back to Valhalla. From afar, the scene looked like a streak of light had rushed into the dense army of Einherjar. Wherever it passed, radiant flares and explosions followed, as one warrior after another was slain and vanished on the spot. Awoe! Awoe! At this moment, the two divine wolves finally reached Kaiser, chasing stars and moon, opening their maws to bite down on him. Boom! Kaiser raised his holy spear and blocked the bite of the two divine wolves, but was still inevitably knocked back, whistling as he flew backward. Awoe! The two divine wolves, seeing they had repelled the enemy, howled in excitement, then tried to pounce toward Kaiser again. But just as they moved, a voice rang out. Divide. In an instant, the momentum and magical power of the two divine wolves dropped drastically, their strength halved. That is. Odin, retreating atop his eight-legged steed, saw this scene and was momentarily stunned, then fixed his one eye on Kaiser. He saw the pure white wings of light behind Kaiser and also noticed that while his own servant's strength had plummeted, the opponent's strength had surged significantly. Immediately, the retreating Kaiser extended his holy spear, and the spear suddenly elongated. PSHK. Like a flash of light, the extending holy spear pierced through the two divine wolves at astonishing speed, causing them to bleed and howl in agony. Even my servants are not his match. Odin finally gained some understanding of the power of this bold and presumptuous human. One must know, the gap between gods and humans in this world is even wider than that between heaven and earth. Even with the combined wisdom and strength of all humanity, it would still be nearly impossible to defeat a god who has manifested on earth. This was an absolute gap in strength. Among humans, many wield the mystical. There are magicians, sorcerers, spiritualists, witches, Miko, priests, even martial artists and so on. But in this world, there are only two tiers. One is gods, and the Campione who oppose them. The other is everyone else. Everyone else does not refer to humans alone, but also includes divine beasts, sacred beasts, magical beasts, spirits, dragons, and so on. The former are absolute powerhouses, existences the latter cannot defeat no matter how much power or wisdom they gather. Gods and Campione, just their wrath is more than humans can endure. Their mere presence can destroy a city or two. The gap between them and all other beings is simply overwhelming. Ordinarily, divine beasts under the command of gods already require the deployment of most of a top-tier mystic organization's power to be successfully hunted down, let alone beasts like Jerry and Freki, under the rule of the God King. Yet, the enemy that humans would treat with utmost caution was now slain with ease by this human before him. This power didn't seem like something a human could possess. It resembled the terrifying strength of those detestable Rakshasa, or those fearsome god-slaying beasts. But this human was not a god-slaying beast, Odin was certain of that. The reason was simple, gods and Campione are natural enemies, mortal foes. The moment they encounter each other, both parties are instinctively drawn into battle. They can easily recognize one another. But this human before him gave Odin no such feeling. This proved that he was still human, at least for now. Such a valiant man is already far beyond the heroes and champions under my command. Odin now regarded the human before him seriously. Mighty warrior. You have earned the right to make me wield the eternal spear. With that declaration, Odin finally raised the legendary spear renowned throughout all mythologies. At that moment, Kaiser, who was crushing the Einherjar army, felt a premonition akin to death. It was as if something terrifying had locked onto him. Kaiser suddenly turned his head to look at Odin. The eternal spear, true name Gungnir, also known as Gigungnir or Gagnrad's spear, was the most powerful and symbolic treasure of Odin, chief god of Norse mythology. As for its name, some believe it imitates the sound of piercing, others say it means tremble, but no matter the meaning, it does not change its overwhelming might. It is a spear directly tied to the concept of fate, and thus is also called the spear of destiny. Its existence symbolizes victory, because once it is thrown, it will unfailingly hit its target and pierce through all matter. Nothing can stop its advance. When it is thrown, the sight of it streaking across the sky resembles a blazing ray of light, thus the people of Earth call it lightning or meteor. Due to its association with the power of fate, the spear is sacred. Any oath sworn upon it cannot be revoked and must inevitably come true. It is because of this that legends about wishing upon a shooting star appeared on Earth. Now, the chief god of Norse mythology was finally about to use it. And he was going to use it against a human. VMMM. As the atmosphere trembled, Odin hurled the invincible spear of destiny in his hand. The long spear truly became a meteor, taking only a millisecond to streak across the sky. Kaiser tried to dodge, but found he couldn't. Kaiser tried to block, but found he couldn't. Once the eternal spear is thrown, the fate of piercing is already set. The fate of hitting has already appeared. It cannot be dodged or defended against by any means. Thus, PSHK. The meteor flashed across the sea, shooting like a laser beam, and pierced through Kaiser's chest. Cough. Kaiser violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a stabbing pain in his chest. His heart had been shredded. This was the most severe injury he had ever suffered. This was the closest he had ever been to death. But, he ignored it. As the eternal spear pierced his heart, he reached out and grabbed it. PSHK. The gripped eternal spear trembled fiercely and automatically withdrew from Kaiser's body, drawing a spray of blood as it returned to Odin's hand. That too was the power of the eternal spear. Once it hits the enemy, it will always return to its wielder. No one can stop it. It's over, mighty one. Odin looked down at Kaiser from above and said so. You are indeed strong, but still far from divine. Rest assured, I acknowledge your valor. This reckless challenge to the gods, let your soul be the price, to repay for eternity. Odin was already preparing to welcome this human into his Valhalla, to make him one of his Einherjar. Such a powerful human could become a trump card in his army, even in battles against other gods or Campione, he could be used to secure victory. Unfortunately, Odin rejoiced too soon. If it were the old me, this level of injury would indeed be fatal. Kaiser wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and actually smiled. But to me now, this level of injury means nothing. As he spoke, under Odin's somewhat astonished gaze, Kaiser's chest began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His shredded heart regenerated, and the bloody hole in his chest rapidly shrank until it completely vanished. High-speed regeneration, activated. The astonishment on Odin's face did not fade. In contrast, Kaiser extended his hand. Divide. The voice echoed from the wings of light behind him. The eternal spear in Odin's hand instantly lost half its power, its might drastically reduced. Chapter 243, Chapter 294, Campione. What? Noticing that his beloved spear had suddenly weakened significantly, Odin's single eye involuntarily shrank sharply. Divide. 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 Before Odin could even display a look of shock and anger, the voice that halved the target's power rang out again, and it continued to echo, causing Gungnir to weaken continuously until it became dim and dull. Looking closely, Kaiser, holding the True Longinus and surrounded by countless heroic spirits, had clearly activated the balance breaker of divine dividing, donning the flawless white dragon armor. The might and terror of Gungnir left Kaiser not daring to be careless any longer. In order to avoid being pierced by this spear again, Kaiser unhesitatingly activated the balance breaker of divine dividing while continuously using the halving ability, rendering Gungnir powerless. That power was also absorbed flawlessly by Kaiser, to the point that the magical power radiating from his body surged and raged, forcing the surrounding heroic spirits to not dare come near. Boom. The next second, Kaiser poured endless magical power into the True Longinus, causing the tip of the spear to expand, and the holy energy bursting forth from within radiated like brilliance. Wherever it passed, whether heroic spirits or storm, all were wiped out into nothingness. Immediately after, the spear tip in Kaiser's hand erupted, the spear shaft extending, slicing through the atmosphere and stirring up raging waves, while simultaneously flashing like lightning, striking directly upon Odin. Bang. A shattering sound rang out, and the incredibly sharp spear tip of the True Longinus shattered Odin's golden armor, causing him to be blown off Sleipnir like a cannonball. Sleipnir immediately neighed in alarm, trampling the void, chasing after Odin along with the storm. Its speed was truly fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the cannonball like Odin and caught him, then, without pausing, it galloped toward the other direction. Ran away. Kaiser was stunned at first, then without hesitation flapped his wings of light, dragging a long trail of radiance, chasing in Odin's direction amidst the roar of the atmosphere. Immediately, across the endless sea surface, a stream of light resembling the morning star chased after a massive storm, dragging a long tail of radiance. As the chase began, the storm ahead grew increasingly larger in scale, even causing tsunamis to surge. Countless heroic spirits appeared, along with one ghostly figure after another emerging continuously within the storm, like escorts advancing alongside the storm's master. This is bad. Chasing from behind, Kaiser's brows furrowed deeply. Because the direction in which the storm was advancing was the land from which he had come. He's doing it on purpose. Seeing the increasing number of ghosts in the storm, Kaiser understood something. Odin is the chief god of Norse mythology and possesses an exceptional number of authorities, not only treasures like Gungnir, but Sleipnir as a mount, the divine wolf as a guardian, and dominion over prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. He is not the ruler of the sea, so fighting on the sea is actually disadvantageous to him. He is a king, and only on the crowded land can he display his greatest power. He may have foreseen that continuing the fight would lead to defeat, so he unhesitatingly urged Sleipnir toward the nearest land. Once on land, he can use the authority of death to awaken the many slumbering dead underground to form a ghost army, then use the authority of war to strengthen the army's might, and even use the authority of kingship to control others to serve him, or construct fortresses and traps using magic to deal with Kaiser. As for what kind of disaster this would bring to the land, that is not within his consideration. As the king of the gods, Odin may possess mercy and compassion in his heart, but now, as a heretic god, his heart is only ruled by madness and arrogance, he does not care about the deaths of mere humans or their cities. This is evident in the fact that even as he advanced, he did not restrain the storm but instead kept expanding its scale, bringing the tsunami toward the land. At the same time, Kaiser could still feel that Odin was continuously striking Gungnir, trying to restore its sharpness. He possesses the authority of healing, and that authority evidently is not limited to humans. Even when used on a weapon, it seems to still be effective. Rumble. Before long, the colossal storm reached the land, simultaneously raising a towering tsunami and carrying overwhelming dark clouds as it charged toward the coastal city. Screeching alarms were already ringing out in the city, and people were fleeing in panic. The sounds of car horns, people screaming and cursing, and the piercing alarms mingled together, creating an atmosphere of sheer panic. The ghost army had already stepped from the sea onto the beach and set foot on land. The storm, tsunami, and dark clouds also loomed closer. That scene was like the end of the world. Seeing this, Kaiser finally stopped holding back. You brought this upon yourself, Odin. Chasing behind the storm with a long trail of radiance, the flawless white dragon raised the True Longinus, which erupted with a world-shaking might. Balance breaker. Holy energy appeared upon the spear. When the dazzling twilight radiated from the spear, with invisible ripples spreading across heaven and earth, an incredible shock descended upon this world. An ancient will was awakened, supreme power erupted, and at the moment when sacredness and severity descended, the spear in Kaiser's hand turned from blue to a crimson red like fresh blood, the spear tip stained red as if with blood, transforming the holy power into a god-slaying wave. The great and noble, benevolent yet majestic will of the gods appeared at this moment. This is Odin, who was preparing to charge into the city along with the storm, tsunami, dark clouds, and ghost army, suddenly turned his head and looked behind. He felt the presence of a kindred. He felt the will of a god no weaker than himself, perhaps even stronger. As if condemning his sins, rebuking his atrocities, that will descended out of nowhere upon him, causing him for a brief instant to feel guilt, to feel unworthy of being a god, unworthy of being the king of the gods. But Odin is, after all, a god, the chief god of Norse mythology. For another god to condemn and rebuke him for his actions is unworthy. I am the king of the Norse gods. Unknown god, you dare be so impudent? Odin roared in fury. Indeed, the will of the spear, capable of shattering the minds of mortals, questioning their spirits, stripping away their will to resist and plunging them into inescapable remorse, was nothing more than provocation and insolence to a god-king with an extreme sense of self. There exists no being capable of judging the god-king. Even another god, even another king, is unqualified to judge his actions. Of course, Kaiser had no intention of relying on the judgment of divine will to deal with Odin. The true power he relied upon was the god-slaying force in his hand, capable of slaying even gods. Buzz. The spear radiating crimson brilliance broke through space, transforming into a red flash and shooting across the sea. The crimson flash pierced through countless heroic spirits and ghost soldiers, split apart the air and sea, broke through the storm, and at light speed shot toward Odin riding Sleipnir. Odin's single eye suddenly burned, the heat causing him intense pain and a mix of shock and fury. His prophetic ability told him that something terrifying was coming. The wisdom he presided over urged him not to come into contact with it. Gungnir. Odin roared, throwing the Gungnir in his hand, which had most of its power awakened. Instantly, a meteor flashed across the sky, heading directly toward the crimson flash that shot in a straight line. The god-slaying holy spear and the divine spear that brings victory clashed violently above the coastal city. Boom. An earth-shattering roar echoed as the red flash and golden meteor burst in the sky over the city, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept across the entire city. Bang 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 bang. Countless windows shattered in the city. Aya. Countless pedestrians on the streets screamed. The raging shockwave even blew away street lamps, cars, and countless pieces of trash and debris, filling the skies over the city with flying objects. Even Odin, who was relatively close, was sent flying with his horse by the shockwave, tumbling through the air in a flurry of men and steed, looking extremely disheveled. But Odin no longer cared about that. What he cared about was that his Gungnir had lost. The moment he threw it symbolized victory. The spear of fate, that never misses and always wins, had its power suddenly diminished after clashing with the god-slaying spear. The flawless white dragon, flying like the morning star across the sky, had all its jewels flashing, activating the having ability again and again, stripping away the power of Gungnir that had just been reawakened. And so, the crimson holy spear struck down the divine spear of certain victory, destroying the meteor that streaked across the heavens. The immaculate white dragon flashed madly, its body surging forward, charging to Odin's face. Ooh! Sensing the danger, Odin roared, and countless runes appeared before him, constructing a defense. Unfortunately, a holy spear that even Gungnir could not withstand would never be stopped by mere magic. Thud. The crimson god-slaying spear pierced through layers of magical defenses with ease and stabbed into Odin's chest. The spear tip pierced the divine body, spilling the blood of a god upon the earth. This power is. Ahahaha. The God King who presided over healing didn't even have time to heal his own wound before he let out a dying scream. The God-slaying force seeped into his entire body, invaded his divinity, and completely extinguished his life. Shying. Above Kaiser's head, an ancient disk suddenly flew out, radiating light. The light enveloped Kaiser, and also enveloped Odin, swallowing them both. Chapter 244, Chapter 295, The Woman Who Bestows All. This is a world that does not exist in the present world. It has many names. The heretic gods call it the boundary of life and immortality, the Japanese call it the netherworld, the Chinese call it the netherworld or the realm of the dead, the Persians call it the spirit world or soul world, the Greeks call it the realm of ideas or the ideal world, the British call it the astral realm or the fairy world. There are also names like the fairy domain, mental world, world of thought, spiritual world, reincarnation space of the Campione, unreal domain, the void land between the human and divine realms, the crevice world of Yamatsu Hirasaka, and so on. According to region and custom, it possesses various different names. The reason the heretic gods call it the boundary of life and immortality is because it lies between the domain of life and the realm of immortality. The domain of life refers to the present world. The realm of immortality refers to mythology. Therefore, it is the realm between life and immortality, an alternate dimension that values spirit and soul over matter. It is a place that records everything that has occurred from the beginning of the universe to now, and all possible things that may happen in the future. It is composed of countless discontinuous alternate spaces or barriers with no connection, gathered together to form a vast world like a spider's nest, made up of numerous independent spaces. Each space here changes according to the preferences of its ruler. Generally, only thoughts or souls can enter here, only beings such as magicians can arrive here in the flesh. The beings that reside here include heretic gods who have grown weary of wandering the human world, great magicians or sages who have attained undying divinity, and high-ranking fairies or spirits whose divine power rivals that of the fairy king. Naturally, gods who do not wish to fall into becoming heretic gods but also do not want to stay in the realm of immortality reside here as well, using this place as their base. In one corner of this world, in one independent space, a goddess appeared silently. That was a goddess better described as cute rather than beautiful. The goddess possessed a youthful appearance and petite figure, with long purple hair parted to both sides. She wore a thin white dress. Her first impression was more like that of a child, yet for some reason, she emitted a seductive and enchanting aura, exuding a maturity that did not match her appearance. Her name was Pandora, and the true meaning of her name was, the woman who bestows all. She was the wife of the immortal Epimetheus, the goddess who governed the reincarnation ritual of the Campione. All those who battled gods and defeated them would be subjected to Pandora's reincarnation ritual. She would use the Black Christmas to bestow upon them the authority of the defeated god and a body capable of contending with gods, transforming them into demon kings, into Campione. Thus, she was the mother of all Campione, the sole supporter and backer of the god-slaying Campione on the side of the divine. Yet at this very moment, this shared mother of all Campione was holding a steel disc and displaying a dumbfounded expression. That disc engraved with a dragon head and 8 swords was none other than the divine instrument that created Campione, the circle of usurpation. Pandora, having sensed that a god had been slain by a human, was just holding this disc with a joyful smile, ready to perform the reincarnation ritual for a new child, to create a new Campione through the Black Christmas and meet them in person. But when she saw a disc identical to the one in her hand, yet radiating even more powerful divine might, appear above the head of the new child, she was dumbfounded. What is going on? Pandora, rarely flustered, began shouting in the empty space. Why is there another circle of usurpation? How can that child possess such a thing? No, how can you abandon your mother and perform the reincarnation ritual on your own? This isn't according to the rules. Pandora raised the large disc in her hand with a furious expression as if about to smash it, but thinking of its importance, she reluctantly put it down again. At that moment, a solemn and dignified voice echoed through this space. It seems this development was also beyond your expectations. Hearing this voice, Pandora immediately calmed down. Isn't that Lord Odin? Pandora smiled charmingly and said, have you come to my place on your way back to the realm of immortality to demand an explanation? No. Odin replied with utmost calm, I merely came to ask why that detestable divine artifact would appear in a human's hands. How could a mere human possess such power and such weapons? But now it seems, asking you is pointless. It's clear you are also unaware this situation would occur. In that case, there's no need for me to waste my time. Upon hearing this, Pandora's smile did not fade. Lord Odin, your visit specifically for this matter, are you perhaps worried about something? Pandora asked this question. Playing dumb, Odin snorted coldly with some displeasure and said, Mother of fools, I am merely concerned whether you are scheming something again. Though you are a god like us, you chose to side with humanity and even created the god-slaying beast for their sake. I cannot help but consider whether you are secretly doing something to bring us down. These words, filled with hostility, were met with Pandora's continued smile. Lord Odin is overthinking. I am merely one who bestows. I am not like you, a god who excels at using wisdom. These words only drew a sneer from Odin. You think I am a fool? Odin said in a deep voice, I have not forgotten. Before the gods of Olympus took over Greece, you were the great Earth Mother goddess with tremendous authority and wisdom. I am still the goddess who bestows blessings to both the celestial gods and humans, not one who flaunts her intellect, Pandora said with a smile. For wisdom and cunning goddesses, Lady Athena is more than enough. I prefer reckless challenges. I like fools. That's why I stand by those children. Pandora's seemingly sincere explanation made Odin fall silent for a while. Then, Odin spoke again. Whether or not this is your doing, that human's uniqueness is unquestionable. Now that he has obtained my power and become a god-slaying beast, I fear he will become a great enemy to us in the future. Pandora, mother of fools, don't be too proud. The hero who will exterminate the demon lords is about to awaken. These Campione you created with your own hands will all eventually be defeated by him. Leaving behind those words, Odin's voice and presence gradually faded. He still had to return to the realm of immortality to inform the gods about the human. A man who possessed another circle of usurpation, held many mysterious weapons, wielded unfathomable power, and could slay gods even before becoming a Campione. Odin had already foreseen that he was merely the first prey to be claimed as a trophy by that man. He would continue to challenge the gods, continue to summon gods to descend. He must not be allowed to succeed. Wait. Lord Odin. Sensing Odin's fading presence, Pandora seemed to realize something and hurriedly called out. May I ask, what authority did that child take from you? When a human successfully slays a god, they obtain only one divine authority. This authority is determined by the personality of the Campione. There is no fixed standard, and it is also influenced by the Campione's disposition and ability. What kind of power is ultimately obtained is purely a matter of luck. If the gap between the Campione and the slain god is too great, the Campione might even obtain an authority vastly different from the god's original power. Therefore, even Pandora could not guess what kind of authority that extraordinary child had gained. If the reincarnation ritual had been performed under her, she might still know a bit. But since the other party had used another mysterious circle of usurpation to become a Campione through self-reincarnation, Pandora truly did not know what kind of authority he had now. Even divine authorities vary in strength. Some are useful, and some are not. Like Odin, he was also the god of poetry. If someone had acquired an authority related to poetry, it would definitely be far inferior to one related to combat. This made Pandora extremely curious as to what kind of power that extraordinary child had received. Odin's fading presence paused for a moment. Then, his voice drifted faintly. He obtained my spear. With those words, Odin departed. And Pandora was utterly shocked. After a while, the woman who bestows all began to laugh. What a clever child. In the empty independent space, the girl's laughter was especially joyful. And in the present world, the strongest Campione of this world was quietly being born. Zheng. Above the city, where no one could observe, the steel disc spun rapidly, transforming an immense divine power into energy and infusing it into Kaiser below. Odin was gone. His body, his power, and all his authorities had become a sacrifice, offered to the circle of usurpation, and transferred to Kaiser by the circle of usurpation. Kaiser kept his eyes closed, feeling the immense power pouring into his body, and immediately activated another artifact. That artifact was the Hogyoku. He was using the power of the Hogyoku to modify himself according to his will with the divine power infused into him. The Hogyoku possesses the ability to absorb the desires of those around it and materialize them, realizing the scene people hope to see in their hearts and allowing things to develop according to one's inner wishes. It can protect the host's body from death or destruction. When the host's abilities reach their limit or their life is threatened, it can also evolve the host to the next stage. Now, Kaiser was using this power to modify himself according to his will with the divine power infused into him, prompting his own evolution. End of chapter. Author's note, sorry for the delay. Chapter 245, Chapter 296, A Transformation from Inside Out. When a human kills a god, devours its power, gains its authority, and is thereby reincarnated as a Campione, besides gaining an authority related to that god, he or she also obtains many other traits. For example, mastering the 1,000 languages, this is an ability that allows one to rapidly grasp foreign languages. All Campione possess this ability, and wherever they go, they will not encounter communication issues. In addition to 1,000 languages, a Campione also gains night vision upon reincarnation, and their physical body becomes extremely durable. Their bones are harder than any alloy in the world, muscle fibers are nearly impossible to tear, and they gain abilities more potent than the effects of adrenaline, the bleeding stops instantly, and pain becomes dulled. As a result, even when injured, their combat capabilities are scarcely diminished. The magical power within a Campione is also several hundred times stronger than that of ordinary magicians. By simply enhancing the flow of magical power within their body, they can become immune to external magic, spells, and other forms of mysticism. Their resistance to magical forces is so strong that even beneficial techniques will be repelled unless directly implanted into the body, otherwise, they will have no effect. Moreover, when sensing the approach of battle, the presence of a god, or impending danger, a Campione's body will naturally adjust to an optimal state. Their fighting spirit will surge forth automatically, morale will rise dramatically, allowing them to unleash 200% of their strength. It is precisely because of these various abilities that Campione are able to surpass the realm of mortals, reaching the stage of confronting gods head-on. Even when facing beings stronger than themselves, they can rely on instinct and primal senses to exhibit extraordinary performance and ultimately achieve victory against the odds. These are the benefits of reincarnating as a Campione, and they are rewards granted only upon the first successful god slaying. After becoming a Campione, even if one slays a second, third, fourth, or countless more gods, the only thing gained is additional authorities, no other powers will be obtained. Therefore, the ritual of slaying the first god is of utmost importance. Kaiser, who had known this from the beginning, naturally wanted to maximize the benefits of this ritual. After obtaining the Hogyoku, although his spiritual pressure had surpassed its limit and he had acquired hollow powers, he had yet to undergo a true evolution powered by the Hogyoku. In the original story, Aizen, after obtaining the Hogyoku, evolved multiple times and thereby transcended both Shinigami and Hollow, reaching a new realm and becoming a new form of life. Kaiser had not yet reached that point. Therefore, he had long since resolved to seize this opportunity to utilize both the Hogyoku and the Circle of Usurpation together to carry out a complete and thorough evolution. Given the choice, after becoming a Campione, he would naturally eliminate certain drawbacks, retain certain benefits, and even enhance them to become better and stronger, seeking to push this reincarnation to its peak. For instance, the resistance of a Campione, which indiscriminately repels all mysticism, including both beneficial and harmful magic, must be modified accordingly. His physical body must gain an automatic recognition function, allowing it to retain beneficial powers and repel harmful ones. That would be the optimal evolution. Moreover, for the post-reincarnation physical body, it isn't enough to merely become extremely durable, with bones harder than any alloy and muscle fibers hard to tear. Since he also possessed high-speed regeneration and Hierro, all these body-targeting modifications could be integrated to forge his body into something immensely robust both inside and out. 1,000 languages, on the other hand, could be discarded. As the librarian of the fantasy library, Kaiser inherently understood the major languages of the fantasy worlds and had no issues with communication, so the power used to form 1,000 languages could be redirected into enhancing the body, making it even stronger. As for night vision, Kaiser had already gained that ability after acquiring the Hogyoku, so the power forming this ability could also be redirected elsewhere to be reinforced. Of course, during this process, Kaiser also aimed to gain new abilities. He had long lacked powers related to mental or sensory faculties, which resulted in his inability to break through Kuroka's illusion in the High School DxD world, and being unable to escape the complete hypnosis of Kyoka Suigetsu in the Bleach world. He could go without such abilities, but at the very least, he needed abilities that could render him immune to them. With the Hogyoku, he could evolve himself in the direction he wished, acquiring the abilities he needed. This undoubtedly filled a major gap in his arsenal. Given this, Kaiser paid special attention to his magical power resistance. He planned to use the power of the Hogyoku to forge it into an absolute resistance against mysticism. In doing so, all forces, whether offensive, or ones targeting the mind and 5 senses, would be regarded as negative and repelled. If not for the fact that the power of the Hogyoku was limited, and the divine power seized by the Circle of Usurpation was also finite, he even wanted to evolve himself to possess something like the Eyes of Insight. Unfortunately, due to limited power, Kaiser could only push forward in as ideal a direction as possible, not striving to see through everything, but at least ensuring that he would remain unaffected and never be toyed with. And so, under the joint effect of the Hogyoku and the Circle of Usurpation, Kaiser's reincarnation began to evolve towards something inhuman. As for the authority gained after slaying the god, Kaiser also made his choice. Whoosh! A spear suddenly appeared before Kaiser and was grasped in his hand. The shaft of the spear was made from the branches of the world tree, covered in ancient and mysterious patterns. The tip of the spear was inscribed with rune symbols, emanating an air of divinity. This was not like the True Longinus, a long spear meant for melee, but a thrown spear. Its name was Gungnir, also known as Gungnir, a spear of fate that brings victory upon being thrown, guaranteed to hit and guaranteed to win. As expected, I can choose this spear as my authority. Looking at this legendary divine tool, Kaiser could not conceal his inner excitement. Generally speaking, what kind of authority a Campione obtains depends on luck, personality, disposition, and abilities. The process is entirely random and cannot be chosen. However, in the original story, the protagonist was once granted, under Pandora's permission as the master of the Circle of Usurpation, a single, one-time opportunity to choose his authority. This implies that the one who controls the circle of usurpation can determine what authority is given to a Campione. That it hadn't been done previously was simply because Pandora had no desire to do so. She probably believed that only the authority naturally matched through the ritual was the most suitable for the individual. But Kaiser certainly wouldn't follow that route. He knew very well what he needed and what kind of authority would benefit him the most. Thus, without hesitation, he chose Odin's spear. This spear was not only a divine weapon but also a materialized form of authority. Unlike the True Longinus, boosted gear, divine dividing, and other sacred tools created by gods for humans to use, this was a weapon personally wielded by a god, imbued with divinity, possessing divinity and divine power, a spear that once accompanied its wielder through mythic battles, struck down giants, and fought the Vanir gods. A spear of inevitable victory and destiny, capable of interfering with fate, in terms of threat to enemies, this spear surpassed even the True Longinus in certain respects. Buzz. Kaiser directly activated his authority and initiated the recognition process for the Gungnir. Because it was the materialization of the authority he had just obtained, the process of recognition was almost instant, turning the Gungnir into a streak of light that flew into Kaiser's body. At the same time, Kaiser's reincarnation ritual and first evolution were completed. The Hogyoku within his body ceased its rotation, and the circle of usurpation above his head also drilled into his body, vanishing from above him. Kaiser sensed himself and confirmed that his body had indeed undergone a transformation from inside out, not only powerful but also extraordinarily resilient, full of strength. The magical power within his body had also increased several-fold, making Kaiser's already overwhelming magical power utterly inhuman. If a normal Campione's magical power is hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary magicians or spellcasters, then his is at least 1,000 times, 2 to 3 times stronger than an average Campione. With my current self, even if I don't use any weapons, I can easily crush Demon Lord class existences, right? Kaiser had that confidence. At the very least, facing opponents like Valley and Azazel, even if they used sacred gears or artificial gears in balance breaker form, Kaiser was confident he could win barehanded. Against someone like Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, he now felt he could win effortlessly without drawing his sword. So this is the benefit of god slaying. Kaiser could hardly wait to summon the second heretic god. Not just to gain another authority, but to test his current strength. However, not just yet. Kaiser lowered his head and looked at the city below. Signs of chaos still lingered there, like the aftermath of a disaster. After Kaiser killed Odin, the storm disappeared, the ghost army and the oppressive black clouds vanished as well, but the tsunami that had been stirred up still remained, only the external force behind it had been removed. The tsunami surged into the city, and the damage it caused was self-evident. Fortunately, it seemed that forces from the mystical side had intervened, eventually stopping the tsunami. Though it still caused damage, it wasn't as devastating as it could have been. This stirred some feelings in Kaiser. No matter how much you avoid the crowd, when divine and Campione-level powers appear, it's still impossible not to impact the world. That was simply the consequence of too much power, regardless of intention. Even if Odin hadn't approached the city and the two had fought at sea, it could still have affected ocean currents, giving rise to typhoons, hurricanes, tsunamis, floods, and other natural disasters. In the face of gods and Campione, humanity is just too insignificant and too fragile. Shaking his head, Kaiser took a step forward and vanished from midair. Chapter 246, Chapter 297, The Seventh Campione. A massive tsunami appeared off the coast, causing disasters in the coastal cities. This was newsworthy enough to make the headlines, and the kind of event that major countries around the world would rush to report on. Although only a single day had passed, this news had already been published in newspapers and on television in various countries, sparking widespread discussion. Because, according to reports, the scale of this tsunami was extremely large, so much so that it could possibly submerge half of Ireland. However, in the end, this great tsunami only caused damage in a small area. It didn't even manage to submerge a single city, and casualties were negligible. It stood out as an accident wrapped in a miracle. Moreover, the tsunami appeared without any warning. The Meteorological Bureau detected nothing beforehand, and the weather on that day was good. Logically, such a large-scale tsunami shouldn't have suddenly occurred. Adding to that, on the same day the tsunami struck, some people claimed to have seen strange things, and even photos were leaked. This drew a great deal of attention to the disaster and attracted widespread focus. Of course, ordinary citizens could only speculate about this strange phenomenon and had no way of perceiving the deeper factors behind it. Those unpleasant rumors and reports were also, as if by some tacit agreement, swiftly covered up by mysterious forces backing the various nations, and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the mysterious forces behind each country all launched deep investigations. Some even convened internal high-level meetings. Combining these with abnormal phenomena previously detected through mystical means, they quickly locked onto the truth behind this incident. A heretic god has descended. And very likely, has already been defeated. Many of the powers on the mystical side understood the implications of this. Especially after each had used their own networks to investigate the whereabouts of current Campione and confirmed that none of them were present at the scene of the incident, they began to vaguely realize one thing. That is, a new Campione had very likely been born. This was a matter capable of influencing the world and nations. It was something that could change the current order and structure. To confirm the accuracy of this speculation, various forces dispatched intelligence agents, activated covert channels, or sent emissaries to the involved country, seeking to verify the truth by any means. In such a situation, one force had already confirmed the matter ahead of everyone else. This force was called the Witenagemot, a secret organization established in the 19th century, headquartered in Greenwich. The origin of the Witenagemot, if one had to explain it, was a group of busybodies. These busybodies included magicians, occult scholars, fairy researchers, ordinary scholars bordering on experts, even street researchers, priests, monks, shrine maidens, artists, capitalists, nobles, royalty, and imperial family members. One could say the group was extremely chaotic. At first, it was merely a collective formed by ambitious, curious, and wealthy individuals who gathered together to exchange information. Later, the group grew larger and more influential, attracting more extraordinary members. After establishing their base in Greenwich, London, the nature of their existence completely changed. Now, it had become a think tank promoting and supporting mystical and magical research, while also accumulating intelligence on gods and Campione, existing in the world to respond swiftly to the disasters caused by their descent. In other words, the Witenagemot is the place with the most thorough research on gods and Campione in the world. It is also the place that understands the Campione group best. Thanks to this, while other mystical forces were still trying to verify the event, the Witenagemot had already essentially confirmed. A seventh Campione has been born. The world has gained a new demon lord. A group of aging heavyweights from the mystical side gathered in the Witenagemot headquarters and began to deliberate. Is the information confirmed? This is a conclusion sent from the princess's side. That one, then it's definitely unquestionable. What should we do now? What else can we do? The other party is a Campione. Even if he has just been born, no human can resist him. Are we really going to oppose him? So we're sticking to the usual response. Of course. When it comes to Campione, we can do nothing but gather intelligence and keep a record. Has the identity of the new king been confirmed? Basically confirmed. Please review this carefully, and make sure your people are warned not to provoke the demon lord. A dossier was distributed to each participant, urging them to study it carefully. And on this dossier was Kaiser. One had to admit, the Witenagemot truly had impressive means. Even though Kaiser had never shown himself before anyone, these powers and authorities of the mystical world had still easily locked onto his identity. Spirit vision, foresight, divination, such abilities could all be used to identify the party involved, so hiding Kaiser's identity from everyone was impossible. The sages viewed his dossier while murmuring among themselves. So young. Even younger than Lord Salvatore, right? It's hard to imagine someone like this could slay a god. A completely ordinary person with no connection to the magical world, yet he succeeded in god-slaying. It's not surprising. No Campione is ever normal, and they can't be judged by conventional concepts or logic. The birth of a Campione is inherently without pattern, and has nothing to do with whether one is a magician. Before a god, even paladins are no different from ordinary mortals. God-slaying relies not on strength, nor on mystery, not even on knowledge or wisdom, but rather on miraculous coincidence and reckless courage. Even so, the fact that so many of them have appeared in this era, and now a seventh has been born, is too unreasonable. Demon Lord, As the sages discussed, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. Campione, god-slayers, are tyrants. Because they have slain the gods of heaven and seized the supreme powers those gods held. Campione, god-slayers, are kings. Because they command the authority stolen through god-slaying and rule over mortals. Campione, god-slayers, are demon lords. Because in this world, no mortal possesses the power to oppose them. They wield absolute authority. To weak mortals, they are no different from gods, demons, or mythical beasts, beings who stand above all life. Like natural creatures without predators, they can act however they please in this world, and no one can stop them, much less defy them. Until now, Campione had indeed caused the world massive trouble, even greater sometimes than that of descending heretic gods. They ignore rules, order, laws, and incite chaos around the world, sometimes worse than what a heretic god's arrival would bring. But humanity still must revere them, obey them, kneel before them. This is the sorrow of the weak, and the cruelty of reality. The birth of a new Campione is by no means a good thing for major powers. The more such beings exist, the more detrimental it is for world powers and even ordinary citizens. Unfortunately, as always, they could do nothing. Gods and Campione, these beings are on an entirely different level from other life forms. Therefore, spread the news appropriately. Let all magical societies and mystical forces remember the appearance of this new king. Hopefully they'll remain cautious enough not to provoke the king and perish in an instant. In history, many renowned and once glorious powers were destroyed overnight for provoking a demon lord. Such cases are not few. What god did the new king slay? Storms, spirits, meteors, someone even saw an 8-legged horse using Farzite. Unless something went wrong, it should be him. The chief god of Norse mythology, Odin. A chief god-level deity. To think he slew a god of that caliber, what kind of authority did the new king usurp? From now on, this will be a matter of key interest. Thus, amid this smoothly flowing discussion, the sages of the Witnagemot built a preliminary intelligence file. This was the 7th Campione born, after the current 6th king, Salvatore Doni. Only 4 years had passed since Salvatore Doni became a Campione, and now a new king had appeared. Many factions that received the news sensed the madness of this era. Usually, there would only be 3 or 4 Campioni in an era. Sometimes just 1 or 2. In some centuries, not a single one would be born. But in this era, there were already 7 Campioni. Those who knew the secrets realized, this age would no longer be peaceful. With so many Campioni gathered in one era, just what kind of chaos would be stirred up? And what kind of entities would be drawn forth? Those in the know were already growing uneasy. At the same time, in Shikio Shrine, Maria Yuri was hosting a guest. I really didn't expect you to come here personally. While brewing tea for the other person, Maria Yuri spoke with genuine surprise. Seated before her was a woman with a beautiful face, an aura that seemed detached from the mortal world, a slender figure with no excess fat, dressed in a white shirt, suit jacket, and long pants, wearing a tie, clearly in male attire, yet unmistakably female. Standing behind the woman was another middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He looked like a salaryman, but the aura he exuded was somewhat slack and frivolous, giving off a not-so-simple vibe. Maria Yuri spoke with the former, while the latter remained silent like a bodyguard. The woman in male attire took up the teacup and spoke in an overly cheerful tone. Even your spirit vision didn't sense my arrival. It seems I really did drop in quite suddenly this time. At these words, Maria Yuri furrowed her beautiful brows. Spirit vision isn't such a convenient thing. It's just an occasional glimpse of what others can't see, not something always effective. This somewhat dissatisfied statement was met with a shrug from the suited woman. That's true for most people. But you, Yuri, are the most powerful spirit vision user I've ever met, maybe even more powerful than the legendary divine ancestor. The implication being that while others might not be able to use spirit vision at will, Maria Yuri was an exception. Her spirit vision could be triggered easily by a proper catalyst. That catalyst might be a mere phrase, or just brushing past a stranger could be enough to activate it. Because of this, the suited woman had never underestimated her due to her youth. I don't believe for a second that you know nothing. The woman in male attire asked in a tone that sounded half provocation, half probing, surely you've sensed something about why I came to see you. Just a little. Maria Yuri, clearly not as calculating as the other party, fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a rather complicated tone. Ever since you arrived, my intuition has been warning me, telling me to drive you out. Otherwise, I'll be drawn into something I really don't want to deal with. Indeed, Maria Yuri's spirit vision was the rarest of treasures in this world, on a completely different level from others. The woman, Sayanomiya Keiru, confirmed this once more and decided not to beat around the bush anymore. Yesterday, you reported your spirit vision to us. You said you saw a god descending, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Maria Yuri nodded, her expression growing more complex. The chief god of Norse mythology, king of the Aesir, that great being who wields the spear that governs fate, he brought great trouble to the coastal metropolis, right? Maria Yuri did not possess such well-informed intelligence that she would know all this just the day after the incident. But she had seen the god's true form, spirit vision had revealed this knowledge to her. That alone proved her spirit vision was indeed powerful. However, that god king has been defeated, Sayanomiya Keiru stated succinctly. A new Campione has been born in our country, and it seems he shares some kind of fate with you. This was the reason Sayanomiya Keiru had come today. I share a fate with him. Maria Yuri was dumbfounded. But the next second, her eyes suddenly turned vacant, and her vision leapt, flying off into the distance. Chapter 247, Chapter 298, A Gaze Across Space. At this moment, Kaiser was leisurely strolling along a main street in downtown Tokyo. He had no particular destination, he simply wanted to find a restaurant and grab a meal to reward his stomach first, then figure out what to do next. Even after becoming a Campione, I still need to eat. Rubbing his growling stomach, Kaiser muttered inwardly. In fact, if he wanted to, with the power of the Hogyoku, he could evolve a body that required no sustenance. But he didn't do that, because he never thought that not needing to eat was a good thing. There are many pleasures in this world, and enjoying delicious food is one of them. If one were to lose the joy of tasting food, then a large part of life's enjoyment would vanish as well. Before becoming the librarian of the fantasy library, due to his harsh and frugal lifestyle, Kaiser had little opportunity to savor gourmet food. Now, he had the chance to taste all kinds of cuisine, even foods from different worlds. Such an exciting prospect was certainly not one he wanted to lose. Anyway, because of the Hogyoku, he was already immortal. Even if he didn't eat, he wouldn't die. At most, he'd feel hungry. There was no need to transform himself into something inhuman. Eating was a habit he would continue to maintain. Thinking this, Kaiser reached into his pocket and found a wallet on him. The wallet was very thin. After all, the background he received was that of an outsider who had to live off part-time jobs. It contained only a few bills, and their denominations were not high. This is even more miserable than my life before becoming the librarian. Kaiser laughed and shook his head, but he didn't mind. He directly found a ramen shop and went inside to order a bowl of tonkatsu ramen with extra chashu, double portion. Tonkatsu ramen, extra chashu, double portion. Please enjoy. A delicate-looking ramen shop waiter quickly served a large bowl of ramen, finally allowing Kaiser to treat his stomach, which was just as flat as his wallet. It seemed this wasn't the ramen shop's peak business hour. Inside, there were only a few scattered customers, an uncle with a briefcase, an aunt with a child, an elder dressed in traditional clothing, and him. The atmosphere was rather quiet. But the television in the ramen shop was broadcasting news about a massive tsunami that struck the coastal region, drawing the attention of the idol boss, the staff, and the customers, all of whom looked toward the TV. How could a tsunami appear so suddenly? Luckily, there weren't many casualties. But, with such a huge tsunami, how could there be so little damage? Who knows? This is probably an unsolvable mystery. The customers chatted idly, not realizing that the greatest culprit behind this event was right beside them. That person merely glanced at the TV before losing interest, quietly continuing to eat his noodles, thinking about where to go after finishing. Suddenly, Kaiser paused mid-bite, as if sensing something. His brow raised, and he looked toward the void. At the same time, a gaze seemed to travel across time and space from afar and landed on him. Kaiser and the gaze's owner looked at each other across a great distance, and both could actually see the other's current appearance. Kaiser saw Maria Yuri, who was sitting upright in the shrine entertaining guests. Maria Yuri also saw Kaiser, saw him sitting in the ramen shop eating noodles, with a strand of noodle still hanging from his mouth. Silence. An indescribable silence. After the silence, Kaiser slurped up the noodle with a whoosh and murmured quietly. There are some things in this world that shouldn't be looked at. At that moment, Kaiser's inhuman resistance to magical power activated. The gaze sent from afar was instantly repelled, and Kaiser vaguely heard a surprised gasp. After the gasp, everything stopped abruptly, as if nothing had happened. Kaiser also nonchalantly quickened his pace, finishing even the broth and leaving the bowl spotless before pulling out a bill and casually walking away. The direction he went was toward the Shikyo shrine. Inside the Shikyo shrine, Maria Yuri, whose eyes had suddenly gone blank, let out a startled cry, as if someone had pushed her, collapsing to the ground. What's wrong? Sayanomiya Kaoru was immediately shocked and quickly stood up. The middle-aged man behind Sayanomiya Kaoru tensed up all over in an instant. Though he looked like a useless office worker, at that moment he exuded a disciplined aura. Maria Yuri finally came to her senses, her delicate face turning pale. I caused trouble. Maria Yuri cried out in a voice laced with sobs. Trouble. Sayanomiya Kaoru was clearly a clever person and instantly made a connection, her expression changing slightly as she said, could it be? Sayanomiya Kaoru's speculation was quickly confirmed. I saw the new king. Maria Yuri's face was pale, her voice trembling. He's on his way here now. With these words, Sayanomiya Kaoru's heart sank completely. Even the middle-aged man behind her was momentarily dumbfounded, then blurted out. Can I request to leave early? My job description never mentioned dealing with a Campione. The two had come here specifically to inquire about the new king. First, since this event occurred in their country, they needed to uncover the cause and consequences as soon as possible. Second, because Japan had never produced a Campione, they had only heard terrifying rumors about them and didn't know how to interact with one, so they came to Maria Yuri. Maria Yuri had once participated in a summoning ritual for a heretic god involving an ancient king. Although it was a traumatic experience in a past she would rather forget, she had indeed interacted with a Campione before and could offer some useful advice to Sayanomiya Kaoru and her companion. Moreover, the new king seemed to have some connection with the Shikyo shrine and possibly with Maria Yuri herself. She had used spirit vision to witness a divine descent before the incident even occurred, which is why Sayanomiya Kaoru and the others came to consult her. But who would have thought, before they could even consult her, the final boss was already on his way. Who could they even complain to? Clever as she was, Sayanomiya Kaoru was now also feeling flustered. As for Maria Yuri, she was even worse off, her delicate frame trembling from fear. She remembered the hellish ritual she participated in years ago. Although the ritual succeeded, nearly all the participants went insane. Only a few, including herself, escaped without losing their minds. That ritual was extremely dangerous. Maria Yuri had foreseen that much with her spirit vision before participating. But the king who orchestrated the ritual paid no heed, as if the ones being sacrificed weren't dozens of precious High Miko and witches, but lumps of meat from who knows where. He forcibly carried out the ritual. And the reason he insisted on the summoning? It was just because he was bored. He wanted entertainment. He wanted to slay a god and gain a new authority, so he needed to summon an opponent. That was a true demon lord, a monster who viewed humans as ants, just like the gods. The forces of Japan's mystic side didn't understand how terrifying Campiones were or how to face them, but Maria Yuri understood all too well. These were not beings ordinary people could talk to. They were terrifying existences that could endanger an entire nation. Someone like that, she only wanted to stay far, far away from. Just the thought of meeting him again made her panic. After what just happened, she didn't even dare to activate spirit vision to look at him again. She couldn't even prepare by learning about his temperament and finding a way to approach him. In the end, it was Sayanomiya Keiru who took a deep breath and regained her composure first. No matter what, since it's already happened, we must think of a way to deal with it. Sayanomiya Keiru was indeed decisive. We've all heard enough rumors to know how terrifying a Campione is. Although our country has never produced one or interacted with one, to be safe, we must maintain the right attitude. Remember, keep reminding yourself to treat him with awe. If not for ourselves, then at least for the country. Our deaths are minor, but dragging the whole nation into disaster would be a catastrophe. At her words, the middle-aged man immediately raised his hand. I'm just an attendant, a nameless nobody. I'm not qualified to meet a king. Can I retreat now? Unlike the middle-aged men who desperately wanted to flee, Maria Yuri, though afraid, still mustered her courage and showed a determined gaze. It was my disrespect that made the king come. I will apologize with everything I have, and not let others suffer because of me. Maria Yuri recalled yesterday, when she had a face-to-face conversation with him here. It was only just now that she realized the new Campione was the one who had been sweeping here yesterday, the one who had triggered her intuition. No wonder she had felt so uneasy yesterday. No wonder she became so fixated on him after meeting him. And after learning his name, she had directly witnessed the descent of a god. Because a heretic god was about to descend, she had panicked and failed to think deeper about it. If only she had realized it back then, perhaps she could have done something, anything. Maria Yuri felt a pang of regret. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. And they could no longer stay here. Because, the king had arrived. The Shikyo Shrine was located not far from Shiba Park and Tokyo Tower. Surrounded by luxury hotels, schools, TV stations, radio stations, and embassies, the number of shrines and temples nearby was unusually high. Shikyo Shrine was just one of them. Right beside a main road, a narrow and winding path sat. Following this path led to a stone staircase with 200 steps. At the top of these steps stood the Shikyo Shrine, surrounded by lush greenery and beautiful scenery that attracted many worshippers. Though not a particularly famous shrine, Shikyo Shrine employed many shrine personnel due to the fact that its shrine maiden was the High Miko overseeing the spirit users of Musashino. But today, all those shrine personnel had been dismissed. Only Maria Yuri and Sayanomiya Keiru stood atop the platform, facing the stairs, awaiting the arrival of the demon lord. The middle-aged man behind Sayanomiya Keiru, Toma Amakasu, was feeling very bitter. Are you really not letting me go? What right do I have to meet the new king with my status? He made no effort to hide his desire to escape. To that, Sayanomiya Keiru simply replied. If something happens because you leave, I'll make sure to drag you down with me to take the blame. Her heartless statement rendered Toma Amakasu completely silent. You really are a great boss. Of course. I've always been very considerate of my subordinates. I didn't expect my boss to be so utterly lacking in self-awareness. The History Compilation Committee is doomed under your command. Thank you for the compliment. If it were any other time, I'd make sure to dock your entire year's salary. Perhaps trying to find humor in hardship, the two bickered like master and servant. But Maria Yuri wasn't in the mood. Her heart was beating faster and faster, her hands tightly clenched together in anxiety. Until a certain moment, Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amakasu simultaneously fell silent and held their breath along with Maria Yuri. The three of them could feel it, the atmosphere around the shrine had changed. This was a place that served the gods. This was sacred ground that enshrined the divine. Normally, it was quiet, tranquil, peaceful, and holy, a place that brought serenity to the soul. But at this moment, even the very air had grown heavy. Because the god-slaying beast that defied all gods had boldly stepped into this place. Clack. A clear footstep echoed, and a figure appeared at the base of the stone steps. He walked up slowly, one step at a time like an ordinary tourist, passed through the torii gate, and entered the sacred domain under the weight of the heavy air. Dressed in simple white, he looked no different from a regular shrine priest, entering as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Just one day without sweeping, and there's already so many fallen leaves and dirt. The demon lord who had already become a Rakshasa approached with a half-smile, speaking his first line. My part-time shift doesn't seem to be over yet. Coming here now, I must be seriously late, right? Will I get dock pay? If I start sweeping now, is it still in time? His playful words made both Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amikasu hold their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Neither of them had ever faced a Campione before. They had no idea how terrifying one could be. But now, they knew. As members of the mystic side, their instincts were screaming in alarm. As if wailing and shrieking. Author's note, give some stones. I'll drop some extra chapters later if we get to top. Chapter 248, Chapter 299, You Still Dare to Peek. Don't be fooled by Sayanomiya Keiru's appearance as a handsome woman in men's clothing, she is actually one of the High Miko of Musashino. Although she is not a spirit vision user like Maria Yuri, as a highest-ranking Miko, Sayanomiya Keiru still possesses some degree of intuition and spiritual power, enough to perceive the mysterious things that others cannot sense. And Toma Amikasu is a descendant of the now rare ninja of the modern era, capable of using various ninjutsu and techniques from the mysterious arts. His skill in concealment is so profound that even Campione find it difficult to detect his presence, making him especially adept at discovering things others cannot. In such circumstances, it was only natural that the two of them sensed the terror of Kaiser. Because he had just reincarnated as a Campione, not only had Kaiser's body undergone a complete transformation both inside and out, even the magical power within his body had multiplied to a degree far beyond the reach of an ordinary Campione. Such terrifying magical power appeared to Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amikasu as an unspeakable horror, a bottomless black abyss. It wasn't something benign or gentle like a vast ocean, but a storm that could swallow them at any moment. So this is, a Campione. Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amikasu both tensed up completely, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Even they were like this, how much worse must it have been for Maria Yuri, who possessed extraordinary intuition and the highest level spirit vision. Looking at Kaiser, her gaze no longer seemed to be directed at a fellow human but rather at a dragon, a monster, a fierce beast. For a moment, none of the three could speak. No one said a word. They just stood there, like statues, not daring to move. Seeing this, Kaiser narrowed his eyes. Is it that you all disdain speaking with me? Or do you think there's no need to respond to my words? Though still spoken with a half-smiling tone, this remark snapped the three back to reality. Sayanomiya Keiru greets the new king. Sayanomiya Keiru was the first to kneel on one knee before Kaiser, taking on the posture of a retainer before a monarch. Toma Amikasu and Maria Yuri also hurriedly knelt. The former no longer bore a lazy, carefree look, only reverence. The latter dropped both knees to the ground, her delicate body trembling, clearly terrified. Sayanomiya. Kaiser looked at Sayanomiya Keiru and spoke. Is that the Sayanomiya who commands the History Compilation Committee? One of the four great families. Hearing this, Sayanomiya Keiru looked at Kaiser with some surprise. Yes, I'm the director of the Tokyo branch office of the History Compilation Committee, from the Sayanomiya family. Sayanomiya Keiru responded with utmost respect. The History Compilation Committee is a national agency within Japan that controls magicians, sorcerers, and other elements of the mystical side. It is an organization representing both the official Japanese government and the world of sorcery, governed by domestic sorcerers, spirit users, and similar individuals. Its members include, but are not limited to, talented individuals recruited from the Ministry of Education, National Diet Library, Imperial Household Agency, Agency for Shrines, Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, and so forth. Even those not part of the organization, so long as they possess magical power, such as Mikas or religious personnel, are obligated to assist it. Its duty is to preserve the modern form of society from the various phenomena involving magic, sorcery, gods, and countless other supernatural forces. Thus, it is named the History Compilation Committee. As for the so-called four great families, they refer to four ancient clans that have, since antiquity, served the reigning emperors of their eras through their own inherent abilities. These four clans are Saishuin, Kohatsuka, Renjuo, Sayanomiya. Among them, the Sayanomiya family forms the core think tank of the History Compilation Committee. The entire organization operates under the guidance of the Sayanomiya clan, which has a profound mastery of sorcery. Several generations ago, a family had even studied abroad in Europe and acquired knowledge of Western magic. Sayanomiya Keiru hails from that very family. Despite her young age and penchant for wearing men's clothing, she is not only the director of the Tokyo branch office of the History Compilation Committee, but also the central figure of authority in the Kanto Committee, and the next supreme commander of the History Compilation Committee. She is destined to one day stand at the pinnacle of power in Japan's world of sorcery. Standing behind her, Toma Amakasu is an agent of the History Compilation Committee, and also her personal agent, her direct subordinate and trusted confidant. As for Maria Yuri, although she is the leader of the spirit users in Musashino, her status as a High Miko, one of the highest-ranking Mikas, means she is obligated to assist the History Compilation Committee. Her ties to the committee are not entirely independent, and in fact, she is acquainted with many of its key figures, including Sayanomiya Kaoru. Though Maria Yuri holds a high position within the Shikyo Shrine, her role is quite different from those of the shrine's religious officials. Because the High Miko are special ability users dispatched by order of the History Compilation Committee. Trained through the committee's channels, the High Miko are typically sent to important spiritual sites across the nation to serve as overseers. So to the Shikyo Shrine, Maria Yuri is less its leader and more an honored guest. In short, it's fair to say that you three represent the mystical side of this country, right? Kaiser walked past the three of them, heading deeper into the shrine while speaking. The three quickly got up and followed behind him, walking closely in step. Sayanomiya Kaoru carefully chose her words to respond. If the king has anything he needs us to do, please feel free to command us. We will do everything in our power to carry it out. Clearly, Sayanomiya Kaoru had begun to grasp how the magical circles of Europe treated the god-slaying demon lords. Because they cannot afford to provoke them, they must instead strive to satisfy their every request, elevate them, and earn their favor. Though it's described as the etiquette of a retainer, in truth, it is the attitude one adopts toward a plague god. Yesterday, those who took action near the coast to stop the tsunami, that was you all, wasn't it? Kaiser entered the inner sanctuary and saw the sacred object enshrined within. He noticed that it indeed emitted a flow of spiritual power. This place did have a sacred nature. If something ominous were to enter, it would surely be purified and repelled. Unfortunately, Kaiser was no ominous being, but a god-slaying demon lord. His arrival not only repelled the sacred energies that tried to fall upon him, it also made the sacred place wither and weaken. That was indeed our arrangement. Sayanomiya Kaoru didn't know what Kaiser intended. While swiftly guessing in her heart, she cautiously asked, "Is there some issue with that?" "No, I just wanted to say, you all helped a lot." Kaiser sat down cross-legged, seemingly making himself at home, and calmly said, "Although the true culprit behind that situation was Odin, it wasn't entirely unrelated to me. Since you took action, then I must acknowledge the favor." Upon hearing this, the three present didn't first react to anything else, but instead noticed the divine name uttered by Kaiser. Odin. The chief god of Norse mythology, he was the heretic god who descended this time. The young men before them actually slew a chief deity-level god. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Especially Maria Yuri, her eyes nearly turned hollow once again, as if seeing something. Smack. Just as Maria Yuri was about to enter spirit vision mode, a flick to the forehead landed harshly on her, immediately pulling her out of that state. She clutched her head in pain. "Haven't I already told you? Not everything in this world is something you can just look at," Kaiser said impatiently. "And you still dare to peek?" These words made Maria Yuri's face turn deathly pale as she hurriedly knelt down. "Please forgive me." The young Miko bowed her head deeply to Kaiser in a full dajiza. Due to her sudden movement, her light chestnut-colored long hair fluttered for a while. Her face, though pale and full of fear, was undoubtedly that of a beautiful girl. Her features were not only delicate, but exuded a noble elegance and a sacred aura. Her pure and unblemished demeanor made Kaiser subconsciously think of Asia. One a Miko, the other a nun, indeed, they shared a certain professional overlap, both being religious figures. It was only natural that Kaiser would feel a sense of déjà vu. However, compared to the somewhat naive and innocent Asia, Maria Yuri was clearly someone far more aware of the ways of the world. She knew very well just how terrifying the man before her was, and what kind of dreadful consequences would follow if he were angered. She wasn't worried about what might happen to herself, but rather feared dragging others down with her. "So, the one who offended you was me alone. It was my rudeness that provoked your wrath. This is entirely my fault. I beg you, King, please show mercy and only punish me. Don't implicate the innocent people." Tears hung at the corners of Maria Yuri's eyes as she pleaded sincerely. Her demeanor once again evoked images of a martyr, a sacrificial offering. It had to be said, seeing her like this even made Kaiser want to tease her a little. "What do you mean by that?" Kaiser said in a deliberately displeased tone. "Are you saying I'm a tyrant, and will definitely implicate innocent people over this?" "And no, that's not it." Maria Yuri panicked when she saw Kaiser's displeased expression. She quickly said, "I just mean that all the blame should fall on me alone. Only by showing compassion and mercy can one embody the true demeanor of a virtuous king." Kaiser rubbed his chin and said. So I can understand this as, you trying to morally coerce me. These words left Maria Yuri completely stunned. And no, that's not it. Unskilled with words, she was now completely flustered. On the other hand, Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amakasa seemed to have caught on to something, their expressions turned a little strange. In such a moment, Kaiser stood up and walked toward Maria Yuri. Extra chapter, smiley face. Chapter 249, Chapter 300, You Want to Drive Me Out. King. Watching Kaiser walk toward her, Maria Yuri's delicate body trembled even more. Lift your head. Kaiser stood very close to Maria Yuri, looking down at her from above, and said this. Maria Yuri dared not disobey Kaiser and slowly lifted her head. Looking at her flawless, delicate, and lovely face, Kaiser clicked his tongue in wonder. That really is a beautiful face. Kaiser gazed into Maria Yuri's eyes and said, Your spirit vision is indeed very strong. Even after I became a Campione, you were able to see me through spirit vision. If not for the fact that I'm somewhat different from other Campione, I might not have been able to stop you from continuing to look. Spirit vision was also a special ability on the mystical side. The resistance to magical power that Kaiser had carefully crafted specifically to guard against various mystical abilities should have bounced Maria Yuri's spirit vision away the moment it fell on him. Yet Maria Yuri had managed to gaze at him for several seconds before it was deflected. This clearly showed that her spirit vision was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what ordinary spirit vision users could achieve. Let me test you a little. Kaiser became quite interested in Maria Yuri's eyes and said, Can you tell what authority I obtained from Odin? The moment these words were spoken, even Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amakasu at the side perked up and focused intently. This. Maria Yuri hesitated a little. After what had just happened, she naturally didn't dare use spirit vision to look at Kaiser again. Seeing this, Kaiser said leisurely. If you can pass my test, then I won't hold your peeking against you. Upon hearing this, Maria Yuri finally gathered her courage and looked toward Kaiser. Staring at Kaiser for quite a while, Maria Yuri's eyes suddenly narrowed. I saw lightning, and I saw a falling star. There was a tree supporting several worlds, and a clear spring flowing. Dwarves, gnomes, blacksmiths, underground. One word after another, pieces of information were drawn out by Maria Yuri. And upon hearing the information Maria Yuri had extracted, even before she could answer Kaiser's question, Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amakasu involuntarily called out that name. Gungnir, the eternal spear. Those on Earth call it lightning, and some call it a falling star. The spear's shaft was made from the branch of the world tree, and the runes etched into the tip were gained by Odin in exchange for sacrificing one of his eyes at the Spring of Wisdom. It was forged by dwarf blacksmiths, gnomes from underground. With all this information laid out, if someone still couldn't guess what Kaiser had obtained, then they had no business being part of the mystical side. Correct. Kaiser looked at Maria Yuri with some surprise and praised, I didn't expect you to actually see it. It seems your spirit vision is even stronger than I thought. I don't deserve the praise. Maria Yuri quickly bowed her head and said nervously, then I. All right then. Seeing that he had teased her enough, Kaiser waved his hand and said, I won't pursue your peeking any further. Just remember, don't let it happen again, okay? Yes. Maria Yuri immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amakasa subtly exchanged a glance. Upon learning that the authority Kaiser had seized was that infallible, ever-victorious spear, the two's level of regard for him rose by several levels. That was a divine weapon that guaranteed victory once thrown, it could not be compared to ordinary authorities. To possess such an authority, such a divine weapon, even if the man before them was a newly born Campione, he could not be underestimated. At the very least, it would be extremely difficult for other gods or Campione to block that spear. Thinking of this, the two became even more respectful in their attitudes toward Kaiser. King, Sayanomiya Keiru carefully chose her words and asked Kaiser, do you plan to continue staying in this country next? This was a matter that needed to be clarified first. What? Kaiser glanced at Sayanomiya Keiru and said, you want to drive me out? How could I dare? Sayanomiya Keiru shook her head and said, I merely wanted to inform you that if you wish to remain in this country, we will arrange the best accommodations and provide you with the finest living conditions. Please accept our humble offering, King. How could Kaiser not tell that Sayanomiya Keiru was testing his attitude, trying to find out how to deal with him moving forward? Forget it. Kaiser shook his head and said, I don't plan to stay here long term, nor do I intend to take this place as my territory. You don't need to give me special treatment. Campione are called kings, and not without reason. Due to the overwhelming difference in power, Campione are not only feared but also objects of great attraction. There are countless factions eager to pledge loyalty to a Campione, and even more individuals wishing to serve them. Although Campione are demon lords and inherently dangerous, if one could join their side and fly their banner, then by borrowing the power and influence of a Campione, both individuals and factions would gain immense benefits. As the saying goes, high risk, high reward. If one dares to take the gamble and manages to win a Campione's favor, then approaching them proactively is actually a tremendous opportunity. Given this, all Campione currently in existence have subordinates and factions under their command, and even their own territories. Kaiser, as a newly crowned king, currently had neither subordinates nor a domain. But he had no intention of deliberately seeking those out, so in response to Sayanomiya Keiru's probe, he gave a straightforward answer. If you want to be of service to me, then tell me where there are gods. Kaiser thought of this and looked at Sayanomiya Keiru. What I'm most interested in now is finding a god to fight. These words left Sayanomiya Keiru and the others looking at one another in dismay. Looking for a god to fight, huh? Why did that sound so dangerous? Thinking back to the massive tsunami yesterday, the crowd couldn't help feeling worried. Especially Maria Yuri, her heart was full of bitterness. Why are all Campione like this, so fond of actively seeking out gods? Thinking of that summoning ritual for the heretic god 4 years ago, Maria Yuri really wanted to use spirit vision to see whether Kaiser would end up causing another tragic event like that. This isn't coercion, you know. Seeing everyone's shifting expressions, Kaiser smiled faintly and said, if you're willing to give me information on gods, that's great. If not, I won't force it. Kaiser truly had no intention of using his power to force the History Compilation Committee to obey or hand over information on gods. After all, it wasn't like he had no other means, there was no need to be tyrannical. If he were the tyrannical type, then he wouldn't have so many Shinigami admiring him in the Soul Society. Of course, for Sayanomiya Keiru and the others, who still needed to cautiously probe how to deal with this demon lord, even if Kaiser said he wouldn't force them, they didn't dare be ungrateful. Otherwise, offending a god-slaying demon lord would spell disaster for the entire nation. I understand. Sayanomiya Keiru made her decision, nodded to Kaiser, and said, I will prepare the relevant information and deliver it to you. Oh. Kaiser raised an eyebrow and smiled. You really dare to deliver it? Of course. Sayanomiya Keiru seemed to have gleaned a bit of Kaiser's personality from his behavior. Knowing he didn't expect blind reverence from others, she replied with a composed smile, being able to earn a favor from a great god-slaying king, that's an immense fortune for people like us. Sayanomiya Keiru, born into a family of strategists, was someone highly skilled at weighing benefits. She hadn't personally witnessed how dangerous Campione could be, so she couldn't offer a definitive judgment. But if she could earn a Campione's favor and leverage his power and influence, she could easily think of 100 different benefits. Offering just a bit of information in exchange for a Campione's favor, no matter how you looked at it, that was a good deal. So long as the king before her wasn't some old relic who took others' service for granted. Sayanomiya Keiru had some confidence in her ability to judge people. Even though she hadn't known Kaiser for long, she could tell he wasn't that kind of person. Besides, even if he was, what could they do? They had no way to defy a king. Rather than hesitating and worrying about this and that, only to end up offending him, it was better to just act decisively and meet his needs. Besides, the intelligence was in her hands, how much to give was still up to her, wasn't it? So long as she withheld information that might endanger the nation, then she wouldn't have to worry about him causing chaos here. That was what Sayanomiya Keiru thought, and it was indeed very clever. In that case, I'll stay around here a bit longer. Kaiser wasn't thinking as deeply as Sayanomiya Keiru. If he could get information, great. If not, it didn't matter. So after receiving her promise, he turned around. Looking at Maria Yuri, who was still kneeling, Kaiser couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, I was still working here as a temp, and today the High Miko of Shikio Shrine is kneeling before me like this. The world really is unpredictable. Leaving those words behind, Kaiser walked out of the shrine and departed from the area. Phew. The tension in Maria Yuri's heart finally dissipated, and the pallor on her face regained some color. Toma Amakasu also relaxed his body and whispered to Sayanomiya Keiru. Should we still send someone to monitor him? Sayanomiya Keiru curled her lips. If you're not afraid of dying, you can go make the arrangements yourself. If anything happens, I'll disavow you immediately. Saying that, Sayanomiya Keiru seemed to remember something and patted Toma Amakasu's shoulder. Once the intelligence is organized, you'll be the one to deliver it to the king. Upon hearing this, Toma Amakasu's heart sank completely. Is it still too late to resign now? Chapter 250, Chapter 301, Fast Forward to Life and Death. On the other side, after leaving Shikio Shrine, Kaiser did not linger as he had said, but instead once again summoned Divine Dividing, turning into a starlight streak dragging a long trail of light, flying at high speed toward the sea. After becoming a Campione, the sacred gears within Kaiser's body were also strengthened along with him, gaining growth, with their power increasing significantly. Take Divine Dividing for example. In its normal state without using Balance Breaker, it originally required 3 seconds to activate the Divide ability once each time. But now, the Divide ability of Divine Dividing could be activated once per second, an extremely noticeable improvement. The same was true for Boosted Gear. The time required to activate the boost ability once in its normal state was reduced from 3 seconds to 1 second. While the Balance Breaker state didn't change and still allowed ability activation anytime, anywhere, the explosive power released after donning the armor had increased significantly, and the consumption had correspondingly decreased. If, when Kaiser first obtained these True Longinus, he could maintain the Balance Breaker state for about 3 months without using abilities, then now, even when normally using their powers without excess, he could absolutely maintain their Balance Breaker state for over a year. The same went for the Juggernaut drive of the 2 sacred gears. Previously, Kaiser could only maintain Juggernaut drive for about an hour without using abilities. Now, even when normally using them without overexertion, he could maintain Juggernaut drive for at least 6 hours. The same was true for the Balance Breaker of the True Longinus. In the beginning, even if not excessively drawing on its power, he could maintain it for less than 2 hours. Now, even using it for half a day would be no problem. All these changes clearly demonstrated how quickly Kaiser had grown, and how powerful he now was. Of course, all his other exclusive weapons had grown stronger as well. Whether it was the Zanpakuto or the Orga Luxes, their power had increased significantly, even their inherent quality and rank had risen. The benefits of God-slaying really are enormous. As long as one succeeds, it's like ascending to the heavens in a single leap. Feeling these changes, Kaiser couldn't help but sigh like this more than once. It was merely slaying a god once, and yet the growth he gained surpassed any previous time, making Kaiser feel as if he had wasted decades in the Soul Society. No, if not for those decades of effort, I wouldn't have waited for the Hogyoku's birth, nor would I have obtained the Circle of Usurpation as a reward. If not for the Hogyoku and the Circle of Usurpation, then even if he succeeded in god-slaying in this world, the transformation he gained wouldn't have been this great. But it would only have been less, not non-existent. Becoming a Campione in this world was still the best shortcut for mortals to ascend in one leap. It was just that this shortcut, at most, only a few succeeded in a single era. The rest were merely sacrifices, innocent ants caught in the crossfire, piling the path with corpses. In short, Divine Dividing had become stronger, and its flying speed had increased a lot, allowing Kaiser to reach his destination in very little time. This should be the place, right? Kaiser stopped midair above an uninhabited part of the ocean and revealed himself. This was Point Nemo, also known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the spot on Earth farthest from any landmass. Located in the South Pacific Ocean, the nearest land to it is 2,688 kilometers away. This point is isolated from land, shipping routes, and ocean currents. Human activity and biological traces in this region are extremely rare. Point Nemo lies about 3,000 miles east of New Zealand's coast and about 2,000 miles north of Antarctica. Since 1971, more than 263 pieces of spacecraft debris have been deliberately dropped into the sea here by various nations, so it is also known as the spacecraft graveyard. Therefore, even if something major happens here, the impact should be minimized. Having experienced what happened last time, Kaiser would no longer casually pick just any uninhabited place to summon a god. This place was the farthest from land, with barely any life forms, undoubtedly the most suitable place to cause chaos. Let's see which lucky one I draw this time. The corners of Kaiser's lips curved up as he clenched his palm, and the True Longinus instantly appeared in his hand. Truth Idea. Chanting the spell smoothly, Kaiser activated Truth Idea, causing the tip of the holy spear to fully unfold, releasing a massive amount of divine energy, which turned into ripple after ripple of glowing halos, soaring into the sky. Rumble. This uninhabited sea area instantly surged, waves rising one after another, even causing rain to pour down from the sky. The vast magical power resonated with the divine fluctuations and manifested above the sea. Thump thump. In that instant, Kaiser's heartbeat uncontrollably sped up. His body seemed to turn into a furnace, with magical power burning violently. His fighting spirit also rose unknowingly, accelerating the flow of his blood. His will to fight became fervent, and a power stronger than adrenaline burst forth from deep within his body, instantly adjusting his physical state to one of full power, even to the point of extraordinary performance. Undoubtedly, compared to Kaiser's conscious perception, his body first sensed the sign of a hostile enemy and automatically entered its best combat state. This was what it meant to be a Campione. Whether facing danger or a strong enemy, they would instantly enter their optimal battle state. While others might need frequent training to maintain their form and become rusty after a few years of inactivity, a Campione only needed to face danger or a powerful foe, and no matter how long they had been away from battle, they would instantly adjust themselves. Rather than calling it a special physique, it would be more accurate to call it a habit unique to Campione. Like a beast always ready to hunt, once it locks onto its prey, it never lets go. Even when wounded, it never retreats. On the contrary, it only provokes its ferocity and wild nature, making it grow stronger. This is the reason Campione are called beasts. Boom. With a massive swell of the sea, a male god with revealing clothing and holding a trident appeared above the water. Who is calling me? Who is provoking me? Who is so brazenly reckless? The male god let out a voice that made the surrounding sea roar, causing the entire region to become turbulent with his voice and appearance. That voice, unlike Odin's solemn dignity, was not only arrogant but also brimming with extreme individuality. And the opponent seemed to be the master of this sea, no, more accurately, the master of the entire ocean. His voice alone made the sea rise and fall with emotion. Kaiser sized him up briefly and found his attire was of ancient Greek style. Holding a trident, able to make the sea his domain, Greek male god. Just like with Odin, Kaiser instantly recognized his identity. You are Poseidon. Poseidon, the sea god in Greek mythology, one of the 12 Olympian gods, brother to Zeus, king of the gods, and Hades, god of the underworld. His worship was mainly concentrated around the Aegean Sea, where Greek sailors and fishermen revered him deeply. In the late Roman Empire, Roman gods were aligned with Greek counterparts, and the Roman equivalent of Poseidon was Neptune, whose name also became that of the planet Neptune. Kaiser didn't expect that both times he summoned gods, he ended up summoning those of the highest status and rank within their respective mythologies. That's right, I am Poseidon, the Olympian lord. Poseidon candidly acknowledged his divine name. If it were an ordinary human, he wouldn't have done so. But the man before him was no ordinary human. This repugnant aura. You are indeed a Campione, enemy of us gods. Poseidon glared at Kaiser, erratic in temperament. The Campione who challenged the entire realm of immortality, you must be the dangerous figure that old men from Norse mentioned, the one to beware of. Hearing this, Kaiser was slightly stunned. Old men from Norse? Who was he referring to? Could it be? Boom. Before Kaiser could finish thinking, Poseidon suddenly swung his trident and let out a roar. Although that old man said as much, to be provoked by a mere mortal, I, Poseidon, cannot tolerate it. This god was no benevolent entity. Although he was also the god of horses, for giving humanity the first horse and allowing them to have transport. Although he often watered the earth with fresh springs, bringing favorable weather and bountiful harvests, earning the title of harvest god. Although his sacred beast was the dolphin, representing the tranquility and gentleness of the sea. Still, this guy was far from virtuous. Because in Greek mythology, the sea god was not only ambitious and belligerent, constantly seeking to dethrone Zeus and take the throne for himself, but like most Greek gods, his private life was chaotic. In myths, this god was frequently ruled by the lower half of his body, forcefully taking many beautiful women and causing countless tragedies. One could say that this sea god, like his brother Zeus, was a male deity with extremely poor morals and widely despised. The temper of the war-loving sea god was like the sea itself, fickle and unpredictable. Thus, he became enraged very easily. I want to see whether you're truly as dangerous as he said. Once Poseidon finished speaking, the sea shook violently, sending out countless towering tsunamis surging toward Kaiser. In that moment, Kaiser seemed to be swallowed by the entire sea, attacked by wave after wave. Going straight into a fight, huh? Coming back to his senses, Kaiser narrowed his eyes and smiled. Fine then. Let's skip all the unnecessary procedures, fast forward to life and death. As he spoke, the holy spear in Kaiser's hand vanished. In its place was another spear. A throwing spear. Chapter 251, Chapter 302, The Mighty Gungnir. Boom. As the tsunami, hundreds of meters high, crashed down wave after wave, completely engulfing the tiny human figure in the center, Poseidon, standing atop the sea waves, turned and fled without hesitation. Bastard. This sea god, renowned and infamous in Greek mythology, cursed angrily in his heart as he fled. Why didn't anyone tell me the god-slayer obtained that spear? Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Poseidon did indeed see the spear that appeared in Kaiser's hand. The shaft of that spear, though wooden, exuded a rich sense of life, clearly crafted from a branch of the world tree. The spearhead was also inscribed with runes from Norse mythology, full of divinity. With such obvious traits, how could Poseidon not recognize the name of that spear? That damn old man. I'll definitely curse you. And if I get the chance, I'll sneak into your wife's room too. As Poseidon cursed furiously in his heart, his body had already dived into the sea, transforming into a giant shark and swimming away at high speed. Greek gods were just like that, having no shred of dignity, not caring about a god's decorum. If even slightly displeased, they'd throw tantrums, and if even slightly endangered, they'd slip away. There was simply no such thing as the valor to fight to the death rather than compromise. At least, Poseidon was like that. Unfortunately, no matter where he fled, it was useless. Buzz. As a humming sound echoed through the atmosphere, a streak of starlight shot across the sea like a meteor, seemingly piercing through the ocean. The meteor followed like a shadow, as if guided by fate, chasing the trace of Poseidon's magical power deep into the seabed, streaking toward the giant shark that was desperately swimming to the other end of the sea. Poochie! Very quickly, the spear of destiny, transformed into a meteor, struck the giant shark and pierced straight through its body. Ah! Poseidon let out a scream and reverted to his original form. His body was completely pierced through by the Gungnir, from the back to the chest, the tip of the spear emerging from his chest, bringing with it gushing blood. Poochie! With a tearing sound, the Gungnir automatically withdrew from his body and once again turned into a meteor, returning to one person's hand and being firmly gripped. Engulfed earlier by the waves of the tsunami, Kaiser had now also submerged into the sea, diving deep to the ocean floor. However, he didn't pursue Poseidon. Because it wasn't necessary. The life force within Poseidon, who had been pierced by Gungnir, was already rapidly dissipating. Originally, as a god who ruled the sea, Poseidon had extremely tenacious vitality. Even if his body was pierced, even if his flesh was pulverized, he could still find a way to survive and escape. However, as the divine spear that declares victory with a single throw, the wounds caused by Gungnir naturally could not be so easily ignored. The divine power inherent in this spear, even gods with immortality would struggle to resist. Once their body was pierced by it, unless they possessed a rank above the spear itself, they could not escape defeat. The last time, the reason Kaiser could immediately become lively and spirited after being pierced through the heart by Gungnir wasn't because of high-speed regeneration, but because the Hogyoku had granted him the nature of being undying and immortal. Otherwise, even hollows with high-speed regeneration, could they possibly ignore the damage caused by a legendary chief god's divine artifact? That was, of course, impossible. Although Poseidon was one of the 12 Olympians in Greek mythology, he was not an undying, immortal being, nor did his divinity surpass Odin. So how could he resist the power of Gungnir? Thus, this god who had only just manifested in the world for a few minutes, now bled from his chest and cursed toward the sky. Odin! Damn you! Leaving behind those words, Poseidon's life force completely dissipated. Excellent. Seeing this scene, Kaiser, who had entered the sea, couldn't help but feel joy. He had actually one-shot a god. And the opponent wasn't some obscure minor deity, but one of the 12 Olympians of Olympus. What a tyrannical Gungnir. What an incredible spear of destiny. Kaiser looked at the Gungnir in his hand, feeling more delighted the more he looked at it. However, now was not the time to admire his authority and divine weapon, but the time to reap the rewards. Swish. Kaiser took a step forward and instantly appeared before Poseidon's corpse. Above his head, the circle of usurpation flew out, spinning rapidly as it devoured the sea god's divine body completely. Kaiser could feel a massive force emerging within the circle of usurpation, and that power was being poured into his body. If it were another Campione, the spoils they could harvest at this point would, at most, be a single authority. Starting from the second god slaying, while Campione could still gain new authorities each time, they could only obtain the authority, no longer able to undergo a rebirth-like transformation as they did with the first god slaying. Kaiser was no exception. He could not surpass the effect of the ritual and gain more authorities. He too could only obtain one authority. However, because he possessed the circle of usurpation and could fully wield its power, he could retain all the power beyond the acquired authority to enhance his own magical power. Even if only magical power was strengthened, it was still far better than other Campioni. At least it meant one more important gain. As for his physique, that would be left to the Hogyoku to continue guiding and developing. By accumulating bit by bit like this, once both his physique and magical power reached their limits, he could trigger the power of the Hogyoku and gain another rebirth-like evolution. Just like that, while absorbing the power within the circle of usurpation, Kaiser also retrieved the Gungnir, and another weapon appeared in his hand. It was a trident. The very one Poseidon had been holding ever since his appearance. This trident was no ordinary weapon. It was the symbol of the sea god Poseidon in ancient Greek mythology and his most important weapon. According to legend, Poseidon was the son of the Titan Cronus and Rhea. Because Cronus feared that his children would overthrow him, he devoured each of them at birth. Only the youngest, Zeus, was saved when Rhea swapped him with a stone. With Zeus's help, Cronus vomited out his children, among them, Poseidon. Afterward, Zeus led his siblings in a war against Cronus. The Cyclopes forged thunder for Zeus, the helm of invisibility for Hades, and the trident for Poseidon, helping them overthrow Cronus's rule. In myth, Poseidon often rode in a chariot drawn by bronze-hoofed, golden-maned horses, striking rocks with his trident to make springs gush forth from cracks to water the land, bringing bountiful harvests and earning the title of harvest god. Using the trident, Poseidon could not only split mountains and turn rocks into islands, but also stir up massive waves, trigger storms and tsunamis, submerge continents, split heaven and earth, and even shatter all things, causing earthquakes and unprecedented disasters. To control the sea, summon storms and tsunamis, shatter all things, trigger earthquakes, and create islands. This trident's power is not to be underestimated. Knowing this, Kaiser naturally could not ignore such a weapon. Choosing this weapon meant he could immediately wield its power and, once it recognized him as master, further enhance it. Had he chosen a different authority, Kaiser would have had to spend time learning it, practicing its use, developing it, and gradually improving it. That would be a waste of time, and unable to strengthen the authority. Possessing the ultimate authority over weapons, as long as the God-slayed divine weapon wasn't too weak or trash, he would always choose the opponent's weapon as his authority, turning it into his own exclusive weapon. Buzz. Golden patterns appeared on the trident, quickly covering its surface before swiftly embedding into it. Once the trident accepted him as master, Kaiser immediately noticed he could breathe underwater. The once silent sea suddenly came to life, as if infused with spirit, expressing closeness to him, making him feel the warmth of returning to a mother's womb. With the trident in hand, Kaiser could fully manipulate the sea. Calling him the new sea god would not be an exaggeration. Boom. On the quiet and uninhabited sea surface, waves suddenly surged and parted on their own, lifting one person through the water into the sky. This sensation really is quite marvelous. Having put away the circle of usurpation, Kaiser looked over the entire sea, feeling a distinct sense that he could command it at any moment. With the trident in hand, the ocean was Kaiser's domain, his territory. The main weapons used by gods really are powerful. Kaiser smiled slightly and put away the trident, yet the waters beneath his feet remained under control, still supporting him. Even without using the exclusive weapon, he could still use a portion of its power. Controlling the entire sea might be too much, but directing a bit of water was effortless. However, Poseidon's reaction after being summoned was rather odd. Kaiser finally had the mind to ponder this issue. He said that Odin took word of me back to the realm of immortality and spread it around to warn other gods, didn't he? Kaiser mused and suddenly pulled out the True Longinus, chanting the spell for truth idea. Holy fluctuation soared into the sky, once again issuing a challenge to the realm of immortality, attempting to summon a god. However, it failed. Watching the divine energy dissipate into the sky, Kaiser smiled wryly. Clearly, with Odin's warning and Poseidon's miserable defeat as confirmation, the gods of the divine realm had become wary of this method and would no longer be easily tricked. After all, they were gods, it wasn't as though they had no resistance at all, unable to stop themselves from being dragged out of myth by truth idea. From now on, the method of summoning gods through truth idea was likely no longer viable. Forget it. Kaiser didn't force it and directly turned to dive back into the ocean depths. Since summoning was no longer an option, then he'd just go find one himself. Chapter 252, Chapter 303, Which Point in Time? On the way to Point Nemo, Kaiser used divine dividing to fly there, so it didn't take very long. On the way back, Kaiser swam through the sea, and surprisingly, that didn't take very long either. After obtaining the trident, the ocean truly became like his home. Even when he dove into the deep, bottomless seabed, he could still breathe freely at will, unaffected by water pressure, and could move as he pleased, more freely and conveniently than even on land. At a depth of several thousand meters, nothing should have been visible, yet once Kaiser entered that depth, the seawater actually became as clear as transparent blue, as if sunlight were shining through, giving off the feeling of diving for leisure in Sanya or Hawaii. Unfortunately, this uninhabited deep-sea environment was neither beautiful nor pleasing to the eye. Instead, it was completely barren, utterly desolate. Even the marine creatures that swam by weren't those colorful and lovely fish, but rather species with all sorts of bizarre appearances, practically none of them could be called attractive. This was the difference between reality and fairy tales. However, because of this, Kaiser discovered yet another function of the trident: it could command marine life. No matter how ferocious the sea creatures were, once they reached him, they would become as obedient as the most loyal servants of humankind, circling around him. Kaiser suspected that he might even be able to command those legendary sea creatures. According to legend, when Poseidon grew angry, sea monsters would appear on the sea. That's also a kind of marine life, right? Creatures like the North Sea Kraken, the ocean behemoth Leviathan, those were all types of sea monsters, and fell within the category of marine life that could be commanded by the trident. Is this a power the trident originally possessed? Or did it undergo a transformation after becoming my authority? Depending on the nature of the recipient, the authorities obtained through god-slaying might undergo drastic changes, so Kaiser wasn't sure whether the original trident had the function of commanding marine life. But he could indeed do it. He didn't even need to summon the trident, just borrowing a portion of its power was enough. The only question was how far this ability could go. I'll test it out sometime in the future. With that thought in mind, Kaiser moved through the sea, riding the currents and soaring freely, with an astonishing speed. Though not as fast as flying through the sky with divine dividing, by surfing the ocean currents, Kaiser still returned to land in a short time. After reaching land, Kaiser stepped ashore, and his clothes weren't even wet. In this state, Kaiser returned to his residence in this world. It was an apartment situated near Tokyo Tower. The apartment wasn't far from Shiba Park near Shikyo Shrine, which was why Kaiser had taken on a part-time job there. Not bad, at least this time it came with a house. Kaiser grumbled about the background setting this time while returning to the apartment, locating his own place in one of the less favorable spots. It was a rather cramped room. Opening the door, there was a narrow entrance hall just wide enough for one person to pass. Beyond that was a single room with a bed in the corner, no other spaces besides a toilet beside the entry. There was no kitchen, so cooking was out of the question. There was no bathroom, so bathing either had to be done in the toilet or at a nearby bathhouse, cheap and convenient, sure, but sharing a tub with a bunch of old men was a bit unsettling. Knowing the conditions here, Kaiser immediately formed an idea. This isn't a place fit for long-term living. Not that he was being picky, he actually had no demanding standards when it came to living conditions. His only requirement was that it didn't make him uncomfortable, that it was clean and sanitary. This place didn't leak, nor was it unclean or unsanitary, so as long as it wasn't for long-term stay, Kaiser could accept it. But if it was for long-term residence, then he hoped at least for a fully functional place. At the very least, he didn't want to have to go elsewhere to cram into a bathhouse with others just to take a bath. Let's see if I can find a way to get some money. Kaiser sat at the low table, thinking idly. For him now, making money was no longer difficult, so he didn't need to think too hard about how to go about it. Especially in this world, as long as he remained a Campione, there would be plenty of people willingly lining up to bring him money. Even without that, with his current power, he could dive into the sea, casually catch a Pacific bluefin tuna, and sell it for a good price. He'd have no worries about food and clothing for a while. The important thing is intelligence about the gods. Just as Kaiser had this thought, there was a knock at the door. Kaiser instantly came back to his senses, raising his eyebrows. He had just returned, and someone was already knocking. This wasn't a coincidence, right? Thinking that, Kaiser walked to the entrance and opened the door. Sure enough, standing outside was someone he had just seen at Shikio Shrine not long ago, a familiar face. Pardon the intrusion, King. Toma Amikasu bowed deeply to Kaiser. It's you. Kaiser said in slight surprise, I thought it would be Miss Maria. Not that he was thinking about the young lady, but since someone had come knocking right after his return, if it wasn't a coincidence, there must be a reason. So, Kaiser had assumed it was Maria Yuri who had used spirit vision to foresee his return at this specific time, and had chosen the perfect moment to come by. In truth, although it was Toma Amikasu who had come, Kaiser's guess wasn't entirely wrong. Before I came, Miss Maria did indeed give me a few words of advice. She said visiting at this time would be best. Toma Amikasu would not tell Kaiser that it wasn't Maria Yuri's spontaneous advice, but something he had consulted her about. He didn't want to lose his life over a job. Although he was a ninja and Sayanomiya Keiru's representative, come on, what era was this? That outdated practice of a ninja sacrificing everything for their lord ought to be discarded already. At least, that's what Toma Amikasu thought. Thus, Toma Amikasu always treated his position in the History Compilation Committee as just a job and dressed like a proper office worker. Work was work, just getting a paycheck was enough. Who would risk their life for the interests of those in power? With that mindset, Toma Amikasu had gone to Maria Yuri and asked her to use that all-purpose inspiration of hers to help him determine when a visit wouldn't incur the king's wrath, and when he could catch Kaiser in a good mood. Thanks to that, Toma Amikasu was able to show up at just the right time. Come in, then. Kaiser nodded in understanding, then casually waved Toma Amikasu inside. No, how could I trouble the king? Toma Amikasu hurriedly handed over a thick stack of documents to Kaiser, saying, these are all the records on gods collected by the History Compilation Committee. Please have a look, my king. That fast? Kaiser accepted them, slightly surprised. You guys move pretty quickly. Because the higher-ups also place great importance on matters concerning the king. Toma Amikasu said with a fawning smile, the intelligence was already gathered beforehand. We just needed to extract the parts related to the gods and organize them. Since it was a request directly made by a Campione, the History Compilation Committee naturally dared not delay. All procedures and formalities were skipped, they opened the green channel and deployed as many personnel as possible to complete the compilation of information at the fastest speed. Under such conditions, it would be hard not to be efficient. All right then. Kaiser looked at the thick pile of documents and, glancing at the overly respectful Toma Amikasu, chuckled, in that case, I won't bother hosting you. Yes. Toma Amikasu bowed deeply as if receiving a pardon, then decisively took his leave and vanished without a trace. That hasty escape wasn't like someone who had just narrowly escaped death, it was more like an office worker finally getting off duty after a long day, desperate to get home. A real talent, huh? Kaiser muttered in his heart. After returning to the room, he immediately began reading the documents Toma Amikasu had brought. They contained intelligence on gods who had appeared in various countries and regions, even records of divine beasts. There were also reports suspected of divine descent, including but not limited to descent locations, speculations on their divinity, and conjectures as to which god had descended. Though it looked like a thick pile, in reality, the number of reports that could be confirmed as actual god appearances was very small. Most were labeled as suspected, uncertain, or possible, each followed by evidence, speculation, and clues. This was only natural. If heretic gods really appeared so frequently, the level of disaster this world would suffer would be unimaginable. Examples of divine descent were still rare. There shouldn't be enough cases to fill a thick pile of documents, so most of it consisted of suspicions of where gods might have appeared. Some regions had strange phenomena, some had unusual incidents. Those might be signs of heretic gods descending, but more often than not, they turned out to be mistakes. Hence, the thick file. As Kaiser read, he suddenly spotted something unusual. It seems, there are surprisingly few reports of gods appearing in this country. Kaiser roughly understood what was going on. So many little schemes. If I didn't know the original plot and know that this country had a real heretic god sealed, I might not have caught it. Kaiser curled his lip. Just from the fact that this intelligence file didn't mention that event, Kaiser could confirm that the History Compilation Committee had definitely concealed intelligence related to gods in their own country. They were afraid Kaiser would break the seal and throw the nation into chaos for the sake of god-slaying. Fortunately, I'm someone who can understand your thinking. If it were another Campione, just this act of deliberate concealment would be enough to bring disaster upon you. Kaiser muttered to himself, and at the same time, he confirmed something else through this intelligence. That was, what point in the original story he was currently at. Chapter 253, Chapter 304, This Must Be Done. The intelligence provided by the History Compilation Committee also mentioned information about heretic gods suspected of having been defeated by Campiones. According to this information, Kaiser already knew that before he became a Campione, there were already 6 Campiones in existence. And the one who became a Campione before him was Salvatore Doni, who had succeeded in slaying a god 4 years ago. If I remember correctly, the protagonist in the original story became a Campione in the 4th year after the 6th king was born, right? Then, according to the intelligence, some unusual phenomena had recently appeared on the island of Sardinia in the Italian peninsula. Those phenomena resembled signs of the descent of a heretic god, so mystical factions around the world who received the news were paying close attention to the matter. Especially Italy, which was one of the birthplaces of magic and had a very orthodox and ancient magical heritage. The major magic associations stationed there were all showing interest in or even taking action regarding the anomalies on Sardinia. Reportedly, they even intended to contact the local king to inspect the site. Interestingly, the Italian peninsula happened to be the territory of Salvatore Doni, who became a Campione 4 years ago. The magic associations there had basically all pledged allegiance to him as their lord. Currently, that Campione was in South America, not in Italy. Thus, the Italian magic associations only sent scouts to Sardinia to confirm whether the descent of a heretic god was true. Sardinia, huh? Kaiser naturally understood the significance of this place. He knew that the protagonist of the original story became a Campione precisely by slaying a god there. In other words, my life experience this time is unfolding during the timeline where the original story officially begins. Unlike the last world, where he had to wait decades before the original plot began, this time, Kaiser had arrived right at the moment when the original plot was about to unfold. At this moment, the god in Sardinia had not yet been slain, and the protagonist had not yet become a Campione. His unstable and unwanted journey had not officially begun. That being the case, then don't blame me for kill-stealing. Without any psychological burden, Kaiser made this decision. Because the protagonist of this world was different from those of the previous worlds, particularly difficult. Clearly a sovereign king, yet always yearning for a peaceful life. Clearly possessed the power to change the world, yet constantly resisted it, unwilling to accept the fact that he had become a Campione. He kept saying he hated fighting and killing, yet always rushed to the front of every storm. He was extremely reluctant to get involved in supernatural incidents, yet always ended up being the catalyst of those very incidents for all sorts of reasons. In short, this person was very contradictory, especially so. Amajiri Ayato was already very laid back, right? But even he knew when it was time to fight, he had to fight. Hayato Issei was pretty much a loser, right? But even he understood that once something happened, it couldn't be avoided. And Kurosaki Ichigo didn't even need to be mentioned. For the sake of protecting his companions, he had always been pushing his limits, desperately trying to become stronger. Therefore, when facing these people, Kaiser didn't mind giving them a bit of help, neither too big nor too small. If it hadn't been for his severe lack of strength in the beginning, and the fact that he didn't even have a personal weapon and was desperate to grow stronger, he wouldn't have chosen Ser-Veresta as his Orga Lux before Amajiri Ayato, even though he knew Ayato was the original wielder of that sword. After choosing it, Kaiser had considered compensating Ayato. But once he obtained the Wolei Zane, another of the 4-colored magic swords, and confirmed Ayato didn't suffer any loss because of his appearance, he let it go. This shows that Kaiser actually wasn't someone who would steal others' fortunes at any cost. However, the protagonist of this world was different. His personality was so contrary that Kaiser felt stealing his boss kill would actually be a good thing. Since he didn't want to become a Campione that badly, and yearned so much for a peaceful and stable life, then let him have it. As for the god in Sardinia, Kaiser would gladly accept. Shikio Shrine, Inner Sanctum. After leaving Kaiser, Toma Amikasu immediately returned here to report to Sayanomiya Keiru, who was still there. Don't make me take on such life-threatening jobs again. Toma Amikasu complained to his superior, but Sayanomiya Keiru treated it like passing wind and directly ignored him. Sayanomiya Keiru merely looked toward Maria Yuri, who was sitting in front of her, noticing her absent-minded state, and smiled as she spoke. Still thinking about that king. Sayanomiya Keiru thought Maria Yuri was still feeling shaken by the earlier events, so she intended to console her. But what Maria Yuri said next made Sayanomiya Keiru's expression tighten. I just feel like that king is going to cause a huge disturbance in this country in the future. Maria Yuri's worried statement made the smile on Sayanomiya Keiru's face disappear instantly. Are you serious? Even Toma Amikasu looked shaken. Although Maria Yuri had used the word feel, which made it sound like she was just overthinking things, no one would dismiss such a feeling as baseless when it came from a high Miko with extraordinary spirit vision and spiritual intuition. At the very least, neither Sayanomiya Keiru nor Toma Amikasu believed that the feelings of Maria Yuri, the highest-ranked spirit vision practitioner, were useless. This could very well be a revelation, an oracle. Sayanomiya Keiru and Toma Amikasu didn't dare to ignore it at all. I already filtered the information, Sayanomiya Keiru said, staring at Maria Yuri, articulating each word clearly. None of the intelligence about gods that could bring trouble to our country was included in what we provided to that king. Even so, he'll still cause trouble here. It's just a feeling. Maria Yuri lowered her eyes and said softly, although I didn't see anything through spirit vision, I have this premonition that something the king wants is here. So, he'll take action here. Sayanomiya Keiru fell silent on the spot. Toma Amikasu began to seriously consider how to write his resignation letter. What do the upper levels of the committee think? Unable to suppress her anxiety, Maria Yuri asked Sayanomiya Keiru. This wasn't something she was supposed to concern herself with, but her worry had reached a point where she broke form and asked anyway. What can they think? Sayanomiya Keiru rubbed her temples and said irritably, those old men may be stubborn and rigid, but they're not stupid. They won't go against a Campione for no reason and without any benefit. Unless the people in the netherworld have some bold idea, otherwise they'll only have one attitude. And that is, try to satisfy the king's demands, don't provoke him. Even if it means sacrificing something, they must make the king feel satisfied and pleased. Even though the Witanagamot lacked sufficient understanding of Campiones and experience in dealing with them, no one in the society would dare to challenge a demon lord's authority. That would be playing with their own lives. If anything went wrong, they couldn't afford the consequences, not personally, and not as a group. In view of this, the History Compilation Committee and the entire Magic Society were monitoring everything behind the scenes. Without certainty and confidence, none of those people would come forward to make contact with Kaiser. Then, what if he really wants to do something here? Maria Yuri felt a deep unease. If it doesn't threaten the foundations, the committee probably won't choose to resist. Sayanomiya Keiru sighed. Besides, we can't resist. This time, it was Maria Yuri's turn to fall silent. If only we could know in advance what he plans to do here. Sayanomiya Keiru sighed while subtly suggesting something. That's not possible. Maria Yuri pressed her lips together. If I use spirit vision to pry into the king again, I will definitely bring disaster to this country. After Kaiser's warning, Maria Yuri no longer dared to use spirit vision on him and could only rely on vague intuition to sense things. If. Maria Yuri's face showed hesitation, and after a while, her expression suddenly firmed up as she spoke. If it really comes to a last resort, I will use spirit vision. At that time, just like before, she would take all the blame upon herself. Sayanomiya Keiru knew what Maria Yuri was thinking, but she couldn't stop her. Because that was already the best course of action. They couldn't just sit here and do nothing, knowing something would happen. She believed those stubborn elders, upon learning of this matter, would also unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice a high Miko. Sayanomiya Keiru naturally didn't want to see that happen, but as the director of the Tokyo branch of the History Compilation Committee and the future supreme leader of the organization, she had to take responsibility for the people of the entire nation. So. This matter, you decide for yourself, Yuri. Sayanomiya Keiru had no choice but to harden her heart and say, I believe that with your ability, you can steer things toward the best possible outcome. Hearing this, Maria Yuri lowered her head deeply. Could she really do something like that? Thinking back to the incident 4 years ago, when she had also been powerless to stop everything, Maria Yuri felt a wave of confusion in her heart. But then, she regained her resolve. She must do this. She could only do this. As for the conversation at Shikio Shrine, Kaiser naturally knew nothing about it. After resting for a day, spending all the money he had left, and enjoying a big meal, he left this country. His next destination was Sardinia. There, 2 entire gods awaited him. Chapter 254, Chapter 305, a greeting first would be good. Sardinia, also known as Sardegna, is a large island located to the southwest of the Italian peninsula. It is a vacation island floating in the Mediterranean Sea, second in size only to Sicily within the Mediterranean. Its population is about 15 million people, more than half of whom are concentrated in the island's largest city, Cagliari. Surrounded on all sides by clear seawater, the surrounding natural environment is very beautiful. The island's main industry is tourism, so in summer, many vacationers aiming to holiday in Europe flood in. Especially the northeastern coastline, as beautiful as an emerald, is famous as a vacation destination reserved for aristocrats and the upper class. Sardinia and its surrounding islands constitute the autonomous region of Sardinia, with the capital, Cagliari, located in a southern port on the island. This city was originally built in the 8th century BC by the Phoenicians and has a very long history. On this day, a starlight streaking a long trail of light rapidly flew in from the other end of the sky, bringing with it howling gusts and the sound of air being torn apart, arriving above Sardinia, over a corner of Cagliari. This is the place, right? Confirming the location on the map and finding that he had not come to the wrong place, Kaiser, with a pair of light wings spread behind his back, showed a faint smile. It truly is a pleasant resort destination. Looking down from a high vantage point, Kaiser took in the entire scenery of Cagliari below. This city, situated by the calm Mediterranean, did not first present an image of prosperity, but rather a laid-back village landscape. The Mediterranean sun shone brightly, its dazzling rays illuminating the port of Cagliari, causing the entire harbor to shimmer with the reflection of water. The streets were full of narrow alleys, with few wide roads. Clean laundry was hung everywhere on buildings by the roadside. A strikingly large cathedral caught Kaiser's eye, located in a beautiful plaza. It really doesn't look like a place where a god has descended. With that thought, Kaiser retracted his divine dividing light wings, letting his body descend with gravity. Thud. Just as he reached a somewhat dangerous altitude, Kaiser's figure suddenly vanished as if piercing through space. Before long, in an empty alley, Kaiser stepped out like an ordinary traveler, naturally blending into the street, into the crowd. Walking through the narrow path among the people, Kaiser pulled out the intelligence report prepared by the History Compilation Committee. According to the latest intelligence, not long ago, a mysterious storm suddenly appeared over the sea near Sardinia's coastal port, in the Mediterranean. The storm was massive. Not only did it bring torrential rain, but also strong winds and thunderstorms. The waves it stirred up nearly submerged the entire port. Some even claimed they saw mysterious giant creatures within the storm. Afterward, the storm abruptly ceased. Then, mysterious and unexplained phenomena began appearing all over Sardinia. Kaiser turned the page and continued reading. In Boza, someone claimed they saw a giant camel. In Oristano, someone claimed they saw a giant sheep. And in Barumini, someone claimed they saw a giant bull. These were all well-known places on Sardinia, so there were no shortages of people, and many claimed to have witnessed these mysterious giant animals. Some even suffered harm because of them. However, these incidents were never reported on television, as they were suppressed by mystical organizations in the surrounding areas of Sardinia. Mystical organizations, huh? Kaiser put away the document, becoming contemplative. The first thing that comes to mind among Italy's mystical organizations would be the Seven Sisters. The Seven Sisters is not the name of a single organization but a collective term for 7 prestigious magical societies recognized throughout Italy. These 7 prestigious magical societies are all descended from the Knights Templar who venerate both the Son of God and the demon god Baphomet. They inherited the Templar rites and are renowned forces even on a global scale. These 7 magical societies are She-Wolf, Sky Eagle, Old Lady, City of Lilies, Shield, Copper Black Cross, and Bronze Black Cross. Among them, Copper Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross are based in Milan, Old Lady is based in Turin, City of Lilies in Florence, She-Wolf in Rome, and Sky Eagle and Shield are located elsewhere. There don't seem to be any mystical organizations based in Sardinia, but in Sicily, there is one called Panormus. Panormus is the largest magical society in Sicily, though in the context of Europe as a whole, it is only a mid-sized force. Its base is in Palermo and should be one of the closest magical societies to Sardinia. So, is Panormus handling the affairs here? Or did the Seven Sisters also get involved? After the rumor of a god's descent in Sardinia spread, all major magical societies in Italy sent people to investigate. Although the territory of the Seven Sisters is not nearby, as the largest mystical forces in Italy and bearing the title of prestigious lineages, their influence, even if not fully extended to this island, is certainly greater than other minor or mid-tier forces. Especially the Copper Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross of Milan. The former Supreme Commander's family is said to be descended from a former Campione, and the latter's is said to have served the current oldest Campione for generations. Compared to other forces under the king of the Italian peninsula, Salvatore Doni, their advantages are very clear. Of course, this only means that these forces are more influential in the Italian peninsula. In reality, Sardinia must have already drawn many eyes, otherwise, even the History Compilation Committee far off in the Far East would not be so well informed about the situation here. As for Kaiser, he, based on the original story, had complete knowledge of what others still didn't know. For instance, he knew which god had descended upon Sardinia, and that this god had specifically summoned a powerful god-king here in search of an opponent. The grand storm that took place over the Mediterranean not long ago had been summoned by that god-king, and those mysterious giant animals were related to the god who had summoned him. The two had fought fiercely in this region, ultimately wounding each other severely. One was scattered, splitting into incarnations and falling across various parts of Sardinia, while the other was heavily injured and went into hiding to recuperate. If I could scavenge, based on the intelligence I now possess, I could definitely pick up two massive windfalls. Kaiser muttered to himself while walking. Unfortunately, such petty tricks would not be acknowledged by the circle of usurpation. For a Campione to increase their authorities, it isn't enough to simply kill any random god. Only when both sides are in full condition and fully prepared for battle, and engage in an equal confrontation, can a Campione obtain a god's authority by defeating them. If the heretic god is extremely weak, or is killed in something akin to an ambush, then one cannot obtain their authority. This is the rule of the Black Christmas rite, the ritual used to create a Campione. The condition and process of the ritual is to challenge a god head-on under relatively fair circumstances and kill them. Therefore, with both gods in Sardinia now half-crippled, even if Kaiser were to find and kill them, he would not be able to trigger the effect of the circle of usurpation. If so, his deliberate journey here to hunt gods would amount to a waste of effort and a wasted trip. Looks like I still have to wait a little. Kaiser sorted out his thoughts and understood the situation. However, he didn't intend to just turn back and go home or find a place to hide and wait it out. A greeting first would be good, right? Thinking this, Kaiser's lips curled into a slight smile, and the magical power within him suddenly blazed up like a raging flame, surging forth from his body. This magical power couldn't be detected by ordinary people. But it couldn't be hidden from a so-called god. Or rather, it couldn't be hidden from the sworn enemies of Campione's. Cagliari's Grand Plaza, in front of the Toma Cathedral. A youth walked there, as if wandering aimlessly like a drifting soul, with no clear purpose, appearing quite careless. The youth appeared about 14 or 15 years old, with shoulder-length purplish-black hair, ivory skin, and exceedingly handsome features, giving the impression of a finely crafted artwork. He wore a somewhat sloppy white robe, over which was draped a gray cloak. Its design looked like something worn only in desert oases. Though his outfit was not eye-catching, his well-formed features and mysterious aura still drew many gazes, causing people in the plaza to unconsciously look his way. The youth was indifferent to this and simply kept walking forward, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, the youth stopped. The presence of a strong foe. He felt the surge of magical power. He sensed immense power. Is it an opponent? Is it an enemy? Is it an existence capable of granting me defeat? The youth muttered thus. A moment later, he laughed. He laughed joyfully, radiantly. In the next second, he walked unhesitatingly in the direction from which the presence emanated. That appearance, like an undefeated general, marching forth to war. He's here. On the other side, Kaiser naturally also sensed his target approaching him. Though very faint and lacking the intensity of last time, just like when he had encountered Poseidon, the fighting spirit and will to battle within him surged up all of a sudden. An intuition arose within Kaiser, and he lifted his gaze to the end of the street. There, a youth dressed somewhat sloppily strode forward powerfully with an unflinching smile, slowly walking toward him. Chapter 255, Chapter 306, The Boy and the Girl. You there, boy. The boy who walked up to Kaiser, despite appearing even younger than Kaiser, spoke to him in a very old-fashioned tone. Art thou inviting me? The boy's voice was extremely androgynous, resembling that of a youth going through voice change, making it difficult to tell whether it was male or female. If one had to categorize it, it would barely fit into the baritone range. A gentle smile adorned the boy's face. His narrow eyes became even narrower due to the expression, and his lips curved upward in a strikingly archaic manner. If someone who didn't know what this boy was were to hear his tone, they'd likely think he was arrogant and pretentious, like a superior looking down on an inferior. Fortunately, Kaiser knew what the other party was. He could even discern the language being spoken. It wasn't English, nor was it Italian, but some kind of ancient tongue. If not for the librarian of the fantasy library's innate language mastery, Kaiser might have really needed the Campione's 1,000 languages to understand what the other was saying. Kaiser gave the boy a faint smile. Not really an invitation, just thought I'd say hello. Kaiser spoke words incomprehensible to others. Yet, the boy seemed to understand. I see. Like the trumpet blown before a battle, or the white glove thrown before a duel, thou art doing that to me now, correct? Though speaking of dangerous things, the boy's smile only grew happier. Very well. A challenge from a strong one, I have never and will never refuse such things. The boy looked at Kaiser with burning eyes and asked, Boy, what is thy name? You don't need to know. After all, I'm just a modern human. Unlike you, famous and named in mythology, known to all. Kaiser shrugged, then suddenly changed his tone and said, But you, do you even remember your own name? Me. The boy shook his head and replied with indifference, I truly cannot recall my name. I don't even know why I appeared here, or why I always feel as though I am incomplete, needing to recover my complete self. But it matters not. Even if I don't know my name or origin, it brings no particular trouble. There is only one thing I need to know. Saying this, the boy calmly uttered words of extreme arrogance. I am the victor. Victory is ever in my hands. No matter the battle, no matter the enemy, my victory will never change, nor falter. Yes, that's right. I remember now, it is because I want to experience the taste of defeat that I appeared here. The boy's gaze toward Kaiser turned sharp. Boy, thy body seems to emit a presence much like mine. Could it be that thou art the one I have been searching for? A similar presence, the boy's words made Kaiser pause, and then he quickly understood. As a Campione, the aura on Kaiser must not be anything pleasant to the boy, let alone something to be considered similar. If there were anything on Kaiser that shared the same essence as the boy before him, it could only be one thing. That was the Gungnir. The spear of destiny that ensured victory upon being thrown. In some sense, it was indeed of the same essence as the boy. After all, both were incarnations of victory, existences that always held triumph in their grasp. As expected of you, to even sense the authority within me. Kaiser remarked in admiration, then smiled. I don't know if I'm the one you've been searching for. But, I did come here for you. I want to defeat you. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes widened slightly, then he let out a hearty laugh. Thy declaration speaks directly to my soul. Boy. The boy laughed with genuine joy, almost as if he wanted to dance. This is perfect, this is perfect. I was seeking someone like thee, strong and wishing to defeat me. Since we both hold the authority of victory, it is only natural that we should determine which of us stands above. My journey was not in vain. Leaving those words behind, the boy actually turned around as if to leave. Nothing could be done. Though I still cannot recall my name, I faintly sense that in my current state, even if we fought, I would not stand the slightest chance. The boy spoke loudly with his back to Kaiser. To defeat thee, I must return to my peak condition as soon as possible. Boy, forgive me. Grant me a few more days. Once I retrieve all of my incarnations and return to my complete, invincible state, I shall accept thy challenge. However, just as those words left the boy's lips and before he could leave, a voice boldly interrupted. How unfortunate. Now isn't a time when you can just say pretty words and walk away unscathed, suspicious boy. This was spoken in Italian, standard Italian. The speaker's voice was like heavenly music, as enchanting as a mermaid, yet as dignified as a knight. It gave the impression of a blooming rose, sudden and brilliant. The owner of the voice walked forward with steps even more confident and powerful than the boy's. Her posture, rather than walking, it was like posing under a spotlight, dazzling beyond words. Seeing her, the boy's response was calm, but Kaiser raised his brows and turned to observe. Upon closer inspection, the person who came into view matched her voice, an extraordinarily eye-catching existence. She had long golden hair and wore a vibrant red outfit. Her appearance was stunning, her figure elegant and voluptuous, like a masterpiece crafted meticulously by a god, surpassing any doll in grace and liveliness, full of nobility and confidence. Every move she made radiated elegance, and her every step displayed refined upbringing. She seemed like the daughter of a wealthy household, or a noble lady, but more than anything, she resembled a queen, a knight, a blooming red rose. Looking at her, Kaiser was reminded of Rias. Both were equally confident, equally dignified, and equally beautiful. Only, Rias felt more like a noble lady, while the girl before him seemed more like a divine warrior from a prestigious lineage. I am Erica Blandelli, the noble one destined to be known as the Diavolo Rosso. I ask the two of you to remember this name and etch it deep within your souls. The girl, Erica's demeanor was confident to the point of arrogance, yet it didn't come across as conceited or aggressive. Instead, her confidence carried a clear sense of etiquette that others could feel, making people instinctively admire her while also feeling respected. Though in some people's eyes, such upright confidence might be irritating, neither of the two men here today were of such shallow character. Thus, Erica's entrance, in their eyes, was not flawed, but rather, full of substance. Unfortunately. Regretfully, I've already found what I must do. So, girl, don't obstruct me. The boy's attitude toward Erika was not as enthusiastic as toward Kaiser, and he seemed a bit disinterested. But Erika appeared unconcerned with the boy's departure declaration. That's why I said it's unfortunate. Now isn't a time when you can just say pretty words and walk away unscathed. Erika smiled sweetly and said leisurely, according to the members of our Copper Black Cross stationed in this remote southern location, you've appeared multiple times at the sites where divine beasts manifested across Sardinia, and are suspected of brief contact with them. Boza, Argosolo, Barumini, wherever sightings of divine beasts were confirmed, you were seen nearby. That can't be a coincidence, can it? Erika stood casually, yet blocked the boy's path. Apologies, but in order to investigate the truth behind the heretic god who appeared on this island, I must ask you to come with me, suspicious boy. Saying this, Erika turned her gaze toward Kaiser's direction. And you as well, mysterious individual who appeared on this island without notice, please come with us too. Clearly, she had no intention of letting Kaiser off the hook just because he had contact with the boy and was acting just as suspiciously. To this, the boy said nothing in response to Erika, while Kaiser looked at her with interest. You're a knight of the Copper Black Cross. At those words, Erika immediately corrected him. Wrong. I am a great knight of the Copper Black Cross, not someone who can be equated with ordinary knights. In this world, apart from gods and Campiones being overwhelmingly powerful, ordinary humans also have various professions and abilities on the mystical side, depending on the region. Such as Miko, spirit seers, spirit users, Taoists, martial artists, magicians, curse users, priests, shamans, ninjas, samurai, and so on. Across the mystical world, many different talents exist, each mastering different abilities. Knights are a unique profession within the European magical world. In Italy, Spain, and other southern European circles, knights usually refer to paladins, successors of the historical Knights Templar. Though the Knights Templar were destroyed in the early 14th century, a small number survived and passed down their martial skills and magic to the present. Those who inherited this lineage are known as knights, not merely magicians, but also skilled in martial arts and embodying the noble spirit of chivalry. And among them, only the finest among thousands throughout history are granted the title of Great Knight. Above Great Knights are Paladins, the highest-ranking knights of the human world, titles only bestowed upon the strongest of knights. Their existence represents the pinnacle of humanity and are capable of contending with divine beasts or demigods. Since this girl before them was a great knight, it proved she was already close to touching the pinnacle of humanity. A true prodigy, an unquestionable powerhouse. Chapter 256, Chapter 307, how about you turn back to that again? Erika was only 15 years old this year, yet she had already attained the rank of Great Knight, which earned her tremendous fame in the entire magic world. Although she still couldn't compare to the Campione, nor to those standing at the pinnacle of the mysterious side, among all others, she was likely one of the most renowned. In the Italian magic world, Erika was even known as a prodigy. Even if one searched all of Italy, there was only one other genius who could compare to her. In terms of talent and aptitude alone, Erika was definitely among the top tier of humanity, and her strength also belonged to the first echelon of the magic world, just beneath the top ranks. And on top of that, her surname was Blandelli, adding another layer of radiance. In the magic world, Blandelli was a prestigious family among prestigious families. The most famous and respected person in this family now was the current commander of the Copper Black Cross, Paolo Blandelli. He was Erika's uncle, and also one of the few remaining paladins in the world today. He had once plotted alongside the chairman of the Sage Council and succeeded in repelling a Campione, which brought him great renown and established him as one of the strongest humans in the world. The ancestors of these two from the Blandelli family were Campione themselves, so both were descendants of Campione, enjoying great prestige in the entire mysterious side. If it were someone else who learned of Erika's identity and knew her strength, they would surely change their attitude. Unfortunately, for the two people standing opposite Erika, she was nothing at all. That young man was already preparing to leave, and Kaiser was standing there with his arms folded, a completely indifferent posture as if it had nothing to do with him. This made Erika visibly frown and sigh. I originally wanted to follow basic etiquette and politely ask you to come with me, but unfortunately, you don't appreciate it. You must know, being so courteously received by me, Erika Blandelli, is already an honor in itself. I'll let you understand just what you missed. As her words fell, Erika began to chant a Kotodama that sounded like poetry. Steel Lion and Lionheart King, my ancestor, heed the vow of the knight Erika Blandelli. I am the inheritor of the fierce horn trumpet, descendant of the Black Warrior. My heart shall not yield, my sword shall not break. O Lionheart King, the essence of battle now reveals itself in my hands. Erika extended her hand, silver light flashing from it. The time for a duel has come, Coeur de Lion. As the silver light faded, a silver sword appeared in Erika's hand. It was a long steel sword with a slender blade. The blade shimmered with a crisp silver radiance, its sunlit form resembling a pure beam of light, its appearance so elegant it could be considered a work of art. However, such a beautiful sword was a magic sword capable of easily slicing through steel. Oh. Only now did the youth show some interest in Erika, narrowing his eyes as he looked at her and said with a smile, "So you're a warrior too? Do you know what it means to raise your sword at me?" Upon hearing this, Erika also narrowed her eyes slightly. From the youth's tone, Erika could more or less guess that his identity was probably not simple. Although she still didn't know exactly who he was, it was very likely that he had a deep connection with the heretic god who had descended upon Sardinia. Thus, Erika revealed a fearless and confident smile matching that of the youth. A knight should act like a knight. Although I prefer to present myself gracefully at balls like a noble, displaying valor on the battlefield like a lion is also something I love. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Saying this, Erika actually moved into action. Her sword drawing and forward charging motions happened almost simultaneously, making it seem as if a flash of silver light appeared, and the elegant girl had already closed the distance. Clearly, the gap between the two was over 5 meters, yet in the blink of an eye, she had bridged it. And the target of her attack was not Kaiser. The magic sword called Coeur de Lion shot like lightning, instantly thrusting toward the youth's chest. However, this dazzling strike ended in a complete miss. The youth, who had been locked onto by Erika, had at some point turned into a gust of wind and vanished. Although it seems rather interesting, unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you right now. The youth's voice leisurely rang out, reaching Erika's ears. To defeat strong enemies and grasp victory, I must embark on the journey to rediscover myself. But seeing as you have such courage, I'll kindly give you a word of advice. Don't stay here any longer, or something truly troublesome might be coming. Leaving behind these words, the youth's wind-like figure vanished completely, and his voice faded away as well. Kaiser could feel the youth's presence rapidly moving away, extinguishing the fighting spirit that had inexplicably risen within him. Well, that was decisive. Kaiser chuckled and shook his head, then prepared to leave as well. Don't think you can escape. But just as Kaiser turned around, Erika rushed over with her sword, launching a blindingly fast thrust. Swish. The air was sliced open, and sharp blades of wind swirled around. Kaiser slightly shifted his body, and the thin sword with its sharp edge grazed past his chest. Ha! Erika's footwork was refined, and her swordsmanship even sharper. After missing one strike, she immediately stepped in closer, unleashing thrusts aimed at Kaiser's side, arm, and cheek. 3 flashes of silver light flickered past simultaneously. Kaiser slightly adjusted his posture, stepping left and right in succession, easily dodging Erika's fierce sword strikes. Erika's gaze sharpened slightly. While creating some distance between them, she smiled meaningfully. As expected, you're not an ordinary person. Even Liliana would have to take that last round of attacks seriously, yet you dodged them effortlessly. What more is there to say? Her tone practically accused Kaiser of being the culprit behind what had happened to Sardinia. Just because I dodged your attack, I have to give you an explanation. Kaiser said calmly. That's definitely slander, you know. I, Erika Blandelli, though not infallible, absolutely don't make mistakes on small matters like this, Erika said firmly. That youth is definitely connected to a heretic god. If you can get along with such an existence, how could you possibly be an outsider? Speak. Who exactly are you? A magician? Or a priest or cleric from some religion? Don't tell me, it was your group that summoned the heretic god to Sardinia. Erika was indeed reasonably suspecting this. If Kaiser was truly in league with that youth, then Erika might have guessed right. But Kaiser was innocent. What if I said I just met him a moment ago, only exchanged a few words, and barely know him, would you believe me? Kaiser said this with a smile. What do you think? Erika's face also wore a smile, though it gave off a dangerous vibe. Smiling, she raised her sword once more. Her posture while holding the sword was truly beautiful, exuding a functional elegance that discarded all unnecessary things. Looks like if I don't get more serious, you're not going to reveal the truth. Erika began to chant a kotodama. Boom. 4 bluish flames, each about the size of a palm, suddenly appeared around her. Go. Under Erika's command, the 4 bluish flames shot toward Kaiser. Kaiser didn't resist, nor did he dodge. He simply watched indifferently as the flames landed on him. Boom. 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 4 not-so-loud explosions rang out as the bluish flames burst on Kaiser. It seemed Erika had indeed held back. Though the flames looked intimidating, they were actually only strong enough to knock someone away and make them roll a few times. Even if injured, it wouldn't be serious, ordinary people could endure it, let alone someone with magical power. She likely intended to use this to restrain Kaiser, then move in with her sword once he responded. However, Erika was quickly surprised. Because the flames that exploded on Kaiser had no effect at all. It was as if they were deflected by some invisible force, never actually touching his body. This is... Erika didn't hide her shock. Kaiser, meanwhile, patted the clothes on his body, as if what had just landed on him was dust, not magic. Can I go now? Kaiser's tone sounded like he was humoring a spoiled little girl. This made Erika's brows sharply rise. She finally decided to get serious. The flame magic just now was child's play, at least to Erika. What she truly excelled at was iron refining magic, which allowed her to freely manipulate steel. She was particularly skilled at magic involving creation, transformation, destruction, and enhancement. Coeur de Lion, grant your mission to the Steel Lion. Tear, pierce, crush. Strike down, annihilate, and triumph. I entrust you to this battlefield. Erika's Kododama turned solemn as she tossed her magic sword into the air, like a mighty lion king summoning her pride. The magic sword twisted and shattered, its fragments transforming into massive steel lions that surrounded Kaiser. Whoa, isn't this a bit excessive? Seeing this scene, Kaiser was dumbfounded. He had already noticed that passers-by were drawn to the commotion. Upon seeing what was happening, they immediately cried out and screamed, creating a small disturbance. Don't worry, they won't harm you. Erika offered a seemingly kind reminder. If you don't want to be crushed by them, you'd best surrender quickly. Hearing this, Kaiser looked around. Staring at the steel lions eyeing him hungrily, he suddenly smiled. Not enough. Kaiser uttered these words. What? Erika was stunned. I said. Kaiser spoke in a calm tone, this level isn't enough to make me surrender. Erika's expression instantly vanished, replaced by a bewitching, beautiful smile, thorny like a rose. The next second, the steel lions around Kaiser let out roars and pounced at him in unison. Boom. Just as the pride was about to crush Kaiser, a thunderous boom echoed. A purple halo spread out from beneath Kaiser's feet, instantly dyeing the ground in the same hue. In that moment, with Kaiser at the center, a radius of several dozen meters turned into a high-gravity zone, pressing all the steel lions to the ground. Erika's expression changed dramatically. She hadn't even had time to react before the expanding purple halo engulfed her as well, pressing her to the ground. She couldn't move at all. Ugh. The overwhelming gravity crushed Erika's internal organs, causing her to groan in pain. In this area, even the atmosphere was dragged down by gravity. Wherever the purple light reached, the airflow became chaotic and strange. Only Kaiser moved freely within the gravity zone, his expression unchanged. Boom. 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 Before long, the immense gravity focused on the steel lions, crushing them all. As for Erika, she wasn't crushed. The gravity in her area suddenly reversed, becoming anti-gravity and launching her into the air like a rocket. Fly. Boots of Hermes. As her body began to fall back down, Erika loudly chanted a new Kododama, activating a jump magic. This was a spell that made the caster's body extremely light, allowing them to leap up walls or easily jump 10 to several dozen meters high. With the jump magic activated, Erika's body became light as a feather, fluttering to the ground with the wind. Huff, huff. Erika began to pant a little heavily, looking as if she had narrowly escaped danger. In contrast, Kaiser remained standing there, watching Erika calmly. You. Erika's gaze toward Kaiser had changed. That gravity just now, was that a kind of magic? But gravity strong enough to instantly crush steel, could such a gravity magic really exist? That strength of gravity had already exceeded the normal limits of magic. Who exactly are you? Erika asked the question again. Only now are you willing to talk properly. Isn't it a bit late? Kaiser didn't answer immediately, but said half smiling, I actually preferred your rebellious side just now. How about you turn back to that again? Erika's eye twitched, her expression angry. Erika just began to speak when Kaiser suddenly turned his head, looking in a certain direction. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly erupted. Author's note, 200p.s equals extra chapter. Chapter 257, Chapter 308, that belongs to someone else. Boom. It was an extremely intense tremor. The tremor came primarily from the ground, but also from a certain space. Right in the central area of Colliery, a gigantic creature suddenly rose from the earth, like a mountain bursting out from underground, shaking both the ground and the atmosphere as it emerged, knocking down the surrounding buildings one after another and causing them to collapse in succession. Roar. A roar that shook heaven and earth spread out as sound waves, causing even greater destruction, turning everything within several kilometers around the giant creature into a shattered ruin. People had long been stunned by this terrifying supernatural phenomenon, unable to react for a while. Once they did, they immediately let out hysterical screams and began to flee in a panic. That is. Erika, who had originally been facing off against Kaiser, had a drastic change of expression on the spot. Under her gaze, the giant creature gradually revealed its full form and true appearance. It was actually an extremely enormous wild boar. The wild boar was at least 50 meters in length, and its height also exceeded 10 meters, looking like a small mountain in itself. It had sharp claws, pitch-black fur, and the bristles on its back glowed with a golden hue. Combined with 2 sharp tusks and crimson eyes, the whole image appeared extremely ferocious, like the embodiment of destruction, terrifying to behold. Roar! The massive wild boar roared, its voice turning into shockwaves that destroyed everything nearby. Each time its massive legs struck the ground, it triggered earthquakes of magnitude 5 or higher, creating an overwhelming force and immense destructive power. It's a divine beast. Erica cried out in panic. After the bull, the sheep, and the camel, the 4th divine beast, the wild boar, has appeared. What appeared before everyone was, just like a heretic god, a mythical beast that should only exist in legends, not in the modern world, a divine beast. And the moment this divine beast manifested, it went completely berserk. Boom. It roared while charging forward, smashing through a pile of rubble. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the wild boar passed, all ruins, debris, stone piles, buildings, and even broken walls were sent flying. The ground shook violently under its feet, shattering and cracking open, as shockwaves and dust storms swept outward like tsunamis. This is bad. Erica had completely lost her previous composure and confidence, as if she finally realized the situation had turned dire, her face growing pale. We've been targeted. That's right, Erica had been targeted by the massive wild boar. Or rather, the one being targeted wasn't Erica, but Kaiser, who stood opposite her. As if provoked by the aura of an enemy, or perhaps sensing a threat, the massive wild boar charged forward, trampling everything in its path, rushing straight toward Kaiser's location. Fly. Erica tried to chant the spell for a jump-type magic, but she had only uttered one syllable when her nape was grabbed by a hand. Swish. With one hand holding Erica, Kaiser's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing in midair. Boom. At the exact moment Kaiser vanished, the massive wild boar arrived at that location, bringing with it terrifying momentum and a turbulent blast of air, trampling through that spot with tremendous force. Just like that, the massive wild boar continued to rampage as if still unsatisfied, roaring and charging in all directions, smashing through building after building. That thing really doesn't hold back. Floating in midair by manipulating gravity, Kaiser looked down at the scene of destruction and remarked with no sense of urgency. This finally snapped Erica out of her daze. What are you still doing just watching? Hurry up and stop it. Erica struggled and shouted loudly, as if humiliated. To actually carry a lady in your hand like this, is there something wrong with your brain? The one who suddenly jumped out and attacked a stranger on the street has no right to say that, don't you think? Kaiser glanced at the struggling Erica in his hand and said, if I hadn't helped you, you might have already been stomped into the dirt like those rubble pieces and turned into a smear of sludge, you know. I don't need your help. Erica was no longer the elegant noble lady, nor the gallant knight, but a petulant girl, shouting noisily, even without you, I could have easily dodged that level of charge. Naturally, that was just bluster. Even for a great knight, facing a divine beast was a challenge beyond reach. While divine beasts weren't as overwhelmingly powerful as gods, dealing with such beings wasn't something just anyone could do. Unless a human at the paladin level took action, it was virtually impossible to defeat one. Unless Erica could immediately summon a 100-strong knight squad, with every member proficient in powerful magic, there might be a chance to initiate a siege against the divine beast and attempt to subdue it. Otherwise, relying on her alone, she couldn't possibly deal with a divine beast. I'll just take that as truth. Kaiser replied noncommittally. Also, stop moving. If you keep squirming, your clothes will get torn. Erica froze completely and indeed didn't dare move anymore. Although she felt deeply ashamed, one might even say she'd suffered utter humiliation, seeing the massive wild boar still rampaging through colliery, Erica suppressed the irrelevant details. Put me down quickly. I must stop it. Erica gripped the Coeur de Lion. She wasn't posturing, she truly had to act. Because she was a great knight of the Copper Black Cross, and the daughter of the Blandelli family, tasked with protecting ordinary civilians. To just stand by and watch civilians suffer, to let a crazed divine beast destroy a town, she couldn't possibly allow it. Even if she wasn't a match for that divine beast, she still had to act to stop it from moving forward. Just as Erica made that resolute decision, Kaiser's voice entered her ears. Even if you're putting on a determined face, there's no place for you to act here. Kaiser said indifferently, that belongs to someone else. It's someone else's prey. Watch closely. The owner is coming to retrieve it. Just as Kaiser's words fell, beneath the massive wild boar rampaging through colliery, a breeze began to rise. At first, it was only a light breeze, but as time passed, it gradually became a gale, then a storm, wrapping around the massive wild boar with intense force. Soon, the storm turned into a tornado, lifting rubble and stones into the sky while also sweeping the massive wild boar upward. Roar. The wild boar let out a roar, its huge body struggling desperately within the tornado, yet it couldn't escape. The spiraling storm held the wild boar suspended in midair, turning it into meat on a chopping block. In that case, there was only one end for the wild boar. To be slaughtered. Shing. Around the tornado, a golden flash suddenly appeared, transforming into a golden arc, sharp and swift, slicing through the wild boar's body. Roar. The massive wild boar's roar instantly turned into a wail, its huge body seemingly drained of all strength, slowly turning into sand and dissipating on the spot. The tornado that had enveloped the sand turned into a strong wind, carrying the sand remnants of the wild boar away. Before long, the wind disappeared into the horizon, making everything seem as if nothing had ever happened, calm and peaceful once more. What on earth just happened? Erica was already dumbfounded. Kaiser, on the other hand, stared in the direction where the strong wind had dissipated. After a while, he turned his gaze back downward. Down below lay the severely damaged streets. What was once a scenic countryside had turned into a disaster zone, and what used to be a clean and elegant part of the city had become a ruin, chaotic and devastated. Fires burned in many places, and panic gripped the crowd. Some people were still fleeing in a panic, some stood in shock, some cried, some prayed, and others shouted out in anger, fear, sorrow, making the scene all the more chaotic. The sight resembled hell. Unknowingly, the sun had already begun to set. As the glow of dusk fell upon the Mediterranean, the blue waves became shimmering waters tinged with twilight, a different kind of beauty marking the end of the day. Inside a restaurant in Cagliari, Kaiser sat there, eating pasta while watching television. Looks like the incident during the day didn't make it to the news. Kaiser casually brought up the topic. The television was broadcasting local news from southern Sardinia, centered around Cagliari. There was no mention of Cagliari being attacked by a mysterious giant beast or suffering damage from it in the news report. The news only covered the post-disaster recovery efforts and on-site cleanup in Cagliari. As for the cause of the incident, not a word was said. Or rather, they brushed it off with excuses like a sudden earthquake, downplaying it and shifting attention, thus significantly reducing public concern. It was probably handled by the local magic society, right? Erica was sitting across from Kaiser. She also had a plate of pasta in front of her but didn't touch it. Instead, she sipped red wine with a sulky expression. Concealing and covering up miracles, allowing modern society to develop normally, is a consensus among the mystic side forces of nearly every country. Whether it's today's incident or the recent divine beast appearances across Sardinia, they're always handled the same way in the end. Any problem with that? Erica spoke gloomily, only to receive Kaiser's even more indifferent reply. No. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Those words made Erica even more frustrated. Chapter 258, Chapter 309, The War God Who Commands Victory. Kaiser was thoroughly enjoying his meal, while Erica ate with a sullen expression, looking displeased from start to finish. When Kaiser finished eating and left the restaurant, the young lady followed him without hesitation, continuing to display her unhappy demeanor. The two of them walked through the gradually darkening Cagliari, strolling along the portside streets, one walking in front, the other behind. Surprisingly, it created a somewhat peculiar atmosphere. It wasn't until the sky had completely darkened and the lights in Cagliari began to shine one by one that Kaiser, having arrived by the sea, finally spoke. Say, how long are you planning to follow me? Faced with Kaiser's question, Erica's face returned to its usual confident and composed smile. Until you explain everything, Erica said. At this point, don't even think of telling me you don't know anything, all right? I've never said I didn't know anything, have I? Kaiser said leisurely. I only said I'm not familiar with that boy we met today. But you two seem to get along quite well. Erica didn't intend to let Kaiser off the hook, and like a seasoned hunter, she began to weave her words. I don't believe you know absolutely nothing about that boy. At the very least, you know much more than I do, don't you? What's this? Is the Copper Black Cross's prodigy trying to coax valuable intel from someone with this level of wordplay? Kaiser turned to look at Erica with a half-smile and said, even if you're right, that doesn't mean I'm obligated to tell you what I know, does it? Assisting the local magic societies in resolving God-related incidents is the duty of all mystic side individuals, you know. Erica spoke eloquently. Could it be that in your country, there are those who cower before a god, ignoring the lives of others and the fate of their homeland? In that case, I'll have to re-evaluate you. Undoubtedly, this was a provocation. Although Kaiser wasn't provoked, he understood that what Erica said was the truth. Even High Miko like Maria Yuri, though not belonging to the History Compilation Committee, still had the duty to assist in their operations. Such situations were not uncommon across the world. When facing a heretic god like a natural disaster, if humanity didn't unite and gather all available forces to resist, the end result would simply be everyone buried together under the rubble. So, what is it that you want to know? Kaiser crossed his arms and spoke to Erica. First of all, your identity and background, Erica began, but then quickly changed her tone. That's what I'd like to say, but considering the current situation, if we don't quickly determine the true identity of the heretic god that descended upon Sardinia, incidents like today's could keep happening. So, let me ask about the heretic god first. Erika's composed yet serious words made Kaiser view her in a slightly new light. Not bad, you know how to prioritize, Kaiser praised. However, even if I didn't say it, you already have some guesses about the identity of the heretic god that descended on Sardinia, don't you? Just a little. Erika didn't deny it, her expression growing more serious. What appeared in Boza was the camel. What appeared in Oristano was the shepherd. What appeared in Barumini was the bull. What appeared in Cagliari was the wild boar. And then there was the strong wind we saw today, and the flash of golden sword light that dealt the final blow to the wild boar. The answer was already quite clear. The heretic god that descended upon Sardinia is the Persian god of victory, Verithragna. Erika stared directly at Kaiser and said each word clearly. I'm not wrong, am I? Verithragna, also known as Urislana. His Persian name is Bahram. In Armenia, he is called Vahan, considered equivalent to Heracles in the west and the war god in the east. In Indian mythology, he corresponds to Indra. During the time of Alexander the Great, under cultural fusion, he came to be viewed on par with the heroic god Heracles, even acquiring the Hellenized name Artanias. After Alexander's death, it's said some of his subjects, under Pompey's guidance, migrated to southern Italy, the very region where Kaiser and Erika now stood. In mythology, he is the war god who commands victory, guardian of kingship and people, a fusion of many divine elements, the very embodiment of the concept of victory. He was originally a war god under the chief deity Mitra of ancient Indian mythology. Later, he was described as a heavily armed and incomparably powerful warrior who battled humans and demons, overwhelming his enemies and attaining exalted honor. He is known as the undefeated god of battle, always able to seize victory in any situation and conquer his enemies. The reason for this ability is that he possesses 10 incarnations. He can always appear in the most suitable form, adapting to the battlefield, fighting in ever-changing guises, and securing victory firmly in his grasp. These 10 incarnations are strong wind, bull, white horse, camel, wild boar, youth, phoenix, shepherd, goat, and the warrior wielding a golden sword. Each of the 10 incarnations has its own ability and uniqueness. By piecing together the divine beasts that have appeared across Sardinia, Erika was able to confirm that the heretic god who descended on this island is this undefeated and unconquered god of victory. Correct. Kaiser nodded and said straightforwardly, the heretic god who manifested on Sardinia is Verithragna. But there's a problem here. Erika frowned deeply. Why are the incarnations of that war god appearing individually all over Sardinia? Did that war god intentionally manifest his incarnations to run wild on this island? Judging by what happened today, that doesn't seem to be the case. The divine beast that appeared in Cagliari was clearly Verithragna's 5th incarnation, wild boar. But after rampaging for a while, it was suddenly swept into the sky by strong wind, and then scattered by the golden sword. That brief flash of golden sword light must have been the slash from the golden sword wielded by Verithragna's 10th incarnation, warrior. Whether it was strong wind or the warrior wielding the golden sword, they were both incarnations of Verithragna, just like the wild boar. So why were they fighting among themselves? Something clearly wasn't right. Adding to that the bull, camel, and goat incarnations that had appeared before but mysteriously vanished. Erika had reason to believe that those 3 incarnations, just like the wild boar today, were all defeated by other incarnations. What was this supposed to mean? The war god Verithragna was fighting himself. Is that even allowed? He has no choice, he needs to reclaim the incarnations that were scattered. Kaiser naturally saw through Erika's thoughts and didn't keep her guessing, telling her directly. The divine beasts that appeared across Sardinia are all parts of Verithragna, not the war god himself. The god of victory who descended on this island, in pursuit of victory, in pursuit of powerful enemies, due to his ties with this land, summoned another heretic god. At the very beginning, didn't an abnormal celestial phenomenon occur in Sardinia? That was caused by the battle between 2 gods. At these words, Erika's expression changed slightly. 2 gods descended at the same time. Erika could no longer remain composed. Each descent of a heretic god is a major blow to the human world. Ordinarily, one heretic god would already be terrifying and troublesome enough, but now she was being told there were 2 gods on this island. Even I, Erika Blandelli, wouldn't dare to boast that I could handle a divine descent of this magnitude. Erika took several deep breaths, trying her best to stay calm. You can still go back now, you know. Kaiser teased. The Copper Black Cross finally produced a prodigy. If they lost you, the Blandelli family would probably be upended. Anyway, you can't possibly handle a god. Leaving this incident to someone else wouldn't be a bad choice, would it? Kaiser's provocation earned a sharp glare from Erika. How could I possibly do something so cowardly? That's an insult. Erika snorted coldly, then bit her fingernail and said, "Since the two heretic gods that descended upon Sardinia have already fought, then the current situation is easier to understand. The battle between the two gods must have ended in mutual destruction. The war god Verithraghna was scattered as a result of that battle, and his incarnations are now spread across Sardinia. And the other god either returned or is wounded as severely as the war god and is recuperating." Kaiser immediately clapped. "Exactly right," Kaiser said with a smile. "Congratulations, you've seen through the current state of Sardinia. The reason why Sardinia hasn't suffered greater catastrophe yet, and only a few divine beasts have caused trouble, is because both manifested gods are in poor condition. Verithraghna is reclaiming his incarnations, and the other god is doing everything possible to recover from their wounds. That's why things are relatively peaceful for now. However, once both recover to their peak conditions, Sardinia will once again face disaster. This is the current situation. Chapter 259, Chapter 310, Let You Broaden Your Horizons. TCH. At this moment, Erica was biting her fingernail harder than before. Her mood could absolutely not be considered good, it could even be described as terrible. The reason she came to Sardinia was her own. Having trained since childhood under her uncle, a paladin, and having been personally instructed in martial arts by a peak human warrior, Erica had earned the title of prodigy from a young age. Though only 15 years old, Erica had already obtained the rank of Great Knight, not only possessing exceptional martial prowess but also having studied many profound magics and even secret arts. Whether in terms of strength or foundation, she far surpassed her peers, and even many veterans of the previous generation were no match for her. In Italy, the only genius who could be compared to her was just one, anyone else was either no match for her or much older. Such a girl had already enjoyed great fame and was considered the treasure of the Copper Black Cross. There was fundamentally no need for her to come to such a remote southern land and get involved in the dangerous descent of a heretic god. But Erica had chosen to come here without hesitation, determined to face a god head-on. The reason was simple, she was not satisfied with her current achievements. Once, her uncle had joined forces with the chairman of the ruling Witnagamot to confront a Campione, and through strategy, they had successfully repelled the demon lord, causing a global stir. To honor the paladin's feat, people had bestowed upon Erica's uncle the title of Diavolo Rosso, allowing his name to go down in history. Now, nearly 20 years had passed since Erica's uncle had been granted the title of Diavolo Rosso. And 3 months ago, her uncle returned that title. Because he was about to become the supreme commander of the Copper Black Cross and could no longer serve as a knight. However, the title of Diavolo Rosso had already become the greatest banner of the Copper Black Cross, the highest honorary title held by a knight representing the organization externally. Unable to concurrently serve as a knight, her uncle returned the title to the Copper Black Cross, creating 2 candidates eligible to inherit it. One of those 2 was Erica. Erica wanted to inherit her uncle's title, to obtain the greatest honor of both the Blandelli family and the Copper Black Cross. But although she was called a prodigy, she ultimately suffered from being too young, seen as lacking in experience, with insufficient merits to justify inheriting the title, and with even less public support, her support rate was extremely low. To earn the title of Diavolo Rosso, and gain the supreme honor of becoming the Copper Black Cross's premier knight, Erica was desperate to obtain achievements and renown. Hence, Erica had volunteered to come to Sardinia. Normally, when encountering the descent of a heretic god, humanity could only respond in 3 ways. The first method was to treat it as a natural disaster, an unavoidable calamity, and seek shelter while waiting for the god to leave, followed by post-disaster reconstruction. The second was to defeat the god, resolve the root cause, and suppress the calamity. The third was to use various means to seal the god. The first method was a helpless move only chosen when resistance was absolutely impossible. Naturally, Erica did not want to see such a situation occur. The second was far too unrealistic, not to mention a great knight. Even if all the paladins in the world gathered to hunt down a heretic god, the final outcome would still be that the god casually crushed them. The third was the most realistic. As long as ancient secrets hidden by various mystical factions or divine tools passed down since the mythological era were used, it was possible to seal gods with weaker divinities. If lucky, even strong gods could be sealed. Erica had come here to achieve that third objective. As long as she could take active part in the greatest calamity in this world, the heretic god, and seal it, Erica would earn immense achievements and renown, proving to others that she was a worthy candidate for Premier Knight of the Copper Black Cross. By then, she would definitely achieve her goal and obtain the title of Diavolo Rosso. To someone like Erica, of course she wished that the god appearing on Sardinia would be as weak as possible, only then would the difficulty of sealing be manageable. However, the situation developed in the worst possible direction. The gods that appeared on Sardinia weren't just 2, and both had extraordinary origins. Verithraghna was the invincible war god, perhaps not as famous as Odin or Zeus, but his divinity was exceptionally powerful, definitely among the top tier of heretic gods. The other god's true name was still unknown, but being able to fight Verithraghna to a standstill and perish together, scattering all his incarnations, how could such an existence be an ordinary deity? She had to face two of the most top-tier gods. How could she seal that? Let alone someone as minor as a great knight, if even a Campione had to face two top-tier gods at once, wouldn't they likely be forced to flee? Just one of those gods was already enough to cause despair, let alone two. At that point, just surviving would already be a miracle, let alone establishing merit. If things went wrong, not only would she fail to gain merit, Orga Lux might die before achieving anything, sinking into the Mediterranean along with all of Sardinia. How could it turn out like this? Orga truly hadn't expected that the event she had placed even a sliver of hope in would turn out to be such a hell-level difficulty. What is the true name of that other god? Do you know where he is currently recovering? Driven by anxiety, Orga began to fire off questions at Kaiser one after another. And that boy who was with you during the day, what's his identity? And you? What's your identity? Orga's interrogation, however, did not bring about another generous answer from Kaiser. You're asking way too many questions. I'm really not in the mood to answer them all. Kaiser glanced at Orga, as if he could see the anxiety in her heart, and said indifferently, you should just go back to Milan, young lady. This time's heretic god is indeed a bit tricky. Not just you, even if your uncle came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. If you really want to resolve the issue here, it'd be better to call over Italy's king. Kaiser turned around, back facing Orga, and began to walk forward. Lord Salvatore is in South America right now, there's no way he can make it back in time. Orga followed Kaiser, unrelenting, and said, you're telling me to retreat from the battlefield, but what about you? Do you have a way to handle those two gods? Wait. Answer my questions. Kaiser paid no attention to the shouting behind him and walked away directly. As a place famous for tourism, Cagliari had no shortage of inns. Although Kaiser had run out of money, truthfully, even if he hadn't, he didn't have the local Italian currency. Still, as mentioned before, money was no longer something difficult for him to acquire. If he wanted money, it would only take a few minutes. He didn't even have to go diving for fish. Kaiser just borrowed a bit of Hieronmura's power to create a beautiful, never-melting ice sculpture, and that alone stopped passing tourists in their tracks. Even the locals showed interest in the ice sculpture. Eventually, a passing tycoon bought the sculpture for a large sum to add to his collection, and all Kaiser had done was place the sculpture on the road and stand beside it for a while. The issue of money was resolved just like that. Thus, Kaiser checked into a fairly expensive inn and spent the night in a room whose decor reminded him a little of Claudia's old dorm. After one night, Kaiser left the inn. What surprised him was that someone was already waiting for him outside. You're still here. Seeing Orga in a bright red dress like some noble lady on vacation, Kaiser blinked. Didn't I say it already? I, Orga Lux, will never retreat from the battlefield. Orga declared firmly. Who cares whether you retreat or not? Kaiser said with some exasperation, I meant, why are you waiting for me here? You're the one who has the most information and yet refuses to share it, Orga said as if it were obvious, if you're willing to tell me everything you know, that'd be ideal. Miss Orga Lux, I am neither your subordinate nor your boy toy. I have no reason to solve your problems. Kaiser didn't even look at her. As he walked past her, he said, that I told you as much as I did yesterday was already me showing mercy because this is Sardinia. Being able to receive assistance from Orga Lux is an honor many beg for but never get. Orga immediately followed up, saying, what complaint do you have? Not really a complaint. I just think you're quite clingy. Kaiser glanced at Orga and said, where I'm going is very dangerous. If you keep following me and something happens, I'm not responsible. Upon hearing that, Orga didn't retreat, she even smiled fearlessly. Is there anywhere more dangerous than a battlefield of gods? The implication being, if she dared to face gods, what danger could scare her? That's because you've never seen a real god. Kaiser stopped, turned around, and looked at Orga. This must be your first time facing a heretic god, right? Faced with Kaiser's question, Orga had only one reply. Is there a problem? She still wore that fearless smile, as if she didn't know what fear was. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming meaningful. In that case, I hope you can maintain that confidence. With that, Kaiser once again began walking. Where are you going? Orga followed closely and said, our Copper Black Cross Spirit Vision users have sensed a large concentration of magical power near Dalgali. This was something she had just learned in the morning. Copper Black Cross has Spirit Vision users too. Kaiser showed a bit of interest. Then you must have already gotten plenty of intel from them. Why are you still following me? What do you think Spirit Vision users are? Prophets. Orga said irritably, their visions are extremely limited. If not, I wouldn't be completely clueless about the identities of the gods appearing on this island. Hearing this, Kaiser curled his lips. Then Copper Black Cross's Spirit Vision users aren't that impressive, much worse than the one I know. If it were Maria Yuri, not to mention the identity of the god, even what the god was doing now and planning to do later could likely be seen. Unfortunately, to Erica who didn't know Maria Yuri, that level of spirit vision was already beyond her comprehension. If it were Liliana, maybe we could see more. Too bad she's not here, Erica chatted casually. By the way, I mean Liliana, the eldest daughter of the magic noble family Kranjkar, affiliated with the Bronze Black Cross. You've heard of her, right? Liliana Kranjkar. Kaiser nodded vaguely and said, the rumored, fairy knight, how could I not know? The two major magic associations that dominated the Milan magic world were the Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross. Both were part of the Seven Sisters, yet they were rivals, or at least competitors, and did not get along. Each of the two groups was backed by a noble magic family, one being the Blandelli family, the other the Kranjkar family. The former's representative was the prodigious Erica, while the latter's was the only peer who could compare to her in Italy, Liliana Kranjkar. This girl was both Erica's rival and her complicated best friend. Unlike Erica, she was the descendant of a traditional witch, proficient in European witchcraft, and like Maria Yuri, possessed the qualifications of a high Miko and spirit vision ability. Although her spirit vision wasn't as powerful as Maria Yuri's and didn't trigger as easily, it was still far stronger than ordinary spirit vision users. If lucky, she might really see the god's identity and origin. So, Erica followed Kaiser into a deserted alley and said, want to go to Dalgali? No. Kaiser shook his head. I'm going to Oristano. Oristano. Erica was stunned. Didn't a shepherd incarnation already appear there? I'm not going there to see an incarnation. Kaiser looked at Erica and smiled. This is a rare opportunity. Let me show you something amazing. As he spoke, Kaiser grabbed the back of Erica's neck and lifted her up. Erica only had time to utter a dumbfounded sound before she was launched into the sky. Whoosh. Kaiser used Shuanpa, and his figure vanished from the alley. Not long after, a silhouette streaked through the sky, darting off in a certain direction. Chapter 260, Chapter 311, The Temple Beneath the Ruins. Western Sardinia, province of Oristano. This was a well-developed city, and it was even closer to the sea than Cagliari. The wind here carried the scent of the sea, giving it a very open atmosphere, and it had a distinguishing feature, an abundance of ruins. Ancient ruins and the beautiful sea, these two were considered the most important tourist resources on Sardinia. Across Sardinia, more than 7,000 stone fortresses have been discovered to date. These stone fortresses are called Nurig, and their construction period can roughly be traced back to around the 15th century BC. At that time, the people of Sardinia gathered around these Nurig to establish settlements and lived there, continuing through the prehistoric era until the Phoenicians arrived. These settlements came to an end in 509 BC, when the Phoenician city of Theros came to dominate the entirety of Sardinia. Later, the Roman Republic, now under imperial rule, arrived here and began a new regime. They renovated the streets built by the Phoenicians and made this place their own residence. Thus, many Phoenician and Roman ruins exist across Sardinia. The province of Oristano was one of the cities in Sardinia particularly rich in ruins. It wasn't far from the southern city of Cagliari, only about 2 hours by car, and if coming from the sky, the time would be even shorter. Not to mention, Kaiser's Shuanpa was much faster than any vehicle. Thus, it took less than 15 minutes for Kaiser's figure to appear in the skies above Oristano. We've arrived. Kaiser carried Erica, but he didn't land within Oristano itself. Instead, he descended outside the northern city gate. As soon as Kaiser landed, Erica immediately struggled and leapt down from his grip. You rude brute. You actually carried me like that again. What do you take a beautiful lady for? Luggage. Erica was extremely agitated, so much so that her face had turned a bit pale. She would never admit that her legs were slightly weak now and that she nearly threw up. Wasn't this the fastest way to reach our destination? Kaiser looked at Erica's slightly pale face with amusement and said, I just wanted to make the best use of time and resolve the troubles caused by the heretic god before anything happens on Sardinia. I'm sure Miss Blandelli can understand that, right? You'd better mean that. Erica glared at Kaiser, her eyes glistening with the hint of tears, a stark contrast to her usual confident composure. After quite some effort, Erica finally calmed down, looked at Kaiser with an unfriendly expression, and questioned him. And? What are we doing here? If the men before her couldn't give her a proper explanation, she would definitely make him understand what it meant to incur the wrath of a lady. What's the rush? We still have a bit of a journey ahead. Kaiser ignored Erica's unfriendly look and said, Oristano is just a transit point. Our real destination is Theros. Theros. Erica immediately furrowed her brows. That was a city located on a promontory that jutted into the sea, partially submerged, about 20 kilometers from Oristano. The origin of this city was a ruin. It was a national city built by the Phoenicians of Theros, dedicated to the god they worshipped as their guardian deity. To enable the Phoenician maritime routes to reach the western coastline, the Romans had once used ruins known as Antaz and Theros as strongholds to construct cities. As such, in the eyes of many, Theros was always just a ruin. This is the closest place to the ruins of Theros. If we take a taxi north from here, it would take about an hour to reach. Kaiser came here first to confirm the direction and location. So, we still have to fly there. Erica lost her composure. Kaiser didn't respond. He simply smiled and slowly, yet swiftly, reached out to grab the back of her neck. Relax. It's just a few minutes. Hang in there a bit longer and we'll be there. As he said this, without giving Erica a chance to resist or refuse, Kaiser once again activated Shuanpa and dashed north. Stop it. Erica finally couldn't hold back and let out a wail. Theros, St. Bastion Ruins. This was a famous ruin located within a vast forest next to Theros. There were many Nurig in poor condition preserved here, as well as the ruins of numerous settlements. Although many ruins were in good condition, from a tourism standpoint, this place wasn't very popular among visitors. Therefore, compared to other sites, it felt somewhat deserted. It was still morning. The sun had only just risen from the east not long ago. Since this ruin was located in the northwest of Sardinia, the sunlight was late to arrive and had not yet penetrated the forest, only covering the treetops with a layer of golden veil. In the lush green forest, the ancient towers stood tall, so tall that they could overlook the towering trees. From outside the forest, one could glimpse these skillfully constructed stone structures. Whoosh! Kaiser, carrying Erica by the back of her neck, suddenly appeared atop one of the Nurig and landed on it. All right, we're here. Just as Kaiser finished speaking, Erica sluggishly climbed down from him. Then, a flash of sword light suddenly burst forth and struck toward Kaiser. Clang! Kaiser extended a single finger and used the pad of it to block the angry stab from the magic sword. Broke through your defenses. Looking at Erica stabbing at him with her sword, Kaiser's lips curled slightly. I really think I need to show you what the wrath of a lady means. Erica trembled all over in anger, forcing a smile as she gritted her teeth and said, I, Erica Blandelli, have never suffered such humiliation, you'd better prepare yourself. Give it a rest. Kaiser pushed aside Erica's sword nonchalantly and said, You're not my match. The moment those words left his mouth, Erica became even angrier. As a celebrity in the Milan magical world and even the entire Italian mystic side, a renowned prodigy, no one had ever dared to speak so arrogantly before Erica. Though young, a great knight was already the highest rank below paladin. The fact that Erica held the title of Great Knight proved that she was no mere genius, but also a formidable individual. At the very least, she didn't believe she would lose to someone who wasn't even a paladin. And how many paladins were there? Probably so few in the world that one could count them on both hands and feet. So, someone saying she wasn't their match, Erica had never encountered such a thing. But Erica also had to admit, the men before her, whose identity was shrouded in mystery, possessed unfathomable strength. She truly was no match for him. Don't let me find out who you really are. Erica said hatefully, clearly planning to use her family's secret rituals to curse Kaiser the moment she got back. Of course, Kaiser didn't mind, he even hoped Erica would do just that. He was quite curious, if Erica used some secret magical ritual to curse him, would his resistance to magical power bounce it back onto the caster? If it did, then Erica was in for quite the surprise. Look over there. Suddenly, Kaiser pointed in a direction, prompting Erica to look. The two of them now stood before a clearing deep within the forest. Due to their elevated position, they could see a broad plaza with excellent visibility. Although weeds had spread and covered the area, Erica could still see traces of settlements carefully built from stone, and in one corner of the plaza stood a massive tree with a thick trunk. Piles of collapsed stone, origin unknown, covered the ground around the tree. But from this angle, Erica still saw that among the weeds and stones covering the ground, there was a hollow space. It was a triangular cave entrance. Could that be the entrance to the temple? Erica instantly realized something and looked toward Kaiser. That's right. Kaiser nodded and said, the presence of a Nurig here proves this is an ancient settlement ruin. The surrounding traces also confirm that. A Phoenician settlement ruin. Erica seemed to understand what Kaiser was getting at and said solemnly, in those days, settlements were considered even more sacred than temples or tombs. If a heretic god appeared here, then it's perfectly normal for him to be drawn to the spiritual nature of this land and take this place as a temporary stronghold. Kaiser smiled and said, prepare yourself. What you're about to see is a true heretic god. With that, Kaiser leapt from the top of the Nurig and dove into the cave. Erica took a deep breath, then followed, jumping into the cave and entering the temple. There were stairs inside the cave, leading downward. This was a true underground temple, its interior skillfully constructed from stacked stones, with even the gaps filled with masonry. It was crude, yet solemn. The first thing Erica noticed upon entering was the damp air. This was highly abnormal. Sardinia has a Mediterranean climate, generally quite dry. The air flowing underground being so humid could not be normal. But Erica didn't say anything, or rather, she couldn't. One could not feel it outside the temple, but the moment she entered, Erica was struck by an indescribable atmosphere. That aura felt as if it were telling all who entered, there is an immense, magnificent, vast existence here, making her body tense and her heart tremble. As a magician, as a knight, Erica's exceptional sixth sense and sharp magical sensitivity were screaming in alarm, urging her to flee immediately. Follow me. Kaiser's voice remained calm and natural, as if he felt none of the atmosphere or hidden danger. He walked forward toward the depths of the temple. Erica followed on instinct, and the two of them walked through a corridor for about 10 minutes. Along the way, several branching paths appeared before them, but before Erica could even use magical power or spells to sense the right direction, Kaiser moved forward without hesitation, as though he already knew the way. Finally, the two reached the end of the temple. Chapter 261, Chapter 312, Not My Match. At the deepest part of the underground temple, there was an underground spring welling up from beneath the earth. The stone passageway ended here, and the area around the underground spring was all dirt. On the shore of the underground spring, there was also an altar by the water. Atop the altar, that being appeared as if it were the most natural thing in the world, entering Erica's line of sight. When that being entered her vision, Erica finally understood why Kaiser had looked at her with that kind of gaze and expression earlier, and why he had told her he hoped she could maintain her confidence. Because only when that being appeared before her in a true sense did Erica come to understand what God meant. So you found your way here after all, you detestable enemies. It was a voice as if it came from deep within the earth. The voice was extremely heavy, and also extremely powerful, extremely resonant, like thunder, deep and resounding. The owner of the voice was a brawny giant in his prime. He had a head of hair that looked like it had never been trimmed, and a beard that covered the entire lower half of his face. His height exceeded 2 meters, and his entire body was covered in solid muscles. Just looking at him gave off an overwhelming sense of power. His physique was exceedingly robust and powerful, giving a barbaric and mighty impression. He wore extremely rough clothing, filthy rags and a leather breastplate were strewn across his chest, and he was draped in a tattered cloak. His appearance, rather than being unkempt, could only be described as pitiful. The owner of the voice seemed quite self-aware and spoke accordingly. If you had come a little later, you wouldn't have seen this unsightly body. Unfortunately, as you can see, I am currently injured, and can only temporarily hide the form I use for battle, appearing in this disgraceful state to reduce expenditure and hasten my recovery. The giant spoke with a dignified tone, without a hint of frustration. He even bared his chest openly, letting others clearly see his condition. Upon closer inspection, a golden sword was deeply embedded in the giant's broad chest. The golden sword's blade had broken in the middle, so there was no hilt, only 2/3 of its original length remained. But it was unmistakably pierced into the giant's body, still radiating dazzling brilliance, suppressing the giant's power. Understanding this, Erica's body began to tremble. Simply because, even in a state where his power was being suppressed, she still felt fear from the giant. Even though the other party hadn't used any authority, hadn't exercised any power, just looking at him gave Erica the sense that she was gazing up at a higher dimensional life form. She only felt overwhelmed, felt afraid. An ancient divinity manifested before her. A true myth descended before her. Even if the other party did nothing, tiny humans like ants could only tremble, could only fear. If the person beside Erica were also an ordinary human, then regardless of whether they were a great knight of equal rank or a renowned paladin in the human world, they would be just like Erica, trembling from an unknown fear. Before a deity, so-called paladins who could contend with divine beasts and demigods were but ants, no different from the average office worker walking down the street. But, the one beside Erica was not an ordinary human, but an existence who had slain gods twice in this world. You're Melkart, right? Erica then heard Kaiser's voice, calm to the point of being indifferent, which startled her. Ha 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 ha. The giant immediately burst into laughter, a bold and hearty laugh. That laughter was like thunder from the heavens. The moment it sounded, it shook the air and the earth, causing the entire underground temple to tremble. The spring continuously splashed with waves, and Erica felt as if she were caught in a storm, like a small boat tossed on the sea, helpless and powerless. The giant unleashed his world-shaking laughter and loudly spoke. That's right. I am Melkart. The king of this island, this land, and these seas. Melkart, this was the one who once ruled over the divine realm of ancient Phoenicia. His real name was Baal. In Christian culture, this name came to symbolize the demon king of gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins. Milton's Paradise Lost depicted him as a demon king who could rival God, a king of demons, so much so that he acquired the name Beelzebub, making him the leader of the 72 demon gods, the Dark Great Emperor. His myth later spread to Greece and became the prototype of the hero Heracles. He was not only the king of the ancient gods, a great warrior, and the strongest dragon slayer, but the legend of St. George was compiled based on his tale, so St. George can also be considered one of his alternate names. The Phoenicians, Canaanites, and Hebrews all worshipped him as Baal, with Melkart being revered as the chief deity and guardian god of Tyre. In Phoenician belief, this god was born from the desert and wilderness, a storm god formed from the sun of blazing fire and rainfall. He was also the god of the sea, the sun, the god who governed both harvest and desolation, and the summoner of locusts that devoured all crops and laid waste to the land. Melkart, the king god worshipped by Semitic peoples like the Canaanites and Phoenicians, held authorities over storms, lightning, the sky, and more. Erika finally understood why even a mighty god like Verefragna, the ever-victorious god of war, would have his divine body shattered and his incarnation scattered across Sardinia. Because that god's opponent was not an ordinary deity, but a god-king class existence. The divinity of the god before her was of the same order as Odin or Zeus. Even a so-called ever-victorious god of war, who ruled over victory, could not easily defeat a king among gods in myth. No. I can't stay here any longer. Erika could not suppress such a thought from arising. No matter how confident or proud she was, at this moment, she could not help but obey the instincts of a human being. She wanted to bow, she wanted to run. Until I thought the first one to break in here and stand before me would be that arrogant and crazed god of war. Melkart's eyes never once rested on Erika, treating her like a stone by the roadside, utterly ignoring her. At this moment, the only one in this god king's eyes was a single man. The man standing beside Erika. I've heard of existences like yours, Melkart muttered as if speaking to himself. The foolish goddess's creation, the child and illegitimate offspring of Epimetheus, the god-slaying beast, the king of the earth. The common enemy of all gods, the audacious one who slays gods. That would be you, right? Melkart's words made Erika momentarily dazed. Then, as if she understood something, she suddenly looked up at Kaiser, her eyes filled with shock. Kaiser, however, ignored Erika and replied to Melkart indifferently. I had thought your condition was much better than Verefragna's, but it seems you two are equally miserable. Kaiser's gaze shifted to the golden sword embedded in Melkart's chest. This is a golden sword designed to sever divinity, to cut off divine power, and to seal a god's authorities. Melkart had no intention of hiding his weakness and still maintained his bold and forthright demeanor. If one's opponent is a god, then this is the strongest sword. Even I, having been pierced by such a sword, can only hide in a place like this, doing everything I can to wear it down and extract it, otherwise, there's no way for these injuries to recover. That was a weapon used specifically against gods. Being run through by such a thing wasn't something that could be brushed off as simply being wounded. In truth, the fact that Melkart could still maintain his physical form and not immediately collapse and return to myth was already an extraordinary feat. If one were to truly compare the severity of injuries, Melkart's state was actually worse than Verefragna, whose divine body had been shattered. This is the weakest I've ever been. Godslayer, if you want to kill me, the king of gods and the mightiest dragon slayer, now is your best chance. Melkart provocatively declared to Kaiser without the slightest hint of fear. Though I had hoped to settle things with that arrogant god of war, since a godslayer stands before me, I might as well go all out in battle to display my majesty. This was no bluff. It was Melkart's declaration. Even while wounded, he would never fear battle. Even if it meant burning out this body, he would, in his final battle, slay any fool who dared raise a sword against him. Though a king, Melkart also possessed the nature of a warrior. Naturally, he wouldn't be like Odin or Poseidon, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Of course, if retreating meant fighting better and going all out to win, Melkart wouldn't mind doing so either. In any case, he would never show fear before a human. Come forth, my servants. Gather at my side. Prepare to devour the enemies who have come here. At Melkart's shout, the ground around him began to shift unnaturally. Swarms of locusts had somehow appeared, covering the ground beneath him and the earth near the water's edge. The number of locusts was vast, uncountably vast, densely packed and endless. They made clicking sounds as they squirmed, crept toward Kaiser's direction, jumped, and even spread their wings to fly over. The scene was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At least, Erika felt that way now, unable to help but take a step back. Only Kaiser remained still. And then, he said something Erika had heard not long ago, something that now struck her as unbelievable. Forget it. Kaiser calmly declared. In your current state, you're not my match. Chapter 262, Chapter 313, The Transformed Zanpakuto. Boom. Blazing flames suddenly erupted within the underground temple, igniting a blaze powerful enough to fill the entire sanctuary. As soon as Kaiser's calm declaration fell, the flames burst forth centered on him, drowning out both Melkart's rebuttal and Erika's cry. The flames originated from Ryujin Jaka, the fire that could reduce all things to ashes. Without even drawing Ryujin Jaka itself, Kaiser merely borrowed a portion of its power, and flames on par with those unleashed when Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni released Ryujin Jaka engulfed the entire underground temple. Had it been the past, Kaiser truly wouldn't have been able to release such a massive blaze by using just a portion of Ryujin Jaka's power without actually drawing the sword. But now, after slaying gods twice and becoming a Campione, his power had greatly increased, and Ryujin Jaka, as his exclusive weapon, had grown stronger with him. Driven by Kaiser's magical power, which far exceeded that of an ordinary Campione, even a fragment of its power could rival Ryujin Jaka's full release from before. Thus, crimson flames spread with astonishing speed, burning through the locusts until none remained. From Erika's point of view, she only saw a sudden flush of red before the air's temperature surged to an unimaginable degree. When her vision cleared, the densely packed, endless swarm of locusts had been reduced to ash in the fire and vanished without a trace. What? Melkart's rock-like, stern face shifted slightly. Those locusts were not ordinary insects, but a manifestation of his destructive god aspect, the swarm of death. Numbering in the hundreds of thousands, these locusts could devour not just crops but even iron and concrete within seconds. If such a swarm were unleashed upon a major city, or even an entire nation, then in just one night, the city or country would be reduced to ruins, to a barren wasteland. This was a product born of true divine authority. Not even magma could guarantee the death of a few among them, let alone mere flames. Yet, the flames released by this Campione before him had effortlessly incinerated a swarm capable of erasing a major metropolis, or even a nation. Melkart gave Kaiser a deep look, then shouted aloud. Yegrush, Aimer, ball riding the clouds, I summon you. This was a sacred phrase imbued with power, a kotodama. At Melkart's call, thunder and lightning suddenly roared in the sky above the underground temple. A violent storm rose, howling across the earth. Thunderclouds rolled, rumbling above. Then, a staff emerged from the stormy void, and another staff appeared from the lightning-filled clouds. The two staves differed in appearance but were equally ancient and massive, one wreathed in swirling wind, the other flashing with electric light. Both arrived at Melkart's side. Those are Yegrush and Aimer. Erika, snapping back to her senses, cried out at the sight. Yegrush and Aimer, these were a pair of magical staves. They were divine tools forged by the god of craftsmen, Kothar Wakasis, imbued with his divinity, and also symbolized Melkart, the god of the sky. The former represented wind, the latter lightning, the power of wind and thunder, which were the authorities of a sky deity. I'm not yet in condition to fight. Let them be your opponents. Melkart remained seated cross-legged on the altar like a true statue, unmoving as he began chanting Kotodama in a bold and heroic voice. Aimer and Yegrush. Speed forth, fly swiftly, and sweep away all. The two giant staves immediately flew toward Kaiser, one carried the storm that swept the underground temple, the other expanded amidst thunder and lightning, as if given life, needing no controller. They split into two paths and charged Kaiser from different directions. It all happened in an instant. From their appearance to their imposing assault on Kaiser, no more than 2 seconds had passed. And the time it took them to cross the distance from Melkart to Kaiser wasn't even a full second. Truly as swift as lightning, onlookers couldn't even see Yegrush and Aimer's movements, let alone react. Of course, onlookers didn't include Kaiser. Buzz. Just as Yegrush and Aimer were about to strike him, the air around Kaiser changed. He, who had just released intense flames, now exuded a terrifying chill, spreading white mist through the underground temple. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the white mist passed, everything froze, turning into gleaming ice and snow. The ground froze, the walls froze, the ceiling froze, even the spring that flowed froze. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground temple became a frozen world, transformed into an icy cave. Ice pillars sprang from the ground, and icicles emerged from the ceiling. The searing heat that had filled the temple was instantly replaced by bone-chilling cold. This extreme shift, the rapid switch from fire to ice, caused cracks to appear throughout the temple, which now teetered on collapse. Melkart's statue-like body was also assaulted by the ice and snow. Though he unleashed tremendous magical power at the last moment to avoid being completely frozen, the frost still marked him. Ice shards and snowflakes covered his entire body, making him look as if he stood amidst a blizzard, transformed into a snowman. Erika too was caught in the icy assault, but because Kaiser was beside her, she was specially protected and completely unharmed. As for the wind-wreathed Yegrush and the lightning-crackling Aimer, both had already become two frozen sculptures at Kaiser's side. Infused with the craftsman's divinity and bearing the power of wind and lightning, shouldn't these divine tools be capable of more? Kaiser glanced at the two staves now turned to ice sculptures and, after a moment, shook his head in regret. Unfortunately, as their wielder, your condition affected their performance, and they couldn't display their true might. Melkart's lips, now covered in ice and snow, twitched slightly, yet no words came. To his horror, he discovered that the power of this ice and snow actually suppressed his divinity. It wasn't like the golden sword, which specifically targeted divinity, but rather power that acted upon the concept of sky itself. At this moment, even Kaiser hadn't anticipated that Higher Inmaru's power would suppress Melkart, the god of the sky. Because one of Higher Inmaru's abilities was to govern the weather. All moisture became Higher Inmaru's weapon. All skies fell under Higher Inmaru's dominion. And like Ryujin Jaka, after Kaiser became a Campione and slew gods twice, Higher Inmaru had grown far stronger. Even without directly using Higher Inmaru, just a fraction of its power was enough to deal with a heavily damaged Melkart. Next. Since you've shown your weapons, I'll return the favor. As those words fell, a blade appeared in Kaiser's hand. It was a Zanpakuto shaped like a wakizashi, with an S-shaped guard and a short blade. Bankai. Kaiser murmured softly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly shortened, becoming like a dagger. Kamishini no Yari. A flash of sharp brilliance lit up the frozen underground temple, and in an instant, the entire sanctuary trembled and was inexplicably split in two. Rumble. The ice cave-like temple shuddered violently as a crack spread across it, dividing it neatly down the middle. Clang. A blade light suddenly flashed. Before anyone could react, it struck Melkart. In the face of that blade, even Melkart, the God King, couldn't respond. Because this blade was fast, unimaginably fast. Kamishini no Yari, its thrust speed had once troubled even Kaiser himself. In the original story, Jin Ichimaru had falsely claimed that its maximum extension was 13 kilometers and its thrust speed was 500 times the speed of sound. In truth, it was neither that long nor that fast, its true power was hidden by Jin himself. Even so, its speed was fast enough that even Aizen, who had evolved multiple times via the Hogyoku and surpassed both Shinigami and Hollow, couldn't dodge it at close range. That alone speaks to its speed. Now, after recognizing Kaiser as its master and becoming one of his exclusive weapons, Kamishini no Yari had been further enhanced. Like all his weapons after becoming a Campione, it had grown even stronger. Its current extension far exceeded 13 kilometers, and its speed had truly reached 500 times the speed of sound. What does 500 times the speed of sound mean? Normal sound speed is 340 meters per second, 500 times that is 170,000 meters per second, or 170 kilometers per second. What was the distance between Kaiser and Melkart? Not even 30 meters. At Kamishini no Yari's current speed, crossing that distance and hitting Melkart didn't even require 0.001 seconds. Such a brief time frame, even gods couldn't casually react and respond in time, especially with Melkart heavily wounded and half-frozen. It was simply impossible to dodge. Splurt. In the next instant, Melkart's body was pierced by the blade of light that had reached the pinnacle of speed. Ugh! With a painful wail, Melkart's massive body was pushed by the sheer momentum of the blinding blade into the frozen spring, shattering the ice and sinking into the water. Rumble. The underground temple, already split in two, could no longer hold and began to collapse on a massive scale. This place is going to collapse. Erika couldn't keep up with the development. Seeing the ceiling suddenly break apart and fall, all she could do was shout. And then, fate once again grabbed her by the nape of the neck. Let's go. One hand holding the dagger-sized Kamishini no Yari, the other gripping the back of Erika's neck, Kaiser used Sonido before the ceiling crashed down, his form vanishing amid spatial distortion. The entire underground temple then collapsed completely, reduced to ruins. This sacred site and precious ancient relic was now buried in history. Thud. Deep in the forest, above the underground temple, at the plaza showing signs of settlement and Nurig ruins, two figures appeared, like they had pierced through space, causing the air to ripple. Muffled booms still echoed from below as the ruins continued to collapse, but it didn't affect the surface space. Kaiser landed on the plaza, still holding Erika by the nape. Before she could speak, he set her down. You okay? Kaiser looked at Erika and asked casually. Erika didn't respond immediately. Her face was dazed, as if she hadn't yet awoken from a nightmare. Sunlight fell on her face, giving her the feeling of having returned from another world. Several minutes later, Erika finally regained her senses. She looked at Kaiser, her expression more complex than ever. Suddenly, Erika dropped to one knee on the ground. Erika Blandelli, Great Knight of the Copper Black Cross, greets the king. This genius knight, who had carried confidence and composure since yesterday, now knelt before Kaiser with sincere reverence. I didn't know the king was present. Please forgive my discourtesy. Erika bowed her head, showing clear signs of repentance. Looks like you finally realized who I am. No need to keep interrogating me, huh? Kaiser raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke with a half-smile. Yes. Without lifting her head, Erika replied, her expression unreadable. In the distant Far East, the seventh king was recently born. The Copper Black Cross has already received this news and circulated it to all members. Erika Blandelli was informed as well, but I didn't expect that the king who was recently in the Far East would suddenly appear here on Sardinia. It was the truth. After all, Kaiser had only become a Campione a few days ago. The seventh king had emerged just 3 or 4 days prior, and for him to now be in Sardinia, even the factions tracking his movements were unaware. That's because Kaiser had flown over using divine dividing, not by airplane. Had he taken a flight, his itinerary would have long since spread to all the major powers, and his arrival in Sardinia would have been impossible to conceal. But divine dividing's flight speed far exceeded that of any plane. Kaiser didn't need flights, he simply flew over himself. As a result, no one knew that he had already arrived on Sardinia. Chapter 263, Chapter 314, Nothing but a joke. Right now, the only person who knew that Kaiser was on Sardinia, or rather, knew he was about to face 2 deities, was probably Maria Yuri, whose spirit vision was extraordinarily powerful. Last night, when Kaiser entered a state of sleep, he sensed a gaze cast from afar, which was hurriedly withdrawn before it could land on him. It was as if someone had accidentally turned their gaze toward this place, then suddenly realized it and hastily looked away. Even though that gaze hadn't fallen directly on Kaiser, he still noticed its presence and knew who was capable of such a thing. Without a doubt, it must have been Maria Yuri's spirit vision. She probably hadn't done it intentionally, but rather had been constantly concerned about him and his movements, and so she accidentally triggered spirit vision and nearly peered into him again. Precisely because of this, in the morning, Kaiser had taken an interest in Erika's words and casually inquired about the status of the spirit vision practitioners within the Copper Black Cross, only to once again realize just how rare and precious the talents of that High Miko were. Whereas others could only rely on chance no matter how hard they worked, with only a small probability of triggering it, and even then the information they could glimpse would be limited, merely some traces of abnormal magical power, that High Miko could trigger it easily, and sometimes couldn't even suppress it if she wanted to. If she wasn't careful, it would activate on its own. This was an overwhelmingly cruel blow that could make all spirit vision practitioners around the world cough up blood in frustration. Even the one known as the Fairy Knight, who could go head-to-head with Erika in Milan, couldn't achieve this level. The chances of her triggering spirit vision were extremely low, while Maria Yuri could do so every few days, and even guide and trigger it actively. The gap was simply beyond measure. To be honest, Kaiser was already a little tempted and wanted to recruit Maria Yuri. With her spirit vision, it would be much easier to search for gods in the future, wouldn't it? Of course, that was something for later. For now, Kaiser's attention was still focused on the 2 deities on Sardinia. Seeing Erika keeping her head lowered, no longer bearing the confident demeanor she had before, Kaiser couldn't help but speak. After seeing a true heretic god, what are your thoughts? Hearing this, Erika fell silent. After a while, she finally spoke. As expected, a god is a god. Even if they've betrayed their own myths and become a heretical existence, they're still not beings that insignificant humans can contend against. As she spoke, Erika wore a clearly self-deprecating and crushed expression. The blow she had suffered this time was indeed heavy. From a young age, Erika Blandelli had always been someone who amazed and earned the praise of countless people wherever she went, someone seen by all as having unlimited potential. Genius, prodigy, noble lineage, exceptional bloodline, the labels attached to Erika were all radiant and extraordinary, making her deeply aware that she was different from others. What others had to pursue for a lifetime, she could attain with just a stretch of her hand. What others had to toil for their entire lives to achieve, she only had to follow the proper path to reach. Even the position of paladin, held by her uncle and respected worldwide, would one day be hers if she so desired. After all, she had already become a great knight, just one step below a paladin, at the age of 15. Even if the rank of paladin was extremely difficult to attain, give it 10, 20, even 30 years, could she, Erika Blandelli, really not obtain it? To Erika, becoming a paladin wasn't some far-off dream, but something she would naturally acquire in due time. Under such circumstances, how could Erika not develop extraordinary confidence? She firmly believed that what others could not do, she, Erika Blandelli, absolutely could. She also believed that things considered extremely dangerous to others could be turned around by her, Erika Blandelli. So, for the so-called title of Diavolo Rosso, Erika had unhesitatingly decided to come to Sardinia. Because she had confidence in herself. Even if she couldn't rival those monster-like Campiones or accomplish the great feat of god-slaying, when it came to simply sealing a god, with her abilities, she could definitely do it. Until today, or rather, until just moments ago, Erika had finally realized just how terrifying the existence she thought she could seal truly was. Just standing before the being made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Her biological instincts were pushing her to flee, to turn and run without lingering. A mere mortal like her couldn't even look directly at a god, let alone confront one or oppose one. Her talents, her potential, her power that was just a step below that of a paladin, no matter how outstanding or astonishing among humans, they amounted to nothing more than a tall person among dwarfs. At the core, she was still just a small human, still a dwarf. No matter how talented she was, no matter how diligently she trained, even if she mastered every skill in the world to perfection, she still couldn't surpass a god. To slay a god, one didn't rely on innate talent, nor on hard-earned skill, but on miracles, on luck, on the many choices, whether by chance or necessity, made while treading a thorn-filled path. Only the culmination of all those factors could lead to the impossible feat of god-slaying. Aside from that, even gathering more magi, achieving greater success, assembling more powerful allies, it would all be useless before a god. Her confidence, her pride, her strength, all of it was nothing but a joke before a god. Realizing this, Erika's confidence, dignity, and even her pride were utterly shattered. She understood deeply, if she hadn't encountered Kaiser here on this island, hadn't met the newly born 7th Campione, then with her previous lack of understanding and reverence toward gods, her rash approach would have ended in only one outcome. That would have been exactly like just now, unable to even make a god glance her way before being devoured by a swarm of tens of thousands of locusts. At this thought, Erika's body trembled again. If not for realizing she was still standing before a god-slaying king, she would have found a place to hide and cried her heart out. Unfortunately, she didn't have that luxury. To be able to survive before a god, that alone is no small feat, Kaiser said casually, as if he hadn't noticed Erika's mental state. Now that you've realized your shortcomings, it's not too late. Not too late. Indeed, it wasn't too late. Although her previous plan was undoubtedly naive, the emergence of a god-slaying king on Sardinia meant that the situation hadn't spiraled out of control. With him around, even if the two gods started a major battle on Sardinia, there would still be someone capable of stopping them, right? My king, Erika steadied herself slightly and spoke, where is the god king Melkart now? He ran away, Kaiser answered frankly, knowing what Erika wanted to ask. Even though Shinso struck him, he's still a god king at that. That level of damage means nothing to him. This was also a flaw of Shinso. Its speed was incredible, even Kaiser had to admire it, but it was still just a Zanpakuto, not some god-slaying weapon. If an ordinary person were struck by Shinso, they'd either die or be seriously injured. But for gods, beings at the pinnacle of all life forms, even if their entire body were destroyed, they might still revive on the spot, or abandon their shell and let the soul escape. That strike from Kaiser might have been just a superficial wound to Melkart. If not for the damage inflicted by the golden sword, Melkart might have already burst out from the underground and continued the battle with Kaiser. He already escaped? Erika asked urgently. Then let's hurry and pursue him. Forget it, Kaiser cast her a glance and said blandly, even if we could catch up, so what? Melkart, as he was now, wasn't the opponent Kaiser wanted to fight. What he wanted was to battle a god at full strength. A weakened god, even if slain, wouldn't be acknowledged by the circle of usurpation. So from the start, Kaiser hadn't intended to eliminate Melkart here. I came here just to confirm his current state, to see how long it'll take for him to return to full strength, Kaiser said directly to Erika without hiding his thoughts. When he and Verithraghna recover completely, that's when our battle will begin. But Erika's brows furrowed tightly. She was worried that if Verithraghna and Melkart both returned to full power and clashed with Kaiser, it would bring catastrophic trouble to Sardinia. Any one of those three could destroy the entire island. If it turned into a three-way battle, Sardinia, as the battlefield, might not just sink into the Mediterranean, it might shatter into pieces. When that happened, what would become of the people? Even if she came to Sardinia for the title of Diavolo Rosso, as a knight, she couldn't simply watch the people suffer and do nothing. So, my king, I beg you, please show mercy and save this island. Erika pleaded, hoping Kaiser would consider the people and deal with Verithraghna and Melkart before they could cause trouble. This is Italy. It's Salvatore Doni's domain. Protecting the people here should be his responsibility. Kaiser's calm response left Erika speechless. Chapter 264, Chapter 315, Serving that King. Sardinia, Oristano Province. In a luxurious hotel in Oristano Province, inside a room as grand as a presidential suite, Erika was on a call with someone. That's the situation, uncle, Erika said quietly, holding the phone. Sorry for disappointing you. Erika's words were met with a heavy voice. No need to apologize, Erika. The person Erika was speaking to was her only remaining family in this world, her uncle, Paolo Blandelli. Hearing her uncle's familiar voice, Paolo's figure naturally surfaced in Erika's mind. That was a man whose physique could be likened to that of a statue of David. He was a man nearing 40, yet still exuded the vitality of youth. His sculpted and dignified face was filled with intellect and presence. Coupled with a perfectly trained, steel-like body, in every aspect he was a man deserving of the highest title of knight. Strong and proud as she was, even towards Salvatore Doni, the nominal king of Italy, Erika only maintained superficial respect. In truth, she had never seen him as someone worthy of admiration. Instead, she saw him as a monster, a barbarian, someone whose brain seemed chewed by a bear, wholly undeserving of reverence. But toward Paolo, her uncle, Erika held heartfelt respect. Because he had never disappointed her, whether as a knight, as family, or as the commander of the Copper Black Cross, This uncle of hers was perfect, impeccable, matching every image of perfection Erika held in her heart. This wasn't an illusion. All of Italy could attest to it. In terms of strength, he was a paladin, standing at the peak of humanity, able to slay divine beasts and battle demigods alone. In terms of intellect, he had once, alongside the former chairman of the Witnagemote, set a trap to repel a Campione, a feat still fervently passed down to this day, making him the object of admiration for countless knights. It could be said that Erika worked hard with Paolo as her goal. Her greatest ambition was to become someone like her uncle. As for Campiones, they were a group of arrogant, lawless demon lords, perhaps powerful, but not worthy of aspiration or admiration. In Italy, there had long been a saying. The people believed that the strongest knight in Italy was Salvator Doni, but the highest-ranking knight was Paolo Blandelli. Though Paolo himself humbly denied this, Salvator Doni, the other party involved, had once smiled and acknowledged it, saying that as a knight, he was far inferior to Paolo. That was Erika's uncle, the current commander of the Copper Black Cross. At this moment, the men who stood at the pinnacle of Milan's magical world spoke gently to Erika. "You are my most treasured pride, a genius child who will one day stand at the top of the organization. This is my personal hope, and a future I have always believed in. You will eventually surpass me, surpass all previous generations of the Blandelli family, and reach a level second only to our founder, who was a Campione. So there's no need to feel guilty about your performance. Child, you merely lack some experience in facing gods." Her uncle's comforting words brought some relief to Erika's heart. But compared to gods and kings who have slain gods, I am still far too lacking. Erika couldn't help but say this. "You mustn't think like that, Erika," Paolo advised. "Comparing yourself to gods and god-slaying kings, there's no meaning in that. You are human. The ones you should be comparing yourself to must also be human. Gods and god-slaying kings, they are not human. They are existences beyond human understanding. As a knight, you can slay savage magical beasts and fierce divine beasts, but you should not think about slaying the earth or the sea, do you understand?" Paolo's implication was clear, there was no need to regard gods and Campiones as people. How could humans contend with natural disasters? How could humans be compared to nature itself? And gods and Campiones were disasters, bugs born from nature. There was no need to compare oneself to them. "I understand, uncle." Erika accepted this reasoning. If it had been before, she might have accepted it on the surface but not in her heart. However, after facing a true god and witnessing the might of a Campione, she was no longer as prideful and self-satisfied as before. Only by recognizing reality could she move forward. Erika silently reminded herself of this, which Paolo, having sensed something, found very comforting. "You've grown, my child." In truth, at the start, Paolo had disagreed with Erika coming to Sardinia. In his view, Erika still had much to learn and was too young. If she wanted to come into contact with gods, waiting a few more years wouldn't have been too late. Unfortunately, Erika had insisted, and Paolo had no choice but to agree. Now it seemed things were heading in a positive direction, and he could be somewhat reassured. Even as he felt relief, Paolo gradually grew serious. "According to your report, there are two gods manifesting in Sardinia. One is the god of victory from ancient Persian mythology, and the other is the king of the ancient Phoenician pantheon. These two gods, due to a great battle, are now both injured. The former's divine body is shattered, and his incarnations have become multiple divine beasts. The latter was struck by the golden sword that severs divinity and is still trying to wear down the wound. And that king who was born not long ago has also appeared on Sardinia." Paolo repeated the situation and calmly gave his conclusion. "If that's the case, then the situation is not too bad. At least, Melkart had no time to stir up trouble now, and Verithragna was still trying to retrieve his incarnations. Rampaging across Sardinia were only divine beasts, not the gods themselves. Plus, with a Campione already on site, someone who could contend with the two gods, the situation could definitely be considered favorable. But uncle, the two gods are still alive. They could recover to full strength at any time," Erika said. "They already fought once. If they recover, they'll surely engage in another divine battle. At that time, Sardinia may not be as lucky as before and have both sides perish. So long as it wasn't mutual destruction, the god who remained would likely stir up trouble in Sardinia. A clash between gods could, if handled poorly, also engulf Sardinia and lead to its destruction. The current situation might be stable, but the future was far from optimistic." "Uncle, is there still no word from Lord Salvatore?" Erika asked. "Our lord is already en route to Sardinia." Paolo understood what Erika meant and shook his head. "But it will still take time for him to arrive, he very likely won't make it in time. Not everyone could fly over like Kaiser. Most Campiones still used human modes of transportation when traveling. Their authorities didn't necessarily grant them speeds faster than planes, and even if they did, they couldn't use them non-stop to reach Sardinia without regard for consumption. If Kaiser didn't have divine dividing, he'd probably also have had to obediently take a plane, otherwise, he'd have had to swim across the sea or exhaust himself using Shuanpa or Sonido to travel. Therefore, for Italy's king to reach Sardinia wouldn't be quick. What should we do then? Erica began to feel troubled. What did that king on your side say? Paolo asked, a bit cautiously. Is he willing to act? It's not that he's unwilling, Erica said somewhat conflictedly. It's just that he doesn't seem to want to take advantage of the god's weakness. Instead, he plans to wait until both gods recover before taking them down in one fell swoop. Paolo wasn't the least bit surprised by Erica's statement. Since he's a king who can slay gods, it's only natural that he wouldn't want to take advantage. As a knight, Paolo could understand such an approach that respected both the enemy and oneself. If it were him, he also wouldn't want to strike someone when they were down. He would wait until the other side recovered, then challenge them openly. Erica was actually the same, so she wasn't displeased by Kaiser's actions. But the opponents were gods, existences akin to natural disasters, not ordinary humans. Letting such beings recover posed too great a threat to humanity. Uncle, should I go try persuading the king again? Erica sought Paolo's opinion. No, forget it, Paolo sighed and said, the king is not someone we can sway. If persuasion fails and ends up angering him, that would be real trouble. Don't forget, a Campione was also a demon lord, a walking humanoid catastrophe. To anger one was no different than angering a god. Humanity could not oppose gods, nor could they oppose Campiones. Just as one must treat gods with extreme caution, so too must one be extremely careful with Campiones. Erica, for now, serve that king in the capacity of a retainer. Paolo's understanding of Campiones far surpassed Erica's. He was also far clearer than the History Compilation Committee on how to deal with them. Thus, he gave his instructions without hesitation. Don't attempt to do anything that might influence the king. Always remember, you are merely a subordinate to the king. As for the king's decisions and actions, accept them accordingly. Even if you have objections, do not resist directly. Use your wits skillfully, Erica. I believe someone as clever as you will accomplish this task. Paolo gave Erica his utmost respect and trust. Yes, uncle. Erica took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Chapter 265, Chapter 316, The Highest Level Treatment. Today was destined to be a rather special day. Originally cloudless and as sunny as summer, the skies above Sardinia suddenly turned gloomy. Gray clouds emerged from all directions, gradually covering the sky as they darkened further and further, plunging all of Sardinia into darkness without a shred of light. People looked up at the oppressive sky and rushed back to their residences while constantly complaining. Why did it suddenly get so dark? Is it going to rain? There was a storm not long ago, and now it's going to rain again. What's going on with Sardinia? If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen this time to travel. Some complained, some worried, and others looked grim, as all sorts of undercurrents surged beneath the surface. There was no helping it, this was the Mediterranean, warm, dry, and rarely rainy. Sardinia was located within the Mediterranean, and normally, it didn't rain. But this year Sardinia had suddenly been hit with a massive storm not long ago, and now such abnormal weather had appeared again. Even ordinary people found this puzzling, let alone the members of the supernatural side active on the island. Kaiser was also standing by the window of his hotel room, lifting the curtain, opening the window, and looking at the pitch-black sky outside with slightly narrowed eyes. Is it Melkart? He could already sense it, a vast amount of magical power was continuously gathering in the sky. After observing the sky for a while, Kaiser turned around, left the room, and pushed open the door. Your Majesty. Erica was right outside the door, seemingly about to knock. Seeing Kaiser come out, she immediately prepared to salute. Don't be so formal. Be careful or someone might see and get the wrong idea about my peculiar tastes. Kaiser stopped Erica and said with a touch of annoyance, continuing to walk outside. Please rest assured. Erica followed closely behind, like a retainer, trailing behind Kaiser and said, this hotel has already been requisitioned by the Copper Black Cross. Other than your Majesty, everyone else here is staff sent by the Copper Black Cross. Especially this floor, only your Majesty resides here, and only I am allowed up. Oh. Kaiser raised an eyebrow and looked at Erica. The Copper Black Cross moves this fast. He had only revealed his identity to Erica yesterday, so the Copper Black Cross couldn't have known about his arrival for more than a day. And within less than a day, they had already sent people to secure the entire hotel. Though it wasn't an extravagant move, it was certainly fast. This is the treatment your Majesty deserves. Erica smiled matter-of-factly. My uncle. The commander of the Copper Black Cross also asked me to convey his greetings to you and apologize for not being able to come to Sardinia personally to pay his respects to the new king. I don't care about that. Kaiser shook his head and said, you don't need to go through all this trouble either. After all, I'm not the king of Italy. Even if you're not the king of Italy, you still deserve the treatment of a king. Otherwise, foreign powers will look down on us. Erika smiled sweetly. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We merely wish to provide you with a comfortable living environment. No one will casually disturb you. These were nice-sounding words, of course. Rather than saying no one would casually disturb Kaiser, it was more accurate to say, even if someone wanted to, they wouldn't dare. If they accidentally provoked the new king, it would only bring immense trouble to the Copper Black Cross and others. So, Erika was the only one who would attend to Kaiser at his side, ready to receive his orders. Everyone else would avoid appearing before him as much as possible. Including the supernatural factions currently present on Sardinia, seeing the Copper Black Cross's actions, they had likely already realized something but didn't dare to come pay their respects to the new king casually. Alright, that saves me the effort. Naturally, Kaiser didn't want to waste time exchanging pleasantries with irrelevant people, so he nodded and dropped the subject. After descending from the top floor, the two took the elevator down to the first floor. There was a restaurant here, very high-end. As Kaiser descended, he saw members of the Copper Black Cross moving crates of fresh ingredients, which were clearly expensive and carefully prepared. Kaiser walked into the restaurant, and immediately a group of waiters ran over, respectfully welcoming him and leading the way. It looked as if they were escorting royalty, guiding Kaiser to the best seat in the house. It's worth mentioning that all the regular tables in the restaurant had been cleared out and replaced with a long dining table at least 10 meters long, covered with exquisite tablecloths, the kind you'd only see in noble households on TV. And as soon as Kaiser sat at the head of the table, Erika clapped her hands, and a large group of chefs in uniforms pushed in luxurious food carts, placing steaming hot dishes before him. Kaiser was rendered speechless by the sheer scale. Because the dishes laid out in front of him covered the entire massive dining table. And they weren't just Italian cuisine, there was Chinese food, Japanese food, Western food, French dishes, Thai cuisine, Mexican food, and more, a banquet of delicacies from around the world. This wasn't a Manchu Han imperial feast, it was a world feast. The Copper Black Cross had even prepared several attendants. Without Kaiser even speaking, as soon as his gaze swept to a dish, a server would bring it before him. If it was fish, they'd debone it, if it was meat, they'd slice it neatly on the spot. The service was so attentive it surpassed even royal treatment. Please enjoy, Your Majesty. Erika now resembled a servant or perhaps a butler as she introduced, all of these were freshly flown and shipped in this morning. Every ingredient has passed at least 13 quality inspections. The chefs, though recruited temporarily, are all renowned local talents. Until Your Majesty departs Sardinia, they will serve you alone. I particularly recommend the local specialties like seafood pearl pasta, crepe with raw meat slices, and pecorino sheep's milk. The chefs preparing these three are the most skilled among them all. Of course, if you're not accustomed to the local cuisine, we also have Eastern Chinese and Japanese dishes to ensure your dining experience is absolutely delightful. Erika's calm and composed voice, combined with the grand setting, would make anyone who saw this feel sincere admiration for the Copper Black Cross's capabilities. In any case, although Kaiser was left speechless, he had to admit, he was in a great mood. He was indeed being served comfortably. Compared to the History Compilation Committee, the Copper Black Cross clearly understood how to serve a Campione. They already had a mature protocol for hosting a Campione. If Sayanomiya Keiru and Tomo were here to witness this, they would surely be stunned. That's enough. I'll do it myself. Kaiser waved his hand to dismiss the waiter slicing his steak, then looked at Erika. You're not joining. Of course not. Erika smiled leisurely. Though I am a knight, not a servant, dining at the same table with the king might be a bit too presumptuous. Suit yourself. Kaiser didn't press her, picking up his knife and fork and eating the steak as he said, just make sure that when trouble really comes, you still have the strength to run. Hearing that, Erika's smile faded. So it really is Melkart's doing. Erika looked at the pitch-black sky outside and, after a moment of hesitation, asked Kaiser. 9 times out of 10. Kaiser didn't bother looking outside anymore, eating slowly as he said, a god capable of manipulating the sky like this, only Melkart comes to mind. Melkart was the god of the sky, so of course he could manipulate it. In contrast, Verithragna had many avatars, each with unique authorities, but among his 10 avatars, not one could affect the sky in such a way. Isn't he still injured? Erika's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he's already healed? Not that fast. Kaiser dismissed Erika's guess. Although a god's vitality is extraordinary and recovery shouldn't take long, he was stabbed by the golden sword that can sever divinity. Unless that broken sword is dealt with, he absolutely cannot recover. Then the sky outside. Erika furrowed her brow. Did you misunderstand something? Kaiser glanced at Erika and said calmly, that's a god, not a human. So what if he's injured? You think being hurt is entirely a bad thing for him? Kaiser's words instantly made Erika understand. Got it. Kaiser finished a steak and began eating a large lobster, speaking leisurely as he said, "Gods and Campione are essentially the same as wild beasts. Even when wounded, it only rouses their ferocity. The more severe the injury, the harsher the situation, the more their special nature becomes evident. To survive, to defeat powerful foes, they sometimes unleash power that defies logic. So, the more perilous the situation, the more it stirs a god's fighting spirit and battle intent, putting them in full combat mode. At that point, instead of weakening due to injuries, they become even stronger. Melkart was likely in such a state now. Yesterday's strike, though it didn't cause him serious harm, completely awakened his fighting spirit and battle intent. Knowing that his opponent and nemesis are on this island, he's going all out. Sardinia's current abnormal weather is likely the result of his power becoming fully activated. In other words, although Melkart had not yet recovered, in his current state, his recovery would likely accelerate greatly. Verithragna might also have been provoked, and his speed in reclaiming avatars should increase. Kaiser picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, then turned to Erika and asked, "Yesterday and today, have any new divine beasts appeared?" "Yes." Erika had clearly already investigated and immediately replied, "Yesterday, in the town of Dalgali, 2 divine beasts manifested one after another. The first was a goat that manipulates lightning. Then, as if drawn in, a golden phoenix appeared. According to intelligence from the Copper Black Cross, the 2 divine beasts fought fiercely after manifesting, nearly destroying the entire town of Dalgali. Just as the people of Dalgali were mentally preparing for the worst, a golden sword suddenly shot down from the sky, first piercing through the goat and reducing it to ash, then pursuing the fleeing phoenix, with both vanishing into the heavens. This time it was the goat and the phoenix," Kaiser muttered. "Together with the previous camel, shepherd, bull, boar, strong wind, and warrior, that makes 8 avatars, right?" Erika said the same. "No, it should be 9. Kaiser shook his head. "There's also the youth avatar, which should have been reclaimed long ago." "No, that's not right either. Rather, that youth avatar is actually the other party's main body, it's been with Verithragna from the start." Hearing that, Erika was stunned, then her pupils contracted. At that moment, the boy who had spoken with Kaiser when they first met surfaced in her mind. That boy who always appeared where divine beasts manifested, could he be? Before Erika could finish the thought, Kaiser cut her off. "If nothing unexpected happens, the only one Verithragna hasn't reclaimed is the white horse." Kaiser smiled, calm yet full of anticipation. "Looks like the time for battle is approaching." These words, paired with Kaiser's calm yet expectant tone, made Erika feel as though he had become far more savage. It was the expression of a hunter who had locked onto his prey. It was the expression of a warrior eager to fight. Knowing that both gods who would soon be his opponents were rapidly recovering in their own ways, this Campione not only didn't feel displeased, he was genuinely pleased. Indeed, this man was a Campione, a king, a conqueror, and a demon lord. "If there's any news of the white horse manifesting, be sure to let me know." Kaiser had finished eating and stood up, speaking to Erika. "Once the white horse appears and is reclaimed, Verithragna will immediately return to full power. At that time, he'll either come to me directly, or go after Melkart. So, once you hear about the white horse, that will be the start of the battle. Make sure to gather your people and organize civilian evacuation. Otherwise..." Leaving those words behind, Kaiser turned and left. Only Erika remained, gazing out at the sky, feeling a deep chill all over her body. Chapter 266, Chapter 317, They're All My Prey. Rumble. No one knew when it began, but in the pitch-black sky, lightning and thunder started to erupt. Lightning flickered within the dark clouds, sometimes flashing, sometimes streaking across, creating a scene akin to doomsday, causing unease throughout all of Sardinia. Howling storms gradually emerged, growing fiercer and fiercer, and before long evolved into a massive typhoon. Rain poured down from the sky like sharp arrows, sweeping across the Mediterranean in a deluge, shrouding Sardinia in a grand curtain of rain. Crack. On the rooftop of a high-class hotel, the door at the entrance suddenly swung open. Kaiser stepped out, entering the storm, yet his body remained untouched by the rain. At some unknown moment, his body had become hot, scorching even, like a furnace, with tremendous magical power turning into invisible heat that poured out from him. The rain and storm surged toward him, but all were blocked by the heat-like torrent of magical power, unable to come anywhere near Kaiser. Kaiser strolled through the storm and arrived at the edge of the rooftop. Is it coming? Feeling the change in his body, and sensing the battle spirit and fighting intent welling up uncontrollably from deep within his heart, Kaiser knew the enemy he had been waiting for had appeared. Is it time to depart, my king? Erika's figure silently appeared behind Kaiser, kneeling on one knee and offering the salute of a knight. Don't follow me this time, young lady. Kaiser spoke without turning his head. The battlefield ahead is not a place you should follow me to. Indeed. That is a battlefield for gods and kings, a forbidden domain that no mortal must set foot in. Erica spoke with a complicated tone. Unfortunately, our allied lord has ultimately failed to arrive in time to fight alongside you. According to the itinerary, Salvatore Doni still needed about 1 or 2 more days to reach Sardinia. And that was based on the previous schedule. Now, all of Sardinia and its surrounding areas were shrouded in storm, making it impossible for planes to land or ferries to enter Sardinia. So, even if that Italian king did manage to arrive, he wouldn't be able to come directly, he would have to travel on foot from Midway. This would again delay his arrival. Therefore, the scenario of 2 kings battling 2 gods was no longer possible. Next, Kaiser would have to charge alone into the battlefield between the 2 gods, very likely facing both alone. The opponents were heretic gods of the highest rank, one was the king of gods, the other an undefeated war god. Both held divinities highly adept in combat, one could easily imagine how difficult they would be to deal with. To face 2 such gods simultaneously. There could be no worse scenario. Verithragna and Melkart, either of them alone had the ability to crush a Campione. No Campione could claim certain victory against either of them, let alone fight both at once. This was truly a hellish beginning. Erica's heart was filled with indescribable anguish. However, what Erica did not know as she thought this was that, if Salvatore Doni had come, the 2 gods versus 2 kings situation she envisioned would not happen. What might appear instead, could be Kaiser versus all 3. After all, since I've come here, I have no intention of letting others take my prey. Kaiser turned around, glanced at the kneeling Erica, and smiled. This is my battle, don't let anyone disturb me, all right? With that said, gravity twisted around Kaiser's body, and he slowly began to float. My king. Erica couldn't help but cry out. Wishing you glorious victory. Upon hearing this, Kaiser casually waved his hand, and then his entire figure turned into a blur, flying toward the other side of the storm. Erica kept watching Kaiser, until his figure completely vanished, before she stood up, thoroughly soaked. Thinking back on the encounters of the past few days, Erica couldn't help but reflect on just how unrealistic her original lofty aspirations had been. The imagined scene where she could display her full strength and wisdom, contend with the divine beings in Sardinia, ultimately seal them, and win great prestige and honor, that had now completely crumbled. The only ones who could face gods were always Campiones. And she, merely a human, had no qualifications to step onto that battlefield. However, I also have things I must do, battles I must fight. Erica's gaze grew resolute, and she turned to leave the rooftop. Her battlefield was not the one with 1 king versus 2 gods, but here, on Sardinia, which was about to be affected by divine battle. To evacuate Sardinia and its citizens as far as possible from the battlefield, from the disaster, to avoid casualties, that was what she had to do, and must do. Boom. In the dark sky, a bolt of lightning came crashing down with tremendous force, striking directly at the shadow darting forward. Bang. Kaiser didn't even look back. With a casual swing of his hand, he scattered the incoming lightning, causing it to break apart into countless streaks of electricity. Swish. 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 With successive flashes and bursts of speed, Kaiser finally flew out of Sardinia. Or rather, he had reached the coast of Sardinia, entering the Mediterranean Sea. There, he encountered Myth. You've come, Godslayer. A thunderous voice rang out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A brawny man exuding wild ferocity grinned and said such words. His tangled mane fluttered in the storm. He still wore his tattered cape and leather breastplate, his attire crude to the extreme. Compared to their last encounter, he didn't seem much different. It was clearly Melkart. But at this moment, compared to the last time they met in the underground temple, 2 massive changes had occurred to Melkart. First, the golden sword previously embedded in his chest was gone. His entire body now radiated fearsome majesty and divinity, utterly different from his prior gravely injured state. Second, his body had become enormous, at least 15 meters tall. His feet were submerged in the sea, and he stood upright in the ocean like a giant reaching the sky. Well. This time, you don't see me in that wretched state again, do you? Melkart looked at Kaiser, who had flown in front of him, and said with a thunderous voice. This is my true battle form, the form of a king, the form that the strongest hunter and warrior should possess. Indeed, seeing Melkart in this state would instinctively fill anyone with a sense of awe and greatness. If Erica had seen this Melkart, she would surely be forced to realize that the god who had so shaken her confidence was actually at his weakest back then. Kaiser's eyes gleamed. Just as he was about to speak, he stopped. That's something I cannot agree with, King Melkart. This was the passionate cry of a youth. A strong gust countering the storm blew from Sardinia behind them, and instantly arrived before man and god. Indeed, thou art a powerful hunter, a majestic king, a dragon slayer, a demon god, a ghost god. But to call thyself the strongest warrior, that is still premature. After all, the one who has never known defeat, stands here still. The hearty laughter that followed tore through the wind, and the youth appeared from it. Long purple-black hair reaching his shoulders, a slender face, dressed in traditional garb like a desert wanderer. War god, Verethregna. Melkart spoke deeply. So you've recovered as well. The newcomer was undoubtedly the mysterious youth Kaiser had met in Cagliari when he first arrived in Sardinia. He was the war god of ancient Persian mythology who governed the concept and law of victory, Verethregna. Indeed, I too have recovered, Verethregna said with one hand on his hip, floating midair and smiling. Originally it wouldn't have happened so quickly, but I made a promise with someone to fight a grand battle on this island. Given that, there was no reason to keep lazing around. Saying so, Verethregna turned to look at Kaiser. As I expected, thou art here too. All the better. At this moment, compared to the time when Kaiser first met him, Verethregna gave off a completely different feeling. Back then, he had been mysterious, peculiar, with an elusive and fragmented aura, yet exuding peace and tranquility. Now, the smile on Verethregna's face brimmed with fighting spirit, his eyes were sharp, and his presence overwhelming, making it clear he was a non-human entity beyond comprehension. This person, no, this god, though appearing as a human youth, was in truth more artificial than a true human. A heretic god who rebelled against orthodoxy. At this moment, Verethregna fully radiated that madness peculiar to heretic gods, no longer appearing gentle and kind. O war god! Melkart stepped forward, raising huge waves. That god-slayer is my prey. You are not allowed to attack him at will. Melkart's warning was met with nothing but Verethregna's laughter. What? Is the king of gods also planning a duel with this human? Verethregna seemed to be enjoying the situation of being attacked from both sides, his face full of delight. No promise was made, but he stabbed me once. That must be repaid. Melkart glared at Verethregna and said with tremendous authority. I stabbed you too, Verethregna countered with a smirk. King of gods, if you're going to make a move, shouldn't it be on me first? Why fight over an enemy? The two instantly confronted each other, both vying for the opportunity to strike at Kaiser. To this, Kaiser had only one thing to say. You can both come at me together. Kaiser said flatly, after all, I'm a Campione, the enemy of gods. You have every reason to join forces against me. Why bother going one by one? That was what Kaiser implied. Unfortunately, whether it was Verethregna or Melkart, both fiercely objected. The god-slayer is detestable, but this arrogant war god is equally loathsome. I have no reason to ally with him. Melkart declared loudly. His voice blew away the storm, sending the sea surging. Thou art a worthy opponent I've set my eyes on. That king of gods over there is one I summon myself. As a heretic god whose essence is battle and victory, when I desire a worthy foe, one appears. So I will not miss such a rare opportunity. Verethregna laughed boldly, his fighting spirit entirely different from before. In such a situation, it was Kaiser who moved first. A trident appeared in his hand, and he raised it high. I wasn't asking for your permission. To me, you're both my enemies, my chosen prey. Which one to deal with first, or both at once, it makes no difference. With those words, immense magical power surged into the trident, its divine force erupting like a roaring ocean. Boom. The sea beneath the one man and two gods surged violently, a massive wave rising from nowhere, crashing down toward Verethregna and Melkart. A divine artifact that controls the sea. Verethregna was surprised, but his reaction was swift, lightning fast, even, transforming into a golden phoenix and shooting away at incredible speed, like a beam of golden light soaring skyward. Blah. Melkart moved much slower. His massive body was imposing, but his agility had plummeted, and he was helplessly struck by the giant wave, swept into the sea, entangled by countless currents, as though dragged to the bottom, slowly vanishing beneath the surface. Kaiser, still holding the trident aloft, suddenly sensed something and hurled it. Clang. A sharp metallic sound rang out as the trident struck a suddenly appearing golden sword, knocking away the youth who held it. Oh. Verethregna said with surprise. You actually saw through my phoenix transformation's Godspeed. You have keen eyes, young one. As he praised, Verethregna's expression grew more and more delighted. A smile also appeared on Kaiser's face. To stand face to face with a god, this reality had already ignited the god-slaying blood within him to a boil. So, he fully immersed himself in the battle spirit and fighting will surging through his body, letting his instincts guide him. Thanks to that, even without shutting off his senses, he could now fight by instinct alone and pierce through Verethregna's divine speed. Come. Kaiser pointed the trident at Verethregna. I come. Verethregna wholeheartedly accepted Kaiser's provocation, laughing as he charged forth. A divine battle had officially begun. The storm continued to rage. Chapter 267, Chapter 318, a power worthy of being called a cheat. As the ever-victorious war god, Verithragna possessed more authorities than other gods, and they were also extremely diverse. Strong wind, bull, white horse, camel, boar, youth, phoenix, shepherd, goat, warrior. His 10 incarnations, each possessed its own ability, each was an independent authority, and not a single one was useless. By flexibly switching between his various incarnations in battle and using different abilities against his enemies, Verithragna could always find one incarnation that had a miraculous effect, always find one incarnation that could gain the upper hand in battle and ultimately defeat the enemy. 10 incarnations, various distinct abilities, a combat style of flexibly choosing according to the battle situation and the opponent, this was the reason Verithragna could remain undefeated. Among the 10 incarnations, the ability of the 7th incarnation, Phoenix, was divine speed. So-called divine speed referred to the ability to enter a world of supernormal acceleration. It was not an ability of moving from point A to point B at high speed, but rather an ability of shortening the time it takes to move from point A to point B. In other words, it was not a power that accelerated on the physical level, but a power that could distort time during movement. Therefore, the wielder of divine speed could not only perform movements that were physically impossible but also execute actions that defied the laws of physics, making the body exceptionally light and capable of three-dimensional motion, reaching a realm faster than the speed of sound, equivalent to lightning. That kind of speed was completely imperceptible to the naked eye. Even gods, if they lacked special eyesight or senses, could not react to such divine speed. This ability was particularly advantageous in battle, which was why one of Verithragna's favorite incarnations to use was the Phoenix. Now, Verithragna transformed into a golden phoenix and launched a charge at Kaiser. Swish. The golden phoenix shot out like a phantom at extreme speed, brushing past the hastily dodging Kaiser and stirring up a fierce gale. Gripping the trident tightly in his hand, golden patterns flickered within Kaiser's body, causing his body to move naturally, allowing him to evade the divine speed assault in the nick of time. Although his eyes couldn't keep up, and his mind nearly lagged behind as well, as long as he held a weapon in his hand, Kaiser could naturally enter a battle state and fully unleash the power of his weapon. This battle state was actually very similar to the one Campiones would enter automatically when facing gods or crises. It was one of the reasons why Campiones could contend head-on with gods. Thus, Kaiser completely entrusted his body to his authority. As he fused with the trident in his hand, he naturally dodged the golden phoenix's charge and suddenly slashed down the trident as it passed by him. Boom. A surging tide instantly rose upon the already tumultuous sea, lifting the golden phoenix away. The golden phoenix twisted within the waves and transformed back into the form of a youth, a fearless smile surfacing on the youth's face. I am the strongest, the one who holds all victory, whether facing humans or demons, one who crushes all hostility from all foes. I shall destroy any enemy that stands before me. In order to defeat the formidable enemy before him, Verithragna began chanting a Kotodama. Kotodama, unlike spells, was not something that absolutely had to be used. Whether gods, Campiones, or even ordinary magicians and sorcerers, their purpose in chanting Kotodama was mainly to activate their magical power and allow it to erupt with explosive force. Just like Kido in the Soul Society, chanting it would unleash its full power, and though skipping the chant would weaken the power, it could still be used. Kotodama worked in much the same way. So, chanting Kotodama was not a requirement to use an authority, but rather a way to keep the authority active, like a flame igniting gasoline. The Kotodama Verithragna chanted at this moment was a sacred hymn from ancient Persian mythology, which he had chanted upon descending into the world. As the sacred hymn was sung, Verithragna's magical power instantly ignited like a blazing flame within him. O protector of the righteous, I invite and offer myself unto you, bearer of victory and grace, please grant me the correct path and light. Verithragna's Kotodama became righteous and majestic, causing a goat-shaped apparition to appear behind him. At this moment, Verithragna used the 9th incarnation, Goat's ability. Boom. As Verithragna stretched out a palm, scorching lightning suddenly erupted and shot forth at incredible speed, striking the surging waves and dispersing them. The 9th incarnation, Goat, possessed the power of lightning attacks. Lightning pierced through the waves, repelled the water, and with scorching air, blasted toward Kaiser who was behind the tide. Bang. Kaiser swung the trident, striking the incoming lightning and knocking it aside. The lightning turned into a flash of thunder and flew into the sky. Again. Verithragna's eyes lit up. Seeing Kaiser easily strike down the lightning he had launched, not only did he feel no anger, he seemed even more delighted, launching bolts of lightning repeatedly with both hands, causing countless lightning strikes to rain down on Kaiser. Bang. 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 Kaiser struck away the incoming lightning one by one, some were knocked into the sky, some were slammed into the ground, and some were even blasted toward Sardinia, striking buildings and setting them ablaze as they collapsed. The trident in his hand not only controlled the sea but could cleave mountains, turn stones into islands, summon storms and tsunamis, submerge continents, shatter the heavens and earth, smash all things to dust, cause massive earthquakes, and unleash unprecedented catastrophes. controlling the sea, summoning storms and tsunamis, smashing all things, causing earthquakes, forming islands. The trident held all these powers, naturally, striking down mere lightning bolts was no issue. Kaiser calmly struck away all the lightning and pointed toward the sea. The surface once again surged with wave after wave, transforming into towering water curtains that rushed toward Verithraghna, who was unleashing lightning. However, begone. Facing the layers upon layers of water curtains, Verithraghna merely gave a light shout, and the waves actually froze midair, as if driven back by the shout, all retreating from around Verithraghna. This was the power of Verithraghna's sixth incarnation, youth. A radiant 15-year-old youth, in the doctrine protected by Verithraghna, this image symbolized the hero. When receiving the command of the Lord to bring order to a chaotic world and to subjugate rebellious heretic gods, Verithraghna would take on the form of this youthful hero. For this reason, although Verithraghna had 10 incarnations, he most favored appearing as the youth, for it best represented his identity as a guardian deity of his people and protector of royal authority. In this form, Verithraghna also gained authorities related to protection and kingship, granting him powers to bestow blessings upon others and to dominate external forces. Just now, Verithraghna used his power of domination to seize control over the waves and repel them with a mere shout. I see. I've almost figured out the divinity of that sacred artifact in your hand. Though Verithraghna fought with high excitement, his eyes remained calm and sharp, fixed on the trident in Kaiser's hand, seeing through its true identity. Lightning. Trident. Helm of invisibility. This was forged by the Cyclopes of Greece to assist those three brothers in overthrowing their father. They aided those gods in toppling the tyrannical rule of the father god, allowing the 12 gods to ascend Mount Olympus and become the 12 Olympians. Later, the three brothers drew lots to divide their realms of dominion. The one who drew the sea became the god who ruled the ocean, owner of this trident. The words Verithraghna spoke were not just idle talk. With every line he uttered, dazzling spheres of light would appear around him. The more he spoke, the more numerous and brighter the spheres became. Eventually, they solidified into actual power, causing the trident in Kaiser's hand to suddenly dim and lose its radiance. Clang. Vaguely, Kaiser seemed to see a golden sword falling, striking the trident in his hand and severing it. This didn't happen in reality, yet the trident in his hand, though not physically broken, lost all its power, becoming nothing more than scrap metal. This was the golden sword that severs divinity. Kaiser's gaze sharpened. Verithraghna's 10th incarnation, warrior, often appeared in ancient Persian mythology wielding a golden sword. As the guardian deity serving the god of light, Mitra, Verithraghna was frequently entrusted with the task of subduing numerous hostile gods who defied the chief deity. The golden sword of the 10th incarnation, warrior, was the ultimate sword used to sever divinity, cut off divine power, and seal authorities. It was also a sword of knowledge and wisdom. When one had sufficient understanding of the enemy god and deep knowledge of their associated myths, that knowledge could be used to refine the golden sword, making it sharper and stronger. In other words, once Verithraghna fully understood and saw through a god, that god could no longer defeat him. When using the warrior incarnation, every line Verithraghna spoke to expose the enemy's essence would become Kotodama, forming a radiant golden sword to slay the enemy god. At the same time, Verithraghna's physical abilities would also be enhanced while using this incarnation, and he would gain the eyes to perceive the essence of the enemy god. Indeed, being too famous was also a kind of flaw. As the trident, Poseidon's primary weapon as one of the 12 Olympians in Greek mythology, its reputation was simply too renowned. It was immediately seen through by Verithraghna, and its divinity and divine power were instantly severed, rendering it powerless. Truly a power that can be called a cheat in this world. No wonder the warrior incarnation was the original protagonist's trump card. Whenever the protagonist encountered an unbeatable enemy, it would help him overcome and win. Kaiser put away the now powerless trident and abandoned the idea of using the True Longinus. As strong as the True Longinus was, its name was even more renowned than the trident. If he dared to take it out, Verithraghna would see through it at a glance and use the golden sword to seal it before he could even throw it. To counter the warrior incarnation, one must use a weapon never mentioned in mythology. With that in mind, even the True Longinus might be unusable before Verithraghna, because its origin was the spear that pierced Jesus Christ, the lance of Longinus. As for the boosted gear and divine dividing, the red dragon and white dragon both originated from the ancient dragons of Welsh legend. The cores of these two sacred gears symbolize the Ouroboros, the eternal cycle, one of the world's oldest mythological symbols, appearing in Aztec, Middle Eastern, Native American, and many other ancient mythologies including Christianity, Hinduism, and Norse myth. If he dared to reveal them, Verithraghna would definitely see through them as well. In other words, the best options Kaiser had now were Orga Lux's and Zanpakuto. Although Kaiser's Orga Lux had grown significantly stronger after becoming a Campione, it might not be enough to slay a god. In that case, the choice of weapon became obvious. Sit upon the frozen heavens. A blade suddenly appeared in Kaiser's hand, a sword with a crescent-shaped chain at the end of its hilt. Hyarinmaru. At that moment, an endless surge of cold air turned into white mist, erupting from Kaiser's body. The chill froze the atmosphere and the moisture in the air, forming a dragon of ice and water around Kaiser that let out a mighty roar. If Hitsugaya Toshiro were here to witness this, his eyes would surely pop out in shock. Because the ice and water dragon surrounding Kaiser was at least 1,000 times larger than the ice dragon that appeared when he released his Zanpakuto. The enormous ice dragon could swallow a mountain with just its head. Its roar froze even the storm itself, turning the downpour into blizzard, and the tempest into a snowstorm that engulfed the entire ocean. Crack, crack, crack. Amid the chilling sounds of solidification, the sea surface froze at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, an icy world descended, turning the Mediterranean Sea into a frozen ocean. What? Verithragna was greatly shocked, and was immediately struck by the blizzard, his whole body blown away and frozen within the snowstorm. Swish. Kaiser stepped with Shuinpa, flashing amid the snow and ice, arriving above Verithragna's head. Boom. A whip kick landed heavily on the ice statue that was Verithragna, shattering the ice and sending the youth flying like a cannonball, crashing into the frozen sea. Massive ice currents gushed forth, surging like spray. Verithragna's figure vanished beneath the icy sea, his whereabouts unknown. Chapter 268, Chapter 319, The Only Pursuit is Victory. In the Mediterranean Sea, the blizzard still raged, turning the world into a vast expanse of white. The torrent of icy currents, surging like ocean waves, quickly pounded onto the snowy and icy terrain, shattering much of the frozen surface. Kaiser, borrowing the power of Gravisheath, manipulated the gravity around him and remained suspended in midair, not falling onto the icy sea below. Holding Hyarinmaru, which continuously emitted cold air, Kaiser looked down from above at the shattered ice, his eyes as sharp as torches. He did not believe that kick just now could defeat Verithragna. Although, in that kick, Kaiser had not only applied explosive gravity to massively increase its force upon impact, but also activated the boosting power of the boosted gear to double its strength. This blow, powerful enough to blast apart a mountain, whether it could take down a god was still questionable. The circle of usurpation didn't react either, so you're still alive, right? Kaiser muttered to himself in a low voice. In that case, why don't you come up and continue the battle? This sentence was extremely light, completely unable to penetrate the howling blizzard to reach the seabed below. But he still heard it. There was no helping it, he was a god of war. It was impossible for him not to hear a challenge. Boom. The shattered ice surface exploded again as a violent wind rushed out from the turbulent seabed, accompanied by towering waves, appearing before Kaiser. To think, I would actually be struck first by you. Verithragna's voice, unable to hide his delight, came forth, and his battered appearance entered Kaiser's view. At this moment, Verithragna was not only bleeding all over, but his chest was also heavily caved in. I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories, who eliminates all enemies that dare stand before me, who crushes all obstacles. Chanting the sacred words that represented himself, Verithragna's body emitted a thick vitality that continuously healed his injuries. That was the ability of his 8th incarnation, Shepherd. Verithragna's 8th incarnation, Shepherd, was the ultimate manifestation of life force. In ancient times when pastoral ability was directly equated with wealth, sheep that could grow quickly and had strong reproductive ability symbolized vitality and affluence. Abundant, fertile, and prosperous. Such a display of life was perfectly suited for the god of war, who had to guard kingship and wage endless battles. Thus, when using the Shepherd incarnation, Verithragna would gain extreme vitality, so much so that even if he died once, his body could be regenerated and revived. O Godslayer, your strength astonishes me. While letting the power of a shepherd heal him, Verithragna stared at Kaiser with fervent eyes and spoke joyfully. Indeed, you are the long-sought formidable foe, the one capable of defeating me and letting me taste the flavor of defeat. As a god of war who pursued victory, Verithragna was now completely dominated by the madness of a heretic god. Even though severely wounded, he was genuinely enjoying the battle and feeling joy at his opponent's strength. If you so desire defeat, why not simply surrender? Kaiser said with a faint smile. Of course not. Verithragna answered without hesitation. Though I wish to taste defeat, losing to another and losing to oneself are worlds apart. If I casually surrender, then I've only lost to myself, that's not what I desire. Only when I give my all, exhausting every bit of my strength, wisdom, tactics, skill, and even spirit, and still lose to a powerful enemy, that is a true defeat. Such a defeat is meaningful. Upon hearing this, Kaiser chuckled mockingly. From what I see, you never even considered the possibility of losing, did you? Kaiser said indifferently. As the always victorious god of war, all you've ever pursued is victory. What you crave is not an opponent who can defeat you, but an enemy capable of defeating you, yet still overcome by your all-out effort. Even defeat must be conquered, only then is it the ultimate enjoyment, the greatest victory to you. At least, that's how it is for you now, isn't it? As the protector god of the people and the guardian of kingship, Verithragna was undoubtedly a benevolent deity. He was a member of the faction of Light, a retainer of the light representing Mitra, and himself a symbol of justice, an existence that stood against demons. Against all enemies, whether human or demon, crush their hostility, this sacred hymn already expressed Verithragna's stance. Therefore, if he were his original self, upon realizing that his identity as a heretic god would bring calamity to the world, he would certainly hope someone could stop him, defeat him. But as a heretic god ruled by madness, Verithragna had long since forgotten all that. Now, he was merely a god of war who pursued powerful opponents by any means, eager to defeat them and transcend defeat. Ha 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 ha. Exposed by Kaiser, Verithragna could not help but laugh maniacally. The laughter was not unpleasant, but it was filled with the madness of battle. That's right. I am now a deviant. I was once the guardian of light and justice, but now I am merely a deviant god of war. To seek strong enemies. To transcend defeat. To shine the brilliance of victory. This is all that I am now. Verithragna's wounds were fully healed, and his divine power burst forth like a storm, shaking the icy world. The stronger you are, the more joy I'll gain from defeating you. All formidable enemies capable of defeating me shall ultimately be overcome by me. Victory is my essence, my pursuit. As the words fell, Verithragna instantly transformed into a fierce gale and charged toward Kaiser. Verithragna's first incarnation, Gale, had a very pure ability. It allowed him to become the wind and possess the power of tornadoes. If someone called Verithragna's name, he could also use wind to instantly teleport to that person's location, no matter how far. Knowing that divine speed was useless against Kaiser, Verithragna no longer used the Phoenix incarnation to charge but instead turned directly into a raging wind and swept toward Kaiser. Prismatic Ice Array. Kaiser immediately raised Hyarinmaru, and from its blade tip, a massive chill emanated. The chill froze the air, and a finely structured ice wall composed of intricate ice formations bloomed like a frost flower in front of Kaiser. Boom. The howling gale crashed into the ice wall, triggering a deafening roar and blasting out countless shards of ice and debris. Bang. Soon, the wind broke through the ice wall and reformed into the figure of a youth before Kaiser. O bull with golden horns shining bright, lend me your aid. O wicked being, fear me. Grant me a strong body with the fierce mark of the camel. While loudly chanting Kotodama, Verithragna launched a frenzied assault on Kaiser. It was a bout of combat to the extreme. Verithragna's legs kicked out like lightning, each blow triggering a burst of sonic booms. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, the strikes all landed on Kaiser. Bang. Struck repeatedly by heavy kicks, Kaiser's whole body shattered like ice. Frost bloomed in midair, causing Verithragna's eyes to narrow sharply. An ice clone. Just as Verithragna said that, Kaiser twisted space and used Sonido to appear behind him. Ice Dragon Tail Whip. Hyarinmaru was pulled back to the limit, and Kaiser slashed fiercely toward Verithragna's back. The path traced by the blade erupted with a roar and instantly turned into a field of ice. It was like the tail whip of an ice dragon, resembling the breath of frost. But useless. Facing a strike like an ice dragon's tail whip, Verithragna casually kicked, and shockingly shattered the entire glacial field of ice. Verithragna's second incarnation, Bull, was the embodiment of strength. Its ability was to grant overwhelming brute strength beyond human limits during battle and to enhance the body. The stronger and larger the enemy, the more terrifying the Bull's power became. Verithragna's fourth incarnation, Camel, on the other hand, allowed the user to attain divine-level kicking techniques. The power of the kicks and the durability of the body would drastically increase, and combat technique and battle awareness would reach the realm of gods. It also numbed pain, dulled the sensation of suffering, and could even stop bleeding. Now, Verithragna was simultaneously using the powers of Bull and Camel, possessing peerless brute strength and divine-tier kicking skills. His physical toughness and endurance had greatly increased, making his close combat ability terrifying. Flock of Ice Pillars. Kaiser did not stop his attack. With a swing of Hyarinmaru, countless ice projectiles shot out like a swarm of icy birds, striking at Verithragna. I told you, it's useless. Verithragna grinned wildly and confidently. His legs moved with godlike precision, shattering all the incoming icebergs with successive kicks. However, the shattered icebergs did not vanish. Instead, they seemed to bloom on Verithragna's body, and ice formed at all the points of contact. Boom. 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 At this moment, one giant ice pillar after another rose up from the frozen ground below. Thousand-year ice prison. Kaiser pointed Hyarinmaru at Verithragna and, like turning a lock, gave it a sudden spin. Boom. The massive ice pillars violently crashed inward, smashing into Verithragna amidst a thunderous explosion, trapping him within the ice. A massive prison of ice appeared on the frozen plain, towering to the heavens and standing immovable. That scene was like a reenactment of myth, majestic and magnificent. Chapter 269, Chapter 320, The Demon Sword That Severed the Sun. The 1,000-year ice prison, among all of Hyarinmaru's ultimate techniques, this ranked second in terms of strength. It manipulated the moisture in the atmosphere to form countless massive ice pillars around the target, freezing and sealing the opponent. Once formed, unless externally disrupted, the resulting ice prison would take 1,000 years to melt. Hence, it was called the 1,000-year ice prison. This technique, if used by Hitsugaya Toshiro, could only be employed in the Bankai state. In Shirkai, Hitsugaya Toshiro could not unleash such a powerful technique. But Kaiser was different. Even while in Shirkai, he could execute all of Hyarinmaru's techniques, including those accessible only in Bankai. Because his Hyarinmaru, even in Shirkai, was vastly more powerful than Hitsugaya Toshiro's Bankai. The current Hyarinmaru was the true strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, capable of contending equally with Ryujin Jaka. Of course, this was in comparison to Kaiser's own Ryujin Jaka. Compared to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's Ryujin Jaka, such a comparison was already meaningless. Now that Kaiser had become a Campione, with a substantial power increase, he could easily defeat Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni without using any specialized weapon. There was simply no need to draw his Zanpakuto. That Ryujin Jaka, which Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had mastered through 2,000 years of training, could Northwest longer even come close to Kaiser's Ryujin Jaka. Even with elemental compatibility in its favor, it was impossible for it to surpass Kaiser's Hyarinmaru. Under such circumstances, even in its Shirkai state, Hyarinmaru was sufficient to battle against gods. As for Bankai, Kaiser simply dared not use it now. He had no choice. Sardinia was nearby, and even just Shirkai had already plunged the entire island into a blizzard. The Mediterranean Sea had turned into a frozen field. If he used Bankai, Sardinia would undoubtedly become an ice island, and everyone on it would be turned into ice sculptures. Just as Ryujin Jaka's Bankai was enough to destroy the Soul Society, the Hyarinmaru in Kaiser's hand, on par with Ryujin Jaka, once in Bankai would absolutely turn the entire Soul Society into a forbidden zone for life, a world of ice. Glancing at Sardinia behind him, battered by the blizzard, Kaiser instinctively cancelled Hyarinmaru's release, returning it to its sealed form. Thanks to this, the blizzard began to weaken. Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound emerged. Kaiser swiftly turned his head to look in the direction of the ice prison. Crack, crack, crack. One crack after another suddenly spread across the ice prison, as the sound of splintering continued. Boom. Before long, the ice prison shattered explosively, turning into countless shards that scattered into the frozen sea below. Roar. With a familiar roar, a massive wild boar smashed through the 1,000-year unmelting ice, struggling out of the prison. Its body was covered in jet-black fur, stretching several dozen meters long. Golden bristles grew from its back, its tusks jutted out like blades, and its eyes gleamed blood-red. That was the same boar Kaiser had seen once in Cagliari. Roar. With a savage roar, the massive boar's voice turned into a shockwave, shattering the entire ice prison. Verithragna's fifth avatar, the boar, was the embodiment of destruction. This boar with razor-sharp claws was a divine beast from legend said to shatter anything in a single strike. It was the form Verithragna took to annihilate the enemies of the chief god Mitra. Its roar transformed into ultrasonic waves that destroyed surrounding structures. Galloping across the ground, it could trigger earthquakes of magnitude 5. It would continue destroying relentlessly until its target was turned to dust. Its charging and destructive capabilities were overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond ordinary divine beasts. Verithragna had taken this form to break through the 1,000-year ice prison. You have broken the covenant and brought sin upon the world. A sacred hymn transformed into Kotodama, echoing through the heavens and earth. The Lord saith, sinners shall be punished. Break their spine, gouge out their tendons, hair, and brain matter. Trample their blood into the dirt. If I be sharp fangs that none can approach, then in the Lord's name, I grant you destruction. The massive boar chanted as it stood upon the void, its blood-red eyes locking onto Kaiser as it charged. Rumble. In an instant, a thunderous roar akin to mountains collapsing and earth splitting resounded in the sky. The embodiment of destruction broke through everything, scattering the blizzard. Like a titanic mountain sprinting forward, it roared with earth-shaking fury, its sonic waves turning into shockwaves that shattered the dark clouds overhead. Hyarinmaru. Staring at the massive boar charging forward with terrifying momentum, Kaiser's pupils shrank. He loudly released Hyarinmaru, summoning a colossal ice dragon to circle him. Ha-iya. With Kaiser's low cry, the ice dragon roared as it was hurled forward, charging head-on toward the incoming boar. Upon the snow-covered battlefield beneath the now clear sky, the massive ice dragon and equally massive boar each let out deafening roars before colliding fiercely. Boom. Impact. The most violent impact. As the shockwaves of the collision spread in all directions, the frozen sea below surged violently. Countless ice fragments shattered and flew into the sky, mixed with seawater. The ice fields crumbled, snow collapsed, and seawater and snow burst onto the surface, surging under the force of the shockwave and ultimately forming towering tsunamis and avalanches, an awe-inspiring sight. At that moment, Sardinia seemed like a lone leaf adrift in a storm, rising and falling with the natural disaster, powerless and alone. The tsunami and avalanche swept toward Sardinia, submerging the coastal areas and even reaching the nearshore cities, toppling countless buildings. Campione. From the shattered ice dragon emerged Verithraghna, his body covered in ice shards and snowflakes, bloodied and battered. He laughed maniacally, exalted, furious, and delighted, like the embodiment of all emotions, revealing the capriciousness of a god. The golden sword was clutched tightly in his hand, slashing like a golden storm, clashing violently against Kaiser's Higher Ice blade met golden sword. Sword light and blade gleam flew as men and god clashed like lunatics, fighting desperately. The world echoed with the sound of steel on steel, bursting with blinding sparks, dangerous and overwhelming. Facing the nearly berserk Verithraghna, Kaiser merely swung his blade calmly, countering each strike, deflecting each slash of the golden sword, turning each of the god's assaults into nothingness. Splurt. Suddenly, Higher drew an incredible arc, bypassing Verithraghna's storm of sword strikes and slashing across his chest. Verithraghna's eyes widened as he distorted his expression and pressed forward. Splurt. The next second, Kaiser's blade struck Verithraghna's neck, cutting through it and causing blood to spray. Clutching his bleeding neck, Verithraghna staggered back as if struck by lightning, and the realization dawned in his eyes. A power that always hits. Yes. Both of Kaiser's strikes had carried the power of certainty. This was naturally due to borrowing a portion of Gungnir's power, rendering Verithraghna unable to evade Kaiser's slashes. Although he couldn't use those legendary mythological weapons outright, as long as he didn't bring them out directly, Kaiser didn't believe Verithraghna could discern their origins. Even now, Verithraghna likely didn't know that Kaiser's strikes had hit their mark because of Gungnir. In that case, he certainly wouldn't think to sever Gungnir's divinity and power with the golden sword. Thus. Divide. Just as Verithraghna was struck with realization, a voice rang out. A dragon's power descended upon him. In an instant, Verithraghna's power was halved, drastically changing his expression. It's over, Verithraghna. Kaiser stood before him, raising a pitch-black demon sword. Buzz. A vast amount of magical power was poured into the sword, causing the red core within to radiate with brilliance. The black blade, forged from extreme heat, trembled. Black patterns floated around it, spiraling downward, ultimately converging into the glowing red core. I shall not be defeated. Sensing the omen of death, Verithraghna let out his most piercing shout yet, beginning the chant of his final Kotodama. For victory, come swiftly to my side. O undying sun, grant me a radiant steed. O steed of swift hooves and sacred spirit, bring forth the solar halo that symbolizes your master. Verithraghna's seventh avatar, the white horse, was brilliance, was the sun. Since ancient times, horses had always been closely associated with solar gods. A solar god riding a chariot from east to west, this was a recurring motif in mythologies of many civilizations. The East, India, Norse, China, Babylon, in various myths, there were tales of sun gods being pulled across the sky by horses. Even in ancient Persian mythology, the god of light, Mitra, was said to be carried as the sun by the white horse avatar of his servant, Verithraghna, rising in the east and setting in the west, appearing by day and resting at night. Thus, Verithraghna's seventh avatar, the white horse, was a divine beast that carried the sun, a divine form capable of bringing solar flames down upon its target. At Verithraghna's call, a divine white horse appeared in the eastern sky, neighing as it carried blazing white solar flames and dove down from the heavens. Wherever it landed, the sea would evaporate, and the earth would melt, as if a shard of the sun had fallen upon the land, terrifying and dreadful. Unfortunately, Verithraghna, who summoned this sun horse, now possessed only half his strength. In other words, the white horse now had much less power. Boom. The pitch-black demon sword, which suddenly extended to over 1,000 meters long, tore through the skies, severed the solar fragment, and cleaved through that majestic white horse. Splurt. Without slowing down, the demon sword slashed down, finally cutting through Verithraghna's body, slicing him in two. Verithraghna stood frozen, eyes wide open. Whoosh. A disc appeared above his head, swallowing him whole. Author's note, 200p.s for extra chap. Chapter 270, Chapter 321, Kamishini no Yari. Buzz. Accompanied by the spinning of the disc, the god named Verithraghna became the sacrifice for the dark grand spell that was about to be cast, sucked into the disc, lighting up the sword emblem on the disc, even causing the dragon head pattern to faintly glow. Holding the Ser-Veresta, now returned to its normal size, Kaiser did not relax just because Verithraghna had been defeated, instead turning his gaze toward the sea below. You should be coming up soon too, Melkart. Kaiser spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but what responded was a resoundingly loud reply. Not bad, that was truly a splendid battle. You've made this old man view you in a new light, Godslayer. From beneath the ocean, where countless pieces of ice floated, a massive figure suddenly burst forth from the water, slowly rising. Holding the pair of magical maces, Jägrush and Aimer, the 15-meter-tall giant emerged bathed in seawater, once again appearing before Kaiser. To sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I didn't expect a dignified king of gods to enjoy such elegance. Kaiser said this not without sarcasm. This old man is indeed a king, but besides being a king, I am also the finest hunter. Since I am a hunter, waiting until the prey is exhausted before striking is only natural. Melkart spoke without concern, even with a laugh. Besides, I've always been at odds with that unruly god of war, and with you, we are enemies, not friends. If two of my enemies are willing to fight each other to the death, why would I interrupt? Before his trident was stripped of its divine power by Verithragna's golden sword, Melkart had already broken free of the sea's restraints. After all, he was not merely a sky god, he was also the storm god, the sun god, the god of life who governed harvest and decay, and like Poseidon, also a sea god. The sea was likewise a domain under his control. How could Kaiser expect to drown him with a tsunami and suppress him at the bottom of the ocean? It was just that, when he broke free from the sea's shackles, the battle between Kaiser and Verithragna had already reached its climax, so naturally he had no reason to jump in and risk being targeted by both of them. Rather than saying he was watching the tigers fight from a mountain, it was more accurate to say he was hoping to profit as the fisherman when the snipe and the clam fought. To make the ever-victorious god of war taste defeat, you should be proud, Godslayer. Melkart couldn't hide his glee as he smiled. But do you still have the strength to deal with me? In Melkart's view, having fought a life-or-death battle with Verithragna, Kaiser must be close to exhaustion. Whereas he was the complete opposite, at full strength, with abundant stamina and magical power. Last time in the underground temple, he had been in a weakened state from serious injury, while Kaiser was at full power. Now the roles had reversed, and Melkart found it quite satisfying. However, dealing with you doesn't require much effort. Kaiser said calmly. Our victory and defeat were more or less already settled last time. Melkart's laughter came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowing. What did you say? Kaiser didn't respond, but instead put away the Ser-Veresta and took out a dagger-sized Zanpakuto. It was not Shinso, but the still Bankai State Kamishini no Yari. Remember this blade. Kaiser raised the Kamishini no Yari in his hand, making Melkart instantly assume a guarded stance. How could he possibly not remember that blade? Although there wasn't much divine power emanating from it, and it didn't seem to be a sacred weapon, the speed it had displayed in the underground temple was enough to make even Melkart wary. There's a kind of speed known as the third cosmic velocity. That refers to the speed an object must reach when taking off from Earth's surface to escape the sun's gravitational pull without further propulsion, allowing it to leave the solar system and enter broader space. The third cosmic velocity is 16.7 kilometers per second. Yet the extension speed of Kamishini no Yari had reached 170 kilometers per second, more than 10 times that. With such an astonishing attack speed, even a god could not help but fear it. Even if he and Kaiser were separated by 10,000 meters, the tip of Kamishini no Yari could strike him in less than 0.1 seconds, and within 1 second, it could hit him 17 times. How terrifying is that? If not for the fact that while the blade was fast, its lethality wasn't on par with legendary weapons and could only inflict surface-level injuries to a god, Melkart would have turned and fled the instant he saw it. Thus, Melkart said solemnly. That blade cannot harm me. This was no bluff, it was the truth. But Kaiser remained completely composed. That's because you don't yet know this blade's true ability. As he spoke, Kaiser raised Kamishini no Yari and pointed to its blade. Look here. What do you see? Hearing that, Melkart followed Kaiser's gesture and looked at the blade of Kamishini no Yari. With one glance, Melkart immediately noticed something wrong. A chip. Indeed, the blade of Kamishini no Yari had a chip in it, a fragment was missing. Kaiser's voice slowly rang out. The extension speed of Kamishini no Yari is astounding, and the reach of its blade is terrifying. However, neither the reach nor the speed is what makes Kamishini no Yari most terrifying. The most terrifying part of Kamishini no Yari is that, in the instant it extends or contracts, the blade turns to ash. When Kamishini no Yari strikes an enemy, it can turn a part of itself to ash and leave it inside the opponent's body. Kaiser looked at the now pale-faced Melkart with a half-smile. Guess, what do you think the ash left inside the enemy's body does? Melkart didn't answer but began frantically burning his magical power, igniting every part of his body. No need to answer. I'll tell you. Kaiser ignored Melkart's desperate struggle and spoke with the coldest tone. The ash left inside the opponent's body will, upon reconstituting into a blade, release a powerful toxin capable of dissolving cells. Even if it's a god or a monster, as long as it has a physical body, this poison will dissolve it instantly. This was a poison that even Aizen, whose life form had evolved multiple times, could not resist. Were it not for the protection of the Hogyoku, which granted Aizen the trait of immortality, he would have died at the hands of Jin Ichimaru. Gods, though great beings standing at the pinnacle of life, if they possess flesh and blood, this poison will work on them. Perhaps it's not a poison strong enough to slay gods, but it's at least enough to dissolve their bodies. Found it. Melkart suddenly roared. As the god of life, if something were hiding inside his body, as long as he searched carefully, there was no way he wouldn't find it. Unfortunately. Too late. Kaiser activated his finisher without hesitation. Kill, Kamishini no Yari. The moment the words fell, the invisible ash that had remained inside Melkart's body immediately turned into an unremarkable blade fragment. From the fragment, the potent toxin was released. Boom. Melkart's enormous body collapsed like a crumbling mountain, instantly dissolving. Yuwawaha. With a wail of agony, the 15-meter-tall giant melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his entire body had suddenly vanished. After becoming Kaiser's exclusive weapon, Kamishini no Yari's enhancements were not limited to its speed or extension, it had also significantly strengthened the deadly poison that could dissolve cells. Unless one had extraordinary resistance to poison, even a god would be helpless in the face of this toxin. Thus, the God King Melkart was annihilated. No. I haven't lost yet. A roar erupted, and at the location where Melkart's body vanished, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared, crackling with white electric arcs. That spherical plasma was Melkart's spirit body. I am the god of life, the ruler of the ever-reviving sun. How could mere destruction of the flesh be enough to defeat me? The God King's roar triggered a tsunami, and the sky once again filled with thunder and lightning. But what responded to this furious Melkart was a brilliant, blinding, supremely radiant blade of light. Swish. The blade of light, moving at the utmost speed, flashed and vanished, piercing through the spherical plasma. Melkart's roar, like Verithragna's earlier laughter, was abruptly cut off. Separated by about 100 meters, Kaiser floated in midair, holding the fully extended Kamishini no Yari in a thrusting posture, expressionless, as he spoke. Too bad, I used to be a Shinigami. Perhaps most people, when facing only Melkart's spirit body, would be at a loss. But Kaiser was definitely not among them. He had been a Shinigami for decades, the Zanpakuto in his hand was meant to slay spirits. When it came to dealing with spirits, he had more experience than anyone in this world. Buzz. The circle of usurpation, which had been spinning in midair, instantly flew to the top of the spherical plasma and emitted a powerful suction force, drawing the plasma inside. The lightning and thunder in the sky disappeared, the tsunami gradually calmed, and no further waves formed. It's finally over. Kaiser put away Kamishini no Yari and slowly exhaled a breath. Immediately afterward, a smile appeared on his face. Killing two gods, this harvest ought to be quite good, huh? Wasting no time, Kaiser used Shuanpa to flash beneath the circle of usurpation. Buzz. The circle of usurpation vibrated instantly, returning the absorbed divine power to Kaiser, making him feel a heavy sensation on his back. Chapter 271, Chapter 322, Realizing a Certain Truth. On the sea surface filled with drifting ice, standing beneath the rotating circle of usurpation, Kaiser had his eyes closed, slowly sorting through the gains from this dual god-slaying. First was the authority. This was the fixed reward for god-slaying, Kaiser didn't even think about it and made his choice directly. Next was the power beyond the authority, all of it had turned into magical power, merging into Kaiser's body, causing a substantial increase in his magical power once again. The increase in magical power affected many aspects, but what Kaiser valued most was undoubtedly the enhancement of his own magical power resistance. As long as magical power was circulated, one's magical power resistance would grow stronger. The more magical power, the stronger the resistance. If this continued to rise, one day, perhaps even the authorities of the gods would be repelled by Kaiser's physical body and would have no effect on him. My current magical power is probably around 10 times that of an average Campione, right? Kaiser sensed it and nodded in satisfaction. Once the magical power finished increasing, Kaiser opened his eyes and put away the circle of usurpation that had completed its task. At this moment, a radiant golden sword appeared in Kaiser's hand. This was precisely the authority he obtained from Verithragna. In the original work, after the protagonist slew Verithragna, the authority he received was the 10 incarnations, allowing him to use the powers of strong wind, bull, white horse, camel, boar, youth, phoenix, shepherd, goat, and warrior, just like Verithragna, extremely versatile. Of course, because it was only one authority, his 10 incarnations came with very strict usage conditions. Verithragna's 10 incarnations, any one of them alone could become a powerful authority. The original protagonist combined all 10 into one authority, so naturally, there were corresponding limitations. For example, once an incarnation was used, the protagonist could not use it again within the same day. The usage time of an incarnation was also limited and required additional activation conditions. Like the bull incarnation, it could only be used when fighting an opponent possessing superhuman strength. Like the White Horse incarnation, it could only be used when confronting a great sinner who brought suffering to the people. Also, the Camel incarnation could only be used when seriously injured. The Boar incarnation required a massive object as the target to be activated. These were clearly imposed limitations, which made the original protagonist's combat strength fluctuate, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Coupled with a poor mentality, he often got beaten up, even ordinary people could trample on him, which was quite humiliating. Therefore, Kaiser had no intention of obtaining all 10 incarnations of Varethragna and only took the golden sword used in the warrior incarnation. This was the strongest sword and shield against gods, even if the opponent wasn't a god, as long as they possessed divine power or an authority, this sword could take effect. In the original, the protagonist could only use the warrior incarnation and summon the golden sword when confronting a god or someone else and thoroughly understanding them. Kaiser, having taken only the golden sword as an authority, naturally had no such restrictions, he could summon it anytime, anywhere. Of course, if he could thoroughly understand the opponent and use that knowledge to hone the golden sword would become even more powerful and sharper. With this, I now have a deadly weapon specifically meant for dealing with gods. Kaiser played with the golden sword, smiling. Although he already possessed a god-slaying spear, the positioning of the golden sword and the god-slaying spear was different. The balance breaker of the True Longinus, spear of divine and demonic judgment, its god-annihilating power was, in essence, not a force designed specifically for dealing with gods. It targeted all beings, all life. Whether god or demon, as long as they were pierced by the spear, they would certainly die. This balance breaker's power was essentially an extreme enhancement of the power to kill living beings, not a force designed to counter gods. In other words, the god-slaying spear dealt true damage, while the golden sword dealt bonus damage. One's essence was slaughter, the other's essence was restraint. In the field of gods alone, the golden sword was undoubtedly stronger. Moreover, when using the golden sword, Kaiser would also receive the blessing of the warrior incarnation. Physical abilities will be enhanced, and I'll also gain special eyes that can pierce through the nature of hostile gods. This will undoubtedly help me understand enemy gods faster, see through their origins, and use that knowledge to forge an even stronger golden sword. If he brought this sword back to the High School DxD world, or went to those other worlds where gods existed, it would definitely be interesting, wouldn't it? Kaiser thought with a hint of mischief. With the golden sword, plus the circle of usurpation, from now on, all gods will serve as nourishment for me. Kaiser then activated his authority, letting golden engravings spread across the golden sword, claiming it as his own and strengthening it. Immediately after, Kaiser put away the golden sword and instead summoned 2 staves. These 2 staves, one wrapped in whirlwind, the other in lightning, emitted the aura of wind and thunder, ancient and full of divinity. They were precisely the divine tools Yeagrush and Aimer, forged by the god of craftsmen and wielded by Melkart. At this moment, compared to when they were in Melkart's hands, the appearance of these 2 divine tools had changed significantly. When held by Melkart, these 2 staves were rather unappealing in form. One had a bulbous head like a clump of whirlwind, the other was shaped like lightning. No matter how you looked at them, they seemed awkward. Perhaps it was due to this impression, when Kaiser selected these 2 divine tools as his authority, the authority responded to his will and altered their forms. Now both staves were long rods, pitch black throughout, seemingly cast from some kind of ironwood. One bore wind-patterned engravings, the other lightning-patterned engravings, and inscribed in Semitic script were the words Yeagrush, Pursuer, and Aimer, Exiler, appearing ancient and mysterious. These 2 divine tools respectively symbolized wind and lightning. The former could control storms, the latter could control thunder. When used together, they could summon a tempest. The scale of the storm depended on the amount of magical power expended. If Kaiser were willing to spend enough magical power, it would be no problem to engulf an entire large country in a storm. Ryujin Jaka is the strongest flame-type Zanpakuto, capable of incinerating all creation. Hyarinmaru is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, capable of commanding water in the sky and atmosphere, freezing everything. Now, adding Yeagrush and Aimer, one with the power of wind, one with the power of lightning. Fire, ice, wind, lightning. Kaiser had now mastered various elemental attributes, and each was especially powerful, powerful enough to harm even gods, making him tangibly feel himself growing stronger step by step. These 2 staves also have the ability to change size. With a thought from Kaiser, Yeagrush and Aimer immediately began to enlarge, instantly growing to about the same size as Melkart's giant form. Each magical staff could grow up to 15 meters in height, or shrink to the size used by ordinary people, down to 1 meter in length, becoming 2 short rods. They can also automatically engage the enemy. With a wave of Kaiser's hand, the 2 massive staves immediately flew out, dancing like twin dragons, soaring into the sky, diving into the sea, summoning storms one moment, lightning clouds the next, instantly throwing the entire sea area into chaos. Though not as lethal as the golden sword, they are still powerful weapons for regular combat. Kaiser summoned the 2 staves back, placed both hands on them, and activated his authority to claim and strengthen them. Once ownership was complete and the staves were returned to his body, Kaiser stretched lazily. Odin, Poseidon, Varethragna, Melkart. In just a few days, I've slain 4 gods in a row, gained 4 authorities, and obtained 4 powerful exclusive weapons. God slaying truly is a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. Once successful, it never fails to yield results. Next, where should he go to find more gods? Kaiser mused for a moment, then turned his head to look east. Looks like I'll have to return to that country. After all, a god was still sealed there. That god had been Kaiser's childhood idol. He was genuinely looking forward to meeting him. And Maria Yuri, if I can obtain her spirit vision, I should be able to locate even more gods, right? Kaiser increasingly felt that he had to bring that High Miko under his command. It wasn't like he hadn't done something like that before. In the Asterisk world, Kaiser had personally invited Kirin Tudor to be his teammate for the Phoenix Festa. In the High School DxD world, Kaiser had also recruited Kuroka and Asia, taking these 2 girls along as they roamed the world. In the Bleach world, he even had Hinamori Momo, a vice captain who could come at a call, be graceful in public, do housework at home. So when it came to recruiting teammates and subordinates, Kaiser wasn't unfamiliar at all. It's just, with that Shrine Maiden's personality, she's probably very worried I'll do something outrageous, huh? Kaiser muttered, then suddenly chuckled. No rush, let's take it slow. Teasing her a bit along the way could be fun too. For some reason, just thinking of Maria Yuri's timid look around him always made Kaiser want to tease her. Could it be, that's exactly why that super-intuitive Shrine Maiden subconsciously grows more afraid of me? Kaiser suddenly realized, feeling like he had learned a certain truth. At the same time, far away in the island nation of the Far East, inside the Shikio Shrine, Maria Yuri, who was combing her hair in front of the mirror, suddenly shuddered all over. I have a bad feeling something's going to happen. The High Miko lady immediately became somewhat uneasy. Little did she know, someone had already set their sights on her. And not just one person. Chapter 272, Chapter 323, a rather astonishing battle record. Southern Italy, Sardinia. When they saw the sky beginning to clear up, with both the storm and blizzard completely receding, all those from the mysterious side knew one thing. The heretic god has been vanquished. Only then could Sardinia welcome this moment of clearing skies after the storm, this peace after crisis. We won. Erica looked up at the now clear sky, her face showing an expression of exhaustion she couldn't hide. The other members of the mysterious side were mostly the same, each of them with a face full of fatigue, some even collapsed on the ground and didn't get back up, showing just how drained they were. If one looked closely, they would find that the magical power in these people's bodies was nearly depleted. There was no helping it, for the sake of protecting the people of Sardinia amidst the calamity like storm and blizzard, they had given their all. Especially those stationed along the coast, each one of them was completely spent, looking half dead. It had to be said, during the fierce battle between Kaiser, Varethragna, and Melkart, this area was hit hardest by the aftershocks, sudden tsunamis, violent shockwaves, even avalanches occurred. It was utterly absurd. To block these disasters, they had exhausted every means available, yet still could not fully protect the entire coastal region. Many areas were damaged as a result. Fortunately, thanks to prior anticipation and the joint efforts of various magical societies, people in high-risk areas had already been evacuated beforehand. Thus, while the damage might be significant, casualties were relatively minimal. Thank goodness it's over, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Who isn't feeling the same? This is what a battle between gods looks like. Not to mention there was also a god-slaying Campione involved, right? As expected of the king, truly powerful and terrifying. People chatted in small groups, displaying a kind of bitter humor, but their mood was not bad. After all, the calamity had passed. As long as no lives were lost, and Sardinia still stood, being a little more tired didn't matter. Of course, this was just a temporary mindset. Later, they still had to carry out post-disaster reconstruction, organize the aftermath. There were plenty of tasks ahead. That Sardinia, located in the Mediterranean, would experience such heavy snow, is quite rare. Erica stood atop a building, looking at the snowy scenery before her, and sighed. The sudden change in weather, the unexpected blizzard swept across the entire Sardinia, blanketing everything in white. The snow was so thick, not only were roads buried, even some buildings were completely covered. Erica could already imagine how much effort the magical societies of Italy would need to spend just to clear away all this snow. Where on earth did that blizzard come from? This was the only question Erica couldn't figure out. Because, none of the three combatants should have possessed an authority of that nature. Varethragna possessed 10 incarnations, each with different powers, but none of them related to ice or snow. Melkart's divinity was very complex: sky, life, sea, sun. It had everything, but still no authority related to ice or snow. As for Kaiser, According to the reports provided by the Witnigemote, the god he had slain should have been the chief god of Norse mythology, the one who wielded the infallible spear, Odin. The domains governed by that chief god were likewise vast: prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death, but again, none related to ice or snow. In other words, the authority Kaiser took from Odin should also not contain the power of ice or snow. Yet this disaster-level blizzard still came, sweeping across all of Sardinia. To say it wasn't the doing of those three, Erica couldn't believe it. Could it be that the king's authority mutated somehow? Erica couldn't help but think so. Just then, as if noticing something, she lifted her elegant chin and looked up at the sky. Whoosh! Far away in the Mediterranean, over the drifting ice, a figure flew as if freed from gravity, stopping midair. King! Erica couldn't help but call out. Kaiser, now appearing in the sky, seemed to hear Erica's voice and looked in her direction, but didn't fly toward her, instead turning toward the land of Sardinia. Seeing that the thick snow had nearly covered every corner of Sardinia, Kaiser thought for a moment and finally made his move. He extended his hand and grasped. A pitch-black activator immediately appeared in his hand, which he activated. Intense heat condensed into a pitch-black blade, and the transformed demon sword was tightly gripped by him. The red emanadite emitted a blinding light, with dark patterns floating and writhing around the sword. Go, Ser-Veresta. Kaiser then threw the demon sword in his hand toward the ground, letting the blade of Ser-Veresta stab into the thick snow. In the next moment, boom! A burst of intense heat exploded within Sardinia, making the entire island's atmosphere shimmer like it had turned crimson with flame. Under the searing heat, the thick snow quickly melted. The once white-covered Sardinia returned to full color, vibrant like early spring after a long winter. Once there was not a trace of snow left in Sardinia, Ser-Veresta, which had pierced the ground and turned it into a furnace, flew back into Kaiser's hand, retracted its blade, and returned to its activator form. Only then did Kaiser, controlling gravity, descend in front of Erica. Congratulations, my king, on successfully slaying two gods. Erica knelt on one knee before Kaiser, smiling like a blooming flower as she said, Your Majesty's valor is truly admirable and astonishing. Erica Blandelli is in awe. These weren't just polite words, they came from the heart. If Kaiser had only slain one god, Erica wouldn't have been so impressed, because she knew all Campiones had that ability, they had each slain gods more than once. But to take on two gods at once, two of the highest-ranking gods, and still emerge victorious? That, she had never heard of anyone accomplishing. No, in general, it was already extremely difficult for a Campione to encounter two gods at once. Yet Kaiser not only encountered them, he successfully slew them. That was enough to amaze Erica. Especially since this king before her had only become a Campione a few days ago, had only slain one god before this, and possessed only one authority, yet could rely on that lone authority to defeat two gods. What kind of achievement and feat was this? Just thinking about it, even someone like Erica, who rarely admired others, couldn't find any fault this time. Melkart was simply courting death. Kaiser naturally knew what Erica was admiring and shook his head. If he hadn't chosen to hide in the sea and wait until Verithragna and I had exhausted ourselves, giving me a chance to defeat them one by one, it would have been difficult to take down both gods at once. If Melkart had chosen to ally with Verithragna, the battle would certainly have become much more brutal. Unfortunately, Melkart could never team up with the god who had once severely injured him, who had summoned him back just to find a strong foe, even if that foe was a Campione. Even so, Your Majesty's valor remains impressive. Erica looked at the men before her, who wasn't much older than herself, and said, It hasn't even been a full week since Your Majesty became a Campione. In such a short time, you've slain 3 gods, that's already a remarkable feat. After this battle, I believe no one will think of you as merely a newly emerged king. As the newly ascended 7th king, Kaiser, although feared by mysterious factions around the world due to his status as a Campione, still couldn't compare in people's eyes to the other Campiones. If nothing else, in terms of authorities, until recently, Kaiser had only one. How could that compare to the other Campiones who had slain many gods and wielded multiple authorities? However, after today, Kaiser would no longer be seen as the least threatening demon lord. Being able to slay 2 gods at once already proved his strength, not to mention that he had now obtained new authorities, increasing the number to 3. It had to be said, even Salvatore Doni, who became a Campione 4 years ago, only had 4 authorities. That was just one more than Kaiser had now. This was enough to let the world know the new king had already begun to shine and was no longer a novice. And if they knew that the number of gods Kaiser had slain wasn't 3, but 4, and that Poseidon had been dealt with by him without anyone noticing, they'd be even less inclined to see Kaiser as some greenhorn. In short, with this battle, Kaiser had truly asserted his dominance and fame. He was destined to cause a greater sensation across the entire world than ever before. I don't really care how others see me. Kaiser, not particularly interested, shook his head and walked toward the building's interior. Only Erica remained, not following right away, but standing still and gazing at the scene of Sardinia's first snow melting, silently thinking. With this, the incident in Sardinia has come to an end. The outcome, one could say, was gratifying, but her own objective was now effectively shattered. Based on her performance in this incident, even if she had some shining moments, it wouldn't be enough to earn her the title of Diavolo Rosso. This time, she had merely served as a companion to the new king. But I will not give up. After witnessing how great and mighty true gods were, although her shaken confidence hadn't fully recovered, it had steeled her resolve even more. I will definitely become the chief knight of the Copper Black Cross and inherit my uncle's title, Diavolo Rosso. As for how to do it, Erica already had a clear plan in mind. Chapter 273, Chapter 324, The Arrived King of the Sword. Greenwich, Witanagemote. After several days, many sages and elders gathered here once again. They sat around a round table, in front of which were placed the latest intelligence reports on god slaying. The heretic god in Sardinia has been confirmed slain. It seems to be the doing of that newly arisen king from the east. How did he suddenly appear in southern Italy? No one knows. According to reports from the subordinates, they received no information about that king's movements. None of the airports had any records of his boarding, and the sea routes were the same. So, that king went to Sardinia relying solely on his own power. Just what method did he use? That's not the main point. The main point is that this king, who had only recently slain a god, went alone to Sardinia and faced off against two of the highest-ranked gods. Even that is not the key point. The real point is that he directly confronted those two gods, and successfully slew them. Is this really something that a newly crowned king with just one authority can accomplish? Many sages and elders looked at the intelligence displayed on the table, only feeling it was beyond belief. A newly minted Campione who had only been a god-slayer for a few days, managed to slay two gods while possessing just one authority, and these two gods were no ordinary deities, but a king of the gods and an undefeated god of war. Such powerful divinity, even taken individually, was already not something a typical Campione could handle. Yet to face both at once, and still successfully slay them, was this truly possible? Even the Wolf King of Eastern Europe probably couldn't pull off such a feat, right? Could the martial arts king of China do it? These two are the oldest kings in existence, possessing far more authorities than the average Campione. They've slain who knows how many gods, yet to simultaneously slay two of the highest-ranked heretic gods, even for them, it wouldn't be easy, right? To fight two at once is one thing, but both of those kings aren't weak. It's impossible that they'd be rendered helpless just because they were attacked by two gods. However, being able to fight is one thing, actually slaying them is another. Indeed, it's truly unbelievable. The crowd discussed fervently, their words filled with disbelief, so much so that it took them a while to fully digest the latest information. Only after everyone had finally processed the news did a new round of discussion begin. To be able to slay two gods at once, the new king must have gained a very powerful authority from the Norse chief god, Odin. Has anyone confirmed what authority that king actually used? No. The battle took place in the sky above the Mediterranean, off the coast of Sardinia. At the time, there were storms and blizzards, and with the tsunamis and shockwaves caused by the god battle, no one was able to ascertain what exactly happened. The battle was in the sky above the Mediterranean. Meaning, the new king possesses the power of flight. No wonder he was able to reach Sardinia without using any form of transportation. Was that power granted by an authority? Or was it the result of some kind of magic? It should be an authority, right? According to investigations into that king, before becoming a Campione, he was just an ordinary person whose entire clan had emigrated abroad. Then it must be an authority. Otherwise, it can't be explained. What kind of magic can let someone fly all the way from the eastern land of the rising sun to Europe? Even the flight techniques that only witches can learn wouldn't allow someone to fly that far or that long. Only a god's authority could achieve such a thing. But if this authority holds the power to slay two gods, then flight surely isn't its main function. It might not be that he used this authority to slay both gods. Maybe he slew one first, then used the newly obtained authority to slay the second. That's possible. Everyone enthusiastically discussed Kaiser's authority. The purpose of the Witanagemote's existence was to collect intelligence on Campiones and heretic gods. The newly born king, his authority and all of his powers were still a mystery, and that naturally attracted the council's attention. Especially when this authority seemed to possess the power to slay two gods simultaneously, this only deepened their desire to uncover the truth and understand the true nature of this authority. Under such circumstances, they really did arrive at some useful insights. At the very least, someone guessed that Kaiser might have obtained Odin's spear, believing that only that infallible spear could grant such power, enabling a newly born king to slay two gods. However, since this information had not been confirmed, even though the sages believed this possibility to be the most likely, they couldn't make any definitive conclusions. After all, there was no clear pattern to the authorities that Campiones usurped from gods. Some authorities, after being taken, underwent major changes, becoming only superficially similar or even entirely unrecognizable from their original divine form. Therefore, in the end, the sages could only make speculations using words like suspected, possibly, or most likely, and sigh with emotion. With this, the new king now possesses 3 authorities, only one fewer than the Sword King of Italy. To think he was just an ordinary person before becoming a Campione. What sort of mindset must he have had, to charge across the world to Sardinia and throw himself into another god battle as soon as he acquired supernatural power? Campiones, not a single one of them is normal. Mind your words. That's not something to say lightly. What if word of it reaches the king's ears? It's a shame. Everything about that king is still shrouded in mystery. We don't know his authorities, nor do we understand his modus operandi. We can't name his authority, and we can't assign him an epithet either. The Wolf King of Eastern Europe, the Martial Arts King of China, the Enchanting Queen of the Cavern, the Nobleman of Godspeed, the Hades King of America, and the Sword King of Italy. Other than that queen, all the others have their own territories. But this new king seems to have no territory, nor even vassals. Then let's not make a decision for now. We have too little information on the new king. All we know is that he has 3 authorities, one of which possibly grants the power of flight, and that he is suspected of being able to slay 2 gods simultaneously. That concludes today's meeting. This intel will be sealed for now. What about the report on the new king slaying 2 gods? That can't be hidden. And we don't need to publicize it either. The Sardinia incident already drew the attention of many forces on the mysterious side. I'm sure they've all learned about it by now. Let them worry about it themselves. The birth of a powerful new king will definitely trigger multiple chain reactions. All we can do is watch and see. This meeting lasted a full 4 hours before it was finally declared over, with very little to show for it. Similar scenes took place all across the world, with many forces from the mysterious side discussing the matter, repeatedly confirming the new king's astonishing battle record and feats. To simultaneously slay 2 of the highest-ranked gods, such an accomplishment made many realize that this newly risen king was no mere greenhorn. Thanks to this, many Campiones who had previously shown no interest in Kaiser now turned their attention to him, and some even began to take action. Sardinia, province of Oristano. In a luxurious hotel, after resting for a day and fully restoring his condition, Kaiser was already preparing to leave. His purpose for coming to Sardinia had already been fulfilled, and he had no intention of staying any longer. If nothing had happened in Sardinia, perhaps Kaiser, who had just gone through 2 god battles in a row, might have wanted to explore the area a bit. After all, this place was a well-known tourist destination. Since he was already here, taking a vacation and having some fun wouldn't have been a bad idea. Unfortunately, due to the impact of yesterday's god battle, Sardinia was still in a state of post-disaster recovery. Many tourist attractions had already suspended operations and were unable to receive guests. As a result, many foreign tourists who had come during this time were scrambling to leave, clearly frightened by recent events. After this battle, Sardinia would have a hard time regaining its former prosperity. It might even collapse completely, never able to revive its tourism industry. However, with help from the mysterious side and the efforts of Italy's major magical societies working behind the scenes, this state should only be temporary. Sardinia would eventually recover. It was just a matter of time. For now, Sardinia would remain abandoned for a while, no longer suitable for tourism. Since that was the case, Kaiser saw no reason to stay here. He wanted to return to Japan nation and, according to his original plan, either abduct Ahai Miko or release the childhood idol. But when he left his room and found Erika, preparing to say goodbye, she brought him a surprising piece of news. Our King of Italy, leader of the Southern European Magic Society Alliance, the Sword King, Salvatore Doni, has already arrived in Sardinia. Erika informed Kaiser of this matter. Salvatore Doni. Kaiser raised his eyebrows. That guy finally showed up. Yes. Erika nodded. As soon as Sardinia's weather cleared up, the plane carrying his lordship landed at the airport. Hearing this, Kaiser more or less knew what Erika was about to say next. Sure enough. His lordship asked me to convey a message to you. Erika hesitated for a moment, then spoke. He said he would like to meet with you. Chapter 274, Chapter 325, I'm no battle maniac. Salvatore Doni, 24 years old this year, was the youngest king in the world before Kaiser became a Campione, the 6th Campione. He is the leader of the Southern European Magic Society Alliance. A few years ago, he was just an ordinary knight, and not many people thought highly of him. Because he possessed a unique constitution that couldn't store magical power, and his talent in magic was nearly zero, a person destined from birth to be at odds with the mysterious. The reason he could still become a knight, despite lacking magical talent, was entirely because he had exceptional talent in swordsmanship. He once apprenticed under a paladin and learned swordsmanship under his tutelage. As a result, he completely mastered his master's swordsmanship within a month, becoming a powerful swordsman. Later, by a twist of fate, he defeated a god with swordsmanship and usurped the authority, altering his constitution. Although he still couldn't learn magic, he gained vast magical power, and thus became the sixth Campione, gradually reaching the top of the southern European magical world. He is called the King of the Sword because he basically knows nothing except the sword. Now, this king, who could be called a prodigy, had come to Sardinia and stood before Kaiser. "Hello there, compatriot." When Kaiser saw him, he greeted Kaiser with a bright smile and cheerful voice. He was sitting in the hotel restaurant, right across from the seat Kaiser had been dining at before, holding a big chicken leg in his hand, seemingly already having been eating for quite some time. Kaiser immediately sized him up, confirming his appearance. He was a blonde-haired Italian youth, quite handsome in appearance, and slender like a bamboo pole. His body had clearly undergone intense training, giving him the look of an athletic type man who would surely be popular among schoolgirls. He wore a casual-style shirt and slacks, sports sneakers on his feet, and a slender cylindrical case by his side, exuding a laid-back and frivolous air that made Kaiser narrow his eyes. Although this youth appeared to be a frivolous man in attitude, Kaiser still keenly sensed the flash of sharpness in his eyes and the vast magical power within him. Facing this young man, though it wasn't like facing a god where he could instantly flip the switch and enter combat mode, the vague sense of danger still somewhat stirred his constitution, causing the magical power in his body to naturally respond and start flowing. "Salvatore Doni." Kaiser ignored his grease-covered hand and made the inquiry. "That's me." Doni didn't seem to care either, acting like an optimist as he laughed. "You're the seventh one, right?" "Not bad, you became a Campione even younger than I did." "About the same, probably." Kaiser spoke leisurely. "I heard you became a Campione 4 years ago. You were only 20 back then, right?" In this world, Kaiser was 19, a foreigner who had just graduated high school not long ago and was in a state of indecision about whether to attend university. So while it was said he was young, in truth, he had only become a Campione 1 year younger than Doni. The two could barely be called the same generation, at least in terms of the age they became Campiones. As for now, Doni was about 5 years older than Kaiser, making him a senior. Of course, Kaiser had no intention of showing deference as a junior. 24. Before becoming the librarian of the fantasy library, he had been around that age, and now, after having spent decades in the Bleach world, even if his mindset and mental state were already set and didn't change much, it was impossible to treat a young man in his 20s as a senior. To him, age and seniority had more or less lost meaning, so he faced Doni on equal footing. And Doni didn't seem to mind this at all, on the contrary, he looked rather happy. "When I became a Campione, I wasn't as incredible as you, rushing to Sardinia just days after gaining your powers and fighting 2 gods, totally badass." Doni said with a grin, "I feel like we'll get along really well. How about I call you bro?" "No thanks." Kaiser refused without hesitation and said, "I thought you came to demand an explanation." After all, this was Italy, Doni's territory. In other words, any gods that appeared here could basically be considered Doni's prey. The moment he got word, Doni had rushed over, but due to the weather, all flights to Sardinia were suspended, which delayed him and let Kaiser steal the opportunity. If pursued seriously, entering another's territory without permission and acting against their prey without consent was undeniably a provocation, a problem. However, Doni didn't seem to care. That's how battle is, it arrives suddenly and vanishes just as suddenly. "It's my fault for not making it in time. I can't blame you, bro." Doni brushed it off easily and said, "I've snatched other people's prey too. I've got no right to blame you." Speaking of which, this King of the Sword did have some ties with Maria Yuri. A few years ago, Maria Yuri had been requisitioned by the Wolf King of Eastern Europe to conduct the god summoning ritual that caused heavy casualties. The summoned god back then wasn't slain by the ancient king, but was instead intercepted by Doni, whose southern European territory bordered the Eastern kings. Because of this, the Wolf King of Eastern Europe even hunted Doni for a while, but unfortunately, Doni managed to escape unscathed. Being someone who didn't follow the rules, Doni naturally wouldn't demand others follow them either. In any case, with god-slaying, it's first come, first served. Doni was open-minded, even if he made the trip in vain, he didn't see it as a big deal. However, to be honest, hearing that you successfully slew 2 gods really surprised me. Doni stared at Kaiser, the corner of his mouth lifting. "I knew there were 2 gods here, and I knew a newly born compatriot was here too. I thought that even if I didn't make it in time, I'd at least get one. Didn't expect you to take down both. That's really..." As he spoke, the aura around Doni changed completely. It became like a drawn sword, sharp and blazing. Standing beside Kaiser, Erika, and the rest of the Copper Black Cross members all felt a stinging on their skin and an eerie chill in their hearts. It was like someone had pressed a sharp blade against their throats. Erika and the others couldn't help but shudder. In contrast, Kaiser saw joy in Doni's eyes, saw blazing fighting spirit. That look, Kaiser understood better than anyone. In the world of Asterisk, the student council president of Jialong 7th Institute had shown that look. In the High School DxD world, the heir to the old Lucifer bloodline, Valley Lucifer, had shown that look. In the Bleach world, the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, had shown that look. It was the look of someone who thirsted for battle, longed for opponents, sought strong foes, and relished combat, a true battle maniac. Now, Kaiser had met such a person again. Flipped your switch already? Kaiser spoke with nonchalance, as if uninvolved, his tone casual. Looks like you really get it, bro. Doni grinned wider and said, I knew it, we'll definitely get along. Cut it out. Kaiser still bluntly denied it. I'm no battle maniac. Are you serious? Doni blinked and said, don't try to fool me, bro. I can feel it, you're also a warrior who enjoys intense combat. That powerful warrior scent, I could smell it all the way across Sardinia. Smell. Kaiser couldn't help but retort, what kind of breed is that nose of yours? That said, Kaiser didn't deny Doni's words. Back in the Asterisk world, he had already realized he might have some tendencies toward being a battle junkie. He didn't enjoy slaughter, and he disliked gore, but he truly didn't resent intense battles. Maybe it was the repression of his past that caused a rebound. After becoming the librarian of the fantasy library, Kaiser began to let loose, growing more unrestrained, and gradually found joy in fierce combat. This tendency seemed to have grown stronger after becoming a Campione. Just a bit of focus, and his body would automatically enter battle mode. The hormones in his body stronger than adrenaline would surge, heating up his whole being and making his blood boil. Facing gods in battle would stir a deep excitement and thrill within him. Given that, how could he deny Doni's words? It's just. I won't deny that I don't shy away from combat, but I'm not like you people who single-mindedly pursue it, battle maniacs who can't enjoy anything but fighting. Kaiser folded his arms and looked at Doni, speaking calmly. Besides battle, I also like good food and beautiful women. This line made Erika's brow twitch ever so slightly on the side. Beautiful women, huh? Doni didn't seem to expect Kaiser to say that. He was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his chin and muttered. Among our fellow Campiones, quite a few like battle, and some like good food too, but ones who like beautiful women, there aren't many, are there? Hearing this, Kaiser was speechless. Seriously? I just said it offhand, why are you analyzing it seriously? Forget it, that's not important. As long as you also like fighting, bro, that's enough. Doni gave up on the thought and looked at Kaiser with blazing eyes. Anyway, it's a rare chance, how about a spar? That was what Doni truly wanted to say. Chapter 275, Chapter 326, truly his honor. If someone were to ask an acquaintance of Doni what kind of person Salvatore Doni was, the answer would most likely be something like this. An idiot. A fool. A hopeless bastard. That's right, so negative and disgraceful. Even though many people were well aware that Salvatore Doni was a Campione, a demon lord, and the leader of the entire southern European magic world, people still couldn't give him a positive evaluation. Because that's just the kind of person he was, not only thick-skinned but also unusually scatterbrained, always capable of doing things that were infuriating yet left others helpless. He could even get someone's name wrong, even if someone repeatedly emphasized it in front of him, he'd say he remembered it, but turn around and forget it entirely. Take this incident in Sardinia, for example. Because all flights were grounded, in order to reach Sardinia, this so-called King of Swords actually intended to jump into the Mediterranean and swim all the way to shore. Is that an idea a normal person could come up with? But Salvatore Doni really intended to do it. When his close aides tried to stop him, he even considered knocking them unconscious or tying them up and throwing them into a public toilet, so that no one could stop him. Anyone capable of coming up with such ideas clearly had something wrong in the head. But this was Salvatore Doni, the King of Italy. He was only interested in combat and utterly devoted to the sword. He had no interest in anything outside of battle. A true warrior, and also a troublemaker who did whatever he pleased. Some called him a cataclysmic bringer of disaster, others a brainless gorilla. Some believed he had left his intellect behind in his mother's womb, while others suspected he had his buttocks attached to his neck. How else could he come up with so many absurd thoughts and actions that always led to big trouble, leaving others with mixed feelings of respect and frustration? Erika was exactly someone who both respected and loathed him. She admitted Salvatore Doni's valor and strength, and admired his swordsmanship and purity. But she was sincerely irritated by the king's stupidity and ridiculousness. So, she feared Salvatore Doni but didn't respect him. She was willing to acknowledge him as a powerful swordsman or warrior, but was reluctant to recognize someone so vulgar and lacking in elegance as a knight. However, no matter how low people's evaluations of this man were, they had to admit one fact. That was, this man was truly strong and dangerous. No one wanted to see him recklessly displaying his power, as it would cause tremendous effects on the outside world. Sir Salvatore. Erika stepped forward, bowed to Doni, and said, "Please allow me to speak. I have a few words I wish to say." Upon hearing this, Doni turned his gaze toward Erika. "Oh, it's you, Polka Tenny." Doni seemed to recognize Erika, wearing an expression of sudden realization. "It's been a while. Seeing you so spirited truly relieves me," Erika said with a forced smile. "Also, I'm Erika Blandelli. Please don't get my name wrong again." "Is that so?" Doni smacked his forehead and laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, my memory's never been good. I can only remember the names of people I've met more than 5 times, so I still can't quite remember your full name." Erika's gaze toward Doni had already turned somewhat disrespectful. If she remembered correctly, this should be her 6th time meeting this king, right? Truly a brainless idiot. Erika reconfirmed this point and decided not to argue with a fool, steering the conversation back on track. "With all due respect, Sardinia has just experienced a battle between gods. All of the island's functions are still trying to recover. It really can't withstand another disaster of the same scale. I ask that you, for the sake of this land under your governance, suppress your overly vigorous energy for now, would you?" Although these words were spoken politely, no matter how one listened, it sounded like she was mocking Doni. And yet, Doni didn't seem to notice. "No problem, no problem. My authorities aren't as dangerous as those of the gods. No storms, no lightning. They won't cause trouble for this island." Doni waved his hand as he said this. "You really have no sense of self-awareness." Erika couldn't hold back, and said bluntly, "Compared to storms and lightning, I believe more people fear your sword." Erika wasn't someone unfamiliar with the world, she knew very well what Doni's authorities were. According to the Witanagemote's investigative reports, of the 4 authorities Doni possessed, 2 had already been exposed and were well known to the world. Among these 2 authorities, one was the one Doni used most frequently and wielded most effectively, perfectly matched with his powerful swordsmanship. Once that authority was activated and fully unleashed, its impact might not be any less than the previous storm and blizzard. With an extremely deep impression of that authority, Erika did not back down because of Doni. "And Sir Andrea? He probably wouldn't want to see you acting recklessly, would he?" Erika began searching around. Andrea Rivera, Doni's old friend and his trusted great knight, currently serving at Doni's side. He was one of the few people who could openly scold Doni, and he had a stronger restraining effect on Doni than most. Though called a confidant, he was more like a limiter placed on Salvatore Doni. Without this man's restraint, without him stopping many of Doni's terrible actions, who knows what kind of mess Doni would have caused in Italy. Therefore, in order to stop Doni, Erika had to confirm this great knight's whereabouts. However, in response to Erika's inquiry, Doni gave a jaw-dropping answer. "You mean Andrea?" Doni tilted his head. "Huh? Where is he?" Upon hearing this, Erika froze. "Don't tell me you tied up Sir Andrea and threw him into a public toilet again." Erika couldn't help but question him. No, how could I do such a terrible thing to my dear friend?" Doni quickly waved his hands and shook his head, then scratched his head sheepishly and said, "It's just that he was pestering me on the plane, and I got annoyed, so I accidentally opened the cabin door and pushed him out." The faces of Erika and everyone who heard that sentence immediately began twitching wildly. Even Kaiser was stunned by Doni's shameless statement, staring at him with an expression of awe. That there could actually be such a person in this world. If he weren't a king, surely someone would have stuffed him in a sack, chained him in iron, and sunk him straight to the bottom of the ocean, right? "Relax. Don't underestimate Andrea, he's actually really strong, you know," Doni said cheerfully. "It's just falling out of a plane. With Andrea's abilities, he'll be fine for sure." "Unbelievable," Kaiser remarked. "Just because he'll be fine, you think it's okay to do as you please. Andrea Rivera, having a friend like you, truly is his honor." "It's nothing. Don't worry. At worst, I'll let him scold me when he comes back." Doni truly looked like he didn't care at all about his confidant's safety. With anticipation, he turned to Kaiser and said, "Let's get back to the main point, my brother. Will you fight me or not?" Erika immediately opened her mouth, wanting to say something more. But Kaiser raised a hand and stopped her. "You're sure you want to fight me?" Kaiser asked calmly. "Although I only recently became a Campione, my authorities are no fewer than yours." Others thought Kaiser had only 3 authorities, but only he knew he actually had 4, already no less than Doni. Moreover, authorities were just a part of his power. Each of his personal weapons was no weaker than divine authorities, none inferior to any renowned divine tools. Strictly speaking, his pure Orga Lux, sacred gear, and Zanpakuto could all be considered as authorities. Adding in the 4 divine artifacts, his authorities already exceeded 10. The outside world's assessment of his power had been fundamentally wrong. He truly had no fear of a Salvatore Doni. "Of course I know you're not weak." Doni didn't know Kaiser's actual condition, but he seemed to have great confidence in him. Didn't I say it before? Even from afar, I can smell that powerful warrior scent on you. I can even sense the sharp sword within you. The sword Doni mentioned referred not only to a weapon but also to the skill of a swordsman. Precisely because he was the world's strongest swordsman, he instinctively recognized that the men before him, who had only recently become his peer, must be an extraordinary swordsman. How could he miss this? As fellow sword users, let us communicate through our swords. Doni smiled sharply. You wouldn't refuse, right, brother? Doni's expression already showed he was determined to fight no matter what. Your Majesty. Seeing Doni like this, Erika knew she couldn't stop him. She turned to Kaiser. Kaiser, meanwhile, looked deeply at Doni, pondered for a moment, then nodded. I know how annoying battle maniacs like you can be. If I don't agree here and now, you'll definitely keep pestering me endlessly, right? These words brought a happy smile to Doni's face, and left Erika in silent dismay. Let's change location, Kaiser said calmly. This place isn't suitable. Doni nodded without hesitation. Whatever you say, brother. Chapter 276, Chapter 327, The Demon Sword with the Same Power. Pharaohs, St. Bastian Ruins. While all parts of Sardinia had suffered varying degrees of damage, this place still retained the same appearance as when Kaiser and Erika had arrived earlier, as if it had not been particularly affected. Kaiser and Doni appeared here together, standing a certain distance apart. There was no one else around, not even Erika had followed. This was only natural. A battle between two kings could, if not careful, engulf everything around them. If Erika had followed, it might not even be possible to protect her life, let alone spectate. So, Erika very sensibly didn't follow. But that didn't mean she wasn't paying attention to what was happening here. Inside a hotel in Oristano County, Erika and some members of the Copper Black Cross were observing the scene through farsight magic, spectating the battle between the two kings in this manner. In such a situation, Doni did not make the first move, but instead glanced around the surroundings. This place seems a bit different from the others, Doni said with interest. Could it be that the two gods who appeared on Sardinia had once stayed here? That's right. Kaiser also wasn't in a rush to make a move and replied casually, as if chatting. You could even sense that. Just a hunch. Doni shrugged and said, don't be fooled by how I act. I'm actually pretty good at finding people. No matter where it is, as long as there's someone worth fighting, I'll be able to find them. That couldn't be called being good at finding people at all. Kaiser knew there were countless things to criticize in that sentence, but he no longer wanted to bother. This young Italian man not only had issues in the head, he was just plain strange. You say he's thick-headed. But he could detect things others couldn't, without any evidence or reasoning, purely relying on intuition, which was utterly absurd. But if you said he was sharp, he couldn't even remember a person's name, nor could he read the room, he was always doing whatever he wanted. Such a contradictory and bizarre person, this was Kaiser's first time encountering one. So, he had decided not to get caught up in matters that defied both science and magic. This place is relatively remote. Even if we go a bit overboard here, it shouldn't cause any particularly serious problems. Kaiser spoke as if he had completely forgotten the importance of the ruins. As a result, Doni seemed to misunderstand. So you're saying, brother, that you also want to go all out with me here? Doni said happily. How did you interpret it like that? Kaiser's mouth twitched. After rubbing his forehead, he said, forget it. I won't bother correcting you. If you want a full power battle, I'll accompany you. He likewise had no reservations. If Doni wanted a full force fight, he was ready to go all the way. Though he found these battle maniacs a bit annoying, Kaiser did not reject battle, and he certainly wasn't like the original protagonist, intent on avoiding or fleeing fights. You want a battle? You want to go wild? Fine, I'll go along with you. Having gone through many battles both big and small, for the current Kaiser, this had become an everyday occurrence. That's great. Perhaps sensing Kaiser's intent, Doni's smile became more genuine. It was the smile of a child, expressing pure joy over something he loved. For this king of swords, clashing blades with others was truly a joyful thing. Therefore, he said no more, and grasped the long, cylindrical case slung across his back, opening it. From the case, Doni drew his weapon, one he almost never let go of, a long sword. The sword was about 80 centimeters long, double-edged, solidly made, and gave off a heavy impression. From its aura, it didn't seem to be any famed blade, incomparable to the many specialized weapons Kaiser held, and not even on par with Erika's Coeur de Lion. It was a mass-produced weapon so crude that even a layman could see its roughness. However, the moment Doni gripped this sword, the feeling he gave off changed completely. He didn't take any stance, he merely let the hand holding the sword hang powerlessly by his side. His posture was so full of openings that even experts would shake their heads, unable to believe this was the stance of someone intending to fight. Yet, as Doni stood with his sword lowered, Kaiser felt that the person in front of him wasn't a man, but a sword. A sword that could stab at any moment, pricking at his skin like needles. "Where's your sword, brother?" Though Doni maintained his frivolous tone, the aura he exuded was no longer as relaxed as before. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, suddenly smiled, and grasped the black activator that had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment. Zhang. A red emanadite instantly burst forth with light, releasing mana that did not exist in this world, raising the temperature. From the black activator, a blade of dark energy extended. Buzz, buzz. The blade vibrated slightly, humming. Kaiser casually swung it a few times, letting black sword light flicker around him. Oh. Doni's eyes lit up. Looking at the black demon sword in Kaiser's hand, he said with undisguised joy, "What kind of weapon is that? A legendary demon sword or holy sword?" The demon sword or holy sword Doni referred to was not one of those renowned in myth and legend. Those were divine artifacts, manifestations of divine power, not weapons that humans could casually use, and extremely rare in this world. What Doni referred to as demon swords or holy swords were famous blades forged by humans, or crafted in imitation of legendary armaments. Like Erica's Coeur de Lion, that was a famous demon sword, its name representing the soul of a lion, a steel that embodied courageous spirit, with indestructible properties. Coeur de Lion could easily slice through steel. Even when broken, it could self-repair. Reduced to fragments, it could still reassemble. It also had powerful spells attached, allowing it to take the form of a steel lion and greatly enhance the wielder's magical power. Liliana Kranjkar of the Bronze Black Cross similarly possessed a famed blade known as Silver Master. Originally paired with Coeur de Lion, its sharpness could split concrete blocks in one slash, also boosting magical power, while playing beautiful melodies that could disrupt concentration, induce sleep, disturb the mind, drain magical power, or even sap physical strength. These were the types of weapons Doni referred to. More or less. Kaiser didn't explain, nor did he dismiss the question. He simply replied, "It is indeed a demon sword. But whether it has the power of legend, you'll have to find out for yourself. Now that's an invitation I can't refuse, brother." Doni grinned widely. "That said, if I just swing my sword at it, I feel like it'll break immediately." This guy's intuition really was absurd. Could he already sense that without even fighting yet? No, rather than intuition, maybe it was something more like instinct. "You truly are a born anomaly," Kaiser remarked, then smiled. "Since that's the case, what do you plan to do?" "Simple." Doni replied without thinking. "Since you've shown me your demon sword, brother, I should show you mine too." As he said this, Doni, in a fluent voice, chanted a kododama that matched him perfectly. "I swear this, I will not permit the existence of anything I cannot cut. This sword is the invincible blade that severs all things upon this earth." With Doni's kododama, a terrifying surge of magical power burst forth from his sword-wielding right wrist. The magical power, like mercury, adhered to his right hand, slowly turning it silver. A radiant silver arm appeared on Doni's right hand, causing the crude greatsword he held to be wrapped in an inhuman magical power, its aura becoming tremendously terrifying. "Here I come, all right." Finishing his chant, Doni stepped forward lightly toward Kaiser. His steps were light as if he were treading on clouds or water, silent, swift, and mystical. Yet, those seemingly relaxing steps brought Doni in front of Kaiser in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Doni swung his sword. Like a mirage suddenly appearing, Doni's silver arm and the silver sword wrapped in unearthly magical power first became blurry, and when they reappeared, they were already slicing toward Kaiser's neck. A cold sensation touched Kaiser's throat. A dangerous sharpness scraped across Kaiser's mind. For an instant, Kaiser even saw the gruesome image of himself being sliced in two and dying on the spot. In that moment, his body moved instinctively. Clang. The black demon sword suddenly slashed upward, unleashing tremendous force that deflected the silver sword just as it was about to sever his throat. Magical power surged like a shockwave, sparks flying as Doni's sword was knocked aside, cutting only air. But when that sword was knocked away and slashed through the air, something unbelievable happened. Boom. Accompanied by a loud blast, the space where Doni's sword had passed was cleanly cut, atmosphere and ground alike, sending gravel and dust flying into the air. Kaiser's heart tensed, but his body again moved instinctively. Ignoring the anomaly to his side, his Ser-Veresta buzzed and became a black streak of sword light, slashing forward. Clang. Doni's right arm and sword reappeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking the strike with a loud clash. Doni felt an unexpectedly immense force, sending him flying, his feet carving a long trench into the ground, dust rising around him. "What a powerful strike, brother." Doni laughed heartily, baring his teeth and unable to hide his excitement. "Looks like your body is pretty sturdy. This is the first time I've almost let go of my sword after a single exchange. And you even blocked my slash." Sure enough, that demon sword of yours is just like I thought, able to sever anything, possessing the same power as my authority. A demon sword that severs all, that was the power of the authority Doni had just used. It was the first authority Doni obtained after becoming a Campione, stolen from the Celtic god King Nuada. When activated, his arm would become a silver metallic arm, capable of channeling immense magical power into the weapon it held, granting it strength to cleave the earth, alter terrain, and part the seas, a power that could sever all things. It even bestowed different demonic sword abilities. For example, it could extend the sword, release sword energy, cause incurable wounds, ignite or detonate the target, and more, all granted through that overwhelming magical power channeled into the weapon. Even if the object wasn't a sword, but a branch, it would still have the same effect. Even intangible things, gas, liquid, spirits, could be cut. Whatever it touched, be it light, earth, or even meteors from space, would become part of the demon sword's effect. This was Doni's most frequently used and most prideful authority, and the most well-known one. The Witanagamot named it, Severing Silver Arm. The silver arm that bestowed the power of the demon sword to sever all things had now been blocked by Kaiser's Ser-Veresta. The principle may be different from mine, but that sword should also be able to sever anything, right? Doni said with strange certainty. Kaiser didn't deny it. Ser-Veresta, Kaiser simply said. That's her name. Nice name. I'll remember it. The look in Doni's eyes as he stared at Ser-Veresta was not of someone admiring an object, but of someone recognizing a powerful opponent. Otherwise, Doni wouldn't have said what came next. That's not something that should be called a legendary demon sword. It must be a divine artifact I've never heard of. Possessing the same severing power as my authority, could it be a weapon belonging to some sword god? Let me test whether a divine artifact with the same power as mine can actually be severed by me. Saying so, Doni stepped forward without hesitation, instantly approaching Kaiser and swinging his sword. Boom. A surge of immense magical power erupted, cleaving the entire plaza of the ruins in two. Chapter 277, Chapter 328, rising all the way until now. At the same time, on the top floor of a high-end hotel, in a parlor room. At this moment, the parlor room was occupied by a group of high-ranking members of the Copper Black Cross. Without exception, they were all gathered in front of a large LCD television, watching the scene being broadcasted on the screen. Upon closer inspection, the screen displayed a forest that had turned into a battlefield. Within the forest, two swordsmen were fiercely clashing, weaving through the woods while their silhouettes interlaced at astonishing speed, causing sword flashes to fly and dirt and stones to scatter. Wherever the sword light and blade shadow passed, trees fell in swaths, and the ground was split open by silver slashes and black sword light, causing countless cracks and sword marks to spread across the land. Trenches and ravines appeared one after another, gradually destroying that forest. The intensity of the battle was like a myth come to life, a calamity returned, a scene so spectacular and so deeply stirring. Gulp. Someone audibly swallowed, and that sound was particularly conspicuous in the otherwise silent parlor. By rights, this should have been considered extremely rude behavior, at least for these self-proclaimed knights. But whether it was Erica or the others, no one had the mind to care about that right now. They only stared at the screen on the LCD TV, watching the intense battle that caused the forest to wail and the earth to collapse, their eyes and faces filled with shock. This is a battle between Campiones. Such overwhelming power. Too terrifying. The forest is being destroyed. I can't believe this is the result of swords clashing. I can hardly keep up with their speed. I can't even see their swords. The group couldn't hide their astonishment and began discussing amongst themselves. These people were not ordinary knights. They were sent by the Copper Black Cross only after Kaiser had slain two heretic gods and after Doni had arrived in Sardinia. Among them, some were great knights like Erica, while others were magi or high-ranking members of the Copper Black Cross with status not inferior to a great knight. They were all knowledgeable and well-experienced, far beyond ordinary standards. However, at this moment, watching the scene displayed on the screen, watching the battle between those two young men, these people of high status within the Copper Black Cross, and even within the entire Milan magic world, were all without exception immersed in indescribable shock. That our Italian king, the leader of the entire southern European magic world, possesses such sword skill and might, I'm not surprised. That's the king of swords, the world's strongest swordsman. A warrior among warriors who can slay gods with only a sword. It would be strange if he didn't have such a level of mastery. But I didn't expect that the new king who just recently emerged in the East would also possess swordsmanship of this level. Wasn't he an ordinary person before becoming a Campione? The intel we collected must be wrong. That last statement, Erica agreed with it as well. After witnessing Kaiser's battle, Erica had a feeling that the world's understanding of Kaiser was mistaken. Such swordsmanship, such technique, could absolutely not have been forged by an ordinary person. Moreover, what's with that black sword? To be able to clash so fiercely with a demon sword that severs everything without being destroyed. That's definitely some kind of divine artifact. A so-called divine artifact is an item inscribed with heavenly wisdom or mythic power. They essentially originate from mythology, from those well-known legends, things of the same nature as gods. They are like gods manifested on earth in the form of objects, each possessing extraordinary wisdom and mystery. Though merely tools, items, they were sometimes even more powerful than the gods themselves, or even more famous than them. Like the Gungnir, the eternal spear, even the gods could not match its might. Its legend of always hitting and always winning is known worldwide. To slay a god with it is no difficult feat, though there are weaker divine artifacts, even the weakest among them are beyond comparison with human-made creations. Human creations generally cannot threaten gods, but divine artifacts have such potential. But what makes a divine artifact is that it is a tool used by a god. Even if a powerful divine artifact were to fall from myth or ancient times into the modern age and be obtained by people, it's not something that can be used so easily. Some divine artifacts simply cannot be used by humans. Some, even if usable, require a certain price to be paid. Some have extremely harsh usage conditions. In short, for humans to wield divine artifacts freely, it is no easy task. And yet, Kaiser seemed to be wielding a divine artifact capable of standing against the Italian King of Swords in a head-on confrontation. This was undoubtedly extremely important intelligence. Could that be the weapon this king used to slay gods? Someone posed such a conjecture, believing that Kaiser had become a Campione precisely because he wielded such a powerful divine artifact. Erika did not join in on their discussion. She only stared intently at the screen, unblinkingly watching the battle. She was also a knight whose swordsmanship was not weak. But compared to the two before her, Erika suddenly realized that the sword skills she had always taken pride in were actually nothing much. Just what kind of training does one have to go through to obtain swordsmanship on such a divine level? Erika pondered this question. In such a moment, Kaiser and Doni were still fiercely battling, the situation becoming increasingly heated. Rumble, rumble. That forest not far from here let out a sound like the earth shaking, gradually moving toward destruction. Clang. Amidst the swirling dust from storms and shockwaves, Kaiser and Doni charged at each other like two war chariots. Then, with a thunderous clash, Black Demon Sword and Silver Demon Sword collided heavily. The clash of steel on steel produced a ringing sound, sparks bursting forth like flames. The impact in that instant not only shattered the ground beneath their feet, but sent countless stones and gravel flying, making the very world seem to cry out, trembling all over. Boom. Doni had completely entered a frenzied state. His face wore an expression of extreme excitement, silver arm raised, silver sword slashing downward. The slash tore through the air, shattered the earth, forming a magnificent blade of sword energy slashing toward Kaiser. Swish. Kaiser didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead, he used Shuanpa, his figure vanishing like a mirage. He only reappeared when the sword energy split the ground, darting in front of Doni, his Ser-Veresta glowing with high heat, transforming into a flash of slashing light. Clang, clang, clang. Kaiser struck 3 times in a row, targeting Doni's head, shoulder, and waist. But Doni rotated his silver arm, using the smallest, shortest movements to bring his sword to meet Kaiser's, easily deflecting each strike. Kaiser didn't relent. His slashes came like a storm, one after another, with trajectories sometimes clear, sometimes elusive, bright then dim, strong then weak, fast then slow, straight then curved, dazzling and hard to follow. Truly impressive. Doni laughed as he effortlessly displayed swordsmanship not inferior to Kaiser's. The silver sword in his hand moved as if it were alive, sometimes snaking like a serpent, sometimes straight like a spear, utterly at ease and unrestricted. Yet it was the seemingly unstructured, formless swordsmanship that managed to block all of Kaiser's storm-like slashes. I thought that, aside from that martial arts king of China, there was no one else in this world who could match me in swordsmanship. I never expected my new compatriot to also be a master of the sword. What a pleasant surprise. Doni's voice brimmed with joy, his expression one of absolute delight. Coming to Sardinia was definitely the right choice. Being able to meet you, brother, is such a blessing. Doni laughed loudly as he swung his silver arm, releasing the power of the demon sword without restraint. Each slash became a blade of energy that could split the land, raining down toward Kaiser. I'm not nearly as happy as you are. Kaiser poured a massive amount of magical power into Ser-Veresta, causing its blade to swell in size. Boom. As the massive black sword swept across, all the sword energy was sliced in half. Even the trees touched by the massive black sword light collapsed and vanished, raising thick dust and storms. Don't try to fool me, brother. Doni grinned, suddenly launching a charge, darting toward Kaiser like a bullet. You're clearly enjoying this too. Saying so, Doni slashed down with his sword, striking Ser-Veresta and sending Kaiser flying. Feeling his sword arm go slightly numb, Kaiser immediately stared at Doni and the scene around him. There, nearly 100 rune-like symbols had appeared at some point, rising and falling around Doni's body as if guarding him. Those were Nordic runes, the sign that Doni had activated his second authority. Salvatore Doni, the new generation Campione born just 4 years ago, possessed 4 authorities, but only 2 with known origins. One was the silver arm taken from Nuada, the Celtic god king. The other was protection of steel, taken from Siegfried, the dragon-slaying hero of Norse mythology. It was an authority that granted the user's body the hardness and weight of steel, used to protect oneself. With this authority, Doni effectively possessed a semi-immortal body. Even if struck by lightning or bombarded by gunfire, he wouldn't suffer any injury. Once steelified, his body was not only incredibly hard, but its massive weight could be used offensively, yet his movements wouldn't be slowed at all. It was a power that enhanced both offense and defense. Furthermore, his steel body meant Doni didn't need oxygen or food, he could survive underwater or in a vacuum for years, even fake death to avoid fatal attacks. His survival capabilities were maxed out. After realizing Kaiser's physical strength was terrifying and that he couldn't clash with a mortal body, Doni had activated this authority without hesitation. Relying on this authority, Doni could confront Kaiser's superhuman physical power. Otherwise, with Kaiser's current strength, he would have already been cut down in one strike. Combined with the silver arm that granted any weapon the ability to sever all things, even Ser-Veresta's heat-infused slashes were blocked. Both men possessed the power to sever all, and when that power clashed, neither could gain the upper hand. It was like the legendary 4-colored demon swords that cancelled each other out when meeting due to their all-penetrating attributes. Of course, Ser-Veresta now was far stronger than those 4-colored demon swords back then. It could stand against the severing silver arm. It could cleave through Verithragna's divine form. That already proved that the current Ser-Veresta had the qualifications to contend with divine powers, a weapon worthy of being called a divine artifact. It was his first companion, a weapon that had followed him through countless battles, rising with him to this very point. Doni was right, Kaiser was indeed enjoying himself a bit, because he truly felt his own growth, and also the growth of Ser-Veresta. His ability to match Doni in swordsmanship was proof of that as well. Because Doni's swordsmanship had already reached the realm of the divine, a technique only a sword god could wield. For Kaiser to stand against him with sword skill meant Ser-Veresta too had reached the divine realm, only then could he, with his authorities, bring out divine-level weapon mastery and divine-level sword techniques. I really want Kirin and Claudia to see how strong we've become now. Kaiser suddenly had that thought. And then, a silver sword wrapped in terrifying magical power suddenly appeared before him, slashing at him. Don't lose focus, brother. Let's keep going with a proper fight. Doni shouted, his silver sword flashing like light, his strike like thunder, slashing toward Kaiser's head in an instant. Splurt. Kaiser, standing there, was instantly cut in half by the silver sword, but no blood sprayed. Instead, like a mirage, he suddenly vanished. Swish. Kaiser reappeared behind Doni using Shuinpa. Boom. The black demon sword slashed at Doni's back like striking a steel ball, roaring as it blasted Doni away. Boom, 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 boom. Like an iron ball, Doni flew out like a rocket, crashing through tree after tree, finally smashing into a new rig and reducing it to rubble. Smoke and dust billowed up. Fragments of stone rained down, burying the King of Italy beneath them, never to be found again. Author's note: hey guys, check out my new book Reborn as Superman's son, destined to be Homelander. Please add it to your library and leave some power stones. Chapter 278, Chapter 329, Extremely Unsimple. On this day, the rumbling and booming within Theros never ceased. The entire region of Theros felt as though it was struck by a massive earthquake, constantly shaking and booming, prompting the residents within to flee in panic. The St. Bastion ruins had completely vanished. That forest filled with new reconstructions also collapsed into the earth at a certain moment along with the ground, sinking into the depths below, never to be seen again in its original form. People didn't know what had happened, but someone claimed to have seen black and silver sword light constantly flashing in the original St. Bastion ruins, and even saw 2 enormous swords, large enough to blot out the sky and sun, suddenly shoot into the air, clashing with each other like the collision of 2 celestial bodies, instantly unleashing a world-shaking impact that destroyed the entire forest. No one knew that the true culprits behind all this were just 2 people, 2 individuals who had each slain gods more than once. Only the forces on the mysterious side knew the truth, especially the Copper Black Cross, who had personally witnessed the entire intense battle between the 2 kings and etched those unbelievable scenes deep into their souls, forming an unprecedented reverence toward these god-slaying Campione. By the time everything settled, night had already fallen on Sardinia. As darkness descended, the day-long tremors, booms, and earth-shaking upheaval finally ceased, allowing many people to heave a huge sigh of relief. Let's go. Let's welcome the 2 kings. Erica was the first to speak, leading a large group of Copper Black Cross members and representatives of the mysterious side who arrived later, all gathering at the inn's entrance to await the return of the 2 kings. They waited for nearly an hour. An hour later, they saw 2 figures walking side by side. Were you all waiting here for us? Salvatore Doni spoke cheerfully to the group, seemingly in high spirits, a wide smile on his face. However, seeing Doni's appearance, the crowd was taken aback. At this moment, Doni was not only covered in tattered clothing from head to toe but also bore several ferocious wounds. The box he always carried on his back was gone, and the sword he never parted with was nowhere to be seen. Looking at this state of Doni, Erica couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Lord Salvatore. Your sword." Upon hearing this, Doni laughed very straightforwardly. "It broke." That overly blunt and concise answer left everyone too stunned to speak. The sword broke. Even the magic sword of the King of Swords can break. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Erica also looked toward Kaiser, discovering that his appearance wasn't much better compared to Doni. He too was in tatters, although not covered in wounds like Doni. His expression was very calm, as if he hadn't just fought a life-or-death battle but had simply taken a stroll. "Don't look at me like that." Seeing Erica looking at him, Kaiser slightly misunderstood and said, "His magical power couldn't keep up, so his authority weakened. I just casually swung my sword, and it ended up getting cut." As soon as those words came out, everyone exchanged bewildered glances again. But Doni, with a wry smile, slung an arm over Kaiser's shoulder and said, "You make it sound so light. If I hadn't stepped back at the right moment, I'm afraid the thing that got casually cut wouldn't have just been the sword, right?" Though the statement was quite dangerous, Doni said it with a tone as breezy as spring wind, making the crowd twitch at the corners of their mouths. "Cut the nonsense." Kaiser smacked Doni's hand away, walking into the inn while saying, "You didn't exactly go easy on me either. But I'm the only one who ended up injured, brother." Doni quickly caught up to Kaiser, speaking with high spirits, "I clearly slashed you so many times, and with the magic sword from the severing silver arm too. Normally, a wound from that wouldn't heal easily even with the finest magic. Yet after just a blink, your injury healed up. It's totally cheating. What exactly is it? Did you steal that authority from a god?" Doni kept questioning, but all he got was silence from Kaiser. The two disappeared into the elevator of the inn under everyone's gaze, leaving the rest finally coming back to their senses. "Quick, get the best healing magicians to treat Lord Salvatore's wounds. Prepare food, both kings must be starving after fighting all day. And clothing. Get fresh outfits ready for both kings. Let them rest in the spa. Where's the best technician? Hurry and have her serve them." A group of high-ranking individuals from the mysterious side began chattering away. Erica, however, looked in the direction where Kaiser and Doni disappeared, pondering one thing. Who won that battle? Truthfully, Erica was quite curious. One had to admit, the Copper-Black Cross's service was indeed excellent and thoughtful. Originally, Kaiser had just intended to go back to his room to change clothes. But before he even finished changing, he was escorted by a group of youthful and beautiful attendants to the inn's spa area. There, he immediately enjoyed services like aroma massage, hydrotherapy bath, facial care, and foot treatment, basically a full-body spa. In such conditions, the fatigue accumulated from his day-long battle with Doni gradually melted away. Unfortunately, midway through the massage, a bothersome guy showed up. Indeed, a massage after battle is the most comfortable. Reclining on a luxurious massage chair beside Kaiser, Doni let out such a sigh while enjoying the hands of a beautiful technician. "Isn't having a sword enough for you? You enjoy this too." Kaiser was getting his temples massaged, not even opening his eyes as he spoke. "What are you talking about?" Doni answered seriously, "A man can't live with just a sword. At the very least, he needs to be well fed." "Why does that sound so infuriating coming from your mouth?" Kaiser's hand twitched slightly but in the end, he resisted the urge to draw Ser-Veresta and slash this guy again. At that moment, Erica silently appeared. "Your bravery was truly admirable and eye-opening." She offered a compliment, which Doni responded to cheerfully. "I enjoyed the fight a lot too, so I'll accept your praise, Robert Dolly Jr." At those words, Erica's graceful smile almost cracked. If she were as powerful as Kaiser, she would probably have the same impulse Kaiser had earlier, to draw her sword and strike someone. "Although I know it's not something we should concern ourselves with, may I ask out of curiosity, who won today's battle?" Erica eventually voiced the question. Outside the room, the mysterious side personnel who had been waiting instantly perked up their ears. This wasn't something meant to be pried into. If it were any of the more old-fashioned kings, trouble might have followed. Fortunately, neither Kaiser nor Doni was the type to mind such things. So, Doni answered very straightforwardly. "It should count as a draw, I guess." Doni said with some satisfaction and some regret, "If we had kept going, I probably would have lost. But brother here stopped on his own, so we never reached a conclusion." Since they fought for an entire day, it proved the gap between Kaiser and Doni wasn't huge. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have lasted so long. In terms of swordsmanship, both were at divine levels. Even if one had an edge, it wasn't a large one. Physically, Kaiser had overwhelming superiority, but after Doni used the authority of protection of steel, the gap was closed, allowing him to compete evenly. In speed, Kaiser again had the advantage. After all, he had both Shuinpa and Sonido. Even if Doni's footwork was unorthodox, he couldn't compare. But Doni's beast-like instinct was terrifying. Kaiser couldn't toy with him using speed. Doni had also trained the ability known as Mind's Eye, a realm only accessible to warriors who reached the pinnacle of martial arts. With that ability, Doni could see through even Verithragna's Phoenix incarnation. Kaiser's Shuinpa and Sonido weren't yet exquisite enough to surpass that Mind's Eye, so even if he had the speed advantage, it became minimal, and could even be turned against him by Doni. Both wielded magic swords that could cut through anything, and once they clashed, neither could gain the upper hand. As a result, the fight ended in a draw. Of course, this was only because Kaiser had used Ser-Veresta and none of his other exclusive weapons. Doni didn't know this, but he still felt that if the fight had continued, he would have lost. The reason was simple: he had been constantly using authorities and outputting the magic sword's power. By the end, even with the Campione's immense magical power, he was struggling to keep up, weakening the magic sword's power and the half-immortality granted by protection of steel. In contrast, Kaiser had at least 10 times Doni's magical power and never used any authority, just a single Ser-Veresta, making his consumption much lower than Doni's. Moreover, once injured, the high-speed regeneration that had completely merged with his body would activate immediately. His resistance to magical power far surpassed that of ordinary Campione. Add in the immortality brought by the Hogyoku, and Doni's magic sword, which inflicted incurable wounds, simply couldn't be effective. In such a case, if Kaiser still couldn't win, that would be truly pathetic. I used 2 authorities, brother, and you didn't even use one. Only when injured did you seem to use something that quickly healed your wounds, right? Doni patted his forehead and complained to Kaiser. You're really demoralizing, brother. Hearing that, Kaiser's expression remained blank. So that's your reason for going inhuman later? Kaiser hadn't forgotten. He got injured because, partway through the fight, Doni started pulling tricks. The severing silver arm not only granted its wielder the power to cut anything and bestowed various strange magic sword abilities, it could also turn anything it touched into a magic sword. Perhaps realizing that continuing the fight wasn't to his advantage, Doni stopped focusing on swordsmanship and instead began turning light into magic swords with the severing silver arm, firing them like lasers at Kaiser. He even turned the ground into magic swords, unleashing a continuous barrage of invisible slashes in a wide area. Kaiser got caught off guard and was injured. If not for He arrow fully fused into his body, transforming it inside and out with astonishing hardness, he might have been shredded into pieces by the slashes sweeping across the forest. If not for high-speed regeneration activating instantly and restoring his wounds, he definitely would have pulled out True Longinus and shot Doni's head off. But you said we'd go all out, brother. Doni grinned. It's a shame I didn't get to see you fight seriously. Indeed, Doni had long noticed that Kaiser had no intention of going all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only used one sacred gear and never activated an authority. We're the same, aren't we? Kaiser said with eyes closed. Didn't you also have 2 unused authorities? That's different. Doni shook his head. It's not that I didn't want to use them, they're just useless in battle. That was true. Doni's remaining 2 authorities were far less practical than the severing silver arm and protection of steel. One was taken from the fire god Vulcan, which could regress surrounding civilization to medieval European levels. The other was taken from the wine god Dionysus, which created a region where magical power, and even authorities would go berserk and lose control, so powerful that even Doni himself wouldn't be spared. The former was basically useless in battle. The latter, once used, would only harm Doni himself. After all, it was thanks to his 2 authorities that he could fight Kaiser evenly. If those authorities failed, the outcome would be obvious. Since Kaiser had hardly used any authorities himself, with his sheer physical strength, even in a region where magical power, and authorities went berserk, he could probably beat gods into submission with just a blade. Doni would have to be out of his mind to do something like that. In other words, in this battle, Doni had already used all his methods, and the draw only came because Kaiser stopped first. On the other hand, Kaiser had shown so few of his abilities that his hidden power was likely far beyond imagination. Doni keenly realized, the reason Kaiser fought him wasn't to determine a winner, but to verify his own power, and the strength of other Campione. This newly born fellow was extremely unsimple.